Chapter 1. No way. Can this broken game still be played? Liga stared blankly at the scene before him. He found himself encircled by thousands of the Church's troops, the holy knights, embodiments of the divine will, clad in heavy armor, their steeds equally armed to the teeth. Banners fluttered, weapons glinted in the harsh sunlight, and before this harbinger of war and death, they were capable of reducing a city to rubble. In truth, they had indeed accomplished that. Li Gu, to be precise, was the 27th Lord of Maple Leaf Territory, a baron of the Rainbow Kingdom, a despised fallen one, a wretched apprentice necromancer who toyed with death, and he too would soon be deemed a heretic, destined to be purified by the holy knights before him. Faced with such a grim opening, Li Gu's mind was flooded with despair. He had thought that by striking luck and obtaining a chance at the reincarnation game, he could defy fate. Yet, he never anticipated such a disastrous beginning. Indeed, Li Gu was a player in the reincarnation game. A millennium ago, Blue Star was chosen for the reincarnation game, with a select few humans elevated to players, able to traverse myriad realms in search of extraordinary powers. As long as one could survive within the reincarnation game, merely possessing the title of player would attract countless financial magnates, leading to the pinnacle of one's life. Whether in the future or through the power embedded within the reincarnation game, Li Gu was filled with boundless anticipation. After all, who could refuse the allure of swords and sorcery, of transcending mortality? But now, the good news, the game had commenced. The bad news, it was about to end before it even truly began. According to the rules of the reincarnation game, each player, upon entering the world, would assume the identity of an indigenous inhabitant, akin to a soul transference. This identity was random. Some players began with extraordinary fortunes, becoming favored scions of sacred lands, imperial heirs, or disciples of reclusive masters. Others, however, were not so fortunate, finding themselves as victims of calamity, slaves, or even captured livestock of alien races. Li Gu's acquired identity was particularly difficult to assess. On one hand, he was a baron of the duchy. On the other hand, what in the world were these vast armies before him? Lord Li Gu, I, your humble servant, shall protect you. You must flee at once. Just as Li Gu was mired in his turmoil, a stooped old man appeared before him, brandishing a staff. With a flick of his wrist, dark energy surged forth, crafting a complex and arcane magical array. From the ground, a dozen skeletons clawed their way up, forming a protective circle around the old man and Li Gu, seemingly summoned from the underworld. A complex emotion flickered in Li Gu's eyes. The old man, named Boat, had been his predecessor's mentor. Having been saved by Li Gu's predecessor, he remained fiercely loyal. Yet, what outsiders did not know was that Li Gu's predecessor's father, the former lord of Maple Leaf Territory, Alfonso, had become infatuated with the pursuit of immortality, seeking eternal life through the necromantic arts. Naturally, he had failed. Li Gu's predecessor, tragically, inherited his father's ambitions and stubbornly pursued the path of necromancy. And then, there was no further tale. When the truth emerged, the Church of Light's Inquisition from the Rainbow Kingdom dispatched a great army, swiftly razing Maple Leaf Territory to the ground. In the midst of his flight, Li Gu logged into the game, assuming his predecessor's identity. While others begin with a bowl, I am faced with an entire regiment. Li Gu lamented internally, gazing at Boat, who intended to shield him as he fled. Though he felt a swell of gratitude, where could he possibly escape to? To the west, all was filled with enemies. To run out would mean capture. Opposite him, the commander of the army, the holy knight of the Church of Light, Isaac, an inquisitor of the Rainbow Kingdom, glared at Boat as he summoned the skeletons, his brow furrowed in disapproval. A heretic unrepentant, a decaying rat from the underworld, prepared to face the judgment of the holy light. Isaac raised his knight's lance, his gaze icy, reciting fervent proclamations akin to a character from a fantasy tale. Behold, under the witness of the holy light, let us reduce this heretic before us to ashes. As his words fell, thousands of troops struck their weapons against the ground, their faith materializing in that very moment. The unique battle hymn of the Temple of Light echoing through the skies. A torrent of faith summoned the power of the divine, as accompanying clergy raised their staffs, the magical array unfurling, and pure white flames ignited fiercely. The fire of purification. The spell of the Temple of Light's army. It could siphon the faith of warriors, transforming it into flames that cleanse evil, reducing all enemies and heretics to cinders. Ligo was drenched in sweat. Wait, my friends, I can still redeem myself. I too can believe in the holy light. I too can be loyal. Alas, Isaac could not hear the thoughts of Ligo. He had already resolved to incinerate him to ashes. Having had his ancestral grave disturbed by necromancers, Isaac could harbor no tolerance for heretics, especially those involved in necromancy. Reality had become a grim cycle of the past haunting the present. Just as the purifying flames began to blaze, with Isaac's murderous intent swelling and Aobot prepared to face death without fear, Ligo was ready to give a defiant gesture before the end. A mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in Ligo's ear. Congratulations! You have awakened the necromantic cataclysm system. 1,000,000 skeleton warriors delivered daily. The sudden announcement left Ligo momentarily stunned, confronted by formidable foes, unable to triumph through sheer effort. Yet here he had a system as a savior. What sort of extravagant system is this, granting 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers upon login? As the system notification resounded, a plethora of information flooded into Ligo's mind, allowing him to grasp the capabilities of the necromantic cataclysm system in an instant. This system was rather straightforward and brutal, possessing only two abilities: daily provision of 1,000,000 skeleton warriors, each equivalent to an adult human's combat prowess. The second ability allowed the acquisition of cataclysm points by slaying any being. One cataclysm point could be exchanged for a basic skeleton warrior. It could also be used to evolve and upgrade basic skeleton warriors. While the system's capabilities were simple yet powerful, a formidable enemy loomed before him. Leaving Ligo no time for contemplation, he unhesitatingly chose to summon the 1,000,000 undead. As for whether he would be pursued by the Church of Light, with death imminent, he would consider future matters later. At this juncture, it was best to enjoy the moment. System, summon 1,000,000 skeletons. As Ligo's thoughts began to coalesce, the fabric of reality twisted, and the once tranquil world suddenly surged with ominous winds, the sound akin to the wailing of vengeful spirits. Everyone present distinctly heard a grinding noise emanating from beneath the earth, as if countless monsters were about to burst forth. Isaac sensed impending doom and urgently shouted for the mages to hasten their incantations. However, before they could complete their spell, he disregarded everything and charged forth, intent on slaying Ligo. But it was already too late. Countless skeletal hands surged forth, seizing the hooves of Isaac's steed. What is happening? Why are there suddenly so many skeletons? No, let me go. Someone, save me. Oh, damn it, let go of my backside. Cries of despair, wails of anguish, and screams of terror intertwined as an overwhelming tide of skeletons erupted from the ground, devouring this army of the church, which numbered merely in the thousands. How could this be happening? Isaac beheld the scene, both horrified and astonished in mere instants. An endless army of skeletons had materialized. The skeletons before him donned tattered armor, wielding rusted swords, their eye sockets ablaze with unholy fire, resembling vengeful spirits emerging from the depths of hell, their sheer numbers instilling an inescapable sense of dread. Endless. This was the necromantic cataclysm. Had he gone mad? Isaac could not discern if it was he who had lost his sanity or if the world had gone awry, utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Could it be a temporal distortion, with the underworld opening spatial rifts, causing the realms of the dead and the living to collide, leading to the revival of the deceased and the advent of the necromantic cataclysm? Yet now, the army's magical incantations had been interrupted, leaving them unable to continue their spells. The 1,000,000-strong skeleton army surged forth like a tide, engulfing and surrounding the entire temple army. The merciless slaughter continued. Aobot, who had braced himself for sacrifice to protect Ligo, was utterly flabbergasted. His mind faltered, struggling to comprehend how such a multitude of skeletons had suddenly descended. Yet Aobo was not foolish. He observed that these skeletons did not attack indiscriminately, but instead bypassed him and Li Gu, targeting only those of the Church of Light. Realizing that this skeletal army was aligned with him. What is happening? Without a formal apprenticeship, merely a wild mage, Aobo understood he had no such formidable backing to rescue him. He turned to glance at Li Gu, who appeared remarkably unperturbed, and his pupils constricted as an incredible hypothesis took shape in his mind. Could it be that these are all summoned by my lord? Yet this notion was simply too absurd. However, the undeniable reality compelled Oberth to accept the truth. Li Gu disregarded Oberth's thoughts, his demeanor resolute and unyielding. The army of 1,000,000 skeletons, summoned by Li Gu, thrummed with life through their connection to the system. He could distinctly sense their presence and direct them with a mere gesture. In that moment, Li Gu resembled an emperor among insects, a commander amidst a mechanical tide, and the exalted being of a divine race, becoming the dominant consciousness among the legion of skeletons. Under Li Gu's command, the 1,000,000-strong skeletal army charged fearlessly forward, an unstoppable force intent on delivering a final, crushing blow to the forces of the heretical tribunal. With the exception of Isaac, the remaining priests, paladins, and ordinary infantry were swiftly consumed, slain the basic spear-wielders of the Temple of Light, earning 2 plague points, defeated the apprentice priests of the Temple of Light, earning 5 plague points, vanquished the reserve paladins of the Temple of Light, earning 7 plague points. A multitude of notifications raced through Li Gu's mind. These were all kill confirmations. Hundreds upon thousands of plague points were credited to him. Li Gu could not afford to be distracted. All his focus was on Isaac. The other troops were not his primary concern. The true adversary was Isaac, the commander. In contrast to the apprentice priests and reserve paladins, Isaac was a first-tier paladin, genuinely recognized by the God of Light, having undergone the trials of knighthood and sworn the oath of a knight. Damnable filth, holy light, grant me strength, Isaac intoned, his armor radiating brilliance as the wounds of his steed healed at a visible pace, enveloped in golden light. Around Isaac, the skeletons within a few meters rapidly dissolved like spring snow under the sun. To capture the leader, Isaac, armed with his spear and donned in heavy armor, urged his steed forward with a defiant neigh, charging unhesitatingly ahead. Radiance erupted from Isaac. He resembled a golden warrior emerging from the depths of the sun, embodying light and summoning pure, holy energy with utmost faith, shattering the skeletons in his path as he surged toward Li Gu. That deluded believer, Li Gu thought, feeling a chill as he witnessed Isaac's fearless advance. Although the reincarnation game was merely a game, death without a resurrection item was a genuine demise. As a time traveler with a system, Li Gu wished to avoid perishing before achieving victory. Damn it, I'm all in, Li Gu resolved, mobilizing all the skeletons to encircle Isaac at any cost. Oberth, shaken from his shock, did not hesitate. He positioned himself before Li Gu, raising his skeletal staff and uttering incantations in a tone that seemed to echo from the depths of the netherworld, chilling to the bone, yet invoking the laws of the unseen, intricately weaving a complex and arcane array. Corrosive mire, hand of vengeance, blinding curse, poisoning malediction. Oberth was fully committed, unleashing all his spells upon Isaac. The three were locked in a desperate struggle. One fought for faith, one fought for loyalty. Li Gu fought solely to survive. Fortunately, Oberth's spells proved effective. Though an apprentice necromancer, his long years of experience left him but a step away from ascension. The holy light surrounding Isaac could not entirely purify Oberth's magic, which still managed to affect him, causing a significant reduction in his speed due to the cumulative debuffs. In a contest of skill, even the slightest margin mattered, especially now, as life and death hung in the balance. The time Oberth bought for Li Gu allowed him to orchestrate the skeletal army's coordination, and more skeletons closed in. In despair, Isaac was engulfed by the 1,000,000-strong skeleton army. Even as a first-tier paladin, having transcended the ordinary, Isaac could not hope to contend against such overwhelming numbers. In his reckless charge, Isaac fought like a cornered beast, deploying the hallmark skills of a paladin to repel the relentless onslaught of skeletons time and again. Yet Isaac was not an everlasting engine of power, especially with Oberth, the seasoned necromancer. Launching surprise attacks, he gradually began to tire. Holy light, Maimai will carry your power to vanquish all evil. In his desperation, Isaac gripped his spear tightly, unleashing a final roar as he hurled it forward with all his might. The spear, infused with Isaac's very essence, burned through his life and soul, channeling fierce holy light, transforming it into an unstoppable force. Ligu hurriedly stepped back, maneuvering the skeletons to shield him from the spear's trajectory. Boom! A mass of skeletons was crushed. The spear, as if guided by its own will, sped towards Ligu. After sacrificing countless skeletons, it finally exhausted its force just a few meters away from him. Isaac's eyes filled with desolation. As his strength waned, the swarm of skeletons surged forward, ultimately extinguishing his life. Upon vanquishing the elite paladin of the Light Temple, I have acquired 300 points of plague. It is finally over. Ligu let out a sigh of relief. This battle was nothing short of perilous. The priest, the paladin, and the nun, all professions devoted to their deities, are utterly mad. They would indeed sacrifice their very lives for their gods. With Isaac's demise, a sudden notification echoed in Li Ji's ears. Congratulations on achieving a milestone. A world announcement will soon follow. Do you wish to use your real name? Of course, that is out of the question. Li Gisho initially chose to decline. After a moment of contemplation, he entered the name Ming Wang. In the next instant, a series of announcements resonated in the ears of all players engaged in the reincarnation game within this realm. New player Ming Wang has slain 100 soldiers of the Radiant Temple on the battlefield, achieving the title Mass Slayer. Reputation 10. Reward, Tier 1 Bronze Chest. New player Ming Wang has slain 1,000 soldiers of the Radiant Temple on the battlefield, achieving the title 1000 Slayer. Reputation 50. Reward, Tier 1 Silver Chest. New player Ming Wang has slain an elite paladin of the Radiant Temple, achieving the title General Slayer. Reputation 100. Reward, Tier 1 Gold Chest. As these notifications echoed, the newbie world 100861000100010 erupted with excitement among all new players. My goodness, how long has it been since I crossed over? Not even half an hour, and he has already accomplished 3 feats. The forums of the newbie world 100861000100010 were ablaze with discussions among countless novice players. Wow, this individual named Ming Wang must have reincarnated into a noble family. How could he kill so many right at the start? Isn't he afraid of being exposed? The larger the power, the stricter the internal scrutiny. We are soul transcended, after all. Truly impressive. To achieve 3 accomplishments at the outset, 3 treasure chests. What a remarkable start. Many marveled at Li Gu, yet among these voices, there were also those who scoffed. He merely acquired a good identity. Such foolishness, with such a privileged position. Why not lay low and develop? He will surely be exposed in a few days. Regardless, no matter how good the identity, it must be validated by the game's rules, which means direct involvement. How could this Ming Wang manage to slay so many from the very beginning? Obviously, he must have used some magical artifact. Ming Wang must be a substitute for some nefarious overlord's offspring, wielding powerful items. In that case, this Ming Wang is doomed. The evil overlords are all cunning as demons. If he cannot act well, he will surely perish from the outset. The Radiant Temple, are they not the followers of that deity whose faith spans the heavens? They are fanatical zealots, crossing them means no salvation, just wait for death. The forum was filled with a diverse array of individuals, yet whether in astonishment or derision, all conveyed a palpable envy. Achieving 3 accomplishments at the outset, from all perspectives, was indeed an extraordinary feat. Li Gu disregarded the forum, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He appeared as if he had endured countless trials throughout the night. His lips turned pale, and an overwhelming fatigue surged over him, nearly causing him to faint. Although he had not participated in the recent battle, the strain of controlling 1,000,000-level skeletons had been an ordeal akin to purgatory for his spirit. Fortunately, his profound desire for survival compelled him to persevere, ultimately leading to his triumph in the confrontation. Beside him, Obert was equally exhausted. The intense magical exertion had drained his mental acuity, magical energy, and physical stamina to their limits. Yet, as Obert beheld the scene before him, He momentarily forgot his own fatigue, his heart filled with awe. Was it truly Li Gu who accomplished all this? The entire army of the Radiant Temple, comprising over 1,000 soldiers and led by a first-tier paladin, had been utterly annihilated by Li Ji's hand. It was astonishing. Obert could not fathom the reasons behind Li Ji's sudden surge in strength, but he dismissed such thoughts. All that mattered was that Li Gu was his loyal lord. Observing Li Gu's frail state, Obert hurriedly approached, concern etched across his aged visage. "My lord, are you unwell?" "I am fine," Li Gu replied, shaking his head as he summoned a skeleton to assist him in rising. His gaze swept across the battlefield, revealing an endless sea of white skeletons, scattered amidst the bloodied corpses, with luminous orbs of loot visible only to the players of the reincarnation game. The most formidable capability of these players, without a doubt, was their ability to acquire items by vanquishing monsters. Li Gu commanded the skeletons to gather all the luminous orbs. A series of collection notifications echoed in his ears. Acquired reserve paladin armor, apprentice level, fine, now stored in the backpack. Acquired entry-level holy light spell, apprentice level, common, now stored in the backpack. Acquired healing holy water, apprentice level, fine, now stored in the backpack. The multitude of notifications resounded. Quite satisfactory, it was a significant profit. A smile curled at the corners of Li Ji's mouth, as he felt a deep sense of contentment. Equipment, skills, and items are categorized according to tiers, ranging from apprentice to the 9th tier. Furthermore, within each tier, they are classified by quality: inferior, common, fine, superior, rare, exceptional, legendary, and epic. It is said that beyond epic lies mythical, though Li Gu had never encountered such a quality, which truly exists only in the realm of legends. Despite having slain over 1,000 members of the Radiant Temple's army, with only one ascending, the rewards were remarkably bountiful. Once Li Gu establishes his territory, he will be able to sell these items through the marketplace, converting them into a substantial sum of gold. Li Gu retrieved a vial of healing holy water and consumed it eagerly, alleviating his physical and mental fatigue to some extent. Having regained a modicum of vitality, he rummaged through his backpack. The items dropped by the other apprentice-level soldiers were rather unremarkable, so he proceeded to examine the spoils left by Isaac. The paladin armor, grade 1, quality excellent, inscribed skill, holy light shield, summons a luminous shield that envelopes the body, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Equipment requirement, Constitution 105. Isaac's soul essence, upon use, grants 100 experience points, enhancing one's realm or skill proficiency. Non-tradable. The paladin armor was rather conventional, with decent effects, making it a commendable piece of defensive gear. However, its requirement of 105 points in Constitution left Li Gu feeling somewhat disheartened. At present, Li Ji's attributes were: Li Gu reputation, 160, unknown rookie, profession, necromancer, ordinary, realm, apprentice level 1, 0-10, skills, skeleton summoning, apprentice, attributes, Constitution 4, strength 4, agility 4. Spirit 6 equipment, fatherly love staff, apprentice quality, crafted from the leg bone of his father, possessing commendable magical properties. Evaluation, filial piety brings strength. The foundational attributes of an average adult human are 5, yet this body, having been in constant contact with the undead, is considerably frail, boasting a mere 4 points in Constitution, while spirit stands commendably at 6. Clearly, these attributes fall woefully short of the 105 points required for the paladin armor. As for the sole piece of equipment this body possesses, it elicited a twitch at the corner of Li Ji's mouth. While necromancers are not averse to death, it is rather excessive for this individual to fashion gear from his own father's remains, reflecting an extreme form of filial devotion. Moreover, Isaac dropped 2 items. Besides the paladin armor, there was also a soul essence from Isaac. This was the most delightful surprise for Li Gu. In the cycle of the game, experience points could be accumulated, yet defeating monsters did not yield experience. Currently, there are 3 predominant methods for acquiring experience. The first is through diligent self-cultivation. The second involves placing faith in deities, beseeching them to impart substantial experience into one's mind. The third method is through the aforementioned soul essence. Utilizing this essence grants immediate experience points upon collection. Regrettably, the drop rate for soul essences is exceedingly low, making them difficult to obtain. In this instance, after vanquishing over 1,000 apprentices and collecting hundreds of drops, Li Gu managed to acquire only 7 soul essences, a disheartening probability of merely 0.7 Li Gu was taken by surprise as he achieved a remarkable feat upon his arrival, slaying his first-tier creature and acquiring the essence of the soul. This unexpected fortune filled him with joy. With this collection of soul essence, Li Gu significantly elevated his prowess. Strength is paramount. He utilized all the soul essence at his disposal. Instantly, a multitude of notifications flooded in, consuming 30 experience points. He broke through to the second tier of an apprentice, enhancing his fundamental attributes and earning 2 free attribute points, consuming 50 experience points. He ascended to the third tier of an apprentice, further augmenting his basic attributes and acquiring another 2 free attribute points, consuming 70 experience points. He advanced to the fourth tier of an apprentice, once again enhancing his foundational attributes and securing an additional 2 free attribute points. In the span of a mere moment, Li Gu surged to the fifth tier of an apprentice, effortlessly transcending 6 minor realms. The fatigue from overextending his soul dissipated entirely, leaving Li Gu feeling more invigorated than ever before. Li Gu cast a glance at his current foundational attributes: Constitution 8, Strength 8, Agility 8, and Spirit 26. Compared to before, this represented a monumental transformation. At the very least, Li Gu was no longer a feeble individual incapable of defeating even an ordinary person. Furthermore, he had acquired 8 free attribute points, which he allocated entirely to Spirit, elevating his Spirit attribute to an astonishing 32 points. Although the quality of the necromancer profession was merely ordinary, Li Gu possessed the necromantic cataclysm system, making the necromancer the most suitable choice for him. Moreover, should Li Gu discover advanced classes for necromancers in the future, such as Necromancer Archmage, Lich King, or similar, he would be able to undergo a job change. Thus, having determined that he would pursue a magical path, it was imperative that he enhance his Spirit attribute. More importantly, having recently controlled 1,000,000 skeletons had severely drained his soul, and he now urgently needed to bolster his soul strength to acquire the cognitive capacity necessary for commanding a large-scale army. As Li Ji's Spirit attribute surged, he felt an unprecedented clarity of thought. His mind had never functioned so adeptly. His memory became exceptionally sharp, his computational abilities remarkable, and even his comprehension skills experienced a significant boost. With this newfound mental acuity, Li Gu found himself more adept at manipulating the 1,000,000 skeletons at his command. Having broken through to the third tier, Li Gu was in high spirits, humming a cheerful tune as his gaze fell upon his backpack. There, gleaming brightly, were 3 first-tier treasure chests, bronze, silver, and gold, neatly arranged before him. Achieving 3 accomplishments in one battle was undoubtedly the greatest reward of this encounter. Overjoyed, Li Gu reveled in the success. These 3 achievements granted him 160 reputation points, along with the 3 treasure chests. Reputation points would prove immensely significant in the later stages, influencing NPCs' judgments of players in the reincarnation game. The higher the reputation, the greater the potential benefits. However, for the moment, the true rewards Li Gu could grasp were these 3 treasure chests. What treasures could he possibly uncover? Li Ji's expression was filled with anticipation, regardless of the game. Drawing cards is always a thrilling and exhilarating experience. Li Ji's mind stirred slightly, and 3 treasure chests materialized before his eyes. Beside him, Albert's eyes widened in astonishment. In response, Li Gu offered no explanation. Despite Albert's earlier efforts, he understood that Albert was protecting his former self, not him. Thus, Li Gu remained wary of Albert, as the skeletal army of the Western Zhou subtly surrounded them. Should Albert dare to make a move, the skeletal army would swiftly subdue him. It was not that Li Gu was ungrateful. Rather, he believed that one must always guard against potential threats. He was not an ignorant fool. Oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, Li Gu extended his hand and opened the 3 treasure chests before him. Instantly, a radiant brilliance erupted forth, accompanied by a series of notification chimes. Upon opening the first-tier bronze chest, he received a shadow cloak. From the first-tier silver chest, he acquired a wraith staff. Finally, the first-tier golden chest yielded a radiant gem. As the 3 notifications resounded, 3 items manifested before Li Gu, causing him to furrow his brow. Both the shadow cloak and the wraith staff were equipment. While the radiant gem was evidently a material, this fortune seemed rather unfortunate. Nevertheless, the matter was settled, and Li Gu refrained from dwelling on it further, opting instead to inspect the properties of the 3 items. Shadow Cloak. Tier 1. Ordinary. Upon equipping, one is enveloped in shadows, diminishing their presence and reducing the enemy's accuracy. Equipment requirement: 80 spirit points. Evaluation: not suitable for entry into the women's bathhouse. Strictly prohibited. Wraith Staff, Tier 1, Fine. Grants 64 Spirit. Equipped Skill, Wraith Summon. Summons a Tier 1, Rank 4 Wraith to assist in battle for 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Equipment Requirement, 104 Spirit Points. Evaluation. If it were Sadako-chan, it might not be entirely unacceptable. This was precisely why Li Gu harbored a disdain for obtaining equipment. As a mere apprentice of the Necromancer class, his spirit attribute fell short of the requirements to equip or utilize these first-tier items. It felt akin to being tantalizingly close to a beautiful woman while clad in iron chastity pants, a most frustrating predicament. As for the Radiant Gem, it seemed even less useful. With a sense of resignation, Li Gu resolved to examine the attributes of the Radiant Gem before stowing it away in his backpack. Yet, upon a closer look, his eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Who claimed the Radiant Gem was worthless? This gem was indeed extraordinary. Radiant Gem, Tier 1, Superior. A gem imbued with a rich essence of radiant power, it serves as a premium material for crafting light attribute equipment. Note, this material can be consumed for disaster points, used to enhance your skeletal minions. Oh, how splendid. Li Gu could hardly contain his joy. This was precisely what he needed, a tangible force transformed into true combat power. The recent battle had garnered him over 3,200 disaster points, and with the Radiant Gem, he could evolve a formidable skeleton to safeguard his well-being. With this in mind, Li Gu distanced himself, stepping out of Oberth's line of sight. The more one knows, the greater the peril, for Oberth's sake, and his own. He would not recklessly expose his secrets. After all, Oberth had just assisted Li Gu, and he did not wish to repay kindness with enmity. Moreover, Oberth's extensive travels had granted him a wealth of knowledge. Li Gu needed such a native to navigate this world and evade the impending pursuit of the Temple of Light. Thus, Oberth's survival was imperative. Observing Li Ji's retreat, Oberth instinctively considered following him, yet he found himself encircled by the Western Zhou skeletons. He opened his mouth to voice numerous questions, but ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, Li Gu, having walked a distance, summoned an ordinary skeleton soldier. This skeleton stood at the height of an average person, its entire form a ghastly white, evoking a visceral reaction. As a magical entity, the skeleton soldier was animated solely by the soul fire within its skull. Presently, the skeleton stood before Li Gu, devoid of any emotion. Li Gu extracted the Radiant Gem and felt an odd sensation. The combination of light and the undead seemed rather peculiar. With a hint of sarcasm, he opened the attribute panel of the skeleton soldier before him. Inferior skeleton soldier realm. Apprentice first rank, upgradable, template, minion, evolvable, skills, light attributes, Constitution 5, Strength 5. Agility 5, Spirit 5 equipment, rusty longsword evaluation. My assessment is that there exists no more blatant creature than this. The attributes of the skeleton soldier were rather mundane. Its capabilities bore little distinction from those of an ordinary human. It had recently managed to defeat Isaac and other regular troops solely through the Bone Sea strategy. However, should it evolve into a higher-tier entity, it could compensate for the lack of high-quality combat power. With anticipation, Li Gu selected the evolution option from the skeleton soldier's panel. Please choose evolution materials. Materials added, Radiant Gem. Tip 1. To use this material for the evolution of the inferior skeleton soldier, a cost of 10,000 disaster points is required. Tip 2. As this material's level exceeds that of the host realm, using it for evolution will result in significant energy loss. Excess energy can offset 8,000 disaster points. Li Gu exhaled a sigh of relief. The likelihood was that the quality of the Radiant Gem was exceedingly high, necessitating an astonishing 10,000 disaster points for the evolution, a figure that far exceeded Li Ji's capacity. Fortunately, the Radiant Gem was a first-tier material, intended for the evolution of apprentice-level skeletons, rendering it an extravagant use of resources. The system thoughtfully recouped the energy expended, offsetting the required disaster points for the evolution. In simpler terms, the original cost of 10,000 disaster points for the evolution was now reduced to a mere 2,000 points. Although evolving an apprentice skeleton with a first-tier material was undeniably wasteful, Li Gu did not hesitate. The future was but a mere conjecture if left unaddressed. What he urgently required was a formidable ally to safeguard him. Thus, he commenced the evolution. As Li Gu made his choice, a radiant brilliance enveloped the skeletal warrior. The luminous gem in his hand transformed into a myriad of sparkling lights, resembling stars and bioluminescence, gently swirling and merging into the very essence of the skeletal soldier. Amidst this splendid spectacle, the diminutive frame of the skeletal warrior began to expand, flesh and blood materializing upon its surface, while a gleaming white armor adorned its body. In its grasp, a long spear manifested. Beside the skeletal warrior, a spectral steed appeared as if conjured from thin air. This skeletal horse, clad in armor and crowned with a single horn, exuded an aura of sanctity despite its undead nature, reminiscent of the legendary unicorn, pure and majestic. The inferior skeletal warrior had successfully evolved. Congratulations on acquiring a new undead retainer, the Headless Paladin. Li Ge gazed ahead and beheld a remarkable transformation. The once skeletal soldier had morphed into a resplendent knight, clad in armor, with a robust physique and long, graceful legs. All that remained was the absence of a head. Yet everything else was quite splendid. As the system's prompt echoed in the air, the Headless Paladin knelt before Li Ge, her posture conveying a profound sense of submission and loyalty, despite her lack of a voice. "Rise," Li Ge commanded, and as his words resonated, the Headless Knight stood, her chest quivering as if caught in a tempest. The juxtaposition of her empty neck with her imposing form created an unsettling blend of allure and horror. However, Li Ge's primary concern lay not with her appearance, but rather with the Headless Knight's combat prowess, for that was the essence of his quest. Li Ge promptly opened the attribute panel of the Headless Paladin. Headless Paladin Realm. Apprentice 9th rank, restricted by the host's realm. Cannot be upgraded. Template. General level. Blessing 1. Immortal faith able to tread the path of the Paladin in a skeletal form. Blessing 2. Immortal pact possesses a spectral unicorn steed of the same realm. Note. Lacking materials. Cannot evolve. Skills. Oath Shield. Spear of Justice. Holy Light Healing. Fearless Charge attributes. Constitution 107, Strength 89, Agility 78, Spirit 70 Equipment, Paladin Apprentice Armor. Paladin Apprentice Lance Evaluation, adorably charming, yet headless. Excellent. Li Ge nodded in satisfaction. Non-player life forms inherently possess templates. Template levels are classified as Minion, Soldier, Elite, General, Commander, King, Emperor, and Venerable. For each level of template enhancement, the base attributes will increase by a factor of 1. 2. This signifies that the higher the template level, the more astonishing the foundational attributes become. Just like this Headless Paladin before Li Ge, with an Apprentice 9th rank realm, due to its general level template, its maximum constitution has astonishingly reached 107 points, already fulfilling the equipment requirements for the Paladin armor. The Apprentice realm is sufficient to don first-tier exquisite armor. Truly, it is formidable. Had she been present earlier, I would have had a much easier time dealing with that Isaac. Li Ge smiled, feeling a sense of security under the close protection of the Headless Paladin. Accompanied by the formidable guardian, he leisurely made his way back to Oberth. Oberth, a native of the land and a necromancer who had traveled through the West, possessed a profound understanding of this world. Having incurred the ire of the Temple of Light, Li Ge sought a refuge where he could remain concealed and gradually develop his strength. Naturally, there was no one more suitable for this inquiry than Oberth. Li Ge approached Aubert and, without preamble, inquired, "Aubert, where do you believe we should flee?" After a moment's contemplation, Aubert offered his counsel, "My lord, we might seek refuge in the northern Douglas Forest." Upon hearing the name, Li Ge swiftly delved into the recesses of his former memories, retrieving pertinent knowledge. This world is known as the Era Realm, comprising 9 continents, with his previous incarnation situated within the continent of Home. Within Home, the 3 dominant human empires, Lionheart, Silvermoon, and Phaline, exercise substantial influence, while numerous alien factions stand in opposition. Currently, Li Ge has incurred the wrath of the Holy Light Temple, a formidable organization with a pervasive presence across the Era Realm. The temple's power is such that even the coronation of an emperor from the human empires necessitates the approval of the Pope of Light, effectively wielding the highest authority and might among humanity in this world. Thus, to evade the relentless pursuit of the Holy Light Temple, Li Ge's most prudent course of action is to depart from human territories and venture into the realms of alien factions. In the home continent, the alien forces capable of contending with the human empires include the Southern Orc United Kingdom, the Western Emerald Empire, governed by the Mermen near the sea, and the Northern Douglas Jungle, as mentioned by Oberth. The Douglas Jungle harbors natural dimensional rifts, through which dark creatures occasionally traverse, transforming it over time into a sanctuary for these beings. Even the 3 major human empires are unable to pose a threat to this realm. Noticing Li Ge's contemplative silence, Oberth interjected, "My lord, The Douglas jungle is rife with countless dark creatures, including demons, werewolves, magical beasts, and undead. While we are humans, we are also necromancers. That place serves as our ultimate refuge. Moreover, my lord, I am aware of a nearby teleportation array leading to the Douglas jungle. Obert's assertion holds merit. Necromancers are often met with disdain. Many have found themselves unable to thrive within human society and have sought refuge in the Douglas jungle. Ligu was also quite tempted. For him, the Douglas Great Jungle was nothing short of a natural hunting ground. He need not worry about being pursued by the Temple of Light, and he could develop without restraint. The most crucial aspect was that Oberth mentioned the existence of a teleportation array, which implied that Ligu could save considerable time on his journey. Thus, he resolved to set off without hesitation. My lord, what shall we do about these skeletons? Oberth asked, his eyes filled with apprehension as he glanced at Ligu. Although Oberth was unaware of the origins of these skeletons, bringing them along would be akin to carrying moving targets. How should they be dealt with? Ligu fell into deep contemplation. 1 million skeleton soldiers undoubtedly represented formidable combat power. However, this strength was rather mundane. It went without saying that even a second or third-tier powerhouse would pose a significant threat. Just a handful of first-tier paladins like Isaac, if organized into an elite knightly order, could launch a decapitation charge against Ligu. A mere million skeleton soldiers would stand no chance of resistance. The reason was simple. In a world of the extraordinary, sheer numbers do not necessarily equate to invincibility. The Ligu entity is rather feeble, making it susceptible to decapitation. Only when there is a multitude of individuals, coupled with a sufficient supply of high-tier combat prowess, can it be deemed a competent army. Ligu surveyed his surroundings and made a resolute decision. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the skeletons to advance southward, obliterating any creature that dared to obstruct their path. Observing the tumultuous tide of the skeletal army, Oberth was filled with both awe and lamentation. This was an army of 1 million skeletons. How could one simply relinquish such a force? What audacity was this? In that moment, Oberth began to question whether Ligu might be the illegitimate offspring of some undead emperor. Ligu remained indifferent to the situation, for he possessed the necromantic cataclysm system, which allowed him to summon 1 million skeletal soldiers each day. He could utilize these skeletal warriors as bait to distract the attention of the Temple of Light, which was hardly a waste. Let us depart, lead the way. Ligu mounted the headless paladin's steed, riding alongside her. Albert, on the other hand, brought forth a captured warhorse, taking the lead towards the teleportation array. Originally, Albert's plan was to escort his former self through the teleportation array to seek refuge in the vast Dogra jungle. Now, although an unexpected twist had occurred, their destination remained unchanged. Ligu sat astride his steed, with the headless paladin guiding their direction behind him. It must be said that this undead unicorn truly deserves its status as a mount of exceptional caliber. The two of them shared its back without the slightest discomfort, and its gallop was remarkably smooth. In this moment of leisure, Ligu finally found the opportunity to explore the circumstances of other players. Participants in the reincarnation game could log into the forum, facilitating the sharing and exchange of information. However, as a newcomer, Ligu found the forum's functionality somewhat restricted. Currently, he could only view the information of other novice players within the world of Ayla. As Li Ji's thoughts stirred, a forum panel appeared before him, visible only to his eyes, displaying a plethora of messages streaming across its surface. Help! Someone save me. I started as a slave and was sold to a brothel. Damn! Why are there so many people in this world who fancy men? I don't want to solicit clients. Haha, I can't believe my luck. I began as a prince of the duchy. How could I possibly lose? That previous player, the Lord of the Underworld, is truly formidable. Who has their contact information? I seek to ride their coattails. The forum was abuzz with activity. Ligu glanced at the crowd, which numbered a staggering 100,000. This represented the influx of new players who had traversed into the world of Era through the reincarnation game. It could be said that the realm of Era now bore witness to the presence of players from every stratum of society, from noble lords to destitute beggars. However, the identities chosen for new players in the reincarnation game typically share 3 common characteristics. First, they are generally around the age of 18. Second, they are tasked with a particular profession. Third, their rank is that of a first-tier apprentice. Thus, the scenario of being reincarnated as a formidable figure, starting at the maximum level, is utterly implausible. Whether one becomes a noble lord or a lowly beggar, diligent cultivation and leveling up are essential. The distinction lies in the fact that those who acquire advantageous identities can navigate the initial stages with greater ease. Li Gu perused the messages on the forum, finding little of substance, save for the lamentations regarding his own identity. Numerous individuals were engaged in discussions about Li Ge's remarkable attainment of 3 consecutive achievements. In response to these, Li Gu merely chuckled. It was not that his friends were exceptionally skilled, but rather that they had activated a cheat. 100,000 skeleton soldiers in a single day. As long as Li Gu could locate the appropriate leveling spot, Li Gu could infinitely summon troops, acquiring a vast number of disaster points, evolving skeletons, and becoming a true walking embodiment of the undead disaster. Just as Li Gu intended to exit the forum, he discovered that someone had sent him a friend request. Who could it be? A frown creased his brow, following upheavals in his family outside the reincarnation game. The people from the Western Zhou dynasty would rather avoid him than reach out with a friend request. With a hint of perplexity, Li Gu opened the friend request. The message read, "Heh, Li Gu, don't think that entering the reincarnation game will allow you to defy fate. I can still find you easily. Don't let me discover your whereabouts." The sender of the friend request was named Kai Tianlin. Upon seeing the name, a flash of cold, lethal intent crossed Li Ji's eyes. The qualification to participate in the reincarnation game is either entirely random or acquired through substantial sums spent by high-level veteran players for their descendants. Though obtaining a qualification is arduous, only about 10 to 20,000 individuals from a planet enter the reincarnation game each year. However, graduating from the novice phase of the reincarnation game is not particularly difficult. One can graduate simply by advancing to the 3rd tier of strength in the novice world or surviving for 10 years, thus returning to reality with extraordinary power. Theoretically, even if one does nothing but find a place to survive for a decade, they can graduate smoothly. Consequently, the mortality rate in the reincarnation game hovers around a mere 10%, which is relatively low. Most ordinary individuals, provided they exercise caution, can return to reality. These players who return often bring back a wealth of power and knowledge. With this knowledge, accumulated over a millennium, humanity undergoes a profound transformation, evolving into an interstellar civilization that spans the galaxy. Li Gu, in his true identity, is the sole heir of General Li Meng of Kanglan Star, a figure of immense wealth and privilege, living with great splendor. Alas, the realm of politics is exceedingly ruthless. The Kai family, led by Kai Tianlin, orchestrated a plot to frame Li Meng, resulting in his imprisonment and the confiscation of his entire fortune. Fortunately, in this modern age, calamities do not extend to the children and families of the afflicted. Li Gu found himself reduced to a state of destitution, his citizenship diminished to the lowest tier. Yet this did not lead to his imprisonment. Subsequently, Zhao Tiangan, a comrade of Li Meng, took a considerable risk to his own political future and bestowed upon Li Gu a player qualification on the day he came of age, granting him entry into the reincarnation game. The name Kai Tianlin elicited a frigid gaze from Li Gu. This Kai Tianlin belonged to the Kai family and shared the same age as Li Gu, having grown up together as children of military families. Their relationship was far from amicable. The conflict of interest between the Li and Kai families eventually led Kai Tianlin to oppose Li Gu at every turn. With the complete downfall of the Li family, orchestrated by the Kai family, Kai Tianlin leveraged his lineage to similarly secure a qualification for the reincarnation game. Somehow, he had learned of Li Ji's entry into the game and, at the outset, sent a friend request, immediately launching into a mocking taunt. Once he established his own faction, he would be able to connect with the outside world and procure resources for his family. Under normal circumstances, after the Li family's collapse, I would merely be a pauper, while Kai Tianlin, supported by the Kai family, would swiftly advance and indeed overpower me. However, everything has changed. I now possess the necromantic cataclysm system. Li Ji's gaze was icy and filled with murderous intent. He was not one to take matters lightly. The Kai family had betrayed his father, Li Meng, and this was a blood feud. Moreover, Kai Tianlin had brazenly threatened to kill him. Given these circumstances, Li Gu had no qualms about seeking out Kai Tianlin and eliminating him during his novice period, making the Kai family pay a price. However, the world of Ayla was vast, consisting of 9 continents, teeming with empires, kingdoms, and principalities, alongside numerous foreign factions. Additionally, the omnipresent and formidable organization known as the Temple of Light further complicated matters. Thus, finding Kai Tianlin in the expansive realm of Ayla would indeed prove to be a daunting challenge. Li Gu harbored no concerns. endowed with the system of the Undead Calamity. He possessed unwavering confidence that he would grow exponentially within a short span. By that time, as the master of the Undead Calamity, Li Gu would sweep across the entire world of Era, leaving Kai Tianlin with nowhere to hide. Upon receiving a friend request from Kai Tianlin, Li Gu found no amusement in engaging in a petty quarrel. Instead, he casually declined the request and subsequently blocked him. Simultaneously, Li Gu navigated the forum settings to amend his personal information. The reincarnation game permitted account searches based on the appearance and name from 1's memories, which was precisely how Kai Tianlin had managed to send a friend request. Naturally, this method would not divulge any of Li Ji's information. It merely allowed Kai Tianlin to leave a message through the friend request intended to irritate Li Gu. After the downfall of the Li family, witnessing the fickleness of human relationships, Li Gu resolutely decided to block all friend requests. Having resolved these matters, he closed his eyes and gently clenched his fists. He must grow stronger swiftly. His mother was ill, and his daughter was still young. They needed him to support the family. His father's conviction was yet to be finalized, and if he possessed sufficient strength, there might still be a chance for redemption. Uncle Zhao had procured a gaming qualification for him, which could potentially make him a target for attacks. This favor must be repaid. Li Ji's resolve gradually solidified. He possessed numerous compelling reasons to grow stronger, whether for the sake of his beloved friends and family, or for himself. Meanwhile, in another realm, within a secluded corner of the sacred Light Mountain, the headquarters of the Temple of Light, Kai Tianlin, adorned in resplendent priestly robes, noted that his friend's request had been denied. He curled his lip in disdain, his eyes reflecting a blend of resentment and contempt. Li Gu, I shall make you a mere wastrel. Understand that without a family, you are nothing. The million-strong army of skeletons dispatched by Li Gu surged forth like a tumultuous tide, faithfully executing his commands as they advanced southward. Wherever they passed, deities were reduced to mere rubble, beasts fled in terror, and countless villagers sought refuge in panic. All lords of the Western Zhou promptly reported this matter to the headquarters of the Radiant Temple of the Leibwa Kingdom. A calamity of such magnitude, comprising millions of undead? How could this be possible? The bishop stationed in the Leibwa Kingdom, Balzi, gazed wide-eyed, his scalp prickling with apprehension. What does a million-level disaster signify? It is sufficient to raise an entire city. Logically speaking, the entity capable of summoning such a terrifying host of undead must be at least a third-tier lich, potentially wielding the power to command skeletal dragons, a force of unimaginable might. In his terror, Balzi issued an immediate order: notify all nearby nobles and churches to do whatever it takes to halt this advancing army of the undead. The south was the capital of the Leibwa Principality, where Balzi resided. He had no intention of meeting his demise here. Following this directive, Balzi promptly reported to the upper echelons of the Leibwa Principality and the headquarters of the Filan Empire's Holy See. Upon receiving the intelligence, the Filan Empire's Holy See swiftly responded by dispatching their most elite knightly order to quell the unrest. However, such mobilization required time. Little did Balzi realize that his desperate urge to preserve his life inadvertently aided Li Gu by causing the lords of the Western Zhou and minor churches to delay the advance of the skeleton army. Killing knight apprentices yielded 2 disaster points. Slaying spear-wielding infantry granted 1 disaster point. Vanquishing the preparatory paladins of the Radiant Temple accumulated 7 disaster points. A multitude of disaster point notifications flashed rapidly across the screen, accompanied by numerous item pickup prompts. It is noteworthy that the skeletons rewarded by the system were, in essence, Li Ji's summoned entities. Their elimination of game NPCs counted as kills for Li Gu, and their pickups were likewise attributed to him. Furthermore, the pickup mechanism of the reincarnation game allowed for items to be deposited directly into the game backpack. This could be considered a fortunate oversight for Li Gu, enabling remote collection through the skeletons. The game backpack boasted infinite slots, alleviating any concerns regarding capacity. Of course, there were restrictions. Only monster and treasure chest drops could be stored, while other items were prohibited. Observing the rapidly accumulating disaster points and the various loot within his backpack, Li Gu felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that these skeletons had laid waste to an entire city? Li Gu felt a surge of curiosity as he focused his mind and immersed himself in the perspective of the skeletal soldiers. He witnessed an incessant stream of noble armies and the knights of the church hastily approaching to engage in battle with the skeletal horde. The sheer number of 1 million skeletons was indeed formidable. Even in the absence of elite combat power, completely annihilating them proved to be no simple task. The skeletal warriors, undeterred by death, laid waste to entire battalions. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Gu immediately comprehended the situation. To the south lay the capital of the Rebo Kingdom, the residence of both the king and the bishop. Clearly, both the king and the bishop were alarmed, prompting them to command their armies to spare no effort in obstructing the skeletal army. However, this turn of events inadvertently benefited Li Gu, providing him with a substantial influx of experience. He realized the urgency of his escape. Li Gu was acutely aware that once the Rebo Kingdom summoned advanced combat forces and unleashed extraordinary powers, the skeletal army, lacking high-end capabilities, would soon face annihilation. Li Gu intends to take advantage of this period to venture into the Douglas jungle, where he can cultivate in peace. Aubert did not deceive Li Gu. The following day, under Aubert's guidance, Li Gu and his companions arrived at the location of the teleportation array. "Is this the teleportation array you mentioned?" Li Gu gazed ahead, suppressing the urge to scoff. Before him, Aubert summoned a horde of skeletons, laboriously digging up graves. The dilapidated burial mound, already in disrepair, was swiftly excavated by the skeletal hands, revealing a passageway leading to the depths below. Heh, merely a necessary disguise. Oberth awkwardly scratched his head. For an ordinary individual, the sight of a grave would naturally prompt them to steer clear. After all, a cemetery serves as the most effective camouflage, with the exception of necromancers. Li Gu began to comprehend why necromancers were universally reviled. The allure of powerful biological remnants was indeed a tremendous temptation for them. However, it was often the case that the more formidable an individual, the greater the influence of their lineage. When a necromancer desecrated the ancestral graves of a family, it was hardly surprising that the affected would be driven to madness. "Let us proceed," Li Gu uttered. Aubert, understanding the cue, hastened ahead to lead the way. The headless paladin stood closely by, safeguarding Li Gu against unforeseen events. As they traversed the passage, they arrived at a spacious underground chamber. The magical ever-burning lamps arranged on either side flickered to life, illuminating the interior of the crypt. Within, the chamber appeared utterly barren, save for the intricate array of runes etched into the ground at its center. "My lord, this formation was discovered during my youth when I was pursued by nobles for having disturbed their graves," Aubert recounted, stepping forward to retrieve a considerable collection of magical stones. As he meticulously arranged them in the various corners of the formation, nostalgia and reflection adorned his countenance. "I must say, the Douglas Great Jungle is truly a place of fond memories. Alas, my escapade of unearthing the ancestral grave of the Blood Tribe was ultimately revealed, forcing me to make a hasty retreat." Li Ji's lips twitched, pondering how this fellow seemed to unearth treasures wherever he went, surpassing even Hubai in expertise. Before long, Albert had completed his arrangements efficiently. These magic stones were the very ones he had acquired from the teleportation array, and he had been reluctant to part with them even for the sake of survival. As a necromancer, he was adept at making a hasty retreat. Albert wiped the sweat from his brow, supporting his aching back, and feeling the magic of the teleportation array flowing smoothly. He turned to Li Gu and said, "My lord, it is time. We may now utilize this teleportation array." Li Gu did not hasten to enter. Instead, he inquired, "How many more times can the teleportation array be utilized? How many individuals can it transport at once?" "Approximately 3 times, with a maximum of 5 individuals per trip. The energy stones are quite ancient, and their energy has significantly deteriorated," Aubert replied without hesitation. Li Gu nodded, directing his gaze towards the system panel. After a day's wait, the new 1,000,000 skeletons had finally arrived. He summoned 3 skeletal warriors for the initial deployment and instructed them to stand upon the teleportation array. Turning to Aubert, he commanded, "Activate the teleportation array and let them venture forth to scout the path." No one could guarantee what awaited on the other side of the teleportation array. Li Gu was reluctant to teleport, only to inadvertently stumble into a den of ogres, delivering an unwelcome package. Although Aubert expressed some skepticism, knowing that a necromancer's control over skeletons had its limits, beyond which they could no longer be sensed, he refrained from further inquiry. The memory of Li Gu summoning 1,000,000 skeletons the previous day lingered vividly in his mind, an awe-inspiring spectacle. As several skeletal warriors ascended the teleportation array, it activated under Aubert's guidance. The intricate runes illuminated, resembling resplendent decorations, akin to a brilliant starry river, embodying the formidable and profound nature of magical civilization. The ambient light of the West Zhou warped around the array, as if transforming into a black hole, devouring brilliance, accompanied by the resonant hum of a nuclear reactor coming to life. In that fleeting moment, all sound vanished, and with it, the skeletal warriors within the teleportation array also disappeared. Li Gu immediately immersed himself in the perspective of the several skeletons. At the other end of the teleportation array lay a dimly lit underground chamber, devoid of any living beings. This realization allowed Li Gu to exhale with a slight sense of relief. Such teleportation arrays are often constructed by formidable practitioners of the dark arts, facilitating their travel between the Daggerwood jungle and human territories. After all, the human realm boasts a thriving market capable of satisfying desires and providing essential resources for cultivation and daily life. Within the Daggerwood jungle, there exist malevolent professions such as necromancers, curse casters, and body modifiers, all of whom require advanced materials. One side represents life, while the other embodies labor. Consequently, many powerful figures from the dark professions across home continent establish teleportation arrays to cater to their needs for traversing both realms. As for the owner of this particular array, it is highly probable that they have already perished, either captured and executed or fallen victim to an insurmountable foe in the Daggerwood jungle. Li Gu held no concern for the original master of the teleportation array. He merely needed to ascertain that it would indeed allow him safe passage to the Daggerwood jungle. Let us proceed. Li Gu and Oberth, the headless paladin, stepped onto the teleportation array, officially embarking on their journey to the Daggerwood jungle. As the array activated, the very fabric of space seemed to fracture. Light, objects, and even their own forms appeared to stretch infinitely, transforming into elongated strands resembling noodles, tapering from thick to thin. Such an extraordinary sensation persisted until it reached a certain threshold. Li Gu distinctly heard a resounding boom, reminiscent of spatial barriers shattering. Subsequently, he experienced a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself in a new underground chamber. The three skeletal soldiers, previously teleported, stared at him with wide eyes, caught in a moment of bewilderment. To be frank, Li Gu felt his legs weaken, his stomach churning violently, as if he might be on the verge of expulsion. Meanwhile, Obert fared even worse. He lay sprawled on the ground, retching the remnants of last night's meal. The disorienting nature of the teleportation array proved to be far worse than mere motion sickness. Following Obert's selfless contribution, the air quality in the confined and cramped underground chamber deteriorated significantly. Li Gu pinched his nose, disregarding the presence of Aobo beside him, and raised his gaze towards the western Zhou. The underground chamber before him was rather cramped. Apart from the teleportation array, there was merely a staircase leading to the outside world. Li Gu commanded the skeletal warriors to serve as vanguards, leading the way up the staircase to survey the outside world. From the perspective of the skeletal soldiers, after traversing the dimly lit tunnel, they encountered a stone slab blocking the end of the staircase. Upon pushing aside the slab, a shadowy jungle unfolded before Li Ji's eyes. Towering trees filled this forest, with sunlight unable to penetrate its depths, casting an ominous gloom. The air was thick with a dense fog, mingling with a faint scent of decay, while distant roars of ferocious beasts and the wails akin to those of malevolent spirits echoed in the background. Standing within this profound and dark jungle evoked a sense of helplessness, akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean, as if at any moment a monster beyond comprehension would emerge from the depths of the fog. Such a scene would suffice for the making of a horror film, requiring no special effects whatsoever. Li Gu felt no fear. In comparison to death, the emotion of fear seemed utterly superfluous. At present, his objective was crystal clear: to become stronger and return to Kanglan Star to rescue his father, Li Mang, before his impending execution. However, this was an exceedingly formidable goal. Although Kanglan Star was a remote planet, its governor was a formidable figure of the 6th tier. To sway the governor's decisions, one must at least possess the same level of power, as only then would one command any respect. Thus, Li Gu now needed to thrive within the realm of Era and cultivate his strength under the guidance of the formidable Lord Hom, while simultaneously eliminating Kai Tianlin. Just as Li Gu had ascertained that there were no threats outside and prepared to venture into the vast Dela jungle, he suddenly received new intelligence from the skeletal army located in the Republic of Leibois. From the perspective of Li Gu, who is integrated with the skeleton army, one can observe tens of thousands of the church's soldiers standing resolutely before the skeletal horde. Incantations of magic fill the air, while paladins charge forth, and the cacophony of war machines reverberates around them. Astonishingly, the million-strong skeleton army is rapidly diminishing under the onslaught of their opponents, visibly and alarmingly so. As Li Gu assesses the situation at the front lines, he becomes acutely aware of the stark contrast between the irregular troops and the regular forces. To draw a comparison, the skeletal warriors, devoid of any armor or weaponry, are akin to primitive humans facing the advanced weaponry of the elite forces of the Holy Light Temple. Despite their numerical superiority, they are undergoing a relentless slaughter. The significance of high-tier combat strength is underscored by the supportive buffs granted to the skeletons. The knights leading the charge, the mages providing ranged firepower, and the aerial units ensuring air superiority. Only by establishing a coherent military structure can the increase in numbers become meaningful. From the annihilation of the skeletal army at the front lines, Li Gu gleaned crucial insights. However, he felt no sorrow for this battalion of skeletons. Their purpose had been to draw attention and safeguard his retreat. Now that Li Gu had arrived at the Douglas jungle, the strategic objectives of the skeletal army had been fulfilled. Just yesterday, thanks to the command of Bishop Balzi from the Republic of Rebo, a considerable number of ordinary troops had been dispatched to sacrifice themselves. As a result, Li Gu had reaped nearly 10,000 disaster points. It can be said that these 1 million skeletons were indeed worth their weight in gold. For Li Gu, who could claim 1 million skeletons daily, this was entirely manageable. The Knights of the Holy Light Temple in the Republic of Rebo stood bewildered, having anticipated a fierce battle. Little did they know that the resolution would come so effortlessly. Something felt amiss. How could such an astonishing number of undead suddenly materialize? The commander of the operation, the leader of the knightly order, furrowed his brow and resolved to report this matter, urging a thorough investigation by the higher-ups of the Holy Light Church. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Douglas jungle, Li Gu first destroyed the teleportation array to prevent any pursuing enemies from following him, then emerged from the underground chamber. The air was permeated with an unpleasant scent of decay, yet Li Gu felt an unprecedented exhilaration. From this day forth, he would venture forth, slay monsters, and conquer the world. Just as Li Ji's ambition soared, a sharp arrow suddenly sliced through the dense foliage, aimed directly at him. The headless paladin stepped forward, shield in hand, to intercept the arrow. A chilling laughter echoed through the jungle as over 100 bizarre, humanoid creatures emerged from the shadows. Obert's expression grew grave. Fear etched upon his face as he exclaimed, "Serpent men!" The humanoid beings, with skin resembling serpent scales, stood tall at over 2 meters. Their slender forms akin to tall reeds. Most disconcerting were their snake-like heads and their lower bodies, devoid of legs, resembling serpents. They appeared as if venomous snakes had taken on a humanoid form. Obert's anxiety stemmed from the notorious reputation of the serpent men among the malevolent creatures. This race relished in slaughter and the humiliation of their foes. For any creature that fell into their grasp, death was the most merciful outcome. Initially intending to hunt, they were fortunate to encounter 2 humans. The leader of the serpent men, with vertical pupils and cold amber eyes brimming with mockery, surveyed Li Gu and Obert before finally fixing his gaze upon Li Gu. The reason was simple: Li Ji's youth was appealing to them. In the eyes of the serpent men, the young were deemed more entertaining, with his head held high and an air of arrogance. The serpent man leader brandished his spear towards Li Gu, declaring, "Human, you have an opportunity. Kneel before me and beg for mercy." Li Gu paid no heed to the serpentine leader, his gaze sweeping across the terrain of the Western Zhou, his thoughts racing as he deliberated on the imminent assault routes, encirclement strategies, the enemy's potential retreat paths, and his own escape plans. This preliminary gathering of intelligence would prove invaluable at a critical moment. Yet, for those who revel in pompous displays, the most excruciating plight is to be disregarded while posturing. The serpentine leader, eager to project an aura of dominance to his subordinates, found himself greatly vexed by Li Ji's indifference. It is worth noting that within the serpentine lineage lies an innate ability to assess the realm of their adversaries through their aura. Thus, the leader was certain that Li Gu, Oberth, and the headless paladin were all mere apprentices. The serpentine leader could not fathom the audacity of these 3 apprentices, daring to dismiss him so brazenly. "Cursed be this arrogant wretch. I shall ensure that a centipede is forced into your very being." The serpentine leader bellowed an order: "Capture them alive." As his command echoed, over 100 serpents grinned menacingly, their lower bodies twisting like snakes as they surged forward with ferocity. Cold sweat trickled down Oberth's forehead. He sensed that the weakest among these serpents were 5th-tier apprentices, with their leader being a transcendent entity of the 1st rank. In despair, Oberth turned to Li Gu, and upon seeing his calm demeanor, He felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. In that moment, Oberth knew they were secure. Li Gu gazed at the advancing serpent men, a flicker of thought igniting within him. A system panel, visible only to his eyes, manifested as he intently murmured, "Summon and command all skeletal warriors." In an instant, a multitude of skeletal arms erupted from the earth, akin to the resurrection of the deceased, as if the gates of the underworld had swung open. With countless skeletal soldiers clawing their way from the depths below, the once charging 100 serpent men were swiftly encircled by the sea of bones. The viciousness, coldness, and murderous intent etched upon their faces evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. What sorcery is this? From whence do so many skeletons arise? Have they offended the Emperor of the Undead? The entire horde of serpent men was drenched in perspiration. As for their leader, his mouth agape, his pupils quivered, and his limbs turned to jelly. The sheer number was staggering, exceeding 10,000, an endless tide. Moreover, they were surrounded by a staggering million skeletal soldiers. The visual impact and the psychological shock stemming from such numbers were beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. Though Albert had witnessed this once before, he now felt a shiver run down his spine. The thought of a million skeletons was simply awe-inspiring. His master must have received a divine boon from some deity of the underworld. If he followed his master, perhaps he could soar to new heights. Albert turned his gaze towards Li Gu, his loyalty rating undoubtedly having skyrocketed. Is he not fond of smiling? Why does he not smile now? Li Gu coldly regarded the serpent leader, who stood there, dumbfounded. The tides of battle had undeniably shifted. As Li Ji's murderous intent surged, a million skeletal warriors extended from his very being, launching a relentless assault upon the serpentine foes. The ordinary serpent men struggled frantically. Yet the seemingly endless tide of skeletons swiftly engulfed them. The slaughter commenced in that moment. Oberth witnessed the brutal serpent men, their screams escalating in intensity. "No. Damn it. Is there no one to save me? They are clawing at my eyes. I am perishing. Hurry, save me. You bastard, do not touch my rear." Oh, where? Where is off limits? Although the serpent men boasted resilient scales, they were not devoid of vulnerabilities. Their eyes, mouths, and every opening not shielded by armor became prime targets for the skeletal onslaught. The skeletal warriors, akin to hunting hyenas, seized upon any breach with fervor, relentlessly exacerbating the injuries. The serpent leader felt a chill run down his spine, gulping nervously as he turned to flee. But could he escape the wrath of the abbot he had offended? Since Li Gu has taken action, there is no possibility of allowing them to escape. A multitude of skeletons encircled the serpent leader, and Oberth seized the moment to disrupt the serpent leader's spell casting. The headless paladin mounted her steed, brandishing her lance, and boldly charged toward the serpent leader. The serpent leader's eyes widened in disbelief. By the dark goddess, how could there be holy light emanating from this undead creature? Holy light possesses an inherent restraining effect against entities of darkness, the undead, and curses. Yet, this serpent leader was witnessing the impossible, a manifestation of holy light on an undead being. Was this truly not a dream? The headless paladin paid no heed to the serpent leader's astonishment. She wielded her lance and activated the shield of her armor, unleashing the skill, fearless charge, propelling herself with astonishing speed toward the serpent leader's face. Terror gripped the serpent leader's heart as he attempted to retreat. But the endless sea of skeletons from the west blocked every possible escape route. He could only turn sideways and raise his hand to shield his face. The knight's lance pierced through the serpent leader's arm in an instant under the force of her steed's charge, and holy light erupted, emitting a sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat, as the serpent leader's anguish cries echoed through the air. "Damn it, I will kill you." The serpent leader, driven to desperation, became utterly frenzied, his body swelling with noxious green gas. Li Ji's demeanor was serene, akin to a commanding general wielding authority, orchestrating the retreat of the headless knight, while a multitude of ordinary skeleton soldiers filled the ranks. Boom. The terrifying toxins reduced hundreds of skeleton warriors to mere ashes. Yet, the headless knight retreated just in time, remaining unscathed. The serpent leader yearned to pursue, but Li Gu was well versed in the essence of guerrilla warfare. As the serpent leader launched an attack, thousands of skeleton soldiers swiftly shielded the headless knight's withdrawal. When the serpent leader's spellcasting was momentarily halted, the headless knight seized the opportunity to strike. When the serpent leader became fatigued, the headless knight unleashed a ferocious assault. And when the serpent leader sought to escape, it was precisely the moment for pursuit. The strategic adage of the enemy advances, I retreat. The enemy halts, I disturb. The enemy tires, I strike. The enemy retreats, I pursue rendered the serpent leader utterly distressed. Damn it, if you have the ability, face me in a fair fight. The serpent leader roared in rage, only to be met with an endless tide of skeletons and the long spear of the headless knight. Li Gu regarded the serpentine leader's declarations as mere fantasies. Was he jesting? In a scenario where a group assault guaranteed victory, who would engage in a one-on-one duel? This was hardly akin to a silverback gorilla courting a mate. With the headless paladin as the primary force and a million skeletal warriors providing assistance, the wounds on the serpentine leader multiplied. The first-tier serpentine leader, brutally besieged by a million skeletons and the peak of the knightly apprentice, succumbed to the ground, filled with resentment and sorrow. Countless skeletons, akin to locusts feasting upon carrion, swarmed forward to deliver the final blow to the serpentine leader. Oberth observed the gruesome spectacle, feeling a chill run down his spine, even as a fellow necromancer. He had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The might of the current lords was truly formidable. Oberth marveled inwardly. Meanwhile, Li Gu surveyed his spoils. The serpents were of remarkably high quality, and their defeat garnered him over 3,000 points of disaster. Regrettably, no soul essence was obtained among the drops. Only some equipment and items. The serpentine leader yielded a skill book, Corrosive Miasma, first-tier ordinary, which released a toxic mist with corrosive properties, inflicting continuous damage on all within its range. Learning requirements. First-tier evil mage, mental strength exceeding 88 points. Evaluation. A devastating artifact for female warriors. At present, Li Gu could only gaze upon the skill, unable to utilize it. He had to stow it away and turn his attention back to the battlefield. Of the hundreds of serpents, Li Gu had not eradicated them all. He deliberately spared a weaker one to extract information regarding the vicinity. After all, as a newcomer, possessing critical information would ensure Li Gu avoided pitfalls. Oberth, I entrust that serpentine creature to you. Inquire about the nearby intelligence and to which tribe they belong. Li Gu entrusted the interrogation of the serpent man to Aubert. Upon hearing this, Aubert revealed a smile that could frighten small children, rubbing his hands together and assuring, Leave it to me, my lord. A contingent of skeletal soldiers escorted the captive serpent man, following Aubert into a nearby grove, whereupon the air was soon filled with heartrending wails. As a necromancer, albeit an apprentice, Aubert had wandered through various realms, his perspective not lacking. Having dissected countless corpses, he had become a self-taught expert in the art of interrogation. To put it plainly, he could inflict 1,000 cuts, yet none would be fatal. The reason for dragging the captive into the grove was due to Li Ji's compassionate nature. He could not bear to witness such cruelty. Listening to the reassuring cries of anguish, Li Gu was convinced of Aubert's capability in the interrogation, and thus began to examine the corpse of the serpent leader. The serpent possessed parts that could serve as magical materials, and Li Gu pondered whether these materials could be utilized for evolution. Li Gu commanded the headless paladins to strip the scales and cores from the corpses of the serpent folk. Before long, a total of 108 complete sets of serpent scales, including that of the serpent leader, along with their cores, were neatly arranged before Li Gu. However, his gaze lingered on the materials extracted from the serpent leader. Serpent scales, first-tier ordinary, severely damaged serpent scales. Note, can be utilized for the evolution of summoned undead. Serpent core, first-tier ordinary, a core containing the magical essence of the serpent folk. Note, can be utilized for the evolution of summoned undead. Li Ji's gaze swept across the others, and apart from the qualities of apprentices, he found, without exception, hints that could be utilized for evolution. Such delightful revelations brought a smile to Li Ji's face, and he exclaimed that the Dougla Great Jungle was indeed a fortuitous choice. The primary distinction between magical creatures and humans lies in the structural differences of their bodies, which necessitate the storage of magical power in specific organs known as crystal cores. These crystal cores are also among the most prevalent magical materials in the Dougla Great Jungle, teeming with magical creatures. It is akin to possessing an abundance of resources for Li Ji's hunting endeavors. Before long, within this unparalleled environment, Li Gu would be able to summon an army of the undead, brimming with formidable strength and devoid of weaknesses. At that time, even the Temple of Light would be brought to its knees by Li Gu. Let the evolution commence. Li Gu took a deep breath, resolutely commencing the enhancement of his skeletal soldiers with the materials at hand. The evolution of a first-tier ordinary material typically required 5,000 disaster points. However, Due to the elevated grade of the materials, a significant reduction of 4,000 points was applied, allowing him to proceed with merely 1,000 points. As Li Gu confirmed the evolution, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth. The skeletal soldier before him transformed at a visibly astonishing pace. From a mere skeletal form, flesh began to sprout, and its surface was adorned with serpentine scales, gradually morphing into the visage of a serpent man. The system's notification resonated. 1,000 disaster points consumed, along with a first-tier Serpent Man crystal core and first-tier Serpent Man scales, successfully evolving the inferior skeleton soldier. Congratulations on acquiring a new unit. Undead Serpent Man Poison Sorcerer, Apprentice, 9th rank. Li Gu surveyed the wretched skeleton soldier, now transformed into a venomous necromancer of the Serpentine Undead. This new incarnation was even more slender than the previous serpent leader. Its scales a haunting shade of grayish-white. Most chilling was the absence of eyes in its hollow sockets, replaced instead by two eerie green flames, reminiscent of a soulless husk, exuding a morbid aura characteristic of the undead. Curious about the necromancer's combat prowess, Li Gu examined its attributes. Undead Serpentine Venomancer Realm, Apprentice Level 9, restricted by Host Realm. Cannot be upgraded, Template, Elite, Protection 1, Undead Venom. Upon transformation, attacks imbue undead toxins, enhancing the potency of toxic assaults. Note: lacking materials, cannot evolve. Skills: Venomous Curse, Toxic Bomb, Green Missile Attributes, Constitution 77, Strength 69, Agility 88, Spirit 90 Equipment, Venomous Staff Evaluation, Deadly Toxic Master. Quite commendable. Li Gu nodded in satisfaction. The overflow of energy from utilizing high-grade materials had endowed the Undead Serpentine Venomancer with an elite template. An elite undead at Apprentice Level 9 possessed sufficient combat capability to engage in a few exchanges with the former serpent leader, and merely exchanging blows was more than adequate. For Li Ge's true strength lay in his strategy of the Bone Sea. As long as he could deploy even a modicum of power to restrain the local high-tier forces, he could buy time to mobilize his skeletal soldiers, ensnaring the enemy within an endless ocean of the undead. Subsequently, Li Gu utilized the remaining materials to evolve the skeleton soldiers. Most of the leftover materials were of ordinary quality, with some even of inferior grade. All at the apprentice level. The evolution process was remarkably inexpensive, requiring merely 100 disaster points to complete. After expending tens of thousands of disaster points, Li Gu has acquired over 100 elite templates of apprentice-level warriors, ranging from the 3rd to the 5th rank among the undead serpent men. This marks the establishment of a formidable army at his disposal. A smile graced Li Ji's lips. The combat prowess of the undead serpent warriors surpasses that of ordinary inferior skeleton soldiers. In future battles, they can serve as Li Ji's elite guard or as specialized strike forces, adept at breaching formations and executing surprise assaults. This grants Li Gu a more versatile strategic repertoire. More importantly, through this endeavor, Li Gu has glimpsed the path to his future empowerment. It is crucial to recognize that this world is teeming with myriad magical beasts, dragons, titans, and behemoths. As Li Gu grows stronger, the hunt for these creatures will yield abundant resources. With a mere wave of his hand, skeletal dragons will roar in the heavens, and countless undead will bellow upon the earth, marking him as a true harbinger of undead calamity. At this moment, Oberth, who was responsible for the interrogation, emerged from the thicket, wiping the blood from his attire as he addressed Li Gu. "My lord, I have gathered the necessary information." Li Gu lifted his gaze as Obert continued to elucidate. This group of serpent men belonged to a large tribe known as the Green Armored Tribe, comprising approximately 2,000 individuals, with the mightiest being a first-tier elite serpent man chieftain. A tribe of such considerable size made Li Gu realize why this serpent leader could muster a small squad of over 100 warriors. "Do you have any idea about the first-tier combatants within this tribe?" Li Gu inquired further. "According to that fellow, a first-tier could serve as a captain. The Green Armored Tribe boasts 12 first-tier warriors, among whom 11 are elite soldiers, with only the Serpent Chieftain being a first-tier elite." Listening to Obert's explanation, Li Gu nodded slightly, contemplating whether he could conquer this Green Armored Tribe. Excluding the faction he had decimated, the tribe still possessed 10 first-tier elite soldiers, 1 first-tier elite, and a formidable force of 2,000 serpent men. A moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. After a brief reflection, Li Gu resolved to temporarily abandon this pursuit. Each day, he could amass 100,000 skeleton soldiers, rendering haste unnecessary. It was wiser to focus on gradual development. Consequently, Li Gu redirected his inquiries towards nearby lesser tribes. Why challenge the strong when he could grow stronger by vanquishing the weak? Once he attained greater strength, those once formidable adversaries would seem trivial, providing an even greater satisfaction in confronting them. Located at the fringes of the Dougla jungle, numerous tribes weaker than the green-armored tribe abounded. There were the brain-eating monkeys, who preferred to lurk in treetops to hunt passing creatures, the spider tribe, capable of setting elaborate traps with their silk, and the herds of black-water buffalo. These monstrous factions thrived on Dougla's abundant ecological resources, generally avoiding territorial disputes. For they were not players, slaughter would not augment their power, and thus they refrained from engaging in meaningless conflicts beyond hunting. Though the monsters were not players, Li Gu was indeed a player, and a player with a system. Slaying monsters not only yielded loot but also provided materials and catastrophe points, an expeditious means for Li Gu to bolster his strength. Let us proceed to eliminate these smaller tribes, he commanded, mounting the headless paladin's steed and beckoning Obert to follow, leading his legion of over 1,000,000 skeletons onward. Obert trailed behind, his countenance reflecting astonishment at the newly evolved undead serpent warlocks and warriors, yet he wisely refrained from speaking further. In this era, the swiftest route to power was not through innate talent or sheer effort, but rather by clinging to the coattails of the mighty. Shortly after Li Gu and his undead army departed, the serpent men of the green-armored tribe arrived at the scene. Witnessing the numerous serpent corpses, skinned and stripped of their cores, they trembled with rage. How dare you provoke the green-armored tribe? Whoever you are, you shall pay the price, a bloody price, roared the leading serpent captain, as hundreds of serpent men raised their weapons in unison, echoing, blood for blood, blood for blood. Their bloodthirsty cries reverberated through the dense forest, startling countless birds into flight. Meanwhile, Li Gu had already led his forces away and identified his first target for hunting, ready to commence his action. Li Gu has selected a location inhabited by the fire demon tribe. This article searches for the novel Duan Qingxi available for free reading. The so-called fire demons can be traced back to the abyssal demons, purportedly the offspring of infernal beasts and certain humanoid beings. However, no one can ascertain the veracity of this claim. As he listened to Albert narrate the background of the fire demons, Li Gu concealed himself within the foliage. Gazing into the distance, there, approximately 60 beings stood, each resembling the height of an average human, yet their skin appeared as if crafted from obsidian rock. With crimson flames flickering atop their heads, akin to the peculiar creature known as the flame-headed captain, they were feasting upon the carcass of a venomous wild boar. My lord. Among this group of fire demons, the strongest possesses only the power of a 9th-tier apprentice, lacking any first-tier combat capability, Albert reported to Li Gu. Thanks to his extensive travels, Albert had mastered a spell that enabled him to discern the strength of others, allowing Li Gu to quickly assess the overall prowess of the fire demons present. Li Gu surveyed the surroundings, his consciousness expanding, and instantly, the skeletal army parted to the sides, silently encircling the fire demons. Attack, he commanded with his mind. An endless tide of white bones surged forth, akin to a natural disaster. The astonishing spectacle left the fire demons in a state of sheer terror. Instinctively, they sought to flee, only to find themselves with no escape. Immediately, the undead serpent men, led by their venomous sorcerer, charged at the fire demons. The fire demons had no time to react before being engulfed by the sea of bones. Fire demon slain, awarded 20 disaster points. Fire demon slain, awarded 50 disaster points. Fire demon slain, awarded 8 disaster points. A series of notifications resounded, filling Li Gu with immense satisfaction. A mere 60 fire demons posed no threat whatsoever. And soon they were all vanquished, netting Li Gu over 1,000 disaster points. The cores of the fire demons evolved into fire skeleton soldiers. Possessing a degree of fire elemental attack capability, Li Gu relentlessly pressed on as the million-strong army of skeletons dispersed, forming countless scouting parties that systematically annihilated all the monstrous tribes of the Western Zhou. In dealing with these creatures, Li Gu harbored no thoughts of ecological balance. His sole objective was to exhaust every resource, thereby elevating his own power to its zenith in a remarkably brief span of time. Within the mere course of a single day, an untold number of monsters were ruthlessly dispatched. Li Gu consequently acquired a substantial amount of loot. Although the drop rate for soul essence is exceedingly low, it cannot compare to the staggering number of creatures Li Gu has hunted. In merely one day, Li Gu ascended from the 5th rank of apprentice to the 8th rank. He stands but one step away from reaching the pinnacle of apprenticeship, on the threshold of the 1st tier. Such a pace is undoubtedly astonishing. After all, this novice world has only just commenced its 2nd day. The majority of new players in the reincarnation game are still in the phase of acclimatizing to their identities. A select few, endowed with advantages, have begun their training, and achieving even a modest elevation of 1 or 2 minor realms is commendable. However, Li Ji's remarkable rise to the 8th rank of apprentice in just 2 days is nothing short of a fantastical tale, akin to a legend of the most extraordinary nature. Li Gu has also come to realize the remarkable aspect hidden within the necromantic cataclysm system. Every undead creature summoned is regarded as an extension of Li Ji's power. A kill by the undead is equivalent to a kill by Li Gu himself. Unlike other players in the cycle game, who must personally defeat monsters to obtain loot, Li Gu, with his inexhaustible army of undead, is undoubtedly far more efficient. It can be said that, in the long run, Li Gu is destined to become the fastest leveler within the cycle game. Today's frenzied hunting has also yielded a substantial amount of resources for Li Gu. At this moment, the variety of undead troops under his command has significantly expanded. There are as many as 6 elite templates alone, while only the Headless Paladin remains as the sole advanced template. The total number of elite template undead soldiers has already surpassed 1,000. Unfortunately, evolution demands the expenditure of cataclysm points, and to evolve into the apprentice realm, elite template undead troops require at least 100 cataclysm points. Presently, Li Ji's greatest challenge lies in having an abundance of materials, yet insufficient cataclysm points. Nevertheless, compared to yesterday, this newfound combat strength is akin to upgrading from a makeshift firearm to a formidable cannon. Should Li Gu engage in another battle with Isaac, he would undoubtedly end it with ease. Tomorrow, he will set out to confront the Green Armor tribe. Li Gu remained deeply fixated on the Green Shell tribe, particularly drawn to the elite template of the 1st-tier Serpent Man Chieftain. Should he succeed in vanquishing the chieftain, Li Gu would undoubtedly evolve into a necromantic entity rivaling even the Headless Paladin. Furthermore, the Green Shell tribe's substantial size meant that exterminating the Serpent Man tribe would yield a significant bounty of plague points, as well as essence of souls. Most importantly, having firmly established itself within the sprawling Dogra jungle for an extended period, the Green Shell tribe likely represented a formidable and mature power. The Cycle of Rebirth game offers additional rewards for the obliteration of such factions. Li Gu is quite looking forward to it. As night falls, the Douglas jungle becomes exceedingly dark, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Li Gu sat before the crackling fire, flanked by the Headless Paladin tasked with his protection, while Obert diligently roasted the wild boar freshly hunted. The damp firewood snapped and crackled in the flames, sending sparks spiraling upwards in the warm currents. Under the intense heat, the proteins in the boar's meat began to denature, and the fats transformed into liquid oil. Hissing as they cooked, the Maillard reaction took effect, filling the air with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted pork. Li Gu, while savoring the slices of meat he had deftly carved, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Obert. His fondness for their dialogue stemmed not from Aubert's wit, but rather from the wealth of experiences and adventures Obert had encountered during his travels. Their exchanges served as a valuable conduit for Li Gu to swiftly grasp the intricacies of this new realm known as Era. Just as their conversation flowed, an unexpected interruption occurred. The scattered skeleton soldiers returned with a message. Through the vigilant perspective of the skeletal soldiers, Li Gu observed a hunting party of approximately 100 serpent people. This group of serpents was cautiously scrutinizing the Western Zhou skeletons, their scalps tingling with unease and their eyes filled with terror. Their whispered conversations reverberated back to Li Gu through the skeletal soldiers. Why had there suddenly been such an influx of undead? Could it be that something had transpired in the Necromancer's Gorge to prompt a mass migration of lower-tier undead? Yet, what was there to fear? These were merely the most rudimentary of skeletons, acting solely on instinct. As long as they were not provoked, they posed no threat. Nevertheless, the sheer numbers were daunting. The numerous serpent people exchanged anxious murmurs. Positioned at the periphery of Li Ji's skeletal legion, they were acutely aware that 1,000,000 skeletons could effortlessly forge an extensive defensive line stretching for dozens of kilometers. The skeletons here primarily served as sentinels. Thus, they were sparsely distributed, with only one visible every dozen meters or so. Even so, this instilled a profound sense of oppression among the serpent people. "Captain, what should we do now?" One of the subordinates inquired, to which the serpent captain replied with grave seriousness, surveying the endless skeletal ranks before him. We must retreat and inform our chieftain. He will decide our course of action. Initially, this captain had been intent on pursuing Li Gu, seeking vengeance for the serpent people that Li Gu had previously annihilated. However, now he dared not even mention the notion of retribution. With so many skeletal soldiers present, who could ascertain whether more formidable undead lurked among them? Yet, as the serpent people contemplated their retreat, Li Gu had no intention of allowing them to escape. Judging by their appearances and the styles of their equipment, it was evident that these serpent people hailed from the Green Shell tribe. Li Gu was poised to take action against the Green Shell tribe the following day. He could not permit this group of serpent people to return and relay their findings. More crucially, eliminating this batch of serpent people would diminish the strength of the Green Shell tribe, thereby ensuring a smoother battle to come. Li Gu gazed upon the serpentine beings and issued a command. In an instant, the previously disordered skeletal army charged fearlessly towards the snake men. What in the world is happening? The captain of the snake men was both astonished and enraged. However, the relentless tide of skeletons ensnared the 100-strong contingent of snake men in their advance. Simultaneously, Li Ji's elite undead combat units, accompanied by tens of thousands of skeletons, formed a vast net, reminiscent of a primordial beast opening its cavernous maw. They divided into three formidable forces, the central army tasked with delaying the enemy, while the left and right flanks maneuvered to encircle the snake men entirely. It is over. The snake man captain's eyes widened in horror, his body trembling as his emotions shifted from rage to fear, as if plummeting into an abyss, his limbs turning cold. The remaining snake men were equally horrified, each appearing as though mourning a great loss. The white torrent of the undead mercilessly devoured the multitude of snake men. Meanwhile, Albert continued to boast to Li Gu, recounting tales of his past, blissfully unaware that amidst their light-hearted banter, Li Gu had already obliterated a hunting party of snake men numbering in the hundreds, including the first-tier captain of their ranks. To Li Ji's delight, that first-tier captain had yielded a shard of soul essence. While it did not match the quality of the piece dropped by Isaac, it still promised a reward of 200 experience points. Li Gu did not hesitate and immediately utilized the essence of the soul. A prompt echoed, consumed 170 experience points, breaking through to the 9th rank of apprentice. Basic attributes enhanced, and gained 2 free attribute points. My lord, I am not exaggerating. In my youth, I, old Albert, was renowned across the countryside as a striking young man. Albert reminisced about his youth. Suddenly, he sensed Li Ji's aura surging dramatically, as he had already ascended to the 9th rank of apprentice, reaching the same realm as himself. This revelation left Albert wide-eyed and slack-jawed, his jaw dropping as if the meat in his mouth had fallen to the ground. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? How did I break through after just a meal? Albert's mind was nearly overwhelmed. In the span of a single day, Li Gu had surpassed the efforts of his own 60 to 70 years. Comparing oneself to others can lead to despair. Comparing goods leads to discarding. At this moment, Albert acutely felt the stark contrast between himself and Li Gu, a disparity greater than that between a man and a pig. The pork in his mouth had lost its savory flavor. Li Gu, savoring the invigorated strength of his physique, felt an undeniable sense of elation. The sensation of his enhanced prowess was akin to a vivid awareness of his own evolution. This exhilaration resonated from the depths of his soul, surpassing any other delight. Observing the 2 points of free attributes, Li Gu, adhering to his customary practice, allocated them to his mental attributes before promptly accessing his attribute panel. Li Gu reputation, 160, unknown, occupation, necromancer, common, realm, apprentice 9th rank, 301000, skills, skeleton summoning, bone shield technique, dark energy missile, slow curse, poison dart attributes, constitution 32, strength 31, agility 36, spirit 61 equipment, dark staff, cowhide light armor, spider silk belt, agile boots, phosphorescent hood, sapphire pendant, spirit bracelet. Thanks to today's extensive hunting, Li Ji's equipment slots are now nearly filled. Although the highest quality is merely that of an apprentice's fine gear, it is a significant improvement from his previous bare state. Moreover, Li Gu has mastered a new spell, giving him the semblance of a genuine mage. The only lament is that his profession as a necromancer is of common quality, resulting in minimal enhancements with each level up, rendering his base attributes significantly inferior to those of high-tier units such as the venomous serpent warlock and the headless paladin. However, Li Gu is not in a rush regarding this matter. After all, he has swiftly progressed to the 9th rank of apprentice in just one day. He believes that attaining the advanced career path of a necromancer will not pose much difficulty for him. For now, the priority is to elevate his level and effectively manage his undead army to enhance overall combat strength. After all, the Undead Plague system is Li Ji's greatest reliance. Next, he awaits tomorrow's expedition to eradicate the Green Armor tribe. Li Gu was eagerly anticipating this. The rewards for annihilating a faction were significantly more substantial than those for eliminating individual units. That very night, Li Gu managed to endure a night in the wilderness, guarded by the headless undead knight and the venomous necromancer of the undead serpents. The following dawn, a system notification chimed. 100,000 skeleton soldiers have been successfully credited to your account. What a reassuring message it was. A smile crept upon Li Ji's lips. Including the previous day's count, he now commanded a staggering 200,000 skeleton soldiers. It could be said that even if Li Gu chose to hide and languish in one spot for a year without further development, he could still amass over 300 million skeleton soldiers, easily taking on any grounded dragon. However, Li Gu could not afford such luxury. His father remained imprisoned, and he needed to grow stronger swiftly to gain leverage for negotiations. It was time to set forth. After consuming a modest meal, Li Gu rose, transformed the materials taken from the slain first-tier serpent captain into a new undead serpent necromancer, and then led his army to formally advance towards the green-armored tribe. Meanwhile, within the green-armored tribe, the serpent chief Snek sat in a brooding silence at the head of the long table, flanked by first-tier officials of the tribe. Avi and Jodin have not returned all night. Do any of you have any leads? Snek's vertical pupils glimmered with cold fury, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the assembled officials. As a large tribe of 2,000, the green-armored tribe relied heavily on hunting for sustenance, with all upper echelons doubling as leaders of the hunting teams. Avi and Jodin, mentioned by Snek, were the leaders of the 2 hunting parties dispatched the previous day. Their absence clearly indicated a mishap. Observing the silence enveloping the serpent officials, Snek's anger escalated. He slammed his palm onto the iron table, causing a dent to form with a resounding crash that sent shivers through the assembly. The loss of 2 hunting teams and 2 first-tier warriors was a significant blow to the green-armored tribe. Enraged, Snek bellowed, "Investigate. Immediately find the perpetrators who killed Avi and Jodin. I shall personally exact revenge." At once, the 9 serpent officials promptly rose to rally their subordinates, preparing to thoroughly investigate the matter. However, before Snek could calm his fury, he noticed the frantic return of the serpent officials, their faces pale with fear. His brow furrowed, and he was about to unleash his wrath when they cried out in terror, "Chief, it's dire. Our tribe is surrounded by a vast horde of undead." "What?" The sudden news startled Snek, his brow knitting in anger as he demanded, "What are our scouts in the west doing?" "Chief, there is nothing we can do. The enemy is too numerous. They have sealed off all paths from the west, and are now converging towards the tribe." The serpent officials lamented, their expressions a mix of dread and helplessness. Snek's eyes widened, filled with incredulity and fury. The green-armored tribe, the largest in the vicinity, had always dominated the region, and now they found themselves encircled in such a manner. To deny his fear would be a lie. Realizing that fear was futile at this juncture, Snek immediately commanded, "Notify all tribesmen to enter a state of war. Activate all defensive measures. Our survival hinges on this moment." With Snek's command, a multitude of serpents emerged from their lairs, ascending the ramparts, climbing the arrow towers, and positioning heavy artillery. From the perspective of the skeletons on the front line, the green-armored tribe was perched atop a steep mountain, boasting formidable wooden walls, a veritable stronghold that was difficult to breach. Li Gu was not concerned at that moment. He found himself several kilometers away from the green-armored tribe. In non-essential circumstances, he deliberately kept his distance from the main battlefield, a fundamental virtue of any commander. After all, if even Li Gu were to perish, the outcome of the ensuing conflict would hold no significance for him, regardless of victory or defeat. For Li Gu, survival was paramount. Only by preserving his own life could the notions of triumph or failure bear meaning. Thus, equipped with the ability to command from afar, he would not foolishly rush to the front lines to engage in a display of bravado. This mountainous region was densely forested, filled with jagged rocks, however. For the serpent folk, this environment posed little difference from the flatlands, as their adversaries held a considerable advantage in terrain. Li Gu observed the scene before him, undaunted. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the terrain could not grant the green-armored tribe the advantage needed to turn the tide. He swiftly devised a plan. And with a subtle shift of thought, the entire undead army surged forward, as if an extension of Li Ji's own will, charging like a formidable wave towards the green-armored tribe. The dense sea of skeletons surged violently towards the vicinity of the tribe, causing the vigilant serpent folk to feel a chill run down their spines. Undead. An unending horde of undead. How many serpent folk had ever witnessed such a sight? Fear, akin to the very undead before them, instantly filled their hearts. By the dark goddess, how could there be so many undead? Had we incurred the wrath of the undead emperor? It was over. They were doomed. Despair enveloped the entire green-armored tribe, overshadowing the heads of 2,000 serpent folk. Snek stood agape, his mind nearly overwhelmed, a desire to slay the scouts bubbling within him. What was this? Not merely a mass of undead, but a calamity of the undead. In the face of such dire circumstances, Snek refrained from complaints, scarcely possessing the time to think. He bellowed. What are you all staring at? Do you intend to wait idly for your demise? Defend with all your strength. Instantly, arrows rained down like a deluge, and the thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed. Logs and stones, accompanied by various spells, were hurled from the walls. Numerous skeletons were obliterated on the spot, becoming the first casualties. Yet, Li Gu possessed a staggering 200,000 skeletons, a war of attrition that would merely serve as a reward for him. The frenzied skeletons, brandishing their rusted swords, climbed over the green-armored tribe's defenses. The mounting casualties even formed a ramp of skeletal remains beneath the walls. The serpent folk of the green-armored tribe, akin to survivors besieged by zombies in an apocalyptic scenario, gazed in despair at the seemingly infinite onslaught of skeletons, their resources, stamina, and willpower rapidly depleting, teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Snek's impotent rage boiled. Who could imagine that the chieftain of the green-armored tribe would be reduced to masking his fear with fury? At this moment, Snek had already deduced who had slain Avi and Jotun the previous day, yet he lacked the courage for vengeance. An endless sea of undead. Who could withstand such a force? If surrender were an option, Snek would have likely torn off his undergarments and waved a white flag in surrender. Just as Snek was engulfed in terror, a captain from his ranks approached with news. Chieftain, the number of skeletons to the north is minimal. They have not completed the encirclement. Upon hearing this information, Snek felt invigorated, considering numerous possibilities. Surely, our tribe was unfortunate, situated directly in the path of these undead. The north was a potential escape route. Without hesitation, Snek made a decisive choice. He did not intend to carry all his kin with him, but instead summoned the remaining 9 first-tier warriors, severing ties with the rest of his kin to flee northward. What folly it would be to drag along family in such a situation. It would be a certain death. With the strongest first-tier warriors, their chances of breaking through and surviving would be maximized. Yet, Snek did not anticipate that as they began their escape towards the north, a smile curled at the corners of Li Ji's mouth. A manifestation of ancestral wisdom in a game of 3 against 1. What Snek perceived as an escape route was, in fact, a clever ruse devised by Li Gu to feign weakness and lure the tiger from its mountain lair. Once Snek's formidable forces from the Greenscale tribe departed, the tribe would be akin to a tower bereft of its foundation, easily toppled with a mere kick. Although Snek's individual combatants were indeed powerful, without the vast serpent army to support them, Li Gu could unleash his seemingly limitless legion of undead to enact a strategy of attrition, swiftly depleting their stamina before delivering a decisive blow. Unbeknownst to Snek, his establishment of the Greenscale tribe was solely predicated on brute strength. He had no inkling of the treacherous nature of tactical warfare. As Snek and his 9 first-tier warriors departed the Greenscale tribe, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of skeletal soldiers from the Western Zhou. Given their strength, they traversed the terrain with ease, soon escaping 1,000 meters from the tribe. Ha ha ha. As expected, having narrowly escaped, Snek laughed heartily, reminiscent of the legendary Mingda at Huarong Path. Yet, glancing back towards the tribe, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Just the day before, he had commanded 2,000 warriors, reigning supreme. And now he was left with nothing. Cursed undead. Once I report this matter to the great pale-winged monarch, you shall pay dearly. Snek gritted his teeth in fury, cursing vehemently, yet his feet carried him forward without pause, as he hurriedly fled into the distance. However, as Snek and his contingent of 10 believed they had escaped the jaws of death, a seemingly endless tide of undead surged before them. How could this be? Snek's pupils constricted as he contemplated retreat, only to find their path back cut off by an unyielding horde of skeletons. In that moment, the realization dawned upon him. He had fallen into a trap. Although he had guessed correctly, no reward awaited him. The relentless skeletal army charged forth, intent on ending Sneck's life. Previously, Li Gu had evolved the elite units of the undead serpent men, including the venomous warlocks and warriors, primarily to contend with Sneck and his ilk. With the unending tide of skeletons accompanying them, Sneck and his serpent kin swiftly comprehended the true meaning of a necromantic calamity. The high-ranking combatants among the serpent men found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. Meanwhile, within the Green Armor tribe, the flight of the chieftain and all senior officials dealt a severe blow to morale, causing over 2,000 serpent men to panic, with many abandoning their defensive positions atop the walls in a desperate bid to flee northward. This retreat cost them the advantage of the walls, and their formation became disordered, rendering them utterly vulnerable to slaughter. Time slipped away inexorably. Before long, only the mightiest Sneck remained, and amidst his impotent roars, he was dispatched by the undead serpent warrior, his throat pierced, leading to his demise. The moment Sneck breathed his last, a system notification echoed. Annihilation of the first-tier force, Green Armor Tribe, awarded 100,000 disaster points. Subsequently, the reincarnation game conducted the final settlement of Li Ji's extermination campaign. Annihilation of the first-tier force, Green Armor Tribe, settlement in progress. Annihilation speed, extremely rapid. Annihilation difficulty, nightmare. Annihilation extent, total extermination. Comprehensive evaluation, extraordinary. Congratulations, you have received a reward of 3,000 gold coins. Reputation 100. Hearing the notifications by his ear, Li Ji's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Gold coins served as the currency of the reincarnation game, and beyond the usual trading functionalities. Their most significant capability was the ability to convert the game's powers into reality. With sufficient gold, one could transport game levels, skills, equipment, and more into the real world. 3,000 gold coins equated to 30 million copper coins, a truly substantial fortune for a first-tier entity. Undoubtedly, such astonishing rewards were a reflection of the comprehensive evaluation bestowed by the reincarnation game. Extraordinary. The so-called comprehensive evaluation was determined by 3 criteria: difficulty, speed, and extent. The speed and extent were self-explanatory, simply measuring how swiftly and cleanly the adversaries were eliminated. However, the difficulty could vary based on one's realm and the presence of external assistance, as evidenced by Li Ji's extermination of the Green Armor Tribe. Li Gu, at the apprentice level, confronted the Green Armored Tribe, a formidable first-tier force, an endeavor that transcended his current capabilities. Moreover, the army of the undead under his command is classified as his summoned entities within the game's parameters, thus rendering this a solo conquest. The daunting task of single-handedly vanquishing 10 first-tier powerhouses drew a nightmarish difficulty rating from the reincarnation game. It is through the synthesis of various dimensions that Li Gu attained an extraordinary accolade. Consequently, he was rewarded with 3,000 gold coins and 100 points of reputation. Furthermore, upon the annihilation of the Green Armor Tribe, the Undead Cataclysm System bestowed upon him an additional 100,000 Cataclysm points. The Cataclysm points acquired from exterminating a force far surpassed those obtained from individual slayings. Li Gu was quite intrigued by this, just as he was contemplating. A game prompt sounded. You have achieved an accomplishment. Would you like to announce it to the world using your real name? Li Gu initially chose to decline. The real name registration for online activities seemed far too advanced for him. Having opted for anonymity, he would continue to use the alias Ming Wang for his announcements. Shortly thereafter, all players engaged in the reincarnation games within the world of Era heard an announcement. Congratulations to the new player Ming Wang for annihilating a first-tier tribe. Achieving the accomplishment, Solo Annihilator. Reputation 300. Obtained a first-tier diamond treasure chest. As the announcement echoed, players across the Era world widened their eyes in astonishment, their scalps tingling with excitement. The forums erupted with fervor, an avalanche of messages flooding the screens. What the hell? A solo annihilation of a first-tier tribe? How little time has passed? What on earth did this Ming Wang acquire? Is this even a question of status? How could his strength escalate so dramatically? It has only been 3 days. My luck is decent, having become a prince of the duchy, yet even so, on the 3rd day, I was still getting accustomed to the environment, too fearful to make bold moves lest I expose myself, while Ming Wang has gone on a killing spree. Has he attained the identity of a world-destroying demon lord? This is utterly absurd. Within a mere 3 days, on the 1st day, he achieved 1,000 kills. And by the 3rd day, he single-handedly obliterated a tribe. This transcends mere identity, Ming Wang's prowess is truly terrifying. All players were left in utter shock. Engaging in animated discussions. The evaluation of achievements within the reincarnation games is notoriously stringent. Being classified as a solo annihilator signifies that Li Ge had not received any assistance from other factions in terms of troops, items, or resources. He had purely relied on his own abilities to eradicate a first-tier tribe. Under normal circumstances, accomplishing such a feat would require not just a second-tier status, but at least a first-tier 9th rank, or even peak first-tier strength. Yet, in just 3 days, while all other players were still familiarizing themselves with the game and their identities, still at the apprentice level, he achieved this nearly impossible task. Whether they were previous doubters of Li Ge or those who believed he relied solely on his status, now they were left with only 2 words in their minds. Incredible. What a farce. This so-called Ming Wang is not even worth a single hair of mine. At the headquarters of the Temple of Light in the Arrow World, Kai Tianlin scoffed disdainfully, brimming with confidence in his own identity. For Kai Tianlin had acquired the status of one of the 9 divine heirs of the Temple of Light. Divine heirs are the progeny of the gods. They are supreme beings born from the pleas of the Temple of Light to the deities of the Light Pantheon for their powers to descend to the mortal realm. With this identity, Kai Tianlin was already on par with a candidate for the papacy within the Temple of Light, and even if his future were to falter, he would still become a cardinal. Not to mention that once he established his own faction, he could leverage his family's resources for further development. With the Kai family's assets combined with Kai Tianlin's identity, he held absolute confidence in transforming the world of Era into his private domain. At that time, what was this Ming Wang compared to him? Unworthy even to hold his shoes. As for Li Ge, I will surely hunt you down and crush you like a mere mouse. Kai Tianlin brimmed with self-assurance. As a divine heir, he believed himself to be invincible. At that moment, a priest from the Temple of Light arrived. Kai Tianlin quickly composed his expression, feigning calmness as he turned to inquire, "What is it?" "Greetings, Son of God. His Holiness the Pope seeks your presence," the priest replied with great reverence. Kai Tianlin's brow arched, a hint of unease creeping into his heart. He was well aware that while the divine heir status was formidable, exposure would lead to retaliation from the Temple of Light, a fate far worse than death. "Do you know what the Pope requires of me?" Kai Tianlin asked, seeking assurance. The priest hesitated for a moment before quietly responding. "It should pertain to the continent of Home. It is said that a large number of undead appeared there inexplicably a few days ago." Assured that his identity had not been compromised, Kai Tianlin relaxed and promptly made his way to the Pope's location. Li Ge felt invigorated upon hearing about the rewards. A first-tier diamond treasure chest. He sought nothing more than to uncover valuable materials, for he was certain that it would allow him to evolve a unit even more formidable than the Headless Paladin. Moreover, in addition to the diamond chest, he was also granted a substantial 300 reputation points, adding the previous 160 points and the 100 points from vanquishing the Green Armor tribe. Li Ge's reputation now soared to 560 points. He had undoubtedly reached the threshold of prominence. In the realm of the reincarnation game, reputation is categorized into 8 distinct levels: nameless rookie, emerging talent, notable figure, rising star, renowned in the Western seas, dominant in the West, world famous, and immortalized in history. Each level of reputation yields varying effects. With Li Ge now at the emerging talent level, his interactions with ordinary NPCs would be met with respect. Should he choose to align himself with a faction, he could bypass the lower ranks and ascend to a position of management. Furthermore, if Li Ge were to establish his own faction, the quality and quantity of NPCs seeking to join him would significantly improve, the likelihood of monster sieges would diminish. And various aspects such as commerce, faction negotiations, and combat morale would all be positively influenced. Indeed, one's reputation, much like a tree casting its shadow, plays a crucial role in personal growth. Li Ge certainly did not mind that his reputation was sufficiently high. He then cast his gaze upon the first-tier diamond treasure chest, awarded for his recent solo conquest. With an expression of anticipation, "I wonder what splendid treasures it may contain." The contents of the treasure chest are entirely random. However, the first-tier diamond treasure chest corresponds to first-tier exquisite items. Regardless of what it may yield, it is unlikely to be of inferior quality, even if it proves unnecessary. Once he establishes his own faction, selling it will surely fetch a substantial sum of gold coins. Li Ge retrieved the diamond treasure chest from his inventory. Instantly, a chest approximately half a meter high and nearly 70 centimeters long materialized before him. Unlike chests of bronze, silver, or gold, This chest radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding a diamond-like texture. Regrettably, the chest was non-tradable, would vanish upon being opened, and could not serve as material for evolution. Li Ge felt a tinge of regret. Had this treasure chest been tradable, the mere exterior of the gem would surely command a substantial sum. However, the true value of the chest lay within its contents. With anticipation coursing through him, Li Ge reached out to unlock the diamond chest. A dazzling brilliance erupted forth as the chest opened, its exterior vanishing into thin air. An artifact materialized before him, accompanied by an announcement. Ding. You have unlocked a Tier 1 diamond chest. Congratulations on acquiring the Heart of Bones, Tier 1 treasure. Curious. Li Ge raised his gaze. Before him lay the so-called Heart of Bones, no larger than a fist, resembling a heart, yet exhibiting the color and texture of bone, akin to a meticulously crafted model. Strangely, the Heart of Bones pulsated gently, its rhythm mirroring that of a human heart, steady and robust, as if imbued with life itself. Simultaneously, the attributes of the Heart of Bones appeared before Li Ge. Heart of Bones, Tier 1 treasure, undead material, infused with the power of the skeleton royalty. Suitable for crafting equipment and items. Note, can be utilized with cataclysm points to evolve your undead minions. Li Ge was instantly invigorated. It is worth noting that during the previous occasion, he had merely utilized first-tier premium materials to evolve into an apprentice-level unit, the Headless Paladin. Now, with the skeleton heart as a first-tier treasure material, it was evident that it could undoubtedly yield an even more formidable entity. Without delay, Li Ge cast a glance at the Headless Paladin and the attributes of the undead serpent men, contemplating the possibility of their evolution. Regrettably, the compatibility of materials was not aligned. The evolution within the undead plague system necessitated the consumption of materials. Yet only the initial template of skeletal soldiers could utilize any material for evolution. Once the evolutionary path was determined, specific requirements regarding the attributes, types, and grades of materials would emerge. For instance, the Headless Paladin, being a rare light attribute, required high-quality materials related to the Paladin class for her evolution. Similarly, the Undead Serpent Man, a venomous warlock, demanded materials that conformed to both the poison attribute and warlock classification for its evolution. Thus, the skeleton heart could only serve as a resource for the most rudimentary skeletal soldiers. However, Li Ge felt no significant dismay. The exceptional quality of the skeleton heart might very well grant him a distinguished undead unit. Even if this elite undead unit were merely at the apprentice level, its combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the majority of first-tier entities. With such a powerful undead ally, Li Ge's personal safety would be considerably enhanced. Li Ge summoned a skeletal warrior and extracted the Heart of Bones, proceeding with unwavering resolve to initiate its evolution. Material added. Heart of Bones. Prompt 1. Utilizing this material. Evolving a substandard skeletal warrior requires the expenditure of 100,000 disaster points. Prompt 2. As the material's level surpasses the host realm, its evolution will result in substantial energy loss. The excess energy can offset 60,000 disaster points. Goodness, 100,000 disaster points. After the offset, he would still need to expend 40,000. Li Ge couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This would undoubtedly be the most costly evolution he had ever undertaken. After all, evolving a Headless Paladin only required 10,000 disaster points, which, after utilizing high-quality materials for offset, could be accomplished for merely 2,000. In comparison, this evolution consumed a staggering 20 times the amount of disaster points needed for the Headless Paladin. As Li Ge experienced a surge of trepidation intertwined with anticipation, he mused that one gets what one pays for. Given the exorbitant cost of this evolution, it was only reasonable to expect the emergence of a formidable combat unit. Commencing. Thanks to the annihilation of the Green Armor tribe, he had amassed 100,000 catastrophe points, and with a mere 40,000 points at stake, he felt no remorse as he confirmed his selection. In an instant, as the catastrophe points were consumed, a radiant light enveloped the skeletal warrior. The formidable power of the Undead Catastrophe System was embarking on a comprehensive transformation. The skeletal warrior's stature surged at a visible pace, and the pale green flames within its eye sockets blazed with intensity. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal warrior grew to a towering height of 3 meters. Resembling a miniature giant, with its robust bones and flames transforming into a vivid crimson, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, The evolution did not cease there. From the skeletal warrior emerged a skeletal giant, its surface adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of the majestic armor worn by ancient Chinese warriors. In its grasp materialized a formidable halberd. The imposing physique, radiating an aura of authority, transformed the once unremarkable skeletal warrior into a fearsome general. As if it had risen from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of bloodlust and dominance. A system prompt then resonated. Ding. 40,000 catastrophe points expended. The evolution of the inferior skeletal warrior using the Heart of Bones has been successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a new unit, the battle-hardened skeleton general. Li Gu gazed upon the battle-hardened skeletal general, his initial impression one of striking elegance. The realm of reincarnation games encompasses not only Western fantasy worlds but also those steeped in Eastern mysticism and even realms of science fiction. However, the world of Ayla, in which Li Gu resided, was firmly rooted in Western magical tradition. Upon graduating from the Ayla world, he would be granted another chance at reincarnation to explore other realms. Before him stood the battle-worn skeletal general, clad in armor reminiscent of the Shanwen style and wielding a formidable halberd, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The exterior was secondary. What truly mattered were the attributes of the skeletal general. After admiring the general for a moment, Li Gu promptly accessed its attribute panel. Battle-hardened skeletal general realm, apprentice rank 9, restricted by host realm. Cannot be upgraded. Template. Elite. Blessing 1. Proven warrior. Enhances the overall combat strength of the army when leading a skeletal unit-based force. Blessing 2. Inspiring presence. The skeletal legion instills military might. The greater the number, the more formidable the presence, instilling fear in enemy units. Blessing 3. Slaughter's reward. For each enemy unit defeated during battle. The battle-hardened skeletal general's strength is enhanced. Note. Effect dissipates post-battle. Note. Lacks materials for evolution. Skills. Bone War Song. Legion Charge. City Breaker / Death Duel. Skeletal Bodyguard attributes. Constitution 117. Strength 124. Agility 108. Spirit 114 equipment. General's Battle Armor. General's Helmet. General's Belt. Skeletal Halberd evaluation. A great skeletal warrior should never remain beneath others for long. Li Gu couldn't help but marvel at the attributes of the battle-hardened skeletal general. The attributes indicated that this general was a rare commanding unit capable of providing group benefits, enabling the army to unleash greater combat prowess. Such a unit was precisely what Li Gu required, as he specialized in large-scale battles due to his mastery of the Undead Cataclysm system. With the battle-hardened skeletal general at his command, Li Ji's skeletal army would indeed achieve greater strength. Moreover, the general boasted not only commanding abilities, but also considerable individual combat prowess, with an apprentice rank 9 realm and an elite template, making it capable of contending with the vast majority of first-tier opponents. This was undoubtedly a robust assurance for Li Ji's safety. Having acquired the battle-hardened skeletal general, Li Gu planned to seize the moment and utilize materials from first-tier serpent folk, such as Snek, to continue the evolution process. This time, he had slain 10 first-tier serpent folk. Aside from Snek, who was of elite template, the rest were of soldier template. The soldier template serpent folk would evolve into elite template undead serpent folk poison warlocks, while Snek, being of elite template, would evolve into a general template undead serpent folk lord. This marked the second general template unit under Li Ji's command, following the headless paladin. From the attributes, the undead serpent folk lord leaned towards summoning abilities, possessing the capacity to summon undead serpent folk to battle. Now, with the battle-hardened skeletal general, the headless paladin, and the undead serpent folk lord among his ranks, Li Gu was enveloped in a protective cocoon of impressive combat strength at apprentice rank 9, ensuring his personal safety was maximized. However, Li Gu was not entirely satisfied. The Douglas Great Jungle was fraught with peril, and it was rumored that a terrifying third-tier entity resided in its core area. Although Li Gu commanded numerous skeletons, the world of Era was undeniably a realm of extraordinary civilization, where the upper limits of individual combat power were astonishingly high. Should he encounter a third-tier opponent, the likelihood of that adversary effortlessly decapitating him amidst a million troops would be exceedingly high. The immediate priority is to investigate the terrain and intelligence of the Douglas Great Jungle, discerning what entities may provoke ire and which should be approached with caution. Furthermore, it is imperative to swiftly devise a strategy to locate a safe haven, establish a stronghold, and entrust the matters of conflict to the undead, allowing himself to focus on survival and personal development. With a resolute vision for the future, Li Gu returned to the Green Arm tribe accompanied by his newly evolved undead. At that moment, the majority of the serpent folk within the tribe had been slain, leaving only a handful alive, captured for the extraction of intelligence. Oberth stood amidst the ruins of the Green Arm tribe, his expression one of profound shock. This was a first-tier force. Yet, before Li Gu, it had been effortlessly laid to waste, which left Oberth utterly astounded. Upon witnessing Li Ji's return, along with the newly added battle-hardened skeletal general, the Undead Serpent Lord, and the venomous warlock of the Undead Serpent Folk, the astonishment in Oberth's eyes transformed into fervor and reverence. He was convinced that Li Gu must have received the favor of some deity from the underworld, destined to become the master of the world of Era. Oberth's conviction solidified, reinforcing his determination to follow Li Gu unwaveringly. Li Gu paid little heed to Oberth's thoughts. He entrusted the interrogation of intelligence to Oberth while commanding his skeletal army to commence the cleansing of the battlefield. The first task at hand was to eliminate the remnants of the Serpent Men. Among the spoils of their defeat lay a considerable array of equipment and items, capable of enhancing the capabilities of his high-quality undead minions. However, what truly astonished Li Gu was the bounty following the obliteration of the Green Shell tribe, which yielded a total of 17 soul essences, although most were of lower rank, with only a single first-tier essence among them. They were sufficient to grant Li Gu over 100 experience points. Presently, he was a mere 600 experience points shy of ascending to the first tier. Once he achieved this milestone, he would be eligible to establish a faction. Furthermore, aside from the spoils from the vanquished foes, the Green Shell tribe, comprising 2,000 inhabitants and having flourished for decades, naturally amassed a wealth of treasures. Most of these consisted of various materials. While the creatures they produced could not match the craftsmanship of human or elven civilizations, they were still serviceable. These materials, fortuitously, would benefit Li Gu immensely. Li Gu, with a discerning eye, was able to sift through the materials and select a collection of high-quality resources to enhance his skeletal army. Simultaneously, he stumbled upon an intriguing artifact within the treasury of the Green Armored tribe. The skeletons presented it to Li Gu, placing it in his hands. Li Gu cast his gaze downward, discovering a green crystal nestled in his hand. The game delineated its specific attributes: emerald copper or unrefined, of no grade, capable of yielding first-tier exquisite material, emerald copper. This emerald copper ore was plentiful in the Green Shell tribe, estimated to weigh several tons. Yet, curiously, there was no sight of the finished product, emerald copper. Moreover, Li Gu had not encountered any smelting furnaces within the Green Shell tribe for processing the ore. What, then, was the purpose of extracting these ores? Li Gu found this exceedingly strange. Meanwhile, on the other side, after engaging in amicable discourse with the Snake Man captives and employing a profound memory restoration technique, Aubert, with a visage marked by terror, approached Li Gu. "My lord, dire news. The Green Armored tribe has designated a vassal specifically for mining operations for the Pale Wing." Li Gu raised an eyebrow, finally comprehending the purpose of the previously mentioned ores. It turned out that the entire Green Armor tribe existed solely for the purpose of mining, with all extracted ores submitted to the Pale Wing. Although Li Gu was unfamiliar with the Pale Wing, it was evident from Aubert's expression that the entity was not to be taken lightly. Remaining composed, Li Gu inquired about the nature of the Pale Wing's influence. Aubert took a deep breath, his eyes filled with trepidation. "My lord, the true name of the Pale Wing is Hecto, a renowned second-tier subdragon of formidable strength, one of the great lords of the Douglas jungle, commanding hundreds of tribes." Li Gu comprehended why Oberth was so terrified. In the world of Era, dragons undoubtedly symbolize power and destruction. The pale-winged Hector, despite being merely a subdragon with impure bloodlines, possesses a terrifying combat prowess. It can be said that in the mid-layers of the Douglas jungle, particularly in the peripheral regions, the pale-winged Hector is undoubtedly a dominant force. Even Li Gu, in his current state, would not dare to provoke it lightly. However, Li Gu felt no fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. "A dragon. Is this not the perfect material for evolution? My first skeletal dragon shall be derived from you." Li Gu was not arrogant enough to seek a confrontation with the formidable Hector of the Pale Wing just yet. However, he possessed the confidence that he could, in a short span of time, elevate his prowess to the level required to vanquish Hector. Beside him, Albert was initially consumed with anxiety. Having spent some time in the Douglas jungle, he had heard tales of the legendary Pale Wing. Yet, upon noticing Li Ji's calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the prospect, Albert gradually regained his composure. Indeed, the Pale Wing was fearsome, but Li Gu was even more formidable. Over the past few days, Albert had witnessed the astonishing might of Li Ji's Undead Legion, and he found it hard to believe that Li Gu was not backed by divine presence. One was merely a drake, while the other was a chosen one blessed by the gods. Albert had no doubt that Li Gu would prevail. Could it be that in my lifetime, I am destined to witness a dragon-slaying feat? In that moment, excitement surged within Albert, and anticipation began to blossom in his heart. Li Gu then inquired of Oberth whether he had acquired any additional intelligence. The hunt for the Pale Wings was a long-term objective. For Li Gu, it was imperative to understand the power dynamics in the vicinity, seeking to identify and eliminate weaker factions to rapidly enhance his own strength. Oberth showed no hesitation in revealing the information, producing a map obtained through interrogation. It detailed the terrain surrounding the Green Armored Tribe within a 60-mile radius, along with the general distribution of powers, races, and resources. With this map in hand, Li Gu could strategically target and eradicate the local factions. Moreover, Oberth, drawing from his experiences in the Douglas jungle decades prior, coupled with information extracted from the captured Serpent Men, provided Li Gu with an overview of several dominant entities in the region. The first was, of course, the Pale Wings, a formidable second-tier force with a dragon bloodline. The second was the Herald family, a second-tier vampire faction with a vast lineage. It was the very family that had once pursued Oberth, prompting his flight from the Douglas jungle. The third entity was the Necromancer Scourge, not a cohesive force, but rather a multitude of scattered undead, vast in number. It was rumored that a spatial rift leading to the underworld lay within the gorge, causing a continuous influx of undead into the realm of Era. Consequently, the Necromancer's Gorge had become a zone of death. Thus, the true rulers of this region were, in effect, the Pale Wings and the Herald family. For Li Gu, the favorable news was that both the Pale Wings and the Herald family resided in the mid-level region of the Douglas jungle, not too distant from his current location. Before incurring the wrath of these two powerful factions, Li Gu had ample opportunity to grow stronger. As for the Necromancer's Gorge, it piqued his interest greatly. It was undoubtedly an excellent locale for grinding experience. He resolved to venture westward to the Necromancer's Gorge for training, and once sufficiently powerful, he would assault the mid-level region of the Douglas jungle to eliminate the Pale Wings and evolve into his first skeletal dragon unit. Li Gu swiftly devised the forthcoming development plan and promptly commenced its execution. Meanwhile, in the realm of Era on the continent of Home, Kai Tianlin, under the protection of numerous formidable figures from the Temple of Light, arrived at the headquarters of the Temple of Light in the Phylan Empire through a teleportation array, tasked with thoroughly investigating the case of the undead uprising in the Republic of Labwa. Welcome, Divine Son. Upon Kai Tianlin's arrival, the red-robed archbishop and several high-ranking officials of the Temple of Light in the Phylan Empire knelt before him, paying homage as if welcoming a deity. This spectacle filled Kai Tianlin with an inner delight, his heart soaring with joy, nearly overwhelming him. However, he dared not exhibit any unusual behavior. Despite the exalted status of the Divine Son, should anyone discern that the Divine Son had been possessed, his fate would be utterly tragic. Please rise. Kai Tianlin feigned a demeanor of nonchalance as he addressed the gathered officials. Thank you, Divine Son. The red-robed archbishop and the other high-ranking officials rose in unison. After receiving such a warm welcome, Kai Tianlin first partook in a feast to refresh himself, following which the archbishop and his associates presented him with the documents pertaining to the mysterious undead uprising in the Republic of Labwa. Remarkable, nearly 1 million low-tier undead. Shock flickered in Kai Tianlin's eyes. Even if they were all mere foot soldiers, second-tier experts would have to retreat for the time being, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements to eradicate them. Yet, there was an evident issue. The quantity and quality of these undead were alarmingly inconsistent. A legion of undead numbering in the millions would typically warrant at least a second-tier powerhouse to maintain order. However, they were all mere apprentices, making the situation exceedingly peculiar. Moreover, the initial victims included a paladin named Isaac, who had led thousands of temple soldiers to pursue a fallen noble who had become a necromancer. This event transpired 3 days prior, coinciding precisely with the arrival of the new players. The timing, the scale, and Isaac's strength all converged in Kai Tianlin's mind, illuminating critical insights. The two words King of the Underworld surged forth in his thoughts. This was the same player who had achieved the milestones of slaying hundreds and thousands almost immediately upon the game's inception. No wonder he could reach such accomplishments so swiftly. It was all becoming clear. Yet, Kai Tianlin harbored doubts. The game's criteria for achievement were notoriously stringent. If the game recognized the king of the underworld as having attained these feats, it must mean he had indeed annihilated thousands single-handedly. Could it be someone else? No. The probability pointed to him. The timeline and the death toll aligned too perfectly. Kai Tianlin was resolute in his belief that it was no mere coincidence. Realizing this, he sensed the complexity of the situation deepening. The so-called king of the underworld undoubtedly harbored profound secrets. Kai Tianlin clenched his fists. The ability to summon over 1 million undead units, recognized by the game as personal summons, could only be achieved through a divine artifact. The king of the underworld possessed opportunities greater than his own status. His eyes glimmered with avarice, yearning to locate and eliminate the king of the underworld immediately. Without delay, Kai Tianlin sought out the red-robed archbishop of the Filan Empire, instructing him to dispatch personnel to investigate this matter further and track down Li Ji's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the Douglas Great Jungle, Li Gu embarked on his journey towards the Valley of the Undead. This ominous valley lies to the west of the Green Armor tribe, nearly 300 kilometers away. However, the skeletal army is not a perpetual motion machine. When they become excessively fatigued and their soul power is depleted, they too shall perish. Therefore, even with Li Gu hastening his advance alongside the skeletal legions, it would take a full 5 to 6 days to reach their destination. During this time, Li Gu does not intend to utilize the entirety of it solely for travel. After all, the Valley of the Undead is fraught with danger, harboring formidable second-tier undead entities. Thus, it would be prudent for Li Gu to enhance his personal strength to the first tier and evolve sufficient first-tier undead units before arriving at the valley. Consequently, Li Gu has resolved to eradicate any tribes encountered along the way, thereby amassing disaster points and soul essences. With his objectives firmly established, he now simply needs to forge ahead and eliminate any obstacles. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Li Gu's current prowess should enable him to swiftly accumulate enough experience to ascend to the first tier. With that, he set forth on his expedition. Li Gu raised his arm and led the vast skeletal army into motion. With an impressive scale of 200,000 troops, their movement was nothing short of boundless. However, as the son of the Grand General of Kanglan Star, Li Gu had been exposed to numerous military texts since childhood and possessed a profound understanding of the principles of military strategy and warfare. Thus, he was acutely aware of the significance of formation and combat. This formidable legion of 200,000 was not merely a haphazard mass. Rather, it was characterized by a clear division of roles. There were distinct formations for reconnaissance, obstacle breaching, enemy engagement, the main force, flanking skirmishers, and rear support. Among other tactical elements, Li Gu occupies the central region of an expansive formation. This arrangement establishes a security zone extending over 10 kilometers, granting him ample time to contemplate strategies when confronted with formidable adversaries. Regrettably, the intellect of these undead is profoundly lacking. Even the most astute of the battle-hardened skeletal generals can merely comprehend Li Ji's commands, falling far short of facilitating free discourse. Consequently, Li Gu is unable to issue overly intricate directives, resorting instead to vague instructions such as combat, reconnaissance, movement, and standby, which impose significant limitations. Presently, the only viable solution lies in the evolution of advanced undead units. Should the numbers of battle-scarred skeletal generals, headless paladins, and undead serpent lords increase, they could serve as intermediaries for Li Ji's commands, guiding the less intelligent skeletons to fulfill his orders. This approach would alleviate Li Ji's command burden while enhancing operational efficiency, an avenue he aspires to explore in the future. The foundational skeleton soldiers act as the most rudimentary combat units, while the higher-tier undead units assume command roles, supporting a multitude of peak combat forces, preventing enemy decapitation, and executing such maneuvers against foes. Achieving this level of organization necessitates a substantial number of advanced units, a pursuit that remains a daunting challenge. Throughout the march, Li Gu found little difficulty. He reclined in a palanquin, borne swiftly by a dozen skeletons. Flanking him were headless paladins, battle-scarred skeletal generals, and undead serpent lords. Tasked with his protection, Li Gu reclined comfortably, leisurely browsing the forum. At that moment, numerous posts were still discussing him, filled with shock, envy, and those eager to curry favor. However, Li Gu paid them no heed. His focus was directed towards the posts concerning the geopolitical landscape of the Era world. Thanks to the vast number of players, who encompassed every facet of the Era realm, a wealth of clandestine information was indeed accessible to them. This information captivated Li Go, gradually deepening his understanding of the era world. As evening approached, the skeletons acting as scouts relayed information back to Li Go. They had located the second faction he intended to eliminate, a tribe of man-eating ogres known as the Black Fawn. Through the perspective of the skeletons serving as scouts at the front line, the narrative unfolds. Li Go clearly observed that deep within the jungle lay a seemingly endless array of disordered structures. The architectural style of these edifices was remarkably haphazard. Constructed merely from stones and thatch, devoid of any aesthetic appeal, even primitive humans could have executed a better design. Numerous rudimentary stone dwellings were scattered chaotically, with no semblance of planning, dotting the landscape in a disorganized fashion. The ground was littered with bones and excrement, and the air was thick with a pungent stench, reminiscent of a latrine. In such a filthy and chaotic environment resided hundreds, if not thousands, of immense humanoid creatures. Each stood over 2 meters tall, their physiques comparable to that of bears, stout and robust. What captured the eye most were their sharp fangs, protruding from their lips, resembling the prehistoric saber-toothed tiger, ferocious and terrifying. These humanoid monstrosities were ogres, said to be former humans cursed by the abyss, transformed into demons that survive by devouring their own kind. Over time, they have gradually degenerated, losing their intellect and ultimately becoming mere beasts. No one knows whether this legend holds any truth. Nevertheless, ogres, as common embodiments of malevolence, are widely spread across various realms. Before entering the cycle of the game, Li Go had perused the introduction of ogres in his textbook. The ogres' most significant weakness lies in their low intelligence. Consequently, despite their formidable physical strength and innate magical resistance, their physical defense relegates them to a lower ecological niche among monsters. One might say that ogres are akin to goblins, differing only in that one is a brutish fool while the other is a simpleton. Among the undead units tasked with reconnaissance, there existed flying undead that evolved after Li Go vanquished aerial beasts. Though their combat prowess was modest, their exceptional flying ability allowed them to survey the entire Black-Tooth tribe from above. Through these aerial undead, Li Go gleaned an understanding of the population distribution within the Black-Tooth tribe and, after a moment's contemplation, devised a plan. At Li Ji's command, numerous skeleton soldiers began gathering timber to craft torches. Once preparations were complete, hundreds of flying undead ascended into the sky with their torches and hurled them into the heart of the Black-Tooth tribe. In an instant, a roaring inferno illuminated the night, provoking furious roars from the ogres as they scrambled to extinguish the flames. However, the ogres' simplistic minds could not orchestrate an effective firefighting effort. They floundered in chaos, with some even foolishly tossing wooden planks into the fire in a misguided attempt to douse the flames. The flying undead continued to deliver ample fuel and kindling, exacerbating the conflagration within the Black-Tooth tribe. Overwhelmed, the ogres fled in disarray from their stronghold. Meanwhile, the skeleton army, poised and waiting in the West Joe, sprang into action under the command of the battle-hardened skeletal general, dispatching enemies with ease. A barrage of kill notifications echoed in Li Ji's ears. Slain an ogre, received 60 disaster points. Slain an ogre, received 50 disaster points. Slain an ogre, received 70 disaster points. The strength of the slain ogres varied, and thus, the disaster points awarded differed accordingly. This particular group of ogres was roughly equivalent to 6th-tier apprentices, yielding an average of over 60 disaster points per kill, a veritable windfall for Li Go. "Let us see who can withstand me," roared the Black-Tooth tribe leader, Black-Tooth. As he raised his axe, his massive frame akin to a truck, crashing through swathes of skeleton soldiers. The soul fire of the battle-hardened skeletal general flared with intensity as he stepped forward, brandishing his halberd to strike at Black-Tooth. The ogre's face contorted in rage, refusing to evade, intent on grappling with the skeletal general. Yet, upon the collision of axe and halberd, Black-Tooth was forcefully pushed back several steps. The overwhelming power instilled a sense of dread within Black-Tooth, who finally comprehended the disparity in strength. Panic eclipsed his fury, and he turned to flee. However, with a sea of flames behind him and a formidable foe ahead, he was trapped with no avenue of escape. The battle-hardened skeletal general, embodying the essence of a war deity, unleashed a devastating skill, City Breaker Slash. Visible gusts of energy erupted from his halberd, surging forth with unstoppable force, cleaving Black-Tooth in twain. Slain elite 2nd-tier ogre, received 100 disaster points. With the death of Black-Tooth, the morale of all ogres plummeted to an all-time low. Our leader has been slain. Flee for these undead are insurmountable. Cursed fate, I haven't even tasted flesh yet, and now I face death? Countless undead swarmed like a calamity, encircling and devouring the Black-Tooth tribe. Li Gu observed the scene with an air of indifference, thoroughly pleased with the prowess of the battle-hardened skeletal general. Though in terms of rank, the skeletal general was merely an apprentice. Standing a full tier below the formidable Black-Tooth, he was nonetheless a model of command. This was akin to a level 9 raid boss effortlessly crushing a level 12 minion. As for the campaign against the Black-Tooth tribe, Li Ji's main forces had yet to engage, maintaining their march toward the Necromancer's Canyon. The so-called Black-Tooth tribe was nothing more than a trifling mantis before the onslaught of Li Ji's war chariot, easily crushed beneath its advance without the need to pause. With the slaying of the tribe's leader, the first-tier elite ogre Black-Tooth, the entire tribe was utterly vanquished. The ominous alert of the Undead Calamity System resonated. Annihilation of the first-tier faction, Black-Tooth tribe, awarded 40,000 calamity points. Following this, the cycle of the game commenced its final reckoning, just as it had after the eradication of the Green Shell tribe. Annihilation of the first-tier faction, Black-Tooth tribe. Concluding calculations. Annihilation speed, extremely rapid. Annihilation difficulty, extremely difficult. Annihilation extent, complete extermination. Overall evaluation, 1 in 10,000. Congratulations on receiving rewards. 1,000 gold coins. Reputation 30. In comparison to the Green Shell tribe, the Black-Tooth tribe was evidently inferior in both quantity and quality, yielding Li Gu merely 30,000 calamity points, 1,000 gold coins, and 30 points of reputation. Nevertheless, such unearned rewards brought Li Gu considerable delight. He commanded the skeletons to cleanse the battlefield, while sending Oberth to interrogate the captured ogres. Li Gu continued to recline on the palanquin, leisurely browsing the forum, exuding an air of contentment and tranquility, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had just orchestrated a campaign of annihilation against an entire clan. Before long, Oberth returned, bearing tidings that were less than favorable. My lord, the Black-Tooth tribe is a vassal of the Hadro family, providing blood slaves and enjoying their protection. Li Gu appeared somewhat taken aback. The Hadro family, known for their vampiric lineage, surprisingly kept ogres as blood slaves. To elucidate this matter, Albert provided an explanation to Li Gu. The Douglas Jungle, a remote and seldom trodden expanse, saw the Hadro family engaging in collaborations with various slave traders, albeit at a considerable cost. In order to satiate the insatiable thirst for blood among their kin, the Hadro family offered refuge to numerous foreign factions, including the ogres. Naturally, the blood of adult ogres was deemed beneath the disdain of the vampires. What they sought instead was that of newly born ogres. The blood of juvenile ogres, strikingly akin to that of humans, served as the preferred sustenance for the vampires. Albert's countenance bore a hint of anxiety. First, it was the Green Shell tribe, followed by the Black-Tooth tribe, and now Li Gu had offended both dominant powers in this region. The mere thought of the Pale Wing and the Hadro family joining forces for retribution sent shivers down Albert's spine. Li Gu remained composed, for neither the Pale Wings nor the Hadro family would hastily deploy their elite forces, as long as there existed a window of opportunity before these two factions could react. He would fully develop his strength. The so-called Pale Wings and the Blood Clan would ultimately become the materials for Li Ji's evolution. He possessed unwavering confidence in this regard. Soon, the skeletal forces had cleared the battlefield. The Black-Tooth tribe yielded 9 soul essences, albeit of mediocre quality, granting Li Gu 100 experience points. Only 500 experience points remained until his breakthrough to the first tier. Simultaneously, all materials from the ogres were stripped away and presented to Li Gu. The material from Chief Black-Tooth evolved into a battle axe undead with an elite template, possessing the combat prowess of a 9th-tier apprentice. The other 3 first-tier ogre materials resulted in a large undead, also of the elite template and 9th-tier apprentice strength. This constituted a modest enhancement to the combat capabilities of Li Ji's forces. Without a hint of surprise, having annihilated the Black-Tooth tribe, Li Gu continued his advance. As night fell, he commanded his undead army to rest and recuperate their soul power. The following morning, the notification from the Undead Calamity System rang out as expected. Ding! Today's quota of 1 million skeletons has been received. Listening to this reassuring notification, Li Gu felt elated and once again directed his troops to march forward. Along the way, numerous magical beasts and tribes fell prey to the skeletal army under his command. As the afternoon approached, Li Gu finally gathered enough soul essence and he was on the brink of breaking through to the first level. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Now, he needed less than 100 experience points to reach the first tier. By utilizing this batch of soul essence, he could surpass the final barrier and transition from an apprentice to the first level. Achieving this milestone would not only enhance his strength but also enable Li Ge to establish his own faction, connect to the Human Alliance's galactic mind network, and restore communication with the outside world. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to trade with other players through the unique structures of his faction, acquiring the evolution materials he required. The benefits were indeed plentiful. With eager determination, Li Ge promptly began to consume the soul essence. A series of notifications resonated in his mind. Using Slime Soul Essence, gained 8 experience points. Using Black Armored Water Buffalo Soul Essence, gained 12 experience points. Using Big Brother Blend Soul Essence, gained 30 experience points. The announcements echoed one after another within Li Ge's consciousness. Li Ge's experience bar rapidly filled up, and in an instant, it was completely full. At that moment, a transformation occurred within him. The power of the heavens and earth descended upon him, enhancing his physical form and elevating his soul. Various insights regarding necromancy surged through his mind. Though the distinction between an apprentice and a first-tier mage may seem minor, it is, in truth, an insurmountable chasm. Achieving the first tier signifies a formal entry into the realm of professional magic, a domain far beyond what any apprentice could hope to compare. It was akin to Isaac, who, despite facing an endless army of skeletons, fought valiantly and nearly succeeded in beheading Li Ge. Such is the terrifying might of a first-tier mage. Once Li Ge completed his transformation and successfully broke through, a notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough to first tier, grade 1. Basic attributes enhanced, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. Beside him, Aubert's eyes widened in shock. He broke through again. How is this possible? Aubert's jaw dropped as if he could fit an egg inside. How much time had passed? In only a short while, Li Ge had ascended from an apprentice of the first grade, achieving the pinnacle of apprenticeship by surmounting 9 minor realms. This feat was already astonishing, but now Li Ge had transcended his shackles, advancing to first-tier status. It is noteworthy that Aubert had toiled his entire life to reach merely the 9th grade of apprenticeship. Witnessing someone accomplish in mere moments what he had dedicated his life to achieving imparted a profound understanding of the disparity between individuals. Truly, Li Ge was remarkable, and Aubert could only marvel at his prowess. Simultaneously, across the entire realm of Era, all new players heard the notification. Ding! Congratulations to the new player, the King of the Underworld, for breaking through to the first tier, achieving the title, Rapid Advancement, Reputation 100. You have received a first-tier diamond treasure chest. Upon hearing this announcement, all players were momentarily stunned, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Is this real? The King of the Underworld has broken through to the first tier. In such a short time, first tier. While they were aware of the King of the Underworld's remarkable abilities, the speed of this achievement was nothing short of astonishing. It was unprecedented. Surely, the time taken to reach first tier in the West had shattered Alliance records. Historical accounts noted the fastest breakthrough took either 6 or 7 days. How brutal it must have been for the King of the Underworld to achieve this in such a brief period. He must have vanquished countless foes during these days. Truly, he lived up to his name. The forum erupted in chaos, with countless players buzzing with excitement. Although the reincarnation game offered experience points, the drop rate for soul essence was minuscule. Moreover, since all players were embodied in reality, they experienced fatigue, injury, and permanent death. Under such conditions, to acquire soul essence through slaughter and to elevate oneself to the first tier could take at least 6 months to a year. Hunting is inherently an inefficient endeavor. Even the most seasoned hunters do not encounter prey daily. To break through to the first tier, one would need to hunt thousands upon thousands of apprentice-level creatures. For an individual player to achieve a first-tier breakthrough within a year is a feat of exceptional talent. After all, not every player possesses the ability to exploit bugs like Li Ge, leading an army of 1 million skeletons to obliterate everything in their path. This explains why players were so astounded upon hearing of Li Ge's rapid ascent to the first tier. The forum buzzed with excitement, with Li Ge becoming the absolute focal point. However, not everyone was pleased. Some were seething with anger, such as Kai Tianlin. Damn, damn, damn. Upon hearing the game announcement, Kai Tianlin momentarily froze, his eyes nearly turning crimson with rage, his jealousy threatening to consume him. This achievement should have been his. His teeth clenched in frustration, his gaze filled with envy. Kai Tianin was not arrogant. Under normal circumstances, the reward for breaking through to the first tier would rightfully belong to him. As a scion of the Temple of Light, he could pray to the God of Light for experience points. Currently, he earned over 10 experience points daily. As his level increased, he could augment his faith, thereby increasing his total daily experience. Typically, within 3 months, Kai Tianlin would have reached the first tier. Had it not been for Li Gu, he would undoubtedly have secured that achievement. But reality offers no alternatives. His extreme jealousy was driving him to madness. And he clenched his fist like a snarling wild dog. King of the underworld, just wait. It won't be long before I find you, and when that time comes, all your fortunes, all that you have gained, will belong to me. Yesterday, Kai Tianlin had dispatched someone to investigate Li Ji's whereabouts in the Reborn Kingdom. With the efficiency of the Temple of Light, he was confident that results would come swiftly. Once he pinpointed the King of the Underworld's coordinates, the latter would be doomed. After all, no matter how strong he was still just a first-tier mage. The Temple of Light in the realm of Era boasted third-tier mages who commanded the 9 continents, leading countless temple armies and innumerable knights and clergy. In the face of such a colossal force, a novice player had no chance of survival. This was Kai Tianlin's greatest source of confidence. At this moment, in the Ham continent, within the Douglas Great Jungle, listening to the achievement notification, Li Ji's spirits, already buoyed by his breakthrough to the first tier, soared even higher. In the realm of the reincarnation game, the rewards for achievements are not fixed. Generally, for the same achievement, the faster one accomplishes it and the greater the difficulty faced, the more splendid the reward received. For instance, the achievement reward for breaking through to the first tier was initially a silver treasure chest. However, with Li Ji's swift completion, it was elevated to a diamond treasure chest. Thus, the delightful moment of unboxing had arrived once more. Li Gu wore a smile as he received the diamond treasure chest and reached out to open it. At the very moment the chest was unsealed, a dazzling radiance erupted forth, disrupting some arcane order in the universe. The chest vanished, revealing the form of the treasure within. It was a robe of deep black, akin to the finest silk, exuding an air of nobility. The cuffs bore intricate patterns, lending it an aura of gravitas and elegance. A notification chimed. Ding. You have opened a first-tier diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained the old robe of the young Kalen, first-tier rare item. Upon hearing it was equipment, Li Gu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for materials rather than gear. However, since the item was already in his possession, there was no reason for dismay. He took the old robe of the young Kalen and examined its attributes. Old robe of the young Kalen, first-tier rare item. Upon equipping, it enhances the power of necromancy spells and the strength of summoned undead. It also grants a passive ability, Mercy of the Ferryman Kalen, upon death, can resurrect in full condition. Note, this passive can only be triggered once and applies only to first-tier beings. Equipment requirement, 141 points of spirit. Evaluation, rise, my beloved. Goodness. Upon reviewing the attributes, Li Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he felt a slight regret for not receiving materials, but that sentiment evaporated in an instant. The old robe of the young Kalen was, after all, a precious resurrection item. Wearing this robe granted Li Gu a second chance at life, an invaluable asset indeed. It could be said that the mere resurrection capability of the old robe of the young Kalen could significantly enhance its value, fetching an unimaginable price on the market. For Li Gu, the enhancements to necromancy spell power and the strength of summoned undead were equally practical. The former bolstered his personal combat prowess, while the latter amplified the might of his army of the undead. After all, the undead units rewarded by the plague of the Undead system were considered his personal summons in the cycle of the game. Though the boost provided by these passives was modest, when applied to a scale in the millions, the cumulative effect was indeed substantial. Li Gu was quite satisfied with the capabilities of the old robe worn by the young Karen. However, the old robe's equipment requirements were notably high, necessitating 141 points of spirit for it to be donned. Considering this, Li Gu cast a glance at his current attributes. Li Gu reputation, 1080, emerging talent, profession, necromancer, ordinary, realm, first stage, first rank, 303000, skills, skeleton summoning, bone shield technique, dark energy missile, slowing curse, poison dart attributes, constitution 72, strength 71, agility 76, spirit 101 equipment, dark staff, cowhide light armor, spider silk belt, agile boots, phosphorescent hood, sapphire pendant, spirit bracelet. Despite his accomplishments, Li Gu felt a tinge of helplessness regarding the quality of his profession. At his current first stage, he found his fundamental attributes lacking compared to the seasoned skeletal generals of the apprentice realm, and even the headless paladins and the undead serpent lords surpassed him. This was solely due to the fact that his profession as a necromancer was of ordinary quality, akin to a template for elite monsters, only slightly superior to the common soldiers. Even after allocating all 10 free attribute points gained from leveling up to his spirit attribute, Li Ji's spirit only reached a meager 111 points, rendering him incapable of equipping the old robe of the young Karen. Nevertheless, Li Gu was not devoid of options. He retrieved the Soul Staff, an achievement reward from the Thousand Slaughters. Soul Staff, first stage, fine quality. Spirit 64 equipped skill, Soul Summoning, summons a 4th rank soul of the first stage to assist in combat. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Equipment requirement, 104 points in spirit. Evaluation, if it were Sadako-chan, it would be acceptable. Upon equipping the Soul Staff, Li Ji's spirit attribute skyrocketed to 175 points. With this newfound power, he successfully donned the old robe of the young Karen. Externally, he appeared draped in a black robe, wielding a skeletal, white crystal-embedded soul staff, exuding an aura of mystery, eeriness, and formidable strength befitting a necromancer. Content with his current prowess, Li Gu found himself adept at commanding his skeletal army. More importantly, he finally possessed the means for self-defense, alleviating his concerns of ambush and decapitation by foes. Remarkably, he achieved this in merely a span of time in the West. It was foreseeable that in the near future, Li Gu would grow even stronger, transcending to the 2nd and 3rd stages, swiftly navigating the world of Era and returning to reality. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Li Gu yearned to extricate his father, Li Meng, from prison, to cure his mother's ailment, and to provide a better life for his sister. These aspirations necessitated his ascent to greater strength. Merely being at the 3rd tier was insufficient. Aware of the arduous journey ahead, Li Gu suppressed his emotions and redirected his focus to the skeleton before him. Having recently transcended to the 1st tier, it was high time to cultivate a cadre of 1st-tier combatants. In addition to evolution, the points from calamities could also be utilized to elevate the ranks of his undead units. However, upgrades could not surpass Li Ji's own realm. As an apprentice, he could not evolve units of the 1st tier. Now that Li Gu had finally attained the 1st tier, it was imperative to upgrade his skeletons to this level, thereby compensating for the deficiency in higher-tier combat strength. Li Gu promptly examined the requirements for upgrading his most formidable combat unit, the veteran skeleton general. To elevate this unit to the 1st tier, an astonishing 100,000 plague points were necessary. In contrast, the upgrade for the headless paladin and the undead serpent lord, belonging to the elite templates, was comparatively modest, requiring only 60,000 plague points. Even the most basic infantry template, the skeleton, demanded a significant 3,000 points for tier advancement. From a strategic perspective, enhancing high-tier units yields the greatest benefits, as Li Gu has never lacked mid-tier combat strength. Rather, he seeks the exceptional top-tier power that can bear the weight of critical battles. Furthermore, following yesterday's successful hunt, Li Gu had amassed a remarkable total of 240,000 plague points. Li Gu summoned the battle-worn skeletal general. As he felt the call, the skeletal general advanced, his armor clanking and resonating with the heavy sound of metal scraping against metal. His imposing figure exuded an astonishing aura that startled Oberth. Despite having spent a day or two in his company, Oberth still felt an instinctive fear in the presence of the battle-hardened skeletal general. After all, this was a commander-level undead. The pressure stemming from his very soul was sufficient to instill terror in the majority of magical creatures. However, before Li Gu, the skeletal general knelt with the docility of a loyal hound, one knee to the ground, eagerly awaiting his master's command. As Li Ji's possession, the skeletal general demonstrated unwavering loyalty to him. Li Gu felt a profound sense of anticipation. The battle-hardened skeletal general at the apprentice level was already formidable enough. One could only wonder how powerful it would become upon advancing to the next tier. With this excitement in mind, Li Gu accessed the system interface and opted to upgrade the battle-hardened skeletal general. The upgrade required the expenditure of 100,000 disaster points. Would he proceed? Li Gu, without a moment's hesitation, made a decisive choice. In an instant, he consumed 100,000 disaster points. The power of the system stirred the unseen rules, transforming the battle-hardened skeletal general from within. The towering figure of the revered skeleton, 3 meters tall, was enveloped in a chilling wind, resembling a king of hell, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, an unparalleled might. With a thunderous roar, the battle-hardened skeletal general wielded a halberd and let out a cry that echoed like thunder. Despite being a mere skeleton, Obert, standing nearby, felt his very soul tremble at the sound, his eyes wide with astonishment. Not only had Li Gu achieved a breakthrough, but even the summoned beings under his command could transcend their limits. This left Obert filled with envy after a lifetime of struggle. He realized he was even inferior to Li Ge's summoned entities. As the battle-hardened skeletal general broke through its constraints, a notification rang out. Ding. Consumed 100,000 disaster points. Congratulations to the battle-hardened skeletal general for advancing to the first tier. With this successful breakthrough, the skeletal general's soul fire flickered with newfound emotions, and it respectfully knelt before Li Gu, seemingly in gratitude. Its intelligence had markedly increased. Li Gu nodded slightly, pleased with the outcome. At present, all the undead units under his command collectively lacked the intelligence to comprehend even the simplest arithmetic, such as 1-1. This limitation was a significant flaw of the undead. Their actions were driven purely by instinct, and only high-ranking undead possessed a meager ability to process additional information, albeit with considerable constraints. This was a source of great frustration for Li Gu. After all, managing millions of undead units required his personal oversight, which undoubtedly placed an immense strain on his mental faculties. What Li Gu presently requires is a commanding unit capable of alleviating his burdens. At this juncture, the battle-hardened skeletal general, the headless paladin, and the undead serpent lord all exhibit potential in this regard. For instance, the battle-hardened skeletal general has displayed a notable increase in emotional responses as its level ascends. Should Li Gu continue to enhance it, he might evolve an undead unit with intelligence rivaling that of a normal human. Legendary undead such as liches, death knights, and bone kings come to mind. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Gu shifted his attention to the attributes of the battle-hardened skeletal general. Battle-hardened skeletal general realm. First rank. First grade, 0-13 million. Template, elite class, blessing 1. Skilled in warfare, blessing 2. Inspiring presence, blessing 3. Slayer of foes. Note, lacks materials for evolution. Skills, battle array, bone prison, skeletal war song, legion charge, city breaker / death duel, skeletal bodyguard attributes, constitution 207, strength 214, agility 188. Spirit 194 equipment, general's battle armor, general's helmet, general's belt, bone glaive evaluation, a great skeleton shall not languish beneath others. Upon reviewing the attributes of the battle-hardened skeletal general, Li Gu felt a twinge of envy. This exemplifies the exceptional attributes granted by a high template. Excluding the enhancements from equipment, the average attribute value of the battle-hardened skeletal general surpasses 200 points. If the original equipment of the battle-hardened skeletal general were to be replaced with higher-tier gear, these attributes would become even more astonishing. In contrast, Li Gu himself, as a practitioner of the ordinary quality necromancer class, has only managed to attain an average attribute value just over 100. Despite donning a complete set of equipment, a stark difference of nearly 100 points compared to the battle-hardened skeletal general. Perhaps he should strive for more breakthroughs and see if he can uncover a class change scroll within the treasure chests. Li Gu is well aware of the various paths to career advancement, including the use of class change scrolls, the inheritance altar, and divine blessings. However, none of these methods are devoid of complexity. Nevertheless, Li Gu possesses a profound confidence. After all, standing at a sufficiently elevated position allows one to grasp opportunities that remain elusive to ordinary individuals. Following his evolution into a battle-hardened skeletal general, Li Gu proceeded to upgrade units of the template class, such as the Headless Paladin and the Undead Serpent Lord. At this juncture, including himself, he commands a formidable first-tier combat power, complemented by an extensive army of over 1 million undead. Even when faced with second-tier entities, Li Gu is confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. The notion of defeat is far from his mind, as the disparity between first-tier and second-tier beings is vastly greater than that between apprentices and first-tier individuals. The elevation of one's realm brings about a transformation in strength that is not merely linear, but rather resembles a steep, exponential curve. As one progresses further, each ascent to a new major or even minor realm results in a seismic shift in one's combat capabilities. Moreover, templates are akin to innate potential, Creatures with low templates find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to higher realms. Consequently, as the realm increases, the template level of entities typically does not lag far behind. Understanding this crucial point, Li Gu possesses a keen self-awareness and does not naively entertain the notion of challenging second-tier beings. Should the opponent be adept in locating individuals or wielding curses and navigate through his legion of skeletons to strike it indirectly, it would indeed be a perilous endeavor. Li Gu set aside his thoughts to contemplate the forthcoming direction of his development. Achieving the first tier would enable him to establish his own dominion. However, this necessitated the acquisition of a territory and a village construction order. The former was relatively simple for Li Gu at this juncture, but the latter posed a greater challenge. Currently known methods for obtaining a village construction order included annihilating rival factions, receiving a royal decree from a sovereign nation, or purchasing it from wandering merchants. For Li Gu, the most reliable path appeared to be the extermination of rival factions, yet the drop rate was dishearteningly low. Despite having eradicated no fewer than 5 or 6 first-tier factions, he had yet to lay eyes on a single village construction order. Thus, he resolved to advance towards the Necromancer's Gorge, where he could solidify his foothold before devising further strategies. Prioritizing his needs, Li Gu recognized that a stable base was of utmost importance. The Necromancer's Gorge was the most suitable location, a natural hideout for the undead army, capable of harboring countless souls without arousing suspicion, allowing Li Gu to develop in peace. The vast undead legion pressed onward, akin to an overwhelming natural disaster, obliterating everything in their path: tribes, monstrous creatures, and scattered foes, thus bestowing upon Li Gu a bounty of disaster points and materials. Meanwhile, in the Douglas Great Jungle, a vampire stood before the ruins of the Black-Tooth tribe, his brow furrowed in anger. Who dared to assault a vassal of the Hadro family? As one of the prominent powers on the fringes of the Douglas Great Jungle, the Hadro family had established a formidable reputation, sufficient to intimidate most petty criminals. This was precisely why the Black-Tooth tribe willingly offered most of their newborns to the Hadro family in exchange for protection. Yet now, the Black-Tooth tribe lay in ruins. This situation was undoubtedly a provocation to the Hadro family. Immediate word must be sent to Lady Hadro for her judgment. The vampire promptly transformed into a humanoid bat, flapping his wings as he sped towards the inner regions of the Douglas Great Jungle, where the Hadro family resided. The Hadro family, one of the dominant powers in the western region of the Douglas Great Jungle, boasted tens of thousands of bloodthirsty vampires. With a plethora of first-tier warriors and the legendary Lady Hadro, a renowned second-tier powerhouse, the influence of the Hadro family extended beyond the Douglas Great Jungle. Maintaining both overt and covert connections with the human realms of the West, acting as the shadowy hand for many noble families, managing their less savory affairs. In this golden era, the Hadro family reigned supreme in the western region, akin to a local emperor. The only faction capable of rivaling the Hadro family was the pale-winged dragon Hector. At this moment, Lady Hadro, the Blood Rose and the matriarch of the family, was experiencing an unprecedented loss of composure. Who possessed the audacity to slaughter her family's vassals? While the destruction of a mere Black-Tooth tribe might not warrant her fury, the path taken by Li Gu towards the Necromancer's Gorge traversed the Hadro family's domain, where all the vassal tribes lay in ruin. Over a dozen tribes had been systematically annihilated. The once pale skin of Lady Hadro was now stained crimson with rage, her chest heaving with barely contained fury. To provoke a vampire's ire was no trivial matter. However, as the one who had led the Hadro family to its zenith, Lady Hadro sensed an unusual undercurrent amidst her fury. Despite her anger, she retained her wits and summoned her most trusted advisor, issuing a command: investigate. A squad of elite Hadro family warriors, led by a second-tier powerhouse and accompanied by 7 first-tier combatants, immediately set forth from the family stronghold to the outskirts of the Douglas Great Jungle to unravel this mystery. Locating the source of the disturbance would not prove difficult, especially considering Li Gu commanded an army of over 3 million skeletons, advancing like an unstoppable tide, devastating everything in their wake. The destruction left in their path, vegetation and various monsters alike, was reminiscent of a cataclysm. Thus, by following the trail of destruction, they could easily pinpoint the location of Li Gu's undead army. However, discovering their whereabouts and daring to approach were two entirely different matters. What on earth was this? The second-tier vampire, tasked with the investigation, widened his eyes, his pupils trembling, and his hair standing on end as an ancient fear coursed through him. In the distance, the ground quaked slightly as countless skeletons marched in unison, the cacophony of clattering bones resonating like an ethereal war hymn. The dense mist characteristic of the Douglas Great Jungle enveloped the skeletal army, rendering them an otherworldly legion from the depths of hell. The investigator found himself momentarily disoriented, uncertain if he stood in the realm of the living or the afterlife. The sheer visual shock and psychological impact of the undead horde rendered him instinctively trembling. How could there be so many undead? Could a new spatial rift have opened? No, that did not seem likely. This army clearly possessed a unified direction and a definite objective towards the Necromancer's Gorge. After careful observation and deliberation, the Hadro family investigation team reached a fundamental conclusion. This legion of the undead was not targeting the Hadro family, but rather the very vassals that lay directly in the path of their march. In essence, those dozen or so factions were akin to ants before an unstoppable flood, mercilessly crushed underfoot. Indeed, their mere advance had annihilated multiple factions. Do not question why you were destroyed. Your demise had nothing to do with you. This was an unmitigated catastrophe, an undead calamity. The investigation team was gripped by terror, unwilling to approach any closer. Common sense dictated that such a massive legion of undead would surely harbor formidable individual units capable of maintaining their dominion. Yet, what they could not fathom was that the command of nearly 3 million undead warriors resided solely with Li Gu. They decided to report their findings to Lady Hadro, allowing her to decide the course of action. Gathering scant intelligence from the periphery of the undead army, the investigation team hastily retreated. After all, in any world, the plight of the working class remained unchanged, with meager wages who could afford to gamble with their lives. Meanwhile, as the investigation team returned to the Hadro family stronghold with their report, Lady Hadro listened intently, her exquisite features, reminiscent of a regal queen, now etched with grave concern. Millions of undead calamities. It was no exaggeration to assert that if any third-tier undead were among them, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire Douglas Great Jungle. However, the sole silver lining was that these undead had yet to exhibit significant aggression, steadily marching towards the Necromancer's Gorge. Could it be that they had traversed through a spatial rift to the Douglas Great Jungle, seeking to return to the underworld via the Necromancer's Gorge? Madame Hadro found herself pondering the underlying reasons. The existence of the Douglas Jungle is attributed to the inherent instability of the region, where rifts to negative energy dimensions such as abysses, the underworld, and demonic realms frequently manifest. This phenomenon has led to the proliferation of malevolent beings, which humanity has been unable to eradicate completely, thus leaving the situation unchecked. Consequently, the emergence of otherworldly factions within the Douglas Jungle is not particularly surprising. One wonders if there exist intelligent undead races capable of communication. If so, they may present potential allies. As Madame Hadro stroked her chin with one hand, her other hand gently swirled the goblet, the blood-like wine within it undulating, reflecting the turmoil within her heart. You may leave now, she gestured dismissively to the investigation team, before summoning her trusted aide to compose a letter. Deliver this missive to the Archbishop without delay. As you command, her aide responded, departing from the Hadro family estate with the letter in hand. Having completed these tasks, Madame Hadro drained her goblet, savoring the exquisite blood of carefully selected infants from the human realm, which brought her a sense of comfort that made her eyes narrow slightly. She licked her blood-red lips and murmured, "The will of the abyss approaches. The variables are multiplying. Is this the world striving for self-redemption, or are other forces at play?" Li Gu remained unaware that the Hadro family had set their sights on him. However, it cannot be stated otherwise, for he had long been prepared for the scrutiny of the Hadro family and even the Pale Wings. Thus, whether he was indeed targeted by the Hadro family was of little consequence to Li Gu. At present, the paramount objective was to reach the Valley of the Undead and subsequently establish his own dominion. With this aspiration in mind, Li Gu embarked on a lengthy journey towards the Western Paradise. The number of undead under Li Ji's command has astonishingly surpassed 7 million. This figure is quite remarkable. If summoned in its entirety, it would create an unending sea of bones. In the age of cold weapons, Li Gu would be considered an invincible force. Alas, this is a realm of magic, where sheer numerical superiority does not guarantee dominance. Within this hierarchical structure of power, it is not only the vast size of the army that matters, but also the pinnacle units that determine the height of the pyramid. Thus, while the 7 million skeletons exist within the system, only 3 million have been materialized, with the remaining 4 million serving as a hidden card that may prove crucial in pivotal moments. Now, with his formidable army in tow, Li Gu has finally arrived at the outskirts of the Necromancer's Canyon. Li Gu did not rush to advance his army into the depths of the Dead Spirit Canyon. Instead, He projected his consciousness into a flying undead unit on the front lines. This unit was a skeletal vulture, evolved from the unique jungle vultures of the Douglas Great Jungle. Although its level was not particularly high, its numbers were considerable, comprising over 300 of these flying entities, making them Li Ji's most numerous aerial units. With a decisive command, the skeletal vulture, constructed entirely of white bones and adorned with a faint black energy membrane on its wings, soared into the sky. Obeying Li Ji's will as it flew towards the Dead Spirit Canyon. Through the vulture's eyes, Li Ge gained a clear view of a corner of the canyon. Below him lay an immense chasm, seemingly endless, strewn with debris. The ground appeared ravaged by some horrific force, forming intricate, crumpled furrows devoid of any vegetation. The somber palette was composed of the brown of stones and the yellow of soil, creating a desolate atmosphere. Within the canyon, a plethora of undead creatures roamed. The most basic skeleton soldiers, undead knights riding warhorses, howling corpse demons, and numerous skeletal mages wielding staves. These myriad undead enhanced the eerie and terrifying aura of the barren canyon. For an ordinary person unfamiliar with extraordinary powers, merely entering this canyon could result in a death more terrifying than any undead could inflict. Simultaneously, Li Ge observed a distinct relationship of predator and prey among the undead within the canyon. Many powerful undead occasionally struck down their weaker counterparts, severing their heads and consuming their souls. This behavior was not surprising. Undead beings are the deceased of the mortal realm, creations of the netherworld, and their mode of evolution often involves devouring souls. Most of the formidable undead emperors of the underworld ascended to their pinnacle by systematically slaughtering their weaker kin. This insatiable bloodlust among the undead is rooted in the fact that the souls of the living are far more delectable than those of skeleton soldiers. Li Ge had previously attempted to instigate his skeleton soldiers into mutual slaughter to foster the emergence of stronger units. However, this exploitative method proved futile. The skeletal soldiers provided by the Undead Calamity System were peculiar. They could neither absorb souls nor evolve through consumption. Upon death, they would disintegrate entirely, leaving no remnants or souls behind, as if they had never existed, merely projections from another dimension. This thwarted Li Ji's plans of advancing his skeleton soldiers by means of evolution. Clearing his mind, Li Ge continued to gather information about the Dead Spirit Canyon through the perspective of the skeletal vulture. As soon as the vulture entered the area of the canyon, it noticeably sensed the abundance of nether energy in the air. Its maneuverability, recovery abilities, and even combat prowess received a remarkable boost, akin to a fish returning to water, flourishing in an environment suited to its nature, causing the skeletal vulture to instinctively feel a surge of exhilaration. Li Ge immediately sensed this aspect, and he nodded slightly, growing increasingly satisfied with the Necromancer's Canyon. Not only was it teeming with undead creatures that provided him with materials for evolution, but it also served as a natural haven for these beings. The undead within the canyon, even when possessing the same realm and template, exhibited significantly greater combat prowess compared to their counterparts in the outside world. The overall combat strength of Li Ji's vast army of millions of undead would experience a terrifying enhancement. It can be said that the Necromancer's Canyon is, at present, the most suitable location Li Ge has encountered for establishing his dominion. This is the place. Li Ge resolved to establish his influence in the Valley of the Undying. However, further intelligence gathering was essential. Understanding both oneself and the enemy is key to achieving invincibility in battle. The skeletal vulture surveyed the western Zhou, unveiling a wealth of information about the Valley of the Undying before Li Ji's eyes. Li Ge discovered that, in addition to a multitude of wild undead, the Valley of the Undead also harbors numerous undead tribes. These are high-ranking undead that, through instinct, gather a significant number of lower-ranking undead, thereby forming distinct factions. Li Ge surveyed the various forces, meticulously marking their coordinates. For the foreseeable future, these factions would serve as his quarry. Having gained a general understanding of this area, his gaze shifted deeper into the Necromancer's Gorge. He had roughly explored the surrounding conditions, yet it was the depths of the gorge that piqued his interest considerably. Legend spoke of an open spatial rift within the Necromancer's Gorge that connected to the netherworld. If such tales bore any truth, it would be possible to traverse through the gorge and enter the realm of the deceased. For Li Ge, this represented an extraordinary opportunity. The netherworld, a final resting place for wandering souls, teems with countless spirits. Gaining entry would equate to an inexhaustible supply of spectral materials. However, Li Ge harbored doubts about the veracity of this legend. If it were indeed true, even a modest rift would be sufficiently enticing to attract third-tier necromancers seeking to claim dominion over it. Li Gu speculated that it was likely a projection of the underworld. A projection world, as it is termed, is a unique subspace born from the powerful laws of a plane being externalized and mapped onto other planes. The underworld, even amidst the myriad realms, undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in terms of influence. Thanks to the formidable nature of the underworld, it possesses projections in nearly every plane. The player community often refers to these projection worlds as dungeons. Even as a dungeon, the allure for Li Gu is immense. Should he successfully navigate a dungeon of the underworld, the rewards, whether in materials or the bounties bestowed by the cycle of the game, would be exceedingly generous. This is yet another significant reason for Li Ji's journey to the Necromancer's Canyon to explore its depths. Li Gu controlled the skeletal vulture, hastening into the depths of the Necromancer's Valley, eager to ascertain whether a dungeon entrance truly lay hidden within. However, before the skeletal vulture could traverse the mid-region of the valley, it was swiftly dispatched by a more ferocious flying eagle zombie. As the form of the skeletal vulture dissipated, the flying eagle zombie stood bewildered for a considerable time, pondering the whereabouts of its prey. Where had that substantial soul energy vanished? Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Gu felt a twinge of regret. The deeper one ventured into the Necromancer's Gorge, the more formidable the undead units became. The skeletal vultures were evidently incapable of traversing the numerous powerful undead territories. Fortunately, the information gathered thus far was sufficient. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Gu issued a command, officially directing his vast army of the undead to advance into the Necromancer's Gorge. In an instant, a multitude of foreign skeletal soldiers stirred the wild undead of the gorge, who, like ravenous wolves long deprived of sustenance, pounced upon the army of skeletons as if they had suddenly encountered a feast of delectable flesh. Li Gu, undaunted, was prepared to compete in numbers. He had never been intimidated. It was time to demonstrate to this horde of wild undead what a true catastrophe of the undead entailed. With a commanding shout from Li Gu, the grand army of the undead surged forth like a sweeping wave of white, pouring into the Necromancer's Gorge to engage in fierce combat with the wild undead residing there. The slaughter commenced at that moment, under the command of Li Gu. A substantial legion of skeletal warriors was mercilessly crushed by the specters of the Necromancer's Gorge. Although the quality of Li Ji's skeletal soldiers was inferior, their sheer numbers were unparalleled. If one skeletal warrior proved inadequate, then there were 10. If 10 were insufficient, then 100, and if 100 could not suffice, then 1,000,000. The specters of the Necromancer's Gorge, however, had not yet attained the formidable strength necessary to contend with such a colossal army. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of these undead beings was dispatched. Slaying an apprentice-level skeletal swordsman yielded 20 calamity points. Vanquishing an apprentice-level zombie buffalo granted 15 calamity points. Defeating an apprentice-level mage mummy awarded 45 calamity points. The incessant notifications regarding calamity points surged through Li Ji's mind, elevating him to a euphoric state. Every moment, thousands upon thousands of calamity points flowed into his account. The efficiency of this endeavor surpassed that of any other location within the Douglas jungle by an unfathomable margin. Li Ji's first call to the Valley of the Undead was indeed correct. The greatest advantage of the undead lies in their sheer numbers. The Valley of the Undead is undoubtedly the area with the highest density of monsters on the outskirts of the Douglas jungle. Such a treasure trove has undoubtedly become Li Ji's chosen training ground. Li Gu was filled with exuberance as he commanded an army of 1,000,000 undead. Despite the fearsome cries of these wild spirits, they were merely a horde of apprentice-level beings. In no time, Li Gu decimated them entirely. The scattered wild undead from the Necromancer's Gorge alone granted him over 100,000 disaster points in one fell swoop. As he ordered his troops to scour the battlefield and collect the spoils, Li Ji's gaze shifted towards other directions surrounding the Necromancer's Gorge. Breaking into the gorge was merely the beginning. Li Ji's initial objective is to seize control of the outer regions of the Necromancer's Canyon, subsequently advancing into its depths for a thorough exploration. To accomplish this first step, the eradication of the surrounding wild undead forces has become an urgent necessity. After successfully breaching the perimeter of the Necromancer's Canyon, Li Gu promptly reorganizes his troops, dispatching an increased number of aerial undead units to investigate the wild undead tribes of the Western Zhou. The weaker factions are swiftly eliminated, while the stronger ones are confronted with a large-scale army led by first-tier undead units. Currently, the largest discovered tribe is situated approximately 10 kilometers from Li Gu, comprising around 50 to 60,000 undead. Through reconnaissance by aerial undead units, numerous first-tier wild undead have been identified, yet no second-tier entities have been detected. Based on the information gathered, it is surmised that the deeper regions of the Necromancer's Canyon harbor denser malevolence, naturally attracting higher-tier undead. Thus, the most formidable wild undead on the periphery are merely first tier. Those reaching the second tier tend to migrate deeper into the canyon, claiming more advantageous positions. Consequently, Ligo harbors little apprehension. After thoroughly assessing the situation, he promptly dispatches the battle-hardened skeletal general, commanding 1,000,000 skeletal soldiers to march toward the large wild undead tribe. As the skeletal general approaches the formidable tribe with Li Ji's orders, the vast skeletal army surrounds it, leaving no avenue of escape. The numerous undead within the large wild tribe unleash ferocious roars, their might undiminished, akin to a disturbed hornet's nest, as they charge toward Li Ji's forces. Compared to other regions of the Douglas Great Jungle, the primary advantage of the Necromancer's Canyon is that it is populated entirely by undead, devoid of intelligence and driven solely by instinct. In simpler terms, wild undead are akin to brutes, and Li Gu relishes the opportunity to engage such opponents in battle. As the relentless tide of undead approaches, Li Gu utilizes the divine perspective afforded by the aerial undead units to command his army, skillfully segmenting the advancing horde into smaller factions, thereby disrupting their formation. Following the ancient military principle, divide and conquer, he systematically dismantles the enemy forces. Like slicing a cake, the once mighty adversaries are reduced to increasingly smaller groups, their diminishing numbers eroding their advantage, making the task of neutralizing them considerably easier. Under the command of Li Gu, the army of the undead surged forth like a primordial beast, exhibiting astonishing speed and efficiency as they executed a ruthless campaign of division, annihilation, and consumption against tens of thousands of opposing royal spirits, just as Li Gu reveled in the carnage. A faction of first-tier undead units from a large wild undead tribe was stirred into action. Nearly 30 distinct first-tier undead abruptly burst forth, intent on thwarting the annihilation of their tribe. Among them were grotesque flesh monstrosities, massive in stature, their bodies grotesquely sewn together with various contorted limbs, plague zombies. Their forms in a state of advanced decay, emanating green toxic fumes, and first-tier zombies, seemingly indistinguishable from the living yet possessing eyes that glowed with a crimson light, brimming with a terrifying lust for slaughter. The cacophony of roars and howls from these first-tier undead units was formidable, and with their sudden onslaught, they tore open a breach in the ranks of Li Ji's frontline forces. Li Gu remained remarkably composed, undeterred by the circumstances. During the 3 days spent traversing the desolate Dead Spirit Valley, he had not idled. Instead, he had hunted numerous tribes. Now, his first-tier combat force had swelled to over 180. Although it was regrettable that he lacked formidable units like the legendary skeleton general with a commanding template, he possessed an abundance of elite templates. There was no need for the legendary skeleton general to intervene. As soon as the first-tier forces of the undead tribe mobilized, over 60 fierce undead emerged from Li Ji's ranks to engage. Li Ji's current strength was incomparable to his past. This large undead tribe not only fell short in numbers but also in quality. When the 60 fierce undead surged forward, the 30-odd first-tier wild undead were left in shock. The thought crossed their minds, why didn't you mention your prowess earlier? In fact, one of the first-tier wild undead, overwhelmed by the display, instinctively attempted to flee. Yet under Li Ji's command, such an opportunity was simply not afforded. A new onslaught commenced. Typically, large wild undead tribes engaged in overwhelming their foes. This was their first experience of being besieged by other undead. However, devoid of higher emotions such as humiliation, the undead only operated on instinct. As the battle progressed, the situation became increasingly clear. Recognizing the enemy's highest combat strength was limited, Li Gu resolved to expedite the conclusion of the fight and ordered the legendary skeleton general to engage. Eager for action, the legendary skeleton general finally received the command to charge, bellowing as he strode toward the nearest first-tier undead. This particular foe was a zombie, a rare undead type boasting a complete physical form, renowned for its astounding physical strength. The zombie was currently fending off two adversaries, Li Ji's venomous undead serpent sorcerer and a skeletal troll, and although it appeared beleaguered, it was not on the verge of defeat. In that instant, the legendary skeleton general arrived, and sensing the overwhelming presence, the zombie instinctively recoiled in fear. With a flicker of soul fire in his eyes, the legendary skeleton general wielded his halberd, channeling tremendous force akin to a celestial meteor crashing down, striking the zombie with formidable impact. Boom. In a mere exchange, the zombie, known for its physical prowess, was reduced to a pulp by the legendary skeleton general. Though a skeleton, The general emanated an air of arrogance, reminiscent of a divine general who had once trampled thousands. He advanced over the remnants of the zombie, rushing toward the next first-tier wild undead. The legendary skeleton general, equipped with a commanding template, effortlessly overwhelmed these ordinary first-tier undead. With each swing of his halberd, the undead either became mere mush, their corpses severed, or were shattered into bone fragments. The scene gruesomely brutal. The remaining first-tier wild undead, lacking intelligence yet driven by instinct to evade danger, gathered in a desperate attempt to resist. However, the legendary skeleton general showed no signs of retreat. Without summoning his allied first-tier forces, he raised his halberd high and plunged it into the ground. The battlefield transformed into a bone cage, centered around the halberd. Intricate black runes manifested across the ground, causing thousands of skeletal soldiers to disassemble and coalesce into a multitude of floating bones, which then surged towards the remaining enemy first-tier undead. The few wild undead left were gripped by horror, with no escape or refuge. Ensnared by an unyielding mass of bones that formed shackles, constructing an impenetrable prison. In mere moments, the remaining first-tier wild undead were completely confined, their limbs and bodies ensnared, unable to budge an inch. The so-called battle formation was a specialized super-large skill that affected all warriors. In this extraordinary era, only units possessing such skills were deemed worthy of commanding thousands. The legendary skeleton general's formation, the bone cage, transformed his skeletal soldiers into a prison to capture the enemy. The effectiveness of this skill depended on the general's mental fortitude and the number of skeletons under his command. It was no exaggeration to assert that, given Li Ji's current troop strength, even second-tier warriors could be restrained by the bone cage. Li Ji's confidence in his ability to confront second-tier foes was significantly bolstered by the legendary skeleton general's formation. Eliminate them. With Li Ji's command, the first-tier wild undead, immobilized within the bone cage, faced execution at the hands of the legendary skeleton general and his legion of skeletons. The notifications poured in. Killing a first-tier skeletal elite granted 500 disaster points. Slaying a first-tier skeletal spearman yielded 600 disaster points. Vanquishing a first-tier ironbone zombie awarded 900 disaster points. The demise of these first-tier undead resulted in nearly 10,000 disaster points for Li Ge, alongside the promise of valuable loot. Even if he had no use for the equipment, they could enhance the overall combat strength of his undead units. With the first-tier forces eradicated, the wild undead tribe before him was essentially a lamb awaiting slaughter, surrounded by a million-strong army that crushed them with astonishing efficiency. As the final wild undead met its end, the notification from the reincarnation game rang out. Annihilation of the first-tier wild undead faction, unnamed, is in progress. Annihilation speed, extremely fast. Annihilation difficulty, extremely high. Annihilation degree, total extermination. Overall evaluation, extraordinary brilliance. Congratulations! You have received a reward, 2,000 gold coins. Reputation 10. Observing the carnage through the eyes of his frontline skeletons, Li Ge felt a profound sense of satisfaction. From this battle alone, he had amassed over 400,000 disaster points, sufficient to evolve a significant number of first-tier undead units. Even without evolution, he could elevate the legendary skeleton general's rank to a higher tier. Should he reach the pinnacle of the first tier, Li Ge would be considerably more formidable against second-tier warriors. In addition to disaster points, the loot contained a substantial amount of soul essence. This initial victory granted Li Ge over 2,000 experience points. With the accumulation from previous days, he now stood at the third rank of the first tier. In the span of just 7 days since entering the reincarnation game, he had ascended from an apprentice of the first tier to the third rank, traversing 1 major realm and 12 minor realms. Such velocity positions him as the unrivaled first among all players in the history of the reincarnation game. The first in a millennium. Regrettably, Li Ge had yet to acquire a village construction order, which left him somewhat disheartened. Was there a law of conservation where luck was concerned? His prowess advanced swiftly, yet he faced stagnation in establishing his faction. He pressed on. Li Ge understood that it was impossible to force the situation. Relying on the eradication of powers to obtain the village-building decree was inherently a low-probability event. Since eliminating one power did not yield results, he resolved to eradicate 2. If 2 proved futile, then 3 would suffice. After all, it was unlikely that Li Ge would be so unfortunate. In the forthcoming period, Li Ge launched a vigorous military campaign in the Valley of the Undead. This vast canyon hosts hundreds of factions, both large and small, even in its periphery. On the very first day, Li Gu eradicated nearly 30 wild undead forces. Although these factions were not as formidable as the initial large wild undead tribe, their sheer number proved overwhelming. Today alone, Li Gu amassed over 3 million disaster points. Li Gu did not merely retain the calamity points. Besides utilizing them to evolve high-quality combat units, he also took the opportunity to upgrade the seasoned skeletal general. The expenditure of 190,000 calamity points led to the esteemed promotion of the seasoned skeletal general to the first rank, 5th tier. Subsequently, with the consumption of 210,000 calamity points, congratulations were in order as the seasoned skeletal general ascended to the first rank, 6th tier. An additional 270,000 calamity points were spent, resulting in the skeletal general being elevated to the first rank, 9th tier. Such a staggering expenditure of over 1 million calamity points invoked the arcane laws of the Undead Calamity System. In an instant, the seasoned skeletal general's physique surged dramatically, growing more imposing as it began to strengthen at an astonishing pace. Oberth could hardly believe his eyes. He had witnessed the skeletal general's gradual enhancement firsthand. In just a matter of days, it had transformed from a mere skeletal soldier into a peak first-rank entity, equipped with a commander-level template, potent enough to match formidable second-rank units. Was there truly no limit to the master's capabilities? Oberth's gaze towards Li Gu was filled with awe and astonishment. At this moment, Li Ji's attention was fixated on the formidable battle skeleton general. Towering at an astonishing 5 meters, this first-tier, 9th-grade general was enveloped in an aura of ominous energy. With a fierce aura rising around him, the flames of his soul flickered intensely, emanating a presence akin to that of a primordial beast, unmistakably indicating that he was no ordinary adversary. Having reached the zenith of the first tier, the battle skeleton general possessed attributes that included a constitution of 427, strength of 414, agility of 388, and spirit of 394. In comparison to his previous state, these figures represented an almost exponential increase. To confront such a general, a typical first-tier unit would be akin to a fledgling chick facing a Tyrannosaurus Rex. With such a powerful ally, Li Gu felt an immense sense of elation. Subsequently, he invested over 1 million disaster points to evolve units such as the Headless Paladin and the Undead Serpent Lord to the pinnacle of the first tier. While their combat prowess could not match that of the battle skeleton general, the general template still endowed them with commendable strength. It could be asserted that with the battle skeleton general alongside the Headless Paladin and the Undead Serpent Lord, his forces were formidable enough to contend with second-tier adversaries, instilling Li Gu with further confidence. However, there was a lingering disappointment as he had only 5 general-tier units under his command. Following the breakthrough to the first tier, the evolution of skeleton soldiers from first-tier materials no longer yielded the surplus energy required for higher-tier transformations. The advantage lay in the ability to directly evolve into first-tier combat units. The downside was that the materials for first-tier elites could only produce first-tier elite units. Unlike before when the surplus energy allowed for the evolution of apprentice general-tier units, it was a double-edged sword, as higher-tier monsters required even more disaster points for their upgrades. He resolved to check again tomorrow to see if he could procure a village-building decree. Li Gu stifled a yawn, preparing to take a brief slumber before continuing his endeavors. The moon shone brightly, casting a gentle glow upon the barren landscape of the Deathly Gorge, devoid of any vegetation. Beside him stood the Headless Paladin, whose well-defined form was marred by the absence of a head, adding an unsettling aura to its presence. Countless skeletal warriors remained unyielding in their duty, relentlessly following Li Ji's commands to eradicate the wild undead that lurked at the periphery of the gorge. A plethora of disaster points and an abundance of loot flowed seamlessly into Li Ji's backpack. Even in slumber, his wealth and reputation surged upwards. Should other players become aware of this, they would surely be consumed by envy. After all, while the reincarnation game is termed a game, it bears a striking resemblance to the reality of life. Typically, players would hone their skills gradually, striving to build their own factions. Yet here was Li Gu, an anomaly. Capable of summoning 100,000 skeletal soldiers daily, recognized by the game as his summon minions. This was akin to acquiring 100,000 idle scripts every day, allowing Li Gu to reap rewards effortlessly. How could this not provoke envy, jealousy, and resentment among other players? As Li Gu rested, a glue-fire vulture soared gracefully, landing at the mouth of a cave deep within the Deathly Gorge. This second-tier elite undead unit, adept in fire elemental affinities and endowed with the ability to fly, was a unique manifestation of a griffin that had succumbed to death. Towering above the height of a human, it resembled a prehistoric beast, its matted fur revealing glimpses of its ashen, desiccated skin, with hollow eye sockets ablaze with soul fire, denoting its undead nature. Upon landing, it shook its body, its fiery tail swaying, prompting the guarding undead units within the cave to respectfully part ways. The glue fire vulture, with its head held high, strode into the cavern, where an astonishing number of skeletal warriors could be observed. Unlike their wild counterparts, these skeletons were evidently better equipped, with robust frames and standardized gear, marching in a manner reminiscent of a disciplined army. Navigating through the intricate network of tunnels, the glue fire vulture arrived at a vast chamber, expansive enough to rival numerous football fields. The space was littered with the remains of humans, ferocious beasts, and otherworldly entities, some dissected, others stitched together, and some altered through various arcane concoctions, creating a scene that resembled the lair of a deranged scientist. As the Gloomfire vulture entered, a hoarse voice echoed through the cavern. Were you not tasked with overseeing the outskirts of the gorge and ensuring no interruptions? In response, the Gloomfire vulture let out a low growl, directing its gaze towards the source of the voice. There, amidst a heap of cadaverous materials, stood a gaunt elder in a black robe, manipulating the undead as he conducted his grim research. A flicker of fear crossed the Gloomfire vulture's eyes. Yet it approached the elder, emitting a soft growl. Although its utterance was neither human language nor the common tongue, the elder understood its intent in a different manner. His brow furrowing. A large number of unfamiliar undead have appeared? How many? The Gloomfire vulture responded, at least 1,000,000. At this revelation, the elder's composure shattered, his previously calm demeanor replaced by shock. The skeletons under his control faltered, one even disassembling a limb from a corpse. After a prolonged pause, the elder regained his bearing. Abandoning his experiments and instructing the skeletons to clean up the chaos, his expression now grave. The prospect of 1,000,000 undead was beyond his imagination, leading him to ponder the existence capable of commanding such a formidable legion. Surely, it must be a peak-level third-tier necromancer. Report everything you have witnessed to me, he commanded the Gloomfire vulture. Recognizing the urgency, the creature recounted its observations without omission. However, the scale of Li Ji's undead army was so immense that even the Gloomfire vulture had refrained from probing deeply, only surveying from a distance. Most of the soldiers were low-tier apprentice skeletons, organized and systematically exterminating the wild undead on the outskirts of the gorge. As the elder absorbed this information, his hands trembled slightly. This is a threat to the artifact. Panic surged within him, compelling a fleeting impulse to gather his belongings and flee. Though he considered himself a dominant force in the outskirts of the Douglas jungle, he was dwarfed by the overwhelming might of this new adversary. Having practiced necromantic arts for centuries, he had never encountered or heard of anyone wielding control over an army of 1,000,000 undead. The sheer commanding power of such an individual must be terrifying. Yet, the thought of fleeing was a bitter pill to swallow. I, Anthony, have dwelled in this deathly gorge for a century, driven by the pursuit of that artifact from the netherworld. After half a lifetime of scheming, I am on the brink of achieving my goal. How can I abandon it now? The elder named Anthony clenched his fists, resolute that he could not flee. He must not flee. However, to confront the 1,000,000 undead head-on was an idea that flickered in his mind for but a moment before he decisively rejected it. If he had the audacity, he would not have lived for centuries in obscurity. His life philosophy had always been to avoid trouble and to fear trouble. This principle had shaped Anthony's existence. The intense longing for the artifact coupled with the terror of Li Ji's undead army tugged at him, and as his mind raced, he contemplated potential compromises. Soon, with a determined grit, Anthony resolved, I have treaded cautiously throughout my life. Now that opportunity stands before me, how can I not take the plunge? Time flowed slowly. The sun rose in the east, yet its rays could not penetrate the dense fog of the deathly gorge. As Li Gu awakened leisurely, he heard the system's notification. Ding. Today's settlement is complete. 1,000,000 skeletal soldiers have been credited. Hearing this announcement, Li Gu felt invigorated. A splendid day commenced with the addition of 1,000,000 troops. The headless paladin presented him with fresh spring water and food intended for breakfast. In the wilderness, he could not hope for bread or rice, settling instead for simpler fare such as koala tails and tiger meat. Nevertheless, Li Gu held little desire for food. As long as he could satiate his hunger, he was content. After finishing his breakfast, Li Gu assessed his gains from the previous night. Due to a lack of command, he had refrained from sending his undead forces to assault large tribes, instead opting to cleanse the wild undead. Even so, this had netted him an impressive 2,000,000 disaster points. Among the vast array of loot, he discovered over 100 essence of souls, causing his experience points to surge dramatically. After a night of idling, not only had his military strength surged by 1,000,000, but his level had also ascended. And he had amassed a considerable bounty of disaster points, drops, and materials. This was simply too delightful for Li Gu. In comparison to other players, Li Ji's current situation was akin to a young calf on a rocket, utterly extraordinary. Upon awakening, Li Gu took a moment to assess the spoils of the previous night before promptly embarking on the task of continuing to cleanse the wild undead surrounding the Necropolis Canyon. The first target chosen by Li Gu was a wild undead tribe, comprising approximately 30,000 members. The undead within this tribe were aimlessly wandering, completely oblivious to the fact that Li Ji's skeletal army had surrounded them. The ensuing battle was devoid of suspense. Under the overwhelming advantage of sheer numbers and formidable strength, this wild undead tribe was swiftly reduced to ruins. The eradication of the first-tier wild undead faction, Nameless, is currently in the process of assessment. Eradication speed, exceptionally rapid. Eradication difficulty, high. Eradication extent, complete annihilation. Overall evaluation, a rare achievement. Congratulations on receiving the reward, 800 gold coins. Reputation 3. Upon hearing this prompt, Li Gu felt little impact. He had already grown accustomed to it. Just as he was preparing to command his army towards the next tribe, another notification from the reincarnation game arrived. You have exterminated over 100 tribes and have yet to acquire any faction construction items. A safety net has been triggered. Congratulations. You have obtained a special item, Village Construction Order. A village construction order. Li Gu, upon seeing this prompt, was filled with a myriad of emotions. He touched his face and mused, is my complexion truly that dark? 100. Precisely 100 tribes. Li Gu obliterated 100 tribes before finally uncovering a village construction order, which appeared to be a guaranteed drop. This incited a flicker of doubt regarding his fortune. However, he vaguely recalled that the village construction order in the reincarnation game tended to become more attainable as time progressed, a conclusion drawn by seasoned players. Yet, this insight was often disregarded, as few could establish a power in the early stages of the game. While building a power offers numerous advantages, it also entails the burden of safeguarding territory and managing various challenges. A single misstep could lead to total collapse. For the average player, it is prudent to bide their time in the early game, gradually developing and enhancing their strength. In contrast, individuals like Li Gu, who obtained a village construction order on the 8th day of gameplay, are exceptionally rare. It may well be said that he stands alone in this regard throughout the ages. To put it plainly, if there were a record for the swiftest acquisition of a village construction order, Li Gu would undoubtedly hold the title. What does this signify for me? Is it merely due to the constraints of game mechanics that I must rely solely on my own efforts? Li Gu let out a sigh of exasperation, finally comprehending why he had previously been unable to acquire the village establishment decree. However, now that it was in his possession, it was time to commence the construction of his own domain. Eager to establish his territory, Li Gu felt a sense of urgency. Although only 7 days had passed since his departure, he was deeply concerned about his family's situation. Presently, the circumstances at home were far from optimistic. His father, Li Mang, was imprisoned, awaiting trial. His mother, Gao Shimi, lay bedridden, and his younger sister, Li Xiaowu, was still in middle school. By building his territory, Li Gu could at least establish communication with the outside world and keep abreast of current events. With this in mind, he immediately began searching for an appropriate location for his domain. Fortunately, he need not worry excessively, as the territory could be relocated in the future. For the initial selection, it was sufficient to ensure safety. Through the perspective of his skeletal soldiers, Li Gu surveyed the territories he currently occupied and ultimately settled upon a small elevation within the Valley of the Undead. This location featured an expansive terrain, exceptionally suited for large-scale military engagements, allowing Li Gu to deploy his forces and leverage his advantages effectively. Having made his decision, Li Gu proceeded without hesitation. Upon arrival, he promptly retrieved the village establishment order. This order, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, resembled an ancient token, exuding a metallic texture that felt icy to the touch. The front of the token was inscribed with the character for village in seal script, imparting an air of antiquity and gravitas. Clutching the village establishment order, Li Gu silently intoned, "Use." In an instant, the token radiated brilliance, expanding outward in all directions to the west. Only Li Gu could perceive it, as a translucent, rudimentary courtyard materialized before him, with the ground delineating a grid of latitude and longitude. This scene mirrored the construction mechanics found in simulation games. Akin to the process of erecting buildings, Li Gu manipulated the ethereal image of the courtyard, positioning it appropriately before decisively confirming the action. Should the Lord's residence be constructed at this moment? Note, once confirmed, subsequent relocations will require substantial human, material, and financial resources. Confirmed. There was no room for hesitation. For this was undoubtedly the most advantageous location for Li Ge's territory development. Upon making his choice, the power from the reincarnation game descended, seemingly altering the very fabric of reality as the translucent courtyard rapidly transformed into a tangible structure before their very eyes. Obert stood beside him, utterly astonished. The act of conjuring something from nothing was nothing short of miraculous. My lord, could he truly be a deity? Obert gazed at Li Gu with fervent admiration. At that moment, Obert's loyalty to Li Gu surged to unprecedented heights. After all, one must cling tightly to such a formidable ally. Li Gu paid no heed to Obert, his consciousness expanding as he commanded the Western Zhou army to stand ready. The construction of a territory was no simple endeavor. Merely a few seconds later, the Lord's Manor was completed. Although referred to as the Lord's Manor, it resembled a modest courtyard, structured similarly to the Western-style courtyard houses, featuring a main building, a kitchen, and rooms on either side. It appeared somewhat unworthy of such an illustrious title, bordering on simplicity. Yet, for millennia, every faction established by players in the cyclical games commenced from such a humble courtyard. Li Gu possessed unwavering confidence, meticulously transforming his domain into a lord's mansion, a royal palace, an imperial residence, and even a divine realm. The moment the Lord's Mansion was completed, a notification echoed. The Lord's Mansion has materialized. The Lord's trial commences now. Please withstand the forthcoming siege of monsters. Should the Lord's Mansion be destroyed, the construction of the territory will fail, and the village building decree shall not be refunded. Generally, the construction of a territory is approached with utmost caution by most players. The reason lies in the Lord's trial that accompanies the territory's establishment, which is not to be taken lightly. However, what poses a daunting challenge to others was merely a trivial matter for Li Gu. As the Lord's Mansion achieved completion and the trial notification resounded, a multitude of green creatures suddenly materialized within 1,000 meters of the mansion. These beings, notably diminutive and grotesque in appearance, were none other than the infamous goblin race. If one were to consider creatures whose notoriety starkly contrasted with their actual prowess, goblins would certainly be contenders. Goblins are widely dispersed across various realms, and while they are prevalent, their capabilities are often mediocre, rendering them the most common adversaries for novice players in the cycle of the game. Their peculiar penchant for capturing female warriors further cements their status as recurring figures in various whimsical literary works. In this instance, the goblin horde besieging Li Ge's territory numbered over 100,000, comprising green-skinned goblins, goblin archers, goblin warriors, great goblins, goblin shamans, and goblin chieftains, forming a remarkably seasoned army. Despite their feeble strength, the sheer scale of their numbers rendered them formidable. For a player who had just established their territory, such a scenario would undoubtedly spell disaster. If a newly established player were to encounter a trial of this magnitude, they might as well prepare a shroud, ready to meet their demise with dignity. As the goblins became corporeal and their consciousness gradually awakened, a cacophony of discordant voices erupted. Ha ha ha. We follow the will of the heavens. We have finally arrived. Annihilate everything here. Only then shall we receive the rewards from above. The saintess, the female warrior, the maidens of the city. Here I come. Over 100,000 goblins clamored with fervor, faced with a scene capable of instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. Li Gu remained unfazed. While goblins excelled in employing overwhelming numbers, he was even more adept. With a command from Li Gu, as if opening the gates of the underworld, millions of skeletal soldiers surged forth like a white ocean, resembling tumultuous waves, sweeping in with a terrifying force from the western flank. The goblin horde, which had just materialized and was preparing to showcase their abilities, was left bewildered. What is happening? Is this really the novice lord's trial? Over 100,000 goblins collectively stood in shock, aware of their mission as manifestations of the world's rules, yet oblivious to the fact that the heavens could deceive them as well. They were promised mere fodder for slaughter, yet here stood millions of undead. No one was there to enlighten the goblins. The endless sea of bones transformed into an authentic calamity of the undead, launching a relentless assault. The goblin army was immediately thrown into disarray. At that moment, the goblins' innate timidity was triggered, and their instinct was to flee. However, with the skeletal army encircling them, there was no opportunity for escape. Goblins fell victim to the onslaught, with many trampled to death by their own kin. Calm down. A roar reverberated through the depths of the goblin horde, a voice imbued with an almost magical authority that instantly quelled the chaos. A towering goblin, adorned with a rusted crown and standing 3 meters tall, surveyed the western front with an imposing presence. The Goblin Prince, a rare unit within the goblin race that possessed a commanding template. The appearance of the Goblin Prince momentarily bolstered the shattered morale of the goblin forces. Under his command, the remaining goblins regrouped into a new formation. Fully armed goblin warriors formed the front line, tasked with absorbing damage, while goblin archers readied their bows to unleash a rain of arrows. Goblin shamans cast various blessings, and the great goblins led elite squads to intercept the onslaught from the skeletal army. In the blink of an eye, the goblin horde, which had been on the brink of collapse, was remarkably stabilized by the Goblin Prince. Liga gazed in astonishment. It appears that even the most diminutive of races can give rise to remarkable and formidable individuals. This material is perfectly suited for my endeavors in evolving the undead. Li Gu had set his sights on the materials of the Goblin Prince and commanded the battle-hardened skeletal general beside him. It is your turn to take the field. At the mention of Li Ji's order, a fierce glimmer ignited in the skeletal general's eyes as it hefted its halberd. It possessed an innate affinity for war. For it, battle was the ultimate indulgence. Fight. Exhilarating. The skeletal general roared, striding forth with determination. The Goblin Prince, sensing the approach of the skeletal general, felt a shiver of dread and panic coursing through him. Instantly, he dispatched thousands of troops to intercept the formidable foe. Yet, the prowess of the battle-hardened skeletal general, at the pinnacle of the first rank, was not to be trifled with. A roar, resounding like the very roar of the heavens, reverberated through the air as the skeletal general swung its halberd down with ferocious might. The terrifying force tore through the atmosphere, unleashing a chilling gale that manifested as a visible strike, sweeping forward with lethal intent. Countless goblins were instantly shredded into oblivion by this single blow. Leaving the battlefield momentarily hushed, all goblins gazed in terror at the skeletal general, as if beholding a primordial beast. It was utterly horrifying. The sheer ferocity was overwhelming. The goblins trembled in fear, some even wetting themselves in terror. The Goblin Prince was engulfed by dread. He longed to flee, yet escape was futile. Reality forced him to make a desperate stand. Meanwhile, the skeletal general showed no signs of halting. Its might was akin to that of 1,000 warriors. Leading the skeletal army, it surged forward, tearing through the goblin formations with relentless ferocity, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The first-tier goblin units were no match for its overwhelming strength. The air was filled solely with the anguished cries and wails of the goblins. In despair, the Goblin Prince found himself ensnared by the skeletal general's formation, bone prison. With a swift motion, the skeletal general severed his head from his body. As the Goblin Prince fell, the remaining ordinary goblins, bereft of their leader's protective aura, saw their morale shatter once more. This time, the goblins found themselves without any hope of a comeback. Li Gu commanded an army of millions of skeletons, encircling, slicing, and strangling the remaining goblins. The slaughter persisted for over an hour. When the last goblin fell, a notification echoed, "Congratulations on passing the Lord's trial. You have successfully established a village and become a lord. Please name your territory." Without hesitation, Li Gu inscribed the name Wanchuan. The choice of name held little significance for him. Wanchuan represents the river of forgetfulness, a realm where souls find their eternal rest. It is inevitable that Li Gu would venture down the path of the undead, hence the chosen name. Upon confirming the territory's name, a notification resonated in the ears of all novice players in the Arrow world. Congratulations to the new player, the king of the underworld, for establishing the territory, Wanchuan. Achievement unlocked. Accomplishments, reward granted. Reputation 600. First-tier Black Obsidian chest. This announcement left the 100,000 novice players in Era utterly astonished. Goodness, how is it possible to establish a territory in such a short time? Initially, due to 5 days of silence and Li Ji's low profile, discussions about him had waned on the forums. However, this achievement notification ignited a frenzy. It was only the 8th day since the game's inception, and a prominent player had already constructed a territory. What astonishing speed! Comparatively, I am still struggling to gain my family's trust. While the king of the underworld has already established a domain, such prowess is truly remarkable. I recall the territory trial is no easy feat. How did he accomplish this? Please accept my humble admiration. Who is this prodigy? Do you require a warm bed? Just turned 18. The entire forum erupted in excitement. It was not merely the 8th day. Even after a year or two of development, undergoing the Lord's trial could result in failure. Most players only considered establishing their territory upon reaching the 2nd tier. As the game mirrors reality, no one would gamble with their life. Yet, Li Gu had accomplished in 8 days what others might take years, if not decades, to achieve. The disparity left countless forum users speechless in shock. Meanwhile, upon hearing this news, Kai Tianlin, who was engaged in daily prayers with the red-robed Archbishop of the Filan Empire, felt a tremor run through him, nearly breaking his composure. The Archbishop lifted his gaze, observing Kai Tianlin with confusion. Realizing his near slip, Kai Tianlin's back was drenched in cold sweat. He feigned calmness and explained, "I just received a divine revelation. A calamity is approaching. Is it related to the undead riot in the Labewood Duchy?" The red-robed Archbishop grew tense. "Indeed. We must investigate swiftly." Kai Tianlin spoke earnestly, fabricating nonsense. The Archbishop, trusting his words, assured him, "Rest assured. We have located the teleportation array used by the 2 necromancers and are currently repairing it. We will soon pinpoint their location." At this assurance, a smile almost broke across Kai Tianlin's face. "Ah, the king of the underworld. Once I find you, your fate is sealed." He cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Li Gu began to relish the opening of his chest. The black obsidian chest, larger than the diamond chest, boasted a deep black surface that reflected a crystalline texture, adorned with faint glimmers of light and intricate patterns, emanating a stronger aura of regulation, all contributing to the chest's enigmatic allure. Li Gu felt a profound sense of anticipation. He had previously opened bronze, silver, gold, and diamond chests, yet he had never encountered the obsidian chest before. What treasures could it possibly yield? With eager expectation, he reached out and opened the chest. The obsidian chest radiated a brilliant light, and an ancient parchment materialized from within. A notification followed. "You have unlocked a Tier 1 obsidian chest. Congratulations, you have obtained Soul Tavern, Tier 1 Extraordinary. Building blueprints?" Upon seeing the results, Li Gu experienced a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for evolution materials instead. Extraordinary materials could potentially evolve into a unit superior to the legendary battle skeleton general. However, this feeling of regret was fleeting. Li Gu quickly composed himself. Blueprints were not without merit. After all, during the process of territory development, various buildings with unique effects played a significant role. This acquisition could indeed provide substantial support for the growth of Wanchuan. Li Gu opened the attributes of the Soul Tavern. Soul Tavern. First-tier exquisite, a special recruitment type establishment, capable of refreshing nether creatures daily and forming contractual relationships with them. Construction requires 10,000 gold coins. It was rather mediocre. After reviewing the attributes, Li Gu stored the Soul Tavern away, as he was not in one of nether creatures. With the presence of the Undead Cataclysm System, he could acquire millions of absolutely loyal undead units each day. Not only did the Soul Tavern require 10,000 gold coins for construction, but the loyalty of the recruited nether creatures was also not guaranteed, making it entirely unnecessary for Li Gu. Tossing the blueprints of the Soul Tavern into his backpack, Li Gu gazed at the village of Wanchuan before him. The territory was in its nascent stages, with merely the Lord's Manor as its sole structure, appearing rather rudimentary. Li Gu opened the attribute panel of Wanchuan Village. Wanchuan territory level. Village population. 1 resources. None buildings. Lord's Manor blessings. None. It was an ordinary initial territory panel. And Li Gu felt no surprise. However, he was confident that he could transform Wanchuan into a city, and even an empire, in a short period of time. Suppressing the surge of ambition within him, Li Gu prepared to head to the Lord's Manor. At that moment, he inadvertently glanced over and noticed a prompt above Obert's head. Visible only to him. Recruitable. Li Ji's thoughts stirred as he pondered the dilemma of how to deal with Aubert, a question that had occupied his mind for some time. After all, Aubert had witnessed many of Li Ji's secrets and was aware that Li Gu could summon a multitude of spirits daily. In dealing with such an individual, elimination seemed to be the most prudent course of action. However, it must be acknowledged that Aubert had risked his own life to protect Li Gu at the onset of their journey. Li Gu was not an ungrateful person, which is why he chose to keep Oberth until now. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Oberth. "Oberth, would you be willing to become my vassal?" Oberth was taken aback by the sudden question, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Placing his left hand over his heart, he knelt on one knee and earnestly proclaimed, "My life was saved by your esteemed father. I am willing to devote my life to you." With the successful recruitment of the necromancer Oberth, The population of the underworld increased by 1. As the notification echoed, Oberth's attribute panel became available for inspection in Li Ji's eyes. Rise, Li Gu instructed Oberth, who complied before he opened the attribute panel. Oberth profession: necromancer, common. Rank: apprentice. 9th tier skills: skeleton summon, corrosive swamp, hand of vengeance, blinding curse. Poisoning curse attributes: constitution 30, strength 29, agility 33, spirit 60. Equipment: skeletal staff, tattered robe, fascia belt. Sheepskin boots. Loyalty 96, loyalty over 60 allows the use of cataclysm points to evolve into an undead unit. Li Gu was momentarily stunned by Oberth's attribute panel. Oberth's attributes were rather mediocre, whether in terms of basic stats, profession quality, skills, or equipment. He was merely at the level of an ordinary 9th tier apprentice, lacking any remarkable traits. However, the final loyalty stat took Li Gu by surprise. Oberth's loyalty stood at an impressive 96 points. It is worth noting that the loyalty of subjects towards their lord fluctuates between 1 and 100. A score of 60 is considered passing. Anything below that raises the risk of betrayal, while below 30 signifies animosity, and below 10 could lead to defection or even assassination attempts against the lord. The threshold of 60 and above becomes increasingly challenging to achieve. After all, even the closest family members cannot be expected to be completely satisfied with one another. Oberth's loyalty, exceeding 90, reached the level of a devoted warrior. What truly astonished Li Gu was not Oberth's loyalty itself, but the annotation accompanying it. Loyalty over 60 allows the use of cataclysm points to evolve into an undead unit. Could I transform my subjects into undead units while preserving their consciousness? Preserving their wisdom? A plethora of questions emerged in Li Ji's mind. The Undead Cataclysm System did not act as a riddler. The instant a doubt arose in Li Ji's heart, the system promptly provided answers. Firstly, upon transformation into an undead unit, one's inherent consciousness would not be obliterated. Secondly, the specific race resulting from this transformation would depend on the materials utilized. Lastly, once transformed into an undead unit, loyalty would be solidified at a perfect score of 100, akin to that of the system's summoned creatures, ensuring eternal fidelity. Li Ji's heart stirred with realization. This essentially meant transforming his vassals into entities akin to the system's undead units. Such a transformation held only advantages for Li Gu, with no discernible drawbacks. Of course, for those being transformed, the outcome could be described as a mixed blessing. The cost was their unwavering loyalty to Li Gu, while the benefit lay in the potential for limitless evolution and enhancement. Contemplating this, Li Gu addressed Obert once more. Old Obert, I can bestow upon you great power, but I require your absolute loyalty. Additionally, your race will undergo a transformation in the process. Are you willing? Absolutely, Obert exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. He had long harbored this desire, yet, out of respect, he had refrained from broaching the subject. Now, hearing Li Ji's words, he was engulfed by overwhelming joy. He knelt before Li Gu, adopting the most reverent posture, and declared, "My lord, as long as I may receive your grace, I am willing to accept any form that may come." Having traversed the path of a necromancer for the better part of his life, Obert had smoothed away all his sharp edges. His yearning for a higher realm bordered on obsession. To hear the truth in the morning is worth dying by evening. Obert was prepared to sacrifice everything for this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Gu did not feign hesitation. He possessed a considerable amount of evolution materials, the finest of which were the materials dropped by the recently slain Goblin Prince. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. After all, Oberth had proven himself to be steadfastly loyal, and it would be unbecoming to transform him into a goblin. After deliberating, Li Gu opted for the soul core of a Tier 1 elite skeleton mage. Though the skeleton mage appeared feeble, it harbored immense potential for growth, capable of eventually evolving into a lich, a being of legendary status known to bring about cataclysmic devastation. Thus, despite the inferiority of the skeleton mage's soul core compared to that of the Goblin Prince, it was evidently more suitable for Oberth's future development, taking into account both growth prospects and material compatibility. Having settled on this course of action, Li Gu produced the skeleton mage's soul core and, meeting Oberth's eager gaze, initiated the evolution process. This marked Li Ji's inaugural attempt at using his evolution ability on another being, and he was quite intrigued by the potential outcome. The evolution of the Forgotten River denizen Oberth required the expenditure of 50,000 cataclysm points. Would he proceed? With resolve, Li Gu informed Oberth of the impending transformation and pressed the evolution button. In an instant, the 50,000 cataclysm points were consumed. A force emanating from the system cloaked the laws of heaven and earth, an unknown, profound, and formidable power descended, cascading upon Oberth in a momentous surge. The pale blue soul core of the skeletal mage in Li Ji's hand instantaneously disintegrated into a myriad of shimmering light particles. These resplendent specks fused seamlessly with Aubert's form. Aubert's eyes widened in disbelief as he raised his hand, witnessing the flesh on his palm rapidly decay and rot, revealing his mottled bones. Such a horrifying spectacle would terrify anyone else to the core. Yet, Aubert, being a necromancer himself, had encountered countless corpses and felt not fear, but an exhilarating thrill. I am undergoing a transformation, a metamorphosis towards death. Aubert nearly burst forth in exultation. Necromancers are often scorned, not merely for their penchant for meddling with the dead, but because they are inherently seekers of death. For the vast majority of necromancers, their lifelong pursuit is to transmute themselves into liches or similar undead entities, thereby attaining a semblance of eternal life, to live through death. This encapsulates the ultimate aspiration of necromancers. Thus, they exist as a natural reserve of malevolence, often condemned and reviled by society. Now, Aubert could feel that his consciousness had not dissipated, his soul was preserved. While his corporeal form was undergoing a transformation, the epitome of the necromancer's quest. How could this not fill Aubert with astonishment? Under Li Ji's watchful gaze, Aubert's flesh and blood dissolved, leaving behind a stark skeletal frame. His hollow eye sockets ignited with soul fire, cloaked in a black robe, and in his hand, a staff crafted from bone radiated a brilliant glow, embodying the visage of a skeletal mage. A system prompt echoed, 50,000 disaster points consumed. Aubert has evolved into the skeletal mage Aubert. How does it feel? Li Gu inquired with keen interest, observing Aubert. Aubert lifted his bony hand to caress his bare skull, the sound of grinding bones echoing eerily. He chuckled, his voice hollow and sinister. Master, I feel unprecedentedly invigorated. Flesh is frail, but the undead ascend. I now feel as though I have been reborn, possessing not only formidable power but also liberated from the ailments and pains brought on by aging. Li Gu noticed that Oberth appeared satisfied and nodded in agreement. To be honest, Li Gu was reluctant to evolve into the undead. He preferred to retain his corporeal form, especially at the tender age of 18, when he had yet to fully savor the delights of this world. He then examined Oberth's attributes. Skeleton Mage Oberth Realm. First rank. 3rd grade template. Elite, Protection 1. Death Spellcaster, Enhancement of all Netherworld spells. Skills, Soul Impact, Corpse Explosion, Death Curse, Skeleton Summoning, Corrosive Mire. Attributes, Constitution 108, Strength 109. Agility 113, Spirit 130 Equipment. Staff of the Deceased, Robe of the Deceased, Belt of the Deceased, Boots of the Deceased Evaluation. I have become bald. Yet I have also grown stronger. In terms of combat capability, Oberth was not significantly different from an ordinary skeleton mage. However, he possessed an advantage that no other undead had: genuine wisdom. With Oberth by my side, life would undoubtedly become much easier. Li Gu was exceedingly pleased with Oberth's evolution. Now commanding millions of undead units, he found it impossible to manage each individual with meticulous precision. At most, he could issue commands to groups. It resembled the mechanics of StarCraft or Red Alert, where one selects a multitude of units with a mouse and issues straightforward commands such as attack, retreat, or defend. However, due to the sheer magnitude of his forces, even these simple directives posed a considerable burden for Li Gu. The existence of Oberth effectively granted him a capable aide. Owing to Oberth's absolute loyalty, Li Gu could confidently delegate a portion of the command over his skeletal army to him, allowing for more intricate and refined maneuvers. This undoubtedly resulted in a significant enhancement of the combat capabilities of his undead legions. More importantly, Oberth's evolution enlightened Li Gu to the practicality of the Soul Tavern blueprint obtained from the Dark Treasure Chest. The Soul Tavern could recruit vassals. Once their loyalty reached 60 points, they could be transformed into units of absolute allegiance. This implied that Li Gu could amass an ever-growing number of intelligent undead at a minimal cost. In this light, the Soul Tavern was not merely useful. It was exceedingly invaluable. However, the implementation of this idea was not an immediate priority. Li Gu turned his gaze towards the Lord's Manor. He had successfully established the faction known as Wangchuan and unlocked a treasure chest, evolving Oberth into an utterly loyal skeletal mage. However, these achievements were not the ultimate aim of Li Ji's endeavors. His urgency in building this faction stemmed from a desire to connect with his family. Suppressing his excitement, Li Gu stepped into the Lord's Manor. The mansion was modest in size and decor, resembling a simple farmhouse. As he entered, Li Gu could sense a peculiar energy enveloping him. At that moment, several options materialized before his eyes: building construction, population management, territory administration, and reincarnation network. Building construction, population management, and territory administration represented the fundamental functions of the territory. In contrast, the reincarnation network was a newly developed feature, born from humanity's millennium-long exploration within the reincarnation game. It was said to be a unique artifact that enabled all players, be they novices or veterans, regardless of the world they inhabited, to establish a connection with individuals in the real world. Li Gu initially accessed the reincarnation network. Instantly, a panel emerged before him, revealing a page reminiscent of a social media platform. It was not particularly mysterious. Rather, it was filled with news articles and short videos. After all, the reincarnation network is accessible not only to players but also to ordinary individuals in the real world. One might say that the reincarnation network essentially embodies the digital realm of the real world. Li Gu was quite familiar with this page. He opened his friend list and noticed that only 3 individuals were marked as particularly significant: his father, Li Mang, his mother, Gao Shimi, and his younger sister, Li Xiaowu. Li Mang is currently imprisoned and offline, his avatar now in muted gray. Only Gao Shimi and Li Xiaowu remain online. Gao Shimi is gravely ill in bed, and Li Gu, wishing not to disturb her, turns his attention to the avatar of his younger sister, Li Xiaowu. The chat history from 8 days prior still lingers. It was during this time that Li Xiaowu had sent him words of encouragement as he embarked on his journey into the reincarnation game, accompanied by an adorable cheering emoji. Li Gu smiled faintly, feeling a warmth in his heart. Although merely 8 days had passed, the separation between 2 worlds inevitably stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Taking a deep breath, Li Gu sent a message to Li Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, how is everything at home now?" It was the afternoon. Li Xiaowu, only 13 years of age, had a frail figure reminiscent of a tender bean sprout, complemented by her charming visage, evoking a sense of delicate grace that was utterly endearing. At that moment, she had just emerged from the hospital, her brows furrowed, bearing a sorrow that belied her tender years. Alas, with Li Mang incarcerated and Li Gu entangled in the cycle of the reincarnation game, the weight of the household rested solely on Li Xiaowu's slender shoulders. Fortunately, Li Mang's former comrades occasionally extended their assistance. Otherwise, Li Xiaowu's current predicament would have been far more arduous. As she navigated through the bustling crowd, thoughts of Li Gu lingered in her mind, prompting a sigh. I wonder if my brother is safe and sound at this moment. The low mortality rate in the reincarnation game does not imply the absence of death. Many unfortunate souls have met their demise from the very onset. After entering the game for 8 days, Li Gu had plunged Li Xiaowu into 8 consecutive nights of tormenting nightmares, often waking up in the midst of slumber, clutching her blanket and weeping alone. Li Xiaowu was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of losing everything: her father, her mother, her brother. It felt as though everyone was on the verge of departing from her life. At that very moment, her phone vibrated gently. She pulled it out and, upon glancing at the screen, was momentarily taken aback. Brother. Her first instinct was to question whether someone had hacked into his account, for it had only been 8 days since his disappearance. Having diligently researched the reincarnation game after Li Gu had entered it, Li Xiaowu understood that one could establish a territory within the game to connect with the outside world via the reincarnation network. Yet, even the fastest builders in the game had taken a minimum of 3 months to construct their territories, an accomplishment that was nothing short of remarkable. Li Xiaowu harbors affection for her brother, yet it is not a mindless adoration. Thus, her initial reaction is to suspect that someone is playing tricks on her. However, players within the reincarnation game cannot have their accounts hacked in the reincarnation network, as it is bound to their soul's essence rather than something mundane like a phone number. In other words, could this be genuine? Li Xiaowu felt as though her mind was on the verge of crashing. However, she quickly regained her composure, glanced at Shizhou, and walked over to a bench by the roadside to sit down. She took out her phone and replied to Li Gu, "Are you really my brother?" She still found it hard to believe. Far away in the world of Era, Li Gu received her response, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and his mood inexplicably brightened. He replied, "Of course, Xiaowu. You remember your first day at kindergarten? Our entire family accompanied you, and you clung to me, crying and refusing to go to school. And that time we watched a horror movie together, you claimed to fear nothing, yet were too frightened to sleep alone afterward. Not to mention your peculiar obsession with wearing an eye mask, mumbling something about saving the world." "All right, enough of that," Li Xiaowu interjected. her face turning crimson as she felt embarrassed by the recollections of her past. She was now convinced that the person using this account was indeed her beloved brother. Li Shiwu felt an overwhelming shock. "Brother, have you already established your territory?" "Indeed, it has just been completed," Li Gu replied with assurance. Upon hearing Li Ji's affirmative response, Li Shiwu's eyes widened in astonishment, her adorable face brimming with disbelief. "Goodness! Within a mere 8 days, you constructed a territory. Such a pace has shattered the record that has stood for millennia. This is truly remarkable. Brother, you are incredible!" Li Shiwu exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Of course." Li Gu smiled, adopting a proud demeanor. However, he cautioned, "Do not speak of this to others. When the walls fall, everyone will push." As the Grand Commander of Kanglan Star, Li Meng held a position of considerable power and influence. His abrupt downfall, however, was orchestrated not only by the Kai family's machinations but also involved numerous other families and factions. Thanks to the rule of law and the protection of Li Meng's loyal subordinates, the Li family currently enjoys a temporary reprieve. Nevertheless, these adversaries will undoubtedly deny the Li family any opportunity for resurgence. Once they discover Li Ji's swift establishment of a territory, it is highly likely that they will target the Li family, seeking to extinguish Li Ji's potential before it can flourish. I understand this. Although Li Shiwu is young, she has grasped much from these events. She promptly deleted the chat records between her and Li Gu to leave no traces of evidence. Li Gu then inquired, "How is Mother's health?" "Quite well," Li Shiwu replied. "The doctor has indicated recent signs of improvement, and she should awaken soon." Li Shiwu wished to spare Li Gu any worry, delivering only good news. That is reassuring, Li Gu thought, feeling a measure of relief as he learned that all was well at home. With the passage of time, one increasingly realizes that life is not solely lived for oneself. Though it can be exhausting, Li Gu is determined to shield his family from any misfortune. After conversing with Li Xiaowu for a while, Li Gu transferred 1,000 gold coins to her reincarnation network account. Li Xiaowu received the news, her expression changing dramatically. "Brother, there is still money at home. You should keep this for yourself." With that, Li Xiaowu transferred the coins back to Li Gu. The coins not only served as the universal currency within the reincarnation game, but, following the establishment of the reincarnation network, they had also become a hard currency that could be utilized in reality. According to current market rates, one coin could be exchanged for 300 Human Alliance coins. The coins gifted by Li Gu, amounting to 300,000, represented the net income of an ordinary family over 5 years. Yet, this sum holds little significance for Li Gu at present. Within the span of 8 days, he has vanquished over 100 tribes, amassing a total of 120,000 coins solely from this endeavor. Were it not for his concern that the young girl might be deceived due to her tender age, he would have eagerly sent her several tens of thousands of coins. Transferring 1,000 coins to Li Xiaowu's account, Li Gu typed, "There is no need to save for me. Take care of yourself and enjoy your meals. Worry not about other matters. I shall handle everything." After sending this message, Li Gu closed the reincarnation network. As she gazed at Li Ji's grayed-out avatar, Li Xiao's eyes dimmed, and her small face was filled with reluctance. Ever since childhood, she had been Li Ji's shadow, clinging to him every day. However, she understood that Li Gu had more pressing matters to attend to. He was fighting with his life for the sake of their family. Li Shiwu certainly would not be so immature as to throw a tantrum. However, even though she is not a gamer, she can appreciate the extraordinary talent of Li Gu. His record-breaking speed in constructing territories and his ability to amass thousands of gold coins early in the game clearly indicate that he is a prominent figure within this virtual realm. No wonder he is her brother. Observing Li Ji's impressive accomplishments in the game, a bright smile finally illuminated Li Xiaowu's previously gloomy face. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and took the bus home to prepare dinner alone. Meanwhile, in the reincarnation game, in the world of Ella, after communicating with his sister, Li Gu felt invigorated. For the sake of his sister, for their gravely ill mother, and to rescue his father from prison, he must grow stronger, and rapidly. With this determination, Li Gu exited the social section and accessed the true core feature of the reincarnation network, the celestial trade. After a millennium of exploration in the reincarnation game, if one were to identify the most impactful achievement, the celestial trade would undoubtedly be among them. This feature allows all players who construct territories to purchase goods from the real world and even from other gaming realms, facilitating genuine exchanges and mutual benefits, significantly enhancing the development of all gamers. Li Gu now possesses over 100,000 gold coins, a sum ample enough to acquire a plethora of materials, thereby enhancing his own strength. Li Gu opened the section on the celestial trade. The following notification appeared. Citizen Li Gu, your strength is at the first tier. You have established a village-level power and automatically attained the rank of a 9th-tier citizen. You may purchase items of first-tier quality or below on the trading platform, with no shipping fee exemption and without special privileges. Upon reading this notification, Li Gu felt a mix of emotions. In the era of interstellar civilization, the mastery of extraordinary powers has resulted in a profound disparity in strength among individuals. The powerful can extinguish stars with a single hand, while the weak are unable to even contend with a dog. In such circumstances, the notion of equality among all has become obsolete. In light of this objective reality, the Human Alliance instituted a 9-tier citizen system. In simple terms, individuals are classified into 9 tiers, each enjoying varying degrees of citizen benefits. Within this hierarchical structure, the first tier is the highest, while the 9th tier is not the lowest. The lowest category consists of ordinary individuals who possess no rank. Li Ji's father, Li Meng, served as the commander of Kanglan Star and was classified as a citizen of the 5th rank, allowing Li Gu and Li Xiao to enjoy the benefits of a 5th-class citizen as well. However, with Li Meng's arrest, Li Gu lost his citizenship status and was reduced to the status of an ordinary individual. Now, having entered the reincarnation game, Li Gu ascended to the 1st tier. And with such prowess, his citizenship rank automatically restored to the 9th. The higher the citizenship rank, the greater the privileges one could enjoy within the alliance. Upon reaching a certain level, one could even obtain immunity from prosecution, which presented a potential avenue for rescuing his father. Yet, this seemed a distant prospect. Li Gu dismissed such thoughts, closed the notification, and entered the trading platform. A dazzling array of goods emerged before him: equipment, potions, blueprints, items, finished machinery, and countless resources. Li Gu first examined the advanced class transition items for the necromancer, discovering a considerable array of options. There were those capable of summoning even more undead, such as the Wraith Walker who could traverse the netherworld. Then there were the Death Listeners who could forge connections with legendary deities of the underworld. Additionally, there existed the Death Legion Master, focused solely on the creation of undead. Each of these professions boasted qualities superior to that of the necromancer. However, Li Gu remained unsatisfied. Restricted by his citizenship level, he could only procure items of the 1st tier exquisite quality or lower. The exquisite class transition items demanded a minimum of 1 million gold coins. After all, this was merely the starting point of the grand journey. Given Li Ji's current financial situation, he was compelled to settle for high-quality or boutique-grade transition items, which would offer limited enhancement to his strength. It is worth noting that the materials for 1st-tier exquisite items were priced around 50,000 gold coins in the Western market. This sum would be sufficient for Li Gu to evolve into a unit with a commanding template, equivalent in power to a seasoned skeletal general. From a pragmatic standpoint, purchasing transition scrolls would be less beneficial than investing that money in materials, as the latter would undoubtedly yield a significant boost to his combat capabilities. Li Gu was not a hesitant individual. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to make his selections. Ultimately, he chose 3 items: the heart of a juvenile unicorn, a 1st-tier treasure imbued with pure light attribute power, suitable for the creation of potions or special artifacts. Price: 38,000 gold coins. Shipping fee: 14,000 gold coins. The complete skeleton of a feathered serpent, a 1st-tier treasure possessing poisonous attributes, a template for a fearsome beast material, capable of crafting weapons or decorative models. Price: 40,000 gold coins. Shipping fee: 12,000 gold coins. The skull of a flame giant, a 1st-tier treasure. The skull of a juvenile flame giant, endowed with exceptional fire resistance, a prime material for weapon crafting. Price: 44,000 gold coins. Shipping fee: 20,000 gold coins. Li Gu was quite satisfied with these 3 selections. The unicorn heart could facilitate the evolution of a headless paladin. The feathered serpent skeleton would enable him to evolve into a formidable undead serpent lord. The flame giant skull could augment Li Ji's forces with a powerful fire attribute skeleton unit. However, the exorbitant shipping costs made Li Gu grimace. It was simply too expensive. The shipping fees within the reincarnation network were not fixed. The base fee was 20 of the selling price, which increased with distance. In essence, the farther the spatial coordinates, the higher the charges. For instance, although the price of the flame giant skull was only slightly over 40,000, the shipping fee soared to 20,000, which was indeed staggering. Nonetheless, to be fair, the shipping fees for interdimensional trade were not excessively steep. Yet, when it came time to spend, the sting was still felt. Given Li Ji's current financial status, he could only choose 2 out of 3. After a moment's reflection, he opted for the unicorn heart and the feathered serpent skeleton. After all, the headless paladin, as a rare light attribute undead, possessed tremendous evolutionary potential. The feathered serpent skeleton would allow Li Gu to develop a powerful flying unit, ensuring air superiority. In comparison, the flame giant skull was considerably less practical, and its shipping fee was prohibitively high. Thus, it was discarded by Li Gu. Would he spend 38,000 gold coins to purchase the juvenile unicorn heart? This transaction would incur an additional shipping fee of 14,000 gold coins. Would he spend 40,000 gold coins to acquire the complete feathered serpent skeleton? This transaction would incur an additional shipping fee of 12,000 gold coins. How expensive? Li Gu felt a pang of regret as he pressed confirm. Instantly, 100,000 gold coins were deducted from his backpack. Congratulations on acquiring the juvenile unicorn heart. Congratulations on acquiring the complete feathered serpent skeleton. As the notifications faded, the 2 items materialized in Li Ji's backpack, originally possessing 120,000 gold coins. He now had merely a little over 16,000 left. It was as though he had returned to square one. Of course, even so, Li Ji's wealth in the world of Ayla far surpassed that of all novice players. After all, gold coins served as currency among players. NPCs in Ayla could not utilize them. Thus, even those players with prestigious identities, before establishing factions or accessing the reincarnation network, found themselves with scant resources. Although Li Gu was left with only a little over 10,000 gold coins, it was an astounding sum that other novice players could scarcely imagine. Li Gu acquired the materials but did not hastily evolve them. Instead, he accessed the recycling feature of the reincarnation network trading platform. He proceeded to bundle and sell all the miscellaneous items from his backpack. The recycling function is specifically designed for low-value, low-tier items. The Alliance collects and disassembles these items, transforming them into materials for the construction of large-scale infrastructures, cosmic fortresses, and spacecraft. However, the recycling prices are often quite low. Li Gu did not mind. The equipment and items were primarily dropped by apprentice-level monsters, possessing low quality and rank, and were generally of little interest to most people. The one-click recycling feature proved to be a convenient and effortless solution. Ding! You have sold 210 items, earning 12,000 gold coins. Not too shabby. Li Gu mused, slightly nodding. They were merely worthless trinkets, and one could not expect much in terms of price. His total gold had returned to over 20,000. However, Li Gu had no intention of making further purchases. He exited the reincarnation network, carrying the materials in his backpack, preparing to evolve the headless paladin and the undead serpent lord. He held considerable anticipation for the evolution paths of both, particularly the headless paladin, a headless beauty that, despite being undead, possessed attributes of light, truly a remarkable anomaly among anomalies. Li Gu is deeply intrigued by what form he might evolve into after further transformation. Li Gu emerged from the Lord's manor, bearing materials in hand, and summoned the headless paladin and the serpent lord. Observing this, Albert curiously approached. Before his 2 subordinates, Li Gu first produced the feathered serpent skeleton and initiated the evolution of the undead serpent lord. Utilizing the feathered serpent skeleton to evolve the undead serpent lord, advancing to level 1, 9th tier, required the expenditure of 500,000 disaster points. Should he proceed? This cost was surprisingly more affordable than Li Gu had anticipated. During the territorial trial, the slaying of approximately 100,000 goblins had garnered him nearly 2 million disaster points. Thus, the required 50,000 was not a significant burden for him, and he promptly confirmed his choice. In an instant, 500,000 disaster points were consumed, and the power from the system descended. A special rule enveloped this small realm. The feathered serpent skeleton disintegrated in a flash, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles that surged into the body of the undead serpent lord. Albert, witnessing this spectacle, felt his soul ignite with awe. No matter how many times he beheld this miraculous transformation of undead life, it never ceased to astonish him. This was indeed a divine marvel. As the undead serpent lord absorbed the mighty force from the system, it roared, its form rapidly undergoing metamorphosis. The upper half of its serpent-like structure, resembling a human, vanished, replaced by true serpentine bones that elongated swiftly, reaching an impressive length of approximately 15 meters. Its robust physique and elongated form imbued it with the semblance of a skeletal dragon. Simultaneously, a pair of wings sprouted from its back, spanning over 10 meters. Entirely constructed of white bone, yet interwoven with a thin membrane of pale green magical energy. In this moment of complete transformation, the undead serpent lord had morphed into a magnificent skeletal feathered serpent, measuring 15 meters in length, with imposing wings. With a roar that seemed to resonate through the very fabric of the earth, the skeletal feathered serpent let out a thunderous cry, igniting the soul fire within its hollow eye sockets, thus granting it new life. The system's notification followed. 500,000 disaster points consumed. Evolution of the undead serpent lord successful. Template level elevated to elite. Racial transformation to nether feathered serpent. The nether feathered serpent soared into the sky, performing a majestic 360-degree spiral before descending gracefully before Li Gu, its head touching the ground in a gesture of loyalty. Aubert, taken aback, stumbled back a few steps. The feathered serpent was an immensely powerful beast, endowed with astonishing speed and toxic capabilities, granting it dominion akin to that of a dragon. Legends of feathered serpents obliterating cities once echoed throughout the world of Era. Such a formidable creature had been effortlessly evolved by the master, earning him profound respect in Aubert's eyes. Li Gu observed the spectral serpent with great interest. Its overall form bore a resemblance to that of a skeletal dragon. Yet its framework was distinctly that of a python, devoid of wings, presenting an intriguing spectacle. As the second elite template unit following the battle-hardened skeletal general, the prowess of the spectral serpent was undoubtedly formidable. Driven by curiosity, Li Gu examined its attributes. The spectral serpent boasted an astounding foundational attribute of 413 in constitution, 401 in strength, 437 in agility, and 419 in spirit. Moreover, it possessed three significant enhancements: the aerial lord, which augmented aerial combat capabilities, the ethereal poison, which amplified the potency of its toxins, and the wings of the wind, which increased its flight speed. It could be said that, when purely considering individual combat power, the spectral serpent surpassed even the battle-scarred skeletal army. After all, the true strength of the battle-hardened skeletal general lay not in individual prowess, but rather in its capacity to command the skeletal legion in battle. The emergence of such a unit brought Li Gu immense joy, and on a whim, he approached the spectral serpent. Understanding his intent, the spectral serpent lowered its body in a gesture of deference. Li Gu stepped upon the head of the Mingyu serpent and ascended to its broad spine, which provided him a stable foothold. Seizing the prominent bones along the serpent's back, he commanded, "Take flight." The Mingyu serpent responded with an excited roar, flapping its wings vigorously, and in an instant, a tempest surged forth, propelling Li Gu skyward. The wind howled past his ears, his robes billowing in the rush, while the Lord's manor and the skeletal army below diminished to insignificance. In the blink of an eye, Li Gu soared to an altitude of 100 meters, gazing down upon the vast expanse of the world. Although he had experienced this from the perspective of flying undead units on numerous occasions, the sensation of weightlessness at such heights, coupled with the immersive force of the wind, imparted a uniquely exhilarating feeling to Li Gu. With thoughts carried by the wind, he felt a profound sense of freedom. As he overlooked the Necromancer's Valley, clarity washed over him, and a swell of ambition surged within. Soon, he would conquer this land, then advance into the Dagla jungle, sweeping across the entire home continent and even the world of Ayla. After taking a moment to appreciate the breathtaking scenery, Li Gu directed the Mingyu serpent to descend. The serpent obediently folded its wings and dove down, landing steadily on the ground. Back on solid earth, having enjoyed his aerial excursion, Li Gu felt an extraordinary elation as he began the evolution of the Headless Paladin, the first undead unit under his command to undergo this transformation. The Headless Paladin was remarkably unique, embodying the essence of the undead while possessing a radiant quality, reminiscent of the harmonious interplay of water and fire. Li Gu concluded that the subsequent evolution of the Headless Paladin, due to its uniqueness, would undoubtedly possess extraordinary potential. Therefore, he harbored high hopes for the evolution of the Headless Paladin. However, the Headless Paladin lacked intelligence, even devoid of a head. Its robust form stood before Li Gu, seemingly in a daze, resembling a block of wood. One could only wonder what form it might eventually take. Could it possibly transform into a horse? Li Gu felt a sense of curiosity. After all, evolution is inherently random and also contingent upon the materials used. Employing a unicorn's heart for the evolution of the Headless Paladin certainly presents a significant probability of transformation. The precise outcome would soon be revealed through the initial experiment. Li Gu decisively pressed the evolution option for the Headless Paladin. Using the heart of a young unicorn, the evolution required a staggering 600 600,000 plague points. Proceed, he declared without hesitation. At that moment, the power of the system descended once more. No matter how many times he had experienced it, Li Gu was always awestruck by this force. As the system's power rewrote the rules, the heart of the unicorn suddenly disintegrated, and an endless source of energy surged into the headless paladin's being. The resonant neigh of a steed echoed through the air. The mount that accompanied the headless paladin neighed at this moment, its body pulsating with life, enveloped in a dazzling holy light. Obert was left utterly astonished. Good heavens, he exclaimed. By the gods, the undead radiates holy light? Although Obert had witnessed the birth of the headless paladin before, the intensity of the holy light now left him in sheer disbelief. Simultaneously, the transformation of the headless paladin commenced. The radiant holy light enveloped her delicate form. Remarkably, the headless paladin, once devoid of color due to her undead nature, began to regain a hint of rosy hue. Countless flesh buds sprouted from her empty neck, intertwining into a rapid construction of bones, blood vessels, muscles, and skin. In the blink of an eye, her head was restored to completeness. At this moment, the headless paladin possessed strikingly beautiful features, her eyes gently closed, and golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Clad in armor, her graceful figure stood tall, resembling a proud princess or a commanding general, exquisite and poised. With the consumption of 600,000 plague points, the evolution of the headless paladin was successful. Her template level elevated to a majestic rank, and her race transformed to Undead Holy Sentinel. The instant the notification concluded, the newly evolved Undead Holy Sentinel slowly opened her eyes, revealing a breathtaking beauty within her icy gaze. Fixing her gaze upon Li Gu, she stepped forward, placed her right hand over her heart, knelt on one knee, and, in a voice filled with reverence, intoned in the common tongue, "I greet my lord." Obert, already taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment. She could speak. Language is a manifestation of intelligence. Even the most wretched goblins, by virtue of their ability to communicate, belong to the realm of sentient beings. The undead Holy Sentinel's speech delineated her from ordinary undead creatures, marking her as an entity endowed with intellect. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in the realm of the underworld, she embodies the undeniable stature of an emperor. Li Gu was somewhat astonished. Despite the fact that the undead skeleton general and the netherwing serpent were both elite templates, it was perplexing that only the undead paladin had awakened its intelligence. Could it be related to the paladin's unique attributes? Rise, Li Gu commanded. Upon hearing his words, the undead paladin rose without a moment's hesitation. Exhibiting a remarkable sense of obedience and discipline, Li Gu scrutinized the figure before him. Compared to the headless paladin face, the undead saint had not only grown a head but also appeared significantly more lifelike. Were it not for the knowledge of its evolution from the undead, no one would discern it as such. Could it truly be alive? Li Gu marveled as he stepped forward and gently touched the undead saint's face. His hand felt the delicate softness, pleasantly surprising to the touch. However, the unmistakable chill confirmed that it was far from being a living creature. It was evident that the undead saint had not entirely escaped the realm of the undead. He had heard of high-tier undead beings that transcended the boundary between life and death, evolving towards a higher plane of existence. Perhaps the undead saint belonged to such a category. Li Gu gently caressed the face of the undying saint, lost in thought, when their gazes unexpectedly met. Encountering those pure, untainted eyes, Li Gu felt a twinge of awkwardness, cleared his throat, and withdrew his hand, continuing to inquire, "Do you possess any memories? Are you aware of your past?" This was the question that piqued Li Ji's curiosity the most. If the wisdom of the undying saint stemmed from unraveling the enigma of existence and awakening the memories of past lives, what had transpired before her transformation? Regrettably, the undying saint shook her head and replied, "Master, I possess no memories at all." Li Gu was taken aback, devoid of memory. The knowledge of language and common sense could not possibly have emerged from thin air. After conducting tests, Li Gu confirmed that the knowledge possessed by the undying saint was akin to an innate instinct. She was unsure why she could speak, yet she could. This state was remarkably peculiar, and from Li Ji's current perspective, he found it impossible to delve deeper into its mysteries. Instead, he turned his attention to the attributes panel of the undying saint. Everything else seemed insubstantial. Only strength bore true significance. The attributes panel of the undying saint unfolded before Li Ji's gaze. Undying Saint Realm. First stage, 9th rank, limited by the host realm. Cannot be upgraded. Template. Heroic class, Protection 1. Holy Wanderer, a solitary traveler walking the path of sacred light in the guise of the deceased. Protection 2. Guardian Unicorn possesses a netherworld unicorn steed of the same realm. With a pseudo-heroic class template. Protection 3. Heart of Holy Light significantly enhances the potency of all Holy Light skills and possesses divine retribution effects. Note: lacks materials. Evolution is not possible. Skills: Guardian Shield, Spear of Divine Punishment, Great Healing of Holy Light, Resurrection, Sacred Charge Attributes, Constitution 421, Strength 403, Agility 402. Spirit 449 Equipment: Sacred Armor, Sacred Helmet, Sacred Boots, Sacred Lance Evaluation. Oh, what in the world is this? A perplexity from the Sacred Light. Li Gu was quite pleased with the attributes of the Undying Saint Walker. Apart from its inability to fly, the combat prowess of the Undying Saint Walker was undeniably formidable, effortlessly overpowering both the Shadow Feather Serpent and the Battle Skeleton General. This was due to the fact that the Undying Saint Walker was accompanied by a pseudo-heroic template of corrupt energy, the Netherworld Unicorn. Overall, it possessed the strength equivalent to that of a semi-heroic template. In a one-on-one duel, the Undying Saint Walker was virtually invincible among its peers of the same rank and template. What further delighted Li Gu was the fact that the Undying Saint Walker had mastered the extraordinary skill of Resurrection. Resurrection, a racial skill of the Undying Saint Walker, consuming the power of Holy Light to bring back to life individuals who had died within the last 90 minutes. Note: the specific consumption depends on the realm and template level of the resurrected individual. Despite its limitations, this ability was undoubtedly miraculous. Should an unforeseen circumstance befall Li Gu, this skill would grant him a second chance at life. Taking into account the ancient methods of the young Kalan, Li Ji's ability to ensure his survival had dramatically increased. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Li Gu nodded in satisfaction at the prowess of the Undying Saint Walker. Its formidable individual combat strength, unparalleled resurrection skill, and astonishing potential for evolution rendered it a unit worthy of long-term cultivation. Although the Undying Saint Walker had gained intelligence, it lacked memories, resulting in a deficiency of emotional depth. At that moment, it stood still, resembling a loyal guardian, its face devoid of any expression. Upon witnessing this, Li Gu contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Since you possess wisdom, you are indeed an independent entity and ought to have a name. From this day forth, you shall be called Vivian. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with a name, Vivian replied, bowing gracefully to Li Gu, a face devoid of sorrow or joy. Upon receiving a name, inexplicably seemed to radiate a newfound vitality. The unseen threads of fate began to stir, and at that moment, the gears of destiny commenced their turning. After evolving Vivian, the Dark Feather Serpent, and adding 2 formidable generals to his ranks, Li Gu felt a lightness in his spirit as he gazed upon the present landscape of Wanchuan. The territory, freshly constructed, remained barren and desolate, save for the countless skeletons scattered across the ground. Li Gu recalled the blueprint for the Soul Tavern he had previously acquired from a treasure chest. Although he had been somewhat dismissive upon its initial discovery, after evolving Oberth, his perspective shifted dramatically. After all, this was a rare opportunity for Li Gu to significantly augment his collection of wise undead units. It was time to establish the Tavern of Spirits. Li Gu retrieved the blueprints of the Soul Tavern. The greatest value of the Soul Tavern to Li Gu lies in its ability to refresh and provide him with a greater number of recruitable subjects. As long as the loyalty of these subjects exceeds 60, Li Gu was able to evolve it into a loyal undead under his command. Not only would they exhibit unwavering loyalty, but they could also alleviate Li Ji's burdens. With such thoughts in mind, Li Gu proceeded to utilize the blueprint for the Soul Tavern. The notification from the reincarnation game soon followed. To construct the Soul Tavern, a sum of 10,000 gold coins is required. Do you wish to continue? Although 10,000 gold coins is indeed a considerable amount, it was a mere trifle for Li Gu, who promptly confirmed his decision. As this sum was deducted from his inventory, the ground transformed into a complex grid reminiscent of territory construction. Before Li Ji's eyes, a magnificent 3-story tavern materialized in ethereal form. Li Gu chose a location for the tavern not far from the Lord's Manor. As Li Gu made his decision, the rules of the reincarnation game manifested. An invisible power intertwined, akin to the creation of heaven and earth. As the tavern's ethereal silhouette transformed into reality at a visibly rapid pace, the tavern stood approximately 10 meters tall, its overall style reminiscent of traditional Chinese architecture. Yet its decor exuded an eerie ambience. Lanterns shaped like skulls, fearsome guardian beasts, and various ornaments crafted from bones adorn the space. Coupled with the haunting blue flames of soul fire, the tavern appeared as though it had emerged from the underworld, leaving only a sense of terror. Li Gu cast a glance at the skeletal army under his command, finding it rather harmonious with the style of his territory. Once upon a time, Li Gu was a cheerful young man, full of vitality. However, he never anticipated that he would one day ascend to the rank of a demon king. According to the nature of the Undead Cataclysm system, it was inevitable that Li Gu would evolve towards becoming the sovereign of the netherworld. Nevertheless, he consoled himself. For a king is still a king, and an emperor remains an emperor. Although it may seem somewhat eerie and bizarre, Li Gu was not one to be picky. After all, such an opportunity was something others could only envy from afar. Surveying the Soul Tavern from the outside, Li Gu, accompanied by Vivian, stepped inside. The interior of the tavern was sparsely populated with around 20 to 30 specters, zombies, skeletons, and other undead beings. This scene evoked a sense of 100 demons parading in the night. These were the very undead he sought to recruit. However, Li Gu was not in a hurry. He casually opened the attributes panel of the Soul Tavern. Soul Tavern level, first tier quality, exceptional aura, visitor from the netherworld, daily attracts guests of the undead race. Current prestige, 3,462, somewhat renowned, can refresh 30 guests daily. Non-combat zone, no fighting allowed within the tavern, my territory. My rules, can expel individuals from the tavern at any time. Boozy companions, first-time visitors to the tavern will greatly increase their favorability. Currently available for recruitment. Zombie sorcerer, elite first tier. Third rank, ghost, commoner first tier. Western rank, skeleton miner mocha a charming first tier. Second rank. Li Gu gazed at the attribute panel, stroking his chin as he contemplated potential recruits. In theory, the Soul Tavern could indeed summon units possessing a royal template. However, the probability of such an occurrence was exceedingly low. Today, Li Gu found himself in an exceptionally fortunate situation. Although he lacked a royal-level template, he had acquired a unit boasting a handsome level template. The skeletal miner, Mocha? Upon reading this name, Li Gu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. When did miners attain such elevated template rankings? In Li Ji's recollection, miners typically lacked combat prowess and were generally regarded as mere foot soldiers. However, the skeletal miner, named Mocha, possessing a name of distinction, surely held some extraordinary qualities. With this thought in mind, Li Ji's curiosity was piqued, and he honed in on Mocha's location. Following the cues provided, he spotted in the tavern's corner a robust skeleton, its back burdened by an enormous basket overflowing with tools such as shovels, hammers, and pickaxes. Unlike other skeletal warriors, this particular skeleton emanated a subtle golden hue. Its soul fire vibrant and powerful, even adorned with a grand beard that lent it an impressive presence. And thus, he was indeed the skeletal miner, Mocha. As Li Gu stepped forward, Mocha immediately took notice of him and boldly remarked, "Ah, boss, have you taken a liking to me?" Mocha's voice resonated with a boisterous charm, reminiscent of a seasoned wanderer traversing the realms. Taken aback by Mocha's forthrightness, Li Gu chose not to broach the subject of recruitment. Instead, he inquired, "Do you know what this tavern is?" "I do not," replied Mocha, lifting a hefty barrel of beer and indulging in its contents. The liquid flowed through his hollow chest, not a drop spilling onto the ground, but rather absorbed gradually by his bones. Appearing quite satisfied, he exhaled deeply and let out a theatrical belch, continuing, "While I was working, I inexplicably heard a prompt stating that someone was willing to recruit me for gold and offer me drinks, so here I am." Li Gu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So, Mocha is indeed different from Vivian, possessing complete memories. Do you know where you come from?" Li Gu inquired with curiosity. "Of course," Mocha replied, casting a peculiar glance at Li Gu. "I hail from the Gula Great Mine, under the dominion of the illustrious Bone Emperor Montini." "What is the Gula Great Mine?" Li Gu continued to probe. At this, Mocha scratched his head, pondering deeply, yet ultimately failed to provide an answer. "The mine is vast. I was born within its depths and have never ventured beyond its confines, nor encountered any spirits outside the mine." Li Gu harbored a vague suspicion. To be referred to as the Bone Emperor, one must at the very least possess an imperial template, a transcendent being of 6th-tier strength. It is highly probable that Mocha hails from the underworld, or perhaps a colossal projection thereof. Such realms are indeed the only places capable of giving rise to such formidable entities. It appears that the patrons of the Soul Tavern originate from various corners of the heavens, which is quite peculiar. Li Gu sighed with a hint of contemplation before promptly delving into the matter at hand. He inquired, "Since you were aware of the nature of this place before entering the Soul Tavern, would you be inclined to accept my invitation and become my subordinate?" A sly grin accompanied his words as he added, "Well, that depends on the caliber of compensation you are willing to offer." The flickering mocha soul fire hinted at a shrewd disposition. Li Gu leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Allow me to first hear your requests." Mocha, with his head bowed and soul fire burning intensely, appeared to be deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he raised a finger. Li Ji's heart sank. Could it be that the old man was demanding 10,000 gold coins? 100 gold coins for a month. Requiring at least 2, no, a minimum of 3 hours of rest each day. Mocha's fiery spirit was resolute, as if he had proposed an astonishingly exorbitant price. 100 gold coins, truly, it was a bold offer indeed. Li Gu prepared to negotiate but found himself swallowing his words. A monthly sum of 100 gold coins for a first-tier unit that only rested 3 hours a day. If he were to haggle further, his conscience would weigh heavily upon him. What does it mean to be the chosen one? This is it. Observing Li Ji's prolonged silence, Mocha grew anxious, fearing that Li Gu found the price too steep. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can reduce my rest to only 2 hours a day. No, 3 hours is sufficient, Li Gu interjected firmly. I accept all your terms. Mocha was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he grasped Li Ji's hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Boss, thank you. I, Mocha, will work diligently. Li Gu felt a sense of embarrassment. You see, it must express gratitude to us. Mocha was stirred by the prospect of a mere 100 gold coins and a modest 3 hours of rest each day. The reason for this excitement lies in the fact that during its time in the mines, it had only 1 hour of rest each day, with no remuneration whatsoever. Its daily existence consisted of laboring alongside a legion of mindless skeletons in the relentless pursuit of mining. Mocha endured this monotonous and dreary life for an indeterminate duration. There was a time when Mocha attempted to rebel, yet in a world where personal strength reigned supreme, the exploitation of the weak by the strong reached its zenith. The price of rebellion was met with even harsher punishments and more stringent exploitation. Thus, for Mocha, the remuneration it sought had become an unimaginable boon compared to its previous plight. Let us formalize the contract, Li Gu proclaimed, raising his hand. In his capacity as the Lord of the Forgotten River, he conjured a contract. The terms were as follows. Mocha would pledge allegiance to the Forgotten River, receiving a monthly stipend of 100 gold coins, along with 3 hours of daily respite. In return, Mocha was obligated to obey Li Ji's commands and maintain loyalty to him. Should Mocha breach this agreement, Li Gu reserved the right to annul the contract. This arrangement constituted a relatively equitable employment contract. It was not that Li Gu desired to impose a more stringent agreement, but as a lord, he could only recruit and could not enslave. In simpler terms, it resembled the relationship between an employer and an employee. After perusing the contract, Mocha swiftly inscribed its soul's mark upon it. At that moment, the rules of the reincarnation game descended. The contract parchment summoned by Li Gu dissipated into the air. A notification sounded, gold minus 300. Successfully recruited the skeleton miner Mocha. After confirming the contract, Mocha stroked his skull, and despite the lack of flesh, he could sense a wave of happiness. If it were not for the desire to escape the cursed mine, Mocha would never have taken such a perilous risk to come here. In retrospect, the outcome was favorable. At the very least, Mocha now had a respectable job. Earning 100 gold coins each month, along with a generous 3 hours of rest, truly made the Lord a benevolent individual. Mocha resolved to work diligently to repay Li Ji's kindness. Meanwhile, Li Gu began to inspect Mocha's attribute panel. Curiosity lingered within him. He could sense that Mocha's combat prowess was rather modest. Li Gu was intrigued by what could possibly elevate the reincarnation game's assessment of Mocha's template to the same echelon of excellence as the legendary skeletal general, Vivian. In the enigmatic abyssal serpent, he promptly accessed Mocha's attribute panel, and a luminous screen materialized before him. Skeletal Miner Mocha Realm. First Order. Second rank template, Excellence Enhancement 1. Mineral Mastery, significantly increases the probability of locating or veins. Enhancement 2. Metallurgy Mastery, possesses profound knowledge in metallurgy. Capable of refining first-order treasures and all inferior quality minerals. Enhancement 3. Mining Team can reclassify other skeletal soldiers as skeletal miners. Note: lacks materials, cannot evolve. Skills: or vein detection, metallurgical blueprint drafting, metallurgical tool blueprint drafting, mastery of metallurgical knowledge, master level mining. Attributes: Constitution 381, Strength 383, Agility 382, Spirit 523. Equipment: drafting pen, mining pick, mining shovel, obsidian hammer. Loyalty: 40 evaluation, chosen one of destiny. The game's appraisal of Mocha cannot be deemed entirely accurate. Rather, it is merely a preliminary sketch. Li Ge finally comprehended why the Mocha, despite being a first-tier handsome class, offered such a meager salary. The reason lay in his complete lack of combat skills. Aside from slightly elevated basic attributes, all his abilities pertain solely to production. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in the eyes of the strong, Mocha was undoubtedly a born beast of burden. After all, in the extraordinary realm, only the fittest survive. For a unit like Mocha to thrive, it could only rely on the might of the powerful. Li Ge felt quite pleased to have recruited such a unit. With Mocha by his side, he could engage in mining and smelting, signifying that he would be able to produce vast quantities of metallic resources. This batch of metals would enable Li Ge to forge a large-scale, organized army of troops. It is noteworthy that, as Li Ge evolved into formidable units such as the Battle Skeleton General, Vivian, and the Reaper Serpent, along with numerous other commanding units, Li Ge's demand for high-end combat capabilities is gradually being fulfilled. However, a competent army requires more than just generals and foot soldiers. It necessitates elite troops that are both skilled and lethal. Presently, Li Ge's foremost challenge lies in the scarcity of such exceptional soldiers. The troops under Li Ge's command are excessively disordered, akin to a scattered heap of sand, making it challenging to forge a cohesive force. The substantial resources obtained from mining can assist Li Ge in resolving this dilemma. With an abundance of metallic materials, Li Ge can evolve a large-scale unified troop type. Coupled with elite warriors such as the Battle Skeleton Generals, the foundation of a pyramid system comprising powerful units, elite soldiers, and miscellaneous troops under Li Ge's banner will be tentatively established. Subsequently, the combination of troop types can be refined further. Li Ge is capable of commanding a formidable and extraordinary army. Therefore, talents like Mocha are of utmost significance to Li Ge's domain. Unfortunately, their loyalty leaves much to be desired. Li Ge glanced at Mocha's mere 40 points of loyalty, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, such loyalty is quite understandable. The relationship between Mocha and Li Ge is akin to that of an employee and an employer. After all, which employee is wholeheartedly devoted to their boss from the very beginning? Li Ge, feeling somewhat anxious, found himself lacking suitable evolution materials for Mocha. He decided to focus on gradually raising loyalty for the time being. After all, it was merely a matter of achieving 60 loyalty. As long as Li Ge behaved as a decent individual and refrained from being a heartless employer, it was an attainable goal. After signing a contract with Mocha, Li Ge proceeded to survey the other undead beings within the tavern. The majority were elites and seasoned warriors, though there were no generals or commanders to be found. Furthermore, Li Ge noticed that some of these undead seemed to be merely there to indulge in free drinks, showing no intention of signing any contracts. Ultimately, Li Ge recruited 18 intelligent undead units. Aside from Mocha, who commanded the highest salary, the others were quite affordable. Altogether, his monthly expenditure on salaries amounted to less than 1,000 gold coins. In terms of quality, aside from Mocha, the rest were rather subpar, predominantly consisting of elite templates, with a few being mere foot soldiers. Li Ge gazed at them, a sense of perplexity washing over him. How could these low-level undead templates possess such intelligence? Ultimately, he could only hypothesize. It was highly probable that during their creation, they retained a greater amount of memory and exhibited a higher degree of spirituality, thus endowing them with wisdom. Just as in humanity, where individuals may face intellectual disabilities, it is not unusual for a few geniuses to arise among the undead. Concerning these 18 sentient undead, Li Ge resolved to nurture their loyalty for a period, and when the opportune moment arrived, he would facilitate their ascension, transforming them into absolutely loyal vassals at his command. He would return to this tavern tomorrow. Li Ge withdrew his thoughts and led the legion of the undead away from the tavern. Having successfully recruited Mocha, a chosen worker of destiny, the monumental endeavor of mining within the Forgotten River territory was set to commence. Additionally, today presented an opportunity to venture into the mid-level regions of the Necromancer's Canyon, hunting the undead tribes to acquire more catastrophe points, reputation points, elite soldiers, and soul essences. Was this the foundation of the master? Trailing behind Li Ge, Mocha surveyed the millions of skeletal warriors within the Forgotten River, feeling little more than indifference. It was highly probable that Mocha hailed from the true netherworld, surrounded by boundless legions of the undead since its inception. Thus, the multitude of undead under Li Ge's command was merely a part of Mocha's everyday existence. Only a few intelligent undead, birthed from the projections of the netherworld and having encountered the physical realm, felt a profound astonishment. Recognizing Li Ji's extraordinary nature, Li Gu raised his hand and summoned 1,000,000 restless spirits, calling forth Oberth and several Tier 1 combat units. He addressed Mocha, saying, "Take this legion of specters and seek out the veins of war." Mocha responded confidently, "Rest assured, boss, I will ensure you receive exceptional value." He struck his chest plate with a resounding thud. Li Gu merely glanced at Obert and said, "Obert, you are in charge of leading the troops to safeguard Mocha and the others." "My lord, I understand," Obert replied, nodding, fully grasping the underlying implication. He was acutely aware that, in addition to protecting Mocha, his duty also entailed vigilance. After all, Mocha's loyalty was a mere 40, neither high nor low. Categorizing him as a potential deserter, one must always maintain a guard against treachery. Li Gu would not exercise any carelessness in such a location. Having arranged the commands for the Oberth and Mocha units, he issued orders to the seasoned skeletal general and the Phantom Serpent, instructing them to formally advance towards the mid-region of the Necropolis Canyon. As for Vivian, she was tasked with the close protection of Li Gu's safety. With a single command from Li Gu, a vast army of the undead surged forth like a relentless tide towards the mid-region of the Necropolis Canyon. The seasoned skeletal general was responsible for the ground forces, while the Phantom Serpent commanded the skies. In this aerial and terrestrial cooperation, even though the undead tribes in the mid-region were considerably stronger than those on the periphery, they stood no chance against this colossal army. Countless undead were obliterated. Tribe after tribe was annihilated. A flurry of notifications rapidly arrived. Annihilated an undead tribe, awarded 200,000 calamity points. 3,000 gold coins. 6 reputation. Annihilated an undead tribe, awarded 300,000 calamity points. 4,000 gold coins. 7 reputation. Annihilated an undead tribe, awarded 150,000 calamity points. 2,000 gold coins. 5 reputation. It was as if an overwhelming wave was sweeping everything away. The army composed of millions of undead swept through, rendering the tribes of the undead as fragile as small mounds before a flood, collapsing instantaneously. The massacre continued from day into night. All accomplished in the span of a single day. Li Ji's account is set to surpass 5 million disaster points. The total amount of gold coins acquired has reached a staggering 10,000. At present, Li Ji's reputation has transcended to 3,502 points. Although this reputation, being over 3,000 points, is merely a modest fame, within the current player community, Li Gu undoubtedly stands unrivaled. It is without dispute that he is the foremost novice player in the realm of Era. In addition to these achievements, the forces dispatched by Li Gu, including Mocha, responsible for exploring mineral deposits, have also yielded fruitful results. Mocha has discovered a black soul iron vein on the outskirts of the Undead Canyon. Black soul iron is a common material for apprentices. Furthermore, within this vein, there exists a probability of unearthing first-tier ordinary black soul refined iron. With this batch of black soul iron, Li Gu will be well-equipped to forge elite troops. Currently, Mocha has commenced training the first batch of skeleton miners to begin the extraction process. Simultaneously, they are constructing smelting facilities to refine the black soul iron. To facilitate this endeavor, Li Gu has dispatched 200,000 skeleton soldiers to assist Mocha in this venture. It is anticipated that by tomorrow, a batch of finished black soul iron and black soul refined iron will be ready for use. Li Ji's plans were progressing in an orderly manner. As the hour grew late into the night, a slightly weary Li Gu stretched languorously. Although the Lord's residence was somewhat modest, it provided shelter, sparing him the discomfort of sleeping rough as he had in the past. Upon returning to the Lord's estate and preparing to head to his bedroom, he noticed that Vivian remained steadfastly by his side. Li Gu immediately understood. It was true that Vivian possessed wisdom, yet she was akin to a blank slate, lacking in the rudiments of everyday knowledge. When Li Gu had initially commanded her, it was for her to provide close protection, and indeed, Vivian remained steadfastly by his side. "I am about to retire for the night, Vivian. You should also find a room to rest," Li Gu remarked. Upon hearing this, Vivian shook her head and replied earnestly, "Master, I do not require rest." Li Gu harbored no doubts about this. Vivian was, in essence, a being of the netherworld, and thus required little rest. However, Li Gu, on the other hand, was in need of respite. Contemplating this, he could only helplessly remark, "Then find something to occupy yourself with. Just do not disturb my rest." Having said this, Li Gu chose not to elaborate further and proceeded to his bedroom. Within the Lord's manor, the bedroom was furnished with a bed, mattress, And pillow, adequate but not particularly exceptional, merely sufficient for use. Li Gu was not particular. The conditions here were already far superior to the wilderness. Having traversed into this new realm, Li Gu, enveloped in the warmth of the bed, succumbed to a deep slumber. Vivian observed all this with a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. Newly born, she was intrigued by everything around her, wandering around the small courtyard. She touched this and gazed at that, but soon found herself bored. Sitting on a chair, she watched Li Gu, who was soundly asleep. And her little mind began to wander. What is the sensation of sleeping? Vivian's curiosity grew, though she hesitated. However, recalling Li Ji's directive that she must not leave the courtyard, she steeled her resolve, tiptoed, and lay down beside him, gently closing her eyes. Meanwhile, in the depths of the necromancer's gorge, the night sky sparkled with stars. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick mist that had lingered for centuries. Yet, within the pitch-black gorge, a cacophony of activity thrived. Countless soul fires flickered, and thousands of undead marched in unison, faithfully executing Li Ji's will, declaring war on all wild undead in their path. The sounds of magical explosions, the roars of the undead, and the collapse of tribal structures intertwined in a symphony of chaos. Even in slumber, Li Ji's system was inundated with prompts, bountiful natural disaster points credited. An abundance of gold coins and loot filled his inventory. The annihilation of tribes steadily elevated Li Ji's personal reputation. This method of passive enhancement was enough to incite envy among all players. Deep within the necromancer's gorge, the embers of a fire vulture trembled violently at the sight. It flapped its wings in fear, hastily flying towards Anthony's location. Upon traversing the subterranean cave network, the fire vulture arrived before Anthony, who stood at the edge of a precipice. If one possessed dark vision, they would see that the chasm before Anthony was unfathomably deep and immense. The cliff's summit connected to various cave passages, where one could occasionally witness undead crawling out from the depths below, entering those caverns. This was the very heart of the necromancer's gorge, explaining the multitude of undead present. Anthony stood amidst a chaotic array of crumpled papers, clutching a notebook, seemingly calculating something, occasionally tugging at his hair in frustration like a student grappling with an unsolvable equation. The fire vulture, sensing Anthony's agitation, cautiously approached him. Noticing its arrival, Anthony ceased his actions, impatience etched on his face. What now? What has happened again? He glared at the fire vulture. The vulture let out a plaintive cry. The message within its voice was understood by Anthony, whose eyes widened slightly. The pen in his hand crumbled under pressure, ink splattering and staining his clothes and the floor. So soon, they have already begun exploring the mid-regions of the necromancer's gorge. Anthony was taken aback. Though it was a gorge, it was vast. Searching such an expanse would require considerable time. It had taken him over a decade to discover this place. At this rate, I will never obtain that treasure within. Frustration filled Anthony's gaze as he clenched his fists, disregarding the ink staining his clothes, fixating on the abyss before him. No matter. 3 days, at most 3 days. If I have not found the answer by then, I shall take my chances. Elsewhere, within the Hadro family estate, Lady Hadro admired her expansive ranch. Before her lay a considerable dungeon, where numerous boys and girls were imprisoned, their limbs shackled, with magical runes etched upon their necks. These runes served but one purpose, to extract their blood. Lady Hadro surveyed the humans with satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips as though she were inspecting her treasures. She had gone to great lengths to procure this batch of humans, having transported them from the hands of slave traders through the human territories to the vast Douglas jungle. Now, her daily sustenance derived from these blood vessels. Madam, Das has returned and requests an audience, a servant announced upon arrival. Lady Hadro withdrew her gaze, recognizing Das as her trusted messenger dispatched to deliver news. It must be the Archbishop's reply. She instructed Das to wait for her in the study, having issued her command. Lady Hadro lost interest in further inspecting the farm and made her way to the study. Das awaited her arrival, producing a letter and respectfully placing it on the table. Madam, this is the Archbishop's response to you. Understood. You may leave, Lady Hadro replied as she took her seat, waving her hand dismissively. Das, not daring to linger, exited the study, softly closing the door behind him. Once alone, Lady Hadro relaxed her demeanor, propping her long legs atop the table in a languorous pose, her alluring figure exuding temptation. She picked up the letter, opening it and reading it word by word, her brows slightly furrowing. Am I to handle this matter alone? Regret washed over Lady Hadro at that moment. Initially, she had written to the Archbishop to report the emergence of millions of undead armies on the outskirts of the Douglas jungle, seeking reinforcements and assistance. Now, The reply insisted that the Hadro family manage it independently. However, as she continued reading, her furrowed brows eased, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, the sect's operations within the Douglas jungle are at a critical juncture, with manpower stretched thin. Should you successfully forge an alliance with the leader of this undead army, the sect can provide you with resources to break through to the third tier. These words ignited an insatiable greed within Lady Hadro. A breakthrough to the third tier, this was the lifelong aspiration of countless individuals, herself included. Despite the Hadro family's dominance on the periphery of the Douglas jungle, she had reached her limit at the second tier. Lady Hadro was acutely aware that, given her talent for cultivation, even after a century or millennium, opportunities were scarce. After all, NPCs could not take shortcuts like players by slaying monsters for soul essences. The prospect of resources leading to a breakthrough to the third tier fueled her ambition to its zenith. If not now, when? A resolute glimmer crossed Lady Hadro's eyes as she summoned Das once more, instructing, Das, personally select 10 individuals of the second tier from our family to venture into the Necromancer's Scourge. To trace the whereabouts of that undead army from days past and attempt to establish contact with them. Upon hearing this command, Das raised his head, hesitating to speak. His fear evident in his eyes. It was no wonder he hesitated. After all, they were speaking of millions of undead. Investigating such an army was akin to courting death. Madame Hadro's captivating eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling aura of murderous intent swirling around her, instantly causing Das to lower his gaze in trepidation. With a penetrating glance that admonished him, Madame Hadro refrained from further rebukes and instead spoke, "In this endeavor, the family shall not treat you unjustly. Should you succeed, I will promote you to the position of vice-clan leader." The prospect of such an esteemed role sent a tremor through Das's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Rest assured, madam, I shall not fail in my mission." That very night, Das led a select team of elite Blood Clan warriors towards the Necromancer's Gorge. The following day, at the break of dawn, Ligu opened his eyes. The notification from the Undead Catastrophe System arrived as expected. After the daily settlement, he was congratulated for acquiring 1 million skeleton soldiers. Now, the number of skeleton soldiers in Li Ji's possession had reached a staggering 9 million. Ligu had no time to marvel at the sudden surge of his forces. He merely sensed a softness in his embrace. Hastily lowering his gaze, he discovered Vivian nestled against him like a plush pillow. Upon sensing Li Ji's gaze, Vivian blinked innocently, as if to greet him. There was no shyness, no screams, and certainly none of the Clitch D scenarios typical of romantic dramas. Vivian remained remarkably composed. After all, she was utterly oblivious to the implications of the situation. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Gu surmised the situation, offering a bemused smile. "How did you end up on my bed?" "Master, I was curious about the sensation of slumber," Vivian replied candidly. "Have you fallen asleep then?" Li Gu inquired, intrigued. "I am uncertain if it qualifies as sleep. I merely felt my consciousness becoming hazy, and amidst the fog, I perceived a divine light." Vivian shook her head in response. "Ah, then you must have indeed been asleep," Li Gu remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. The states of the undead and the living are fundamentally distinct. In essence, the undead are defined as those who have passed away yet possess the ability to act and think, having departed from life. The undead are liberated from the necessities of eating, drinking, and other bodily functions. Under such circumstances, it is entirely normal for Vivian to be unable to sleep. Yet, astonishingly, she had. Moreover, her descriptions hinted that she might have even dreamt. Could she still be considered undead? Cradling Vivian in his arms, he felt her soft form. Her touch cool, as if he were holding a plush doll. His curiosity deepened. He leaned down to inhale her scent, finding no foul odor, but rather an indescribably refreshing fragrance. Soft and fragrant, aside from her slightly cold temperature, she bore no differences from a living being. It is said that whether one is undead or living, the ultimate goal of evolution is to transcend life and death, achieving an immortal state of liberation. Perhaps Vivian's condition is precisely what sets her apart. Li Gu sighed. It was only natural for Vivian, a rare practitioner of the sacred light among the undead, to possess unique qualities. This revelation dispelled the last remnants of doubt in Li Ji's heart. To be honest, had he truly spent an entire night embracing a decaying corpse, he would have found it rather difficult to accept. Rise and shine, for a new day has begun. Li Gu released Vivian, rising to assess the spoils from the previous night. Despite having slept, the legion of the undead was vast, ensuring a continuous offensive through their staggered rest periods. In a mere night, he amassed over 100,000 gold coins and more than 3 million disaster points. Li Ji's gold reserves now exceeded 100,000, while his disaster points reached an impressive 8 million. The only limit was the sluggish pace of his reputation growth. Given Li Ji's current strength, vanquishing such minor tribes yielded minimal reputation gains, at most 2 or 3 points per tribe. Thus, he could only adopt a gradual accumulation approach. Reputation, by its nature, is a long-term endeavor, subtly influencing one's standing, so Li Gu was not overly concerned. With this bounty of disaster points, he could evolve a cadre of elite troops. Refocusing his thoughts, Li Gu extracted all the soul essences acquired the previous night for immediate use. Ding! Consuming 324 soul essences granted him 512 experience points. And he was congratulated for advancing to the 6th rank of the first tier, receiving an increase in his base attributes and 10 free attribute points. Although he had only been in the Necromancer's Gorge for 2 days, the sheer abundance of undead was staggering. In his relentless monster slaying, Li Gu had already attained the 6th rank of the first tier. Li Gu predicts that he will reach the 2nd tier within a maximum of 5 days. Such speed is nothing short of astonishing. Once he attains the 2nd tier, he will be able to utilize disaster points to swiftly acquire a formidable force of 2nd-tier warriors. This transformation will elevate his strength, and at that time, even if faced with a 3rd-tier opponent, he may be able to contend with them on equal footing. Li Gu is filled with anticipation. From the current information, the strongest combat capability in the Ayla world is merely at the 3rd tier. This signifies that Li Gu must reach the 2nd tier to truly establish a foothold in the Ayla realm. After reviewing the spoils from last night's monster hunt, Li Gu also examined the achievements from Mocha's side, leading a staggering 2 million undead. Along with Mocha, an exceptional production unit with a handsome template, efficiency in mining and refining has reached astonishing heights. In just one night, Mocha guided the skeleton mining army to produce a remarkable 8,000 black soul iron ingots, along with over 100 first-tier black soul fine iron ingots. As the mining tunnels take shape and various refining facilities are constructed, a production line is gradually emerging, and today's output is expected to see a significant increase. Of course, whether to expand production will require experimentation on Li Ji's part to assess the combat strength of the units evolved from black soul iron. If the combat capability is lacking, then the black soul iron will only serve the purpose of being sold to the reincarnation network for a return in gold coins. Li Gu commanded Mocha to deliver the collected black soul iron. During this interval, he visited the Soul Tavern to peruse the recruitable followers available that day. Regrettably, there were neither high-ranking nor mid-tier candidates, only a scant few elite warriors and a multitude of common soldiers. Li Gu did not discriminate, signing contracts with all those willing to pledge their allegiance. After all, what Li Gu valued was not their combat prowess, but their intellect. As long as their loyalty was sufficiently strong, Li Gu could harness the necromantic cataclysm system to transform them into utterly loyal subjects, subsequently elevating them to positions of leadership within the Legion. This would alleviate the mental strain of commanding a million-strong army of the undead. After leading this cohort out of the tavern, he assigned them various tasks. Mocha also arrived, transporting a substantial quantity of black soul iron. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his skull as he said, "Boss, all the black soul iron produced yesterday is right here." Upon hearing this, Li Gu turned his gaze towards the 8 large carts filled with over 8,000 black soul iron ingots. Intrigued, he stepped forward and retrieved one ingot from the box. The ingot, entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, shimmered with a faint ethereal glow, immediately suggesting its extraordinary nature. Although the ingot was not particularly large, slightly wider than a palm, 3 fingers thick, and half the length of a forearm, it felt remarkably weighty in his hand. According to Mocha, a standard black soul ingot weighs precisely 100 pounds. Weighing the ingot thoughtfully, Li Gu glanced at its specific attributes. Black soul ingot, apprentice grade. A metal imbued with the power of departed souls, capable of forging weapons or armor imbued with soul attribute damage. It was, to put it mildly, quite conventional, an example of an ordinary extraordinary material. However, Li Gu was not primarily concerned with its quality, but rather with its quantity. The ample reserves of black soul iron would enable him to evolve a regiment of elite soldiers equipped uniformly, with capabilities standardized in the thousands. Li Gu casually summoned a skeletal soldier, intending to first test its effectiveness. Upon opening the soldier's panel, he selected evolution. A prompt sounded, using black soul iron ingot. Evolve the inferior skeletal soldier, requiring 100 catastrophe points. Do you wish to continue? Not too costly, Li Gu nodded slightly. After breaking through to the first tier, he discovered that the cost of evolving units at the apprentice stage had significantly decreased. Previously, when he was at the apprentice level, Evolving an elite unit would typically require between 500 to 1,000 catastrophe points. However, now that he had ascended to the first tier, the cost had plummeted to merely 100. Upon inquiring with the system, he received a definitive response as Li Ji's realm progressed. The catastrophe points required to evolve lower-tier units would diminish. At a certain height, even lower-tier units could be evolved for free, provided the necessary materials were available. This was one of the reasons Li Gu decided to mine and establish a large-scale elite army. A mere 100 catastrophe points was insignificant for Li Gu at this moment, akin to a drop in the ocean, and he promptly confirmed his choice. As the catastrophe points were consumed, the rule of the Undead Catastrophe System descended, enveloping the skeletal soldier. The black soul iron ingot disintegrated into motes of light, merging with it. In an instant, the skeletal soldier's height surged from approximately 1.7 meters to an imposing 2 meters. The rusty armor it donned underwent a sudden transformation, becoming a sleek, jet-black suit of battle armor that enveloped it entirely. Under this armor, the once seemingly feeble skeletal soldier exuded an aura of intimidation, resembling a formidable iron statue, wielding a spear with imposing majesty. A prompt then chimed, consumed 100 catastrophe points, evolution of inferior skeletal soldier successful, new unit acquired, black soul heavy armored spearman. Standing beside Li Gu, Imoka, who had been eagerly observing, was now utterly astounded, its soul fire burning fiercely, indicating its shock. My goodness! What just happened? How did this weak skeletal soldier evolve in the blink of an eye? The suddenness of it all left Imoka at a loss, and it gazed at Li Gu in disbelief. Clearly, everything that had just transpired was orchestrated by Li Gu to effortlessly facilitate the evolution of undead beings. Could it be that the master embodies the will of the underworld? Does he wield powers akin to those of a deity? Imoka was filled with incredulity. Li Gu paid no heed to the astonished Mocha, intending to examine the attributes of the black soul heavy armored spearman, which had successfully evolved from the skeleton soldier. The appearance of the black soul heavy armored spearman was indeed quite imposing. Clad in full plate armor, every part was meticulously encased, resembling a walking iron fortress, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, outward appearance does not equate to combat prowess. The true strength must be assessed through its attributes. Li Gu opened the attribute panel of the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman. Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman rank. Apprentice level 6 template. Elite skills. Stab. Hold the line. Roar. Heavy armor charge attributes. Constitution 27. Strength 24. Agility 18. Spirit 19 equipment. Black Soul Heavy Armor. Black Soul Helmet. Black Soul Belt. Black Soul Iron Lance evaluation. The beginning of layering armor is akin to a tin can. To be fair, the attributes of the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman are rather ordinary. However, in comparison to a typical skeleton soldier, it represents an overwhelming presence. The evolution cost is merely 100 plague points, yet it significantly enhances attack efficiency, making this expenditure worthwhile. Li Gu swiftly calculated in his mind and soon concluded that evolving into a Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. The rationale was quite straightforward. Although the skeletal warriors appeared numerous, their actual attacking efficiency at any given moment was significantly low. If one were to liken the battlefield to a two-dimensional plane, regardless of how many skeletal soldiers there were, only a handful could engage the enemy simultaneously. After all, reality does not mirror the mechanics of a game. Physical collisions among the skeletal warriors prevent them from occupying the same position. The fewer the enemies, the more pronounced this disadvantage becomes, particularly in a realm where individual strength reigns supreme. A formidable opponent can easily disregard an army of 1,000,000 and swiftly decapitate the enemy commander. This flaw was a critical vulnerability for Li Gu. To address this issue, the most straightforward approach would be to possess exceptionally powerful individual units to safeguard the leader of his legion. Li Gu has evolved formidable units such as the battle-hardened skeleton general, the shadow feather serpent, and Vivian, primarily to address his own challenges. Additionally, there exists another strategy, enhancing the overall strength of the legion. For instance, if the strength of a skeleton soldier is rated at 1, and an enemy powerhouse can eliminate 100 in a mere second, then by augmenting the skeleton soldier's strength to 100, the advancement speed of the enemy would be significantly hampered. As long as the enemy's progress is slowed, Li Gu can unleash an endless tide of skeletons to rapidly deplete their resources, rendering them as if they were ensnared in a quagmire, ultimately leading to their exhaustion. Two solutions emerge. One is the cultivation of powerful individuals, and the other is the amplification of collective strength. However, these two approaches are not mutually exclusive and can be employed in tandem. By advancing and evolving a cohort of legions, one can observe the results. After all, the evolution of a single unit requires merely 100 disaster points, and expending these 8,000 black soul ingots, equating to 800,000, poses no burden on the current Li Gu. Li Gu first attempted to select 8,000 skeleton soldiers using his mind, embarking on a mass evolution for the first time. Utilizing 8,000 black soul ingots for the evolution of these inferior skeletons required a staggering 800,000 disaster points. Would he proceed? As Li Gu pressed the confirmation button, a tremendous force emanating from the necromantic cataclysm system descended upon this realm, enveloping it in its might. The black soul ingots disintegrated in an instant, transforming into dazzling specks of light akin to a galaxy, intertwining and merging with the myriad inferior skeletons. The densely packed skeletons experienced a remarkable growth, their essence of life evolving. Even Oberth, who had previously encountered such power, could hardly conceal his astonishment. With a mere wave of his hand, nearly 10,000 skeletons were elevated. This power could undoubtedly be deemed miraculous. Those followers who had been recruited by Li Gu and had signed contracts with him were left utterly speechless. What kind of force could instantaneously enhance so many skeletons? O Divine One, this master must surely possess the power of the underworld deities. In the presence of the ethereal, such miracles unfolded before my very eyes. The intelligent undead were awash in awe. The loyalty of the skeleton warrior Oat increased by 30. The loyalty of the stealthy spectre Lana surged by 34. The loyalty of the skeletal knight Dostad rose by 29. In the blink of an eye, the loyalty of this batch of intelligent undead skyrocketed, with the most remarkable loyalty soaring by 40 points. After all, what Li Gu achieved was akin to performing a miracle that elevated mere ants to a higher order. In their eyes, the world of the undead is ruthless, power signifies everything. When someone capable of granting them strength, like Li Gu, appeared, their first instinct was undoubtedly to cling to him for support. Morta, amidst this spectacle, felt the flickering of his soul fire as he reminisced about his tragic existence under the oppressive rule of the malevolent lord for centuries, and he clenched his fist slightly. This master could empower me. The loyalty of the skeleton miner Morta increased by 10. Li Gu was somewhat taken aback by the various notifications that echoed in his ears, not expecting such rewards. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, focusing most of his energy on the final outcome of this evolution. When all the skeletons completed their evolution, a notification from the necromantic cataclysm system resonated. 8,000 black soul ingots consumed. 8,000 skeletons successfully evolved. Congratulations on acquiring 8,000 black soul heavy armor spearmen. The number of black soul heavy armor spearmen surpassed 1,000, unlocking the unit skill, Black Soul Apparition. This notification made Li Gu raise his eyebrows in surprise and delight. Upon reaching a certain quantity, the same unit could unlock a unit skill. However, he wondered, why had he not received this with his millions of skeletons? Could it be due to their inferior quality? As this question surfaced in Li Ji's mind, the necromantic cataclysm system automatically provided several pieces of information, instantly clarifying his doubts. It turned out that only elite or higher quality units possessed such skills. Once he understood this, Li Gu looked at the unit skill, curious about its specific capabilities. With anticipation, he opened its attributes, Black Soul Apparition, unit skill that condenses the momentum of the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearman Legion into a Black Soul, creating a psychological deterrent effect against enemies, capable of inducing fear, paralysis, and fainting. Note: the specific power of this skill correlates positively with the number of Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen. Quite impressive, Li Gu nodded in satisfaction. Although the Black Soul Apparition could not inflict tangible harm, it served as a wide-ranging deterrent skill. As long as the number of Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen was sufficient, it could potentially terrify and incapacitate foes. In combat, this would prove extraordinarily practical. Moreover, who would disdain a skill acquired effortlessly? According to the information provided by the system, once the number of Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen surpassed 100,000, a second unit skill would awaken, which is certainly worth anticipating. Li Gu was in a particularly cheerful mood. The emergence of troop skills further solidified his determination to assemble an elite legion even more formidable than the skeleton warriors. Undoubtedly, the elite legion, in conjunction with these troop skills, would render Li Ji's combat much more adaptable, enabling him to confront foes of greater strength. It was undeniably a venture with countless benefits and no drawbacks. Li Gu intends to direct Mocha to delve deeper into the excavation of more Black Soul Iron, or while simultaneously searching for new veins. This endeavor aims to expand the ranks of the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearmen and forge an array of formidable troops. However, Before executing this plan, Li Gu casts his gaze upon the intelligent undead. Having witnessed the evolution of the skeletal soldiers, the loyalty of this batch of wise undead has soared dramatically. Many have exceeded a loyalty level of 60, meeting the criteria for evolution. The only limit lies in the fact that templates of higher caliber, like Mocha, have seen a comparatively modest increase in loyalty. After all, it is inherently more challenging to sway the strong than the weak. Nevertheless, it is feasible to utilize Black Soul Refined Iron to evolve a new cadre of intelligent undead soldiers. Li Gu pondered deeply. The Dark Soul Steel was a superior variant of the Dark Soul Iron. Although its quality was merely ordinary, it possessed a rank of 1, surpassing the commonplace Dark Soul Iron typically wielded by apprentices. Having resolved to evolve, Li Gu turned his gaze towards the group of sentient undead. Upon meeting his eyes, the sentient undead felt a surge of excitement, each resembling a devoted hound, eager to express their unwavering loyalty to Li Gu with fervent enthusiasm. Li Gu extended his hand, summoning the wisdom of 6 skeletal beings. The animated frames of these enlightened undead trembled with excitement, their soul flames flickering brightly. "Are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me?" Li Gu asked directly. "We are." The 6 wise skeletons replied without hesitation, prostrating themselves before him. "My lord, I am prepared to sacrifice everything for you." Their voices harmonized, echoing their insatiable thirst for power and evolution. Li Gu nodded slightly, retrieving 6 pieces of Black Soul Refined Iron, carefully selecting the 6 wise skeletons and urging them not to resist. He then proceeded to open the evolution panel. A prompt echoed, "Consume Black Soul Refined Iron to evolve Skeleton Warrior Otto, Skeleton Swordsman Mora, and Skeleton Wraith William. This requires 18,000 catastrophe points. Do you wish to continue?" The moment Li Gu confirmed his choice, the Black Soul Refined Iron disintegrated. According to the rules of the Undead Catastrophe System, the essence of these 6 intelligent undead beings underwent a transformation. Regardless of their previous forms as swordsman, warrior, or wraith, they now stood taller, clad in heavy armor, wielding long spears. Unlike the Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen, they possessed a more robust physique, their jet-black armor adorned with silver engravings, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength and majesty. The prompt resonated once again. Consumption of Black Soul Refined Iron and utilization of 18,000 catastrophe points successful. Evolution of Skeleton Warrior Otto, Skeleton Swordsman Mora, and Skeleton Wraith William completed. Congratulations! You have acquired 6 Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen centurions. This transformation left the other intelligent undead in astonishment. It became clear that Li Gu could not only evolve skeleton soldiers but could indeed elevate them to a new level. The implications of this were profoundly significant. In an instant, the loyalty of the wise undead present skyrocketed, with several even reaching a loyalty score of 90 points. This was indeed the standard of death warriors. Li Gu had not anticipated such a remarkable outcome. However, upon reflection, it became evident that these restless souls had endured a harsh existence. Take Mocha, for instance. Despite possessing considerable strength, he was treated worse than a mere slave, toiling incessantly for 20 hours a day without remuneration or respite, utterly exploited. It was no wonder that these long-suffering specters, upon encountering Li Gu, who could bestow upon them power and facilitate their ascension, would be driven to fervor. Mocha's loyalty surged from 50 to 70 points. Regrettably, there were no suitable materials for evolution at present. Otherwise, he would have been transformed, irrevocably bound to lead Ji's chariot of war. The 6 intelligent specters, now evolved into centurions, reveled in their newfound strength. If they had eyes, they might have been moved to tears. Once more, they knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." "Rise," Li Gu commanded with a wave of his hand, allowing them to stand as he surveyed their attributes. Compared to ordinary black-armored spearmen, the centurions not only boasted superior stats but also possessed various battle formation skills, enabling them to lead a battalion. More crucially, as an advanced unit of the black-armored spearmen, centurions could inherit the unit skills of their predecessors. With this cadre of evolved centurions, Li Gu found his commanding pressure significantly alleviated. Next, Li Gu selected a group of ordinary skeleton soldiers and utilized the remaining Black Soul Iron to evolve them all. Thus, he commanded 8,000 black-armored spearmen and over 100 centurions. "Mocha, expedite the mining process. I require more Black Soul Iron. And we must hasten the exploration and excavation of other mineral veins," Li Gu instructed Mocha. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure your satisfaction," Mocha proclaimed, eager for the opportunity to evolve under Li Ji's guidance, patting his chest confidently. To further accelerate Mocha's mining efforts, Li Gu summoned all the skeleton soldiers accumulated over the past few days. 9 days had elapsed since their arrival in the reincarnation game world of Ella. Setting aside the 1 million skeletons that had been annihilated on the first day, Li Gu now commanded nearly 8 million skeletons. 3 million were designated for warfare, while the remaining 5 million accompanied Mocha into the mines. With this workforce, production of black soul iron would undoubtedly reach its maximum capacity. Simultaneously, they would uncover more mineral veins, providing Li Gu with a wealth of evolutionary materials, enabling the creation of even more diverse units. Time continued to flow. Under the command of Li Gu, the skeletal soldiers are remarkably organized, primarily divided into 3 factions. The combat unit is diligently engaged in the conquest of the mid-regions of the Necromancer's Canyon. The mining team, led by Mocha and Oster, is excavating black soul iron in search of new ore veins. The team dedicated to territorial protection, more accurately described as fishing, remains stationed in the Wangchuan territory under Li Ji's supervision. Presently, Li Gu spends his days indulging in meals, slumber, and entertaining Vivian. This seemingly carefree existence is, in truth, not only leisurely but also immensely gratifying. In contrast to the arduous lives of other novice players in the reincarnation game, who find themselves embroiled in a struggle akin to werewolf, rife with intrigue, deception, and the relentless pursuit of strength, Li Gu is comparable to being in paradise. In the blink of an eye, it is already afternoon. The scorching sun cannot penetrate the mist hovering above the Necromancer's Gorge. However, under the sun's warmth, the air becomes stifling. Li Gu reclined upon Vivian's lap, relishing the gentle breeze she fanned upon him. Suddenly, a slight furrow appeared upon his brow. "Master, what troubles you?" Vivian inquired. "Nothing, just a few flies," Li Gu replied, as he directed his consciousness to the skeletal soldiers on the periphery of the Necromancer's Canyon. There, he observed 10 vampires standing solemnly at the edge of the canyon, their gazes fixed intently upon the abyss within. "Captain Das, are we truly to venture inside?" one of the vampires asked, fear evident in his tone. "Of course, this is Lady Hadro's command," Das retorted, gritting his teeth. Remembering Lady Hadro's promises to him, he clenched his fists and declared, "Rest assured, with our strength, even if negotiations fail, we shall manage to escape." With that, Das led the group of vampires boldly into the depths of the Necromancer's Canyon. Unbeknownst to Das, their arrival had already drawn Li Ji's attention. Vampires. And of the second tier at that, could it be that they had come seeking vengeance? Li Ji's mind raced with thoughts, and after a moment of contemplation, he did not hesitate. He promptly summoned the elite troops from the middle region of the Valley of the Dead and ordered their return to the Forgotten River territory. If these were merely the individuals dispatched by the Hadro family, Li Gu possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to subdue them. He did not take the initiative against this group of vampires, as he had yet to ascertain whether they had come seeking him. To act rashly would be akin to revealing hidden intentions. Thus, he merely dispatched his undead minions to monitor the vampires, intending to discern their purpose. Dars and the other vampires cautiously entered the Necromancer's Canyon, remaining vigilant throughout their journey. After half an hour, one of the accompanying vampires exhaled in relief and remarked, "It seems the canyon is merely populated by the undead, otherwise, it appears no different." No sooner had he finished speaking than Dars cast him a withering glance, causing the vampire to promptly fall silent. "What a fool," Dars scoffed, casting a wary glance at the dense throng of skeleton warriors in the distance. "Have you not noticed anything amiss?" The other vampires exchanged glances, scrutinizing the skeleton soldiers. Yet, no matter how they examined them, they appeared to be the most ordinary of skeletal warriors. Of course, having learned from the previous reprimand, they dared not voice such thoughts. Otherwise, they would surely incur Dars's wrath once more. Observing his subordinates' ignorance, Dars felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. By the ancestor, how did I end up with such dense-headed skeleton warriors? Do you not see that this place is teeming with them? His words sent a chill through the group of vampires. Indeed, a glance around the Necromancer's Canyon revealed that apart from a few scattered undead, it was overwhelmingly populated by the most basic of skeleton warriors. This could not entirely be blamed on the vampires, after all. They had never before ventured into the canyon and were entirely unaware of its nature. It was only upon Dars's warning that they began to comprehend the situation. According to some knowledge, even the lowest-tier skeletons could be categorized into various types such as warriors, archers, spearmen, wanderers, and mages. Yet now, the canyon was filled exclusively with skeleton warriors. Such an anomaly could only signify something sinister. If one were to ponder this further, it was highly probable that these skeletons belonged to the army of a formidable being. They had unwittingly walked into a trap, and should that powerful entity desire it, he could command the endless legion of skeletons to orchestrate their demise at any moment. This chilling realization caused the vampires to break into a cold sweat. The instinct to flee arose within them. However, Dars did not voice such a thought. He, too, was afraid but understood that escape was not an option. Ever since he accepted Lady Hadro's command, there was but one path before him, to fulfill it, for failure would surely lead to dire consequences. Subtly wiping the sweat from his brow, Dars hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, approaching the ranks of skeleton warriors. The vampires following him felt as though their hearts were lodged in their throats. Are you out of your mind? You know these skeletons are the army of a top-tier power, and yet you dare provoke them? If you wish to gamble with your life, I still cherish mine. Ligu displayed a trace of interest, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the movements of Das and his companions. The Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman Corps, the battle-hardened skeleton general, and the Nether Feather Serpent were all poised for action. Das halted 5 meters away from the skeleton soldiers and proclaimed, "To the mysterious majesty who commands countless undead in the Necromancer's Gorge, I come from the Hadro family, on the orders of Lady Hadro, seeking an audience." As he spoke, Das placed a hand over his heart and knelt on one knee, performing a gesture of profound humility. The bloodkin accompanying Das, witnessing this, dared not hesitate and stepped forward to mimic his actions. Yet, what awaited Das was silence. A prolonged silence. "Captain, what shall we do?" A bloodkin behind Das whispered, unable to contain their anxiety. Silence. Das was equally perturbed. You too feel the dread. After all, the being before them was undeniably a superpower capable of commanding millions of undead. According to Das's understanding, anyone able to wield such a legion must be at least a third-tier entity, a figure of undeniable renown. Just as Das and his companions knelt, heads bowed, not daring to lift them even slightly, the ground suddenly trembled. Dust billowed, stones danced restlessly, resembling an earthquake or the approach of a colossal, primeval beast. The immense pressure surged upon Das and his companions, causing their hearts to race, gripping their hands involuntarily as cold sweat drenched their backs. Soon after, the encircling skeleton soldiers seemed to receive an unspoken command and dispersed in all directions. Darkness, an endless expanse of darkness, like waves crashing relentlessly, marched uniformly towards them. Das's pupils constricted as he beheld the black tide composed of heavily armored skeleton soldiers. By the ancestors, these are not mere skeletons, but the elite forces of humanity. The impeccably organized military formation instilled a sense of martial might in the bloodkin, still rooted in their tribal era. Before Das and his companions could comprehend the situation, a colossal figure swept across the sky and landed thunderously before them. It was a skeletal serpent with wings, resembling a bone WIRM. From its form, it was a feathered serpent transformed into an undead. Experiencing the legendary pressure of a feathered serpent, renowned for rivaling the dragon kind, Das's heart raced uncontrollably. Despite Das being a second-tier and the Nether Feather Serpent a first-tier entity, the disparity in their levels was palpable. In that moment, Das felt akin to a lowly minion encountering a formidable boss. Coupled with the relentless Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman army, the group of a dozen second-tier bloodkin trembled in fear. But this was not the end. The Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman Corps surrounded Das and his companions with a precision akin to a military parade. The military skill known as Black Soul Apparition was silently invoked by Ligu. In an instant, the aura of the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman Corps seemed to congeal into a singular entity, akin to a mountain pressing down upon the bloodkin. The already panicked bloodkin were on the verge of losing control. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Were these not demons risen from the abyss? Das regretted accepting this mission. If possible, he would have preferred to defy Lady Hadro and avoid facing this enigmatic overlord in the Necromancer's Gorge, while the bloodkin shivered in fear. The ranks of the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearmen parted, revealing the battle-hardened skeleton general mounted upon a bone steed, a creation of Ligu. Approaching Das with a disdainful gaze, Das was certain that the battle-hardened skeleton general's prowess was not inferior to that of the Nether Feather Serpent. The simultaneous appearance of such a powerful and potentially limitless unit was overwhelming. At that moment, Das could scarcely fathom the strength of the enigmatic leader controlling this undead army. He understood that the reason only these 2 first-tier units were dispatched was that the mastermind believed they were sufficient to handle them. If Ligu knew of Das's thoughts, he would merely chuckle, for it was not that he desired to send more. This was already a significant portion of his resources. Das, nearly paralyzed with fear, knelt from one knee to two, bowing his head to the ground, and hastily declared, "Esteemed Majesty, I am an envoy of the Hadro family and harbor no ill intentions towards you. Please judge me fairly." The battle-hardened skeleton general loomed over Das. From his perspective, Li Gu felt a twinge of embarrassment, observing how frightened the youth was. Yet, maintaining the faade, Li Gu descended into the form of the battle-hardened skeleton general and spoke through its voice. "Bloodkin minion, state your purpose." The words echoed like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, sending shivers through the souls of those present. Das, already at the brink of his mental endurance, shuddered at the utterance and, fearing to waste a moment, quickly explained, "Majesty, I come on behalf of Lady Hadro, bearing a letter from the Abyssal sect for your perusal." With that, Das retrieved a letter sealed with wax from his bosom, raising it above his head with both hands. A centurion of the Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen stepped forward, took the letter, and presented it to the battle-hardened skeleton general. Upon opening the letter, it revealed a message penned in the common tongue with a quill. As a player, one could enjoy the benefits of translation in the reincarnation game. But this privilege was confined to the common tongue. Understanding the languages of other races required prior study, and unless learned, comprehension was futile. Through the lens of the battle-hardened skeletal general, Lig gazed upon the letter, his brow furrowing slightly. The correspondent, claiming to be the archbishop of the Abyssal sect, was named Daryl. The source of his concern lay in his prior knowledge of this sect. It is pertinent to note that Lig was not among the inaugural players of the reincarnation game. Humanity had traversed millennia before him, thoroughly exploring the intricacies of this game. In essence, the reincarnation game encompasses countless worlds, and within this vast multiverse, all factions can generally be categorized into three camps: good, neutral, and evil. The so-called good is not genuinely benevolent. Rather, the forces of this camp often adhere to the celestial order. They serve as guardians of the world's rules, exhibiting a sense of honesty and integrity. Take the human race, for instance. Their empires, though prone to internecine strife, unite in solidarity when faced with external threats, striving to safeguard the peace of their realm. Consequently, the good camp typically refers to those who pursue righteousness, refraining from slaughter, destruction of the world's order, or self-aggrandizement through malevolent means. While they may not embody true goodness, the evil camp is unequivocally malevolent. To date, all entities classified as evil, such as demons, undead, malevolent spirits, and monstrous beings, have thrived through murder and the plundering of resources from other worlds, augmenting their existence through acts of annihilation. For the native races of the world, the evil camp represents an inherent invader, a natural scourge. As for the neutral camp, its members are rather scarce. They neither adhere to the world's rules nor revel in slaughter. The star spirits exemplify a typical neutral faction, born from beyond the world. They thrive by absorbing the energy of stars, eschewing invasion and bloodshed for their sustenance. It can be said that they possess no intrinsic conflict of interest with any world. Thus, they exist in a state of natural neutrality. Of course, should sufficient incentive arise, they may choose to assist either the good or evil factions, depending on their whims. The triad of good, neutral, and evil can be further subdivided into absolute, lawful, and chaotic categories, akin to radicals, conservatives, and hedonists. For instance, within the good camp, lawful good adheres to stringent rules, acting in accordance with these principles. Elves are a quintessential example, embodying an almost pedantic adherence to law and pride. Chaotic good, in contrast, is less constrained, embodying the mavericks of the good faction. Rogues, rangers, and bards fall into this category. The very nature of chaotic good often results in a lack of clear organization and cohesive power structures among its adherents. Absolute good, in relation to lawful and chaotic, strictly upholds the ideals of goodness in their hearts, whereas lawful good may rescue someone and subsequently imprison the perpetrator. Absolute good seeks not only to save but also to reform the offender into a paragon of virtue, essentially a group of unwavering idealists. In summary, the triad of good, neutral, and evil, with each faction further classified into absolute, lawful, and chaotic, creates a simplistic 9-square matrix for delineating powers across the multiverse. Where does the Abyssal sect fit within this schema? It is, infamously, an entity of absolute evil. This sect venerates the mother of the abyss, Talos, and goes to great lengths, including sacrificial offerings, to annihilate worlds in exchange for her favor. Within the Abyssal sect, there are no rules. The sole tenet is slaughter, to kill everything they can. Aligning with such a faction would be irrational for Lig. Yet, perhaps the notion of collaboration warrants reconsideration. Upon perusing the contents of the letter, Li Ji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although the Abyss cult is notorious for its ruthlessness and lack of compassion, Li Gu is a player. Just as a single grain of rice sustains a multitude of individuals, it is undeniable that players are responsible for the normal distribution of presence across all factions. However, if one were to ascertain which faction boasts the most players, it would undoubtedly be the chaotic neutrals, the harbingers of calamity. This group represents the largest cohort of amusement within the realms. For players, this world is merely a game. They align themselves with whoever offers the most benefit, provide sufficient incentives, and they can embrace the light or venerate dark deities. In the absence of gain, they would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow to an NPC after completing a task. Shamelessness stands as the player's motto, unfettered audacity their guiding principle. And doing as one pleases their lifelong ambition. Li Gu entered the cycle of reincarnation with this very mindset. His singular desire is to grow stronger, and for that, he is willing to undertake any endeavor. For Li Gu, the prospect of collaborating with the Abyss cult hinges solely on the enticing terms laid out in the letter, to assist the Abyss cult in eradicating various factions within the Daggerwood jungle. As for the remuneration, he is prepared to request whatever the Abyss cult can afford. Li Ji's motivation lies not in the rewards, but in the demands put forth by the Chaos sect. By cooperating with the Abyss sect, Li Gu can legitimately advance the influence of the West Zhou forces in the Great Dugla jungle, eradicate them, and acquire a substantial amount of disaster points, materials, and soul essence. Additionally, he could conveniently reap some benefits from the Abyss sect as well. This transaction appears to be remarkably advantageous. Li Gu swiftly assessed the pros and cons of his collaboration with the Abyss sect. The greatest risk inherent in this alliance lay in the potential betrayal by the sect, which could lead to devastating losses. However, upon careful analysis, it became apparent that such a consequence was not inevitable for Li Gu. In the vast expanse of the Douglas jungle, the Abyss sect was in dire need of external assistance like his. Clearly, their ambitions had stretched their resources to the limit, rendering them increasingly constrained. Given this premise, Li Gu was assured that the Abyss sect was merely fortified by a triad of powerful figures. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by their collaboration, he could expedite his own growth. Should the sect ever contemplate betraying him, it was likely that he would turn the tables on them. With this thought in mind, Li Gu resolved his course of action. He found himself with limited alternatives. After all, commanding an army of millions left little room for retreat. Therefore, under these circumstances, he could only forge ahead, striving to mature fully before the enemy recognized his FAOD of strength. With the confidence granted by his necromantic catastrophe system, Li Gu was resolute. He intended to inform the Grand Archbishop Darrell of the Abyss sect that if they wished for his assistance, they must first demonstrate their sincerity, specifically by providing him with gemstones of various kinds. Speaking through the body of a battle-hardened skeleton general, Li Gu addressed Das, who immediately exhaled in relief. The sole path to survival for him and his companions lay in the collaboration between Li Gu and the Abyss sect. With Li Ji's assurance, it signified that they could all survive this ordeal. "Your Majesty, I shall convey your words in their entirety," Das promised, his demeanor reduced to one of utmost humility, nearly bowing in reverence. With that, Das rose and departed with his blood kin. Once they left the necromancer's gorge, Das could hardly contain his eagerness. He felt as if he could grow wings and flee at the speed of light, urging his subordinates to escape with all haste. Li Gu was unconcerned by Das's departure. Leading an army of millions of undead to the Valley of the Dead was a feat that could not be concealed. Therefore, what Li Gu needed to do was to display a facade of strength, instilling fear in those outside, thereby buying himself time to grow stronger. That night, Das returned to the Hadro family territory, trembling as he reported everything to Lady Hadro. The cooperation with that master of the undead, was it merely for gemstones? Lady Hadro's beautiful eyes flickered with doubt as she stroked her flawless chin, murmuring, could it be a powerful undead dragon? In her mind, among the formidable beings, dragons had the greatest affinity for sparkling and precious treasures. This often led to the notion that slaying a dragon would not only yield rare dragon materials, but also the vast treasures it had amassed. It is no exaggeration to say that some ancient dragons possessed treasures that would entice even deities. If this were indeed a dragon capable of commanding millions of undead. Lady Hadro's heart quivered at the thought. She could scarcely fathom the true magnitude of the opponent's strength. After all, the so-called Pale Wing Hector next door, merely a lesser dragon with dragon blood, had already become one of the overlords on the outskirts of the Douglas jungle with his second-tier power. It is no exaggeration to assert that if the master of the undead in the Valley of the Dead were a dragon of pure lineage, it could dominate the entire Douglas jungle and gain renown throughout the continent of home. Once her shock subsided, Lady Hadro's fear transformed into boundless excitement. For her. The stronger Li Gu became, the more benefits she, as the facilitator of this cooperation, could reap from the Abyss sect. Without hesitation, she wrote a letter to the Grand Archbishop, informing him of the Lord's demands. She detailed Das's observations and her own conjectures in the letter and entrusted it to Das for delivery. In the mid-regions of the Douglas jungle, near the outskirts of the core area, Das, treated like a beast of burden, cautiously approached a pitch-black forest with the letter in hand. Despite the dense trees of the Douglas jungle blocking out the sunlight, casting the surroundings into gloom, nothing could compare to the darkness looming before him. It was a darkness akin to a black hole, capable of devouring all light, chilling to the bone. Having visited several times before, Das still felt a surge of dread. He swallowed hard and cautiously stepped forward into the eerie wilderness. As a second-tier being, the moment Das entered the forest, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Losing all sense of sight, a cold dagger pressed against his back, and a raspy voice, akin to nails scraping a chalkboard. Pierce the silence. Give me a reason not to kill you. My lord, I am an envoy sent by Lady Hadro, with a letter for Grand Archbishop Darrell. Das, though terrified, spoke clearly, having evidently endured similar experiences before. The figure behind him, upon hearing the mention of Grand Archbishop Darrell, clicked his tongue. Lamenting the inability to slay Das, he sheathed the dagger, took the letter from Das's hand, and coldly instructed, "Wait here." Das could not perceive whether the figure had departed. In this darkness, he lost most of his sensory abilities. He dared not wander aimlessly, fully aware that with his capabilities, if left without guidance, he would never find his way out. Deep within the black forest, light gradually emerged. Special oil lamps flickered, illuminating a grand and ancient temple. Unlike other temples, this one was adorned with countless grotesque statues and bloody scenes of slaughter, creating an atmosphere far from solemnity, but rather one filled with horror and dread. This was the temple of the Abyss sect. The being who had taken the letter from Das now revealed its form, a twisted serpent person. Unlike ordinary serpent folk, this one had crimson pupils and was covered in eerie black markings. The Abyss was different from the demon realm, while the latter had numerous demons as native species. The Abyss was solely home to the Abyss Mother, Talos. All other beings were those who had succumbed to Talos' temptation and corruption. Regardless of whether they were human, elf, or orc, any race with desires could be corrupted by Talos and become part of the Abyss. This serpent person, bearing the letter, first sought out Grand Archbishop Darrell, who governed this temple. Contrary to expectations, Darrell did not appear menacing. Instead, he bore a long, snow-white beard and a kind demeanor, resembling a gentle old man. He received the letter from Lady Hadro, opened it, and smiled faintly. Fond of gemstones? Excellent. Only with desire can one embrace the depths of the Abyss. Go. Retrieve that third-tier gemstone from the treasury. In the Valley of the Dead, after scaring Das away, Li Gu resumed his original pace. On one hand, he intensified his campaign in the mid-regions of the Valley of the Dead, while on the other, he explored the mines, extracting black soul iron to prepare for the creation of more powerful units. Both endeavors progressed quite smoothly. That day marked the 9th day since Li Gu had entered the cycle of the game. Throughout the day, the points he accumulated for Calamity had surpassed 5 million. The gold acquired from vanquishing the undead forces amounted to over 60,000. He had mined more than 20,000 ingots of black soul iron and nearly 1,000 ingots of black soul refined iron. With these resources, the number of black soul heavy armored spearmen had exceeded 30,000. Simultaneously, Li Ji's personal realm had reached the 8th tier of the first level, only a step away from achieving the pinnacle of the first tier, qualifying him for a push towards the 2nd tier. Now, Li Gu experienced astounding growth and strength every day. This rate of enhancement was unfathomable to other players. It is no exaggeration to say that given a year or so, Li Gu could effortlessly annihilate this world. However, he could not afford to linger, for the sake of his father, Li Meng, his mother, Gao Shimi, and his sister, Li Shiwu. He needed to grow stronger as swiftly as possible. The next day arrived. Li Gu entered the cycle of the game, marking the 10th day in the world of Era. Ding. The daily settlement is complete. Congratulations on acquiring 1 million skeleton soldiers. As Li Gu opened his eyes, the system's amiable notification filled him with a sense of delight. As Li Gu turned his head, he beheld Vivian beside him, her eyes shimmering with a gentle radiance as she gazed at him softly. "Good morning, Master," she greeted. Their eyes met, and Li Gu, unperturbed, felt slightly speechless. He had instructed Vivian to provide him with close protection, yet this was not the kind of proximity he had envisioned. Furthermore, given Li Ji's restless slumber, Vivian had almost become his pillow. To be honest, embracing such a fragrant and delicate presence while sleeping was indeed quite pleasant. Li Gu contemplated and concluded that there was nothing amiss with the situation. Although Vivian was a spirit, she bore few characteristics of the undead. Having her as a pillow to embrace while sleeping was rather pleasant. As for taking things further, Li Gu expressed a reluctance to become a modern-day Ninkaichen. A night of the undead. Upon awakening, Li Gu, who had no inclination for lingering in bed, rose from his slumber. Vivian, resembling a considerate maid, approached him with his toiletries and served breakfast. At present, the territory was in its nascent stages, trade had yet to be established, and conditions were rather rudimentary. The means to acquire basic items such as wash basins, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste were quite limited. The wash basin had been fashioned on the Mocha side, while the towels were repurposed silk obtained from the extermination of the Spiderfolk tribe. As for toothbrushes, there was simply no alternative. Fortunately, Albert, with his extensive experience in the wilderness, had discovered a herb that freshened the breath, serving as a fantastical mouthwash. Despite the simplicity of the utensils, when it came to food, Li Ji's situation could be deemed extravagant. He enjoyed first-tier dishes and occasionally savored the flesh of second-tier ferocious beasts, along with various delicacies acquired from other tribes. Such gourmet offerings would be reserved for the upper echelons of nobility in the human kingdoms. Li Gu sat before the table, savoring his breakfast while reflecting on the gains of the previous night. He had faced the formidable skeletal general and the phantom serpent, leading an army of 30,000 Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen and millions of skeletal soldiers, successfully obliterating over 20 tribes. Although the number seemed smaller than before, the undead tribes in the mid-tier regions were, in fact, more powerful and larger in scale. Thus, during the night of his slumber, Li Gu had amassed over 500,000 gold coins from disaster points alone, along with a plethora of drops and soul essences. This brought him one step closer to reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. In comparison to other players, Li Gu now stood in a league of his own regarding personal strength, financial resources, military might, influence, and prestige. All of these accomplishments were the fruits of the diligent efforts of his undead legion. His total gold reserves had approached 200,000, and he intended to explore the trade platform of the reincarnation network further to select some evolution materials, with disaster points exceeding 10 million. He planned to expedite the construction of elite troops while ensuring that top-tier combat power kept pace. In just a few days, he anticipated breaking through to the second tier and swiftly locating the entrance to the Necromancer's Gorge dungeon. The lower the level at which he completed the dungeon, the higher the final evaluation would be, resulting in more rewarding outcomes. As Li Gu dined, he pondered his forthcoming plans. Once he finished his meal, Vivian, ever considerate, tidied up the remnants. Li Gu stretched languidly and stepped out of the Lord's manor. Mocha and Albert had just returned with a shipment of Black Soul iron. "Good day, my lord," Albert greeted respectfully. Mocha, with a sly demeanor, eagerly stepped forward, his face adorned with flattery, resembling a sycophantic lackey. "Boss, we successfully smelted over 10,000 Black Soul iron ingots last night. All right here." Observing Mocha's obsequiousness, Li Gu found it amusing. He understood that Mocha sought an opportunity for evolution. Unfortunately, while Mocha's loyalty was sufficient, he lacked the appropriate materials for such an advancement. After all, Mocha was a superior grade unit, requiring at least a second-tier rare material or a first-tier premium one for evolution. Given Li Ji's current authority, he could not procure such high-quality resources from the reincarnation network and was compelled to seek them himself. Moreover, Li Gu was reluctant to squander Mocha's innate talents and hoped to find materials that matched his mining prowess. This rendered Mocha's evolution rather challenging, necessitating a period of waiting. Li Gu redirected his attention towards the Black Soul iron ingot before him. Last night, Mocha and his team achieved an unprecedented production level, crafting an astonishing 60,000 Black Soul iron ingots in a single evening. This figure surpassed the combined total of the previous 2 days. The remarkable output was attributed not only to the increased mining passages and enhanced smelting equipment that improved efficiency, but, more importantly, to Mocha's discovery of an enormous Black Soul iron mine lying beneath the entire Necromancer Scourge. Mocha speculated that a significant iron ore deposit might have once existed within the gorge itself. Over time, as the area became a gathering point for the undead, the iron ore absorbed an excessive amount of lingering souls, transforming into Black Soul iron ore. For Li Gu, this was indeed fortuitous news. The abundance of Black Soul iron would enable him to conduct extensive mining operations, allowing for the formation of legions of black soul heavy armor spearmen numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Should he truly amass a force of 100,000 black soul heavy armor spearmen, the mere existence of the unit skill Black Soul Apparition would be sufficient to instill fear in third-tier powerhouses, not to mention the potential for new unit skills. Li Gu was determined to pursue both quality and quantity in his endeavors. Excellent work. Keep striving, and if you meet my expectations, I shall bestow upon you even greater power, Li Gu declared, patting Mocha on the shoulder while employing his unique managerial skill, painting grand visions. Mocha, thrilled by this prospect, nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Rest assured, boss, I will double my efforts." His desire for advancement was palpable. Having encouraged Mocha, Li Gu proceeded to expend over 3 million disaster points to evolve the more than 60,000 Black Soul Iron Ingots into Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen and Centurions of the same type. The total number of Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen now reached a staggering 70,000, bringing him one step closer to unlocking the second unit skill that required 100,000. With these matters addressed, Li Gu, as per his usual routine, visited the Soul Tavern once more, only to find that no new commander or elite units had yet appeared. Li Gu has become accustomed to the notion that if there were handsome figures every day, the Soul Tavern would not be of exquisite quality. To label it as epic or legendary would not be an exaggeration. Today, one can traverse the mid-level regions of the Valley of the Undead. Subsequently delving into the depths of the gorge, Li Gu harbored considerable anticipation for the depths of the Necromancer's Canyon. Based on his conjectures, the presence of such a multitude of wild undead was likely indicative of a projection of the netherworld lurking within the canyon's innermost recesses, what players commonly refer to as a dungeon. The rewards for conquering a dungeon are notoriously bountiful. Perhaps it could even facilitate Li Ji's ascension to the second tier. Thus, he resolved to expedite the efforts of his legions to secure the mid-level regions and swiftly penetrate deeper to locate the entrance to the dungeon. However, as Li Gu pondered these matters, an alarm was suddenly sounded by the skeletal soldiers patrolling the periphery of the Necromancer's Canyon. Li Gu detached a fragment of his consciousness and, through the perspective of a skeletal soldier, beheld Das and his companions. Unlike before, Das arrived not empty-handed but laden with an array of treasure chests. His efficiency was quite commendable. A smile graced the corners of Li Ji's mouth, for it was evident that the offerings brought by Das were the rewards from the Abyssal Sect in collaboration with him. Li Gu harbored great anticipation regarding the nature of these rewards. Given Li Ji's demonstrated prowess, the opposing party would likely presume him to be of the third tier. To ensure that what he received was evolutionary material rather than equipment, Li Gu meticulously confined his expectations to the category of gemstones. Should Das present him with a single third-tier gemstone, regardless of its quality, it would suffice for Li Gu to evolve a remarkably formidable unit. Having learned from previous encounters, Das dared not venture deep into the Necromancer's Canyon. Instead, he positioned all the treasure chests before him at the canyon's periphery, attempting to kneel in homage while proclaiming, "Noble Lord of the Necromancer's Canyon, I have delivered the gifts from the sect." At the moment Das completed his declaration, the skeletal soldiers stirred, lifting the chests from the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Das trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom the existence of a being capable of commanding millions of undead with such effortless authority. How formidable must such a presence be? Even a lich could not achieve this. Once all the treasure chests were relocated, Li Gu commanded a skeletal soldier to convey a message to Das. "Inform Daryl that I shall provide satisfactory results based on the rewards he has offered." "Yes, Great Lord of the Necromancer's Canyon," Das quaked, the honorific shifting from noble to great. Li Gu commanded the undead to relocate all the treasure chests, all the while under the awestruck gaze of Das. However, he refrained from directing the undead to return the chests to the territory of Wanchuan. In the world of wandering heroes, stability is paramount. The Abyss sect has a notoriously foul reputation, and precautions must be taken to prevent them from tampering with these chests. Thus, he instructed the undead to transport the treasure to a secluded location, whereupon he commanded them to open all the chests. With this, any curses, tracking spells, or scrying enchantments could not pose a threat to him. Around a dozen ordinary skeleton soldiers acted as test subjects, placing the chests upon the ground. There were 10 large chests and one small one. Following Li Ji's orders, the skeletons opened the 10 larger chests. Instantly, a dazzling display of radiant gems was revealed. These chests stood approximately knee-high and an arm's length, brimming with an assortment of gemstones. A rough estimate suggested that each chest contained at least 1,000 gems. Upon inspection, the attributes of the gems were as follows: lava crystal, first tier, high quality, a gem infused with the power of lava. capable of imparting explosive and burning effects to crafted weapons. Venomous Kiss Emerald, apprentice grade, fine quality. This gem possesses remarkable toxic elemental properties, suitable for crafting weapons, potions, and tools. Forest Emerald, second tier, high quality, a gem of wood attribute, formed from the essence of forest vitality, significantly enhancing healing spells. My goodness. I am about to strike it rich. Li Guo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though he had suspected the Abyss sect might be generous, he had not anticipated such abundance. With 10 chests, it was estimated that there were at least 10,000 gems in total. However, upon further examination, he discovered that the most numerous gems were the Venomous Kiss Emeralds. Similar to Black Soul Iron, the Venomous Kiss Emeralds were categorized into apprentice and first-tier grades. Yet their quality far surpassed that of Black Soul Iron, being classified as fine quality. Based on Li Guo's experience, it was highly probable that these gems could evolve into elite templates for units. Among this trove, there were nearly 8,000 Venomous Kiss Emeralds. The sheer volume suggested that the Abyss sect had access to a rich vein of Venomous Kiss gems, explaining their abundance. Aside from the Venomous Kiss Emeralds, the majority of the remaining gems were first tier, with only a scant few hundred of the second tier variety. Nonetheless, this was already quite remarkable. The 8,000 Venomous Kiss Emeralds alone were sufficient for Li Guo to forge a unit more formidable than the Black Soul Heavy Armored Spearman, not to mention the thousands of apprentice, first tier, and second tier gems still at his disposal. Of the 11 chests, Li Guo had opened 10. The last one, though the smallest in size, was the most opulent. Li Guo felt a surge of anticipation regarding the contents within. He opened it, and a skeletal soldier was commanded to approach and unveil the small, opulent chest, which was merely the size of a palm. Instantly, a pale blue gem, resembling a diminutive hammer, materialized. Through the perspective of the skeletal soldier, Li Guo, as a player of the reincarnation game, perceived the gem's attributes: artisan gem, tier 3 quality, a unique gem infused with the essence of artisan experience, which, upon usage, would initially enhance the experience of artisan skills. Note, this gem can be utilized as an evolution material. A tier 3 gem. Li Ji's face radiated with delight. This artisan gem was not only a third-tier jewel but also intricately linked to artisan professions, making it perfectly suited for the miner, Mocha. Even Li Guo had not anticipated that a solution would present itself so serendipitously, especially after lamenting this morning about the inability to locate Mocha's evolution materials. Who could have foreseen that this artisan gem would come knocking at his door? With this gem in hand, perhaps I could evolve my very first king-tier unit. Filled with anticipation, Li Guo promptly commanded Mocha through Albert to return and prepare for evolution. My lord has issued a new command. Follow me, Albert dutifully informed Mocha. Although Albert's strength and template level were inferior to Mocha's, the latter recognized that Albert was deeply trusted by Li Guo and was a loyal confidant. Mocha promptly nodded. Yes. Lead the way. Albert assembled a formidable army to escort the two towards the gem's location. Meanwhile, Li Guo was also strategizing the evolution of his new troops. In order to safeguard against any unscrupulous actions from the Abyss sect, Li Guo meticulously categorized all the gemstones, subsequently entrusting them to various skeletal soldiers for individual evolution. He ensured that the secrets of the system for evolving the undead would remain concealed from the Abyssal sect. Before long, all the Toxic Kiss Emeralds were selected, totaling 8,600, among which 120 were of the first tier. This batch of Toxic Kiss Emeralds was transported to a secluded location. Li Guo selected over 8,000 skeletal soldiers and summoned the system panel to initiate their evolution. A prompt appeared, indicating that the evolution of 8,600 skeletal soldiers would require the use of 8,480 Toxic Kiss Emeralds, apprentice quality, 120 Toxic Kiss Emeralds, first-tier quality, and a consumption of 2,904 million disaster points. Would he like to proceed? At present, Li Ji's store of disaster points had exceeded 10 million, rendering the relatively minor sum of less than 3 million inconsequential. With a decisive wave of his hand, he confirmed the operation. Suddenly, a tremendous power from the system descended upon him, enveloping all the Toxic Kiss Emeralds. In an instant, the 8,480 emeralds disintegrated into a multitude of luminous particles, surging into the bodies of the skeletal soldiers. The once frail figures, clad in rusted armor, now visibly bore the grotesque affliction of decaying flesh. Simultaneously, the skeletal soldiers underwent a transformation. They crawled upon the ground, their bodies hunched, torsos elongated, chests becoming robust, waists narrowing, limbs morphing into beastly appendages, and their skulls gradually resembling those of ferocious wolves. In the blink of an eye, All the skeletal soldiers had transformed into towering zombie direwolves, each standing a full meter high, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light, exuding a noxious green miasma that resembled a walking plague. Saliva dripped from their mouths. Li Ji's initial contact reveals the attributes of the corrupting poisonous wolf. Corrupting poisonous wolf realm. Apprentice, grade 7 template, elite, enhancement 1. Decaying venom, upon inflicting damage. The wound will continue to fester, ultimately leading to complete decay. Skills, venomous spray, malevolent bite, decaying curse, toxic charge attributes, constitution, 89, strength, 89, agility, 102, spirit, 80 equipment, toxic crystal pendant, decaying toxin necklace. Agile bracelet evaluation, impressive. Overall, the corrupting poisonous wolf is classified as an agile type of unit, ideally suited for hit-and-run tactics. By layering persistent toxic damage, it can deliver fatal strikes to adversaries. In practical scenarios, it can effectively be employed in ambushes, rapid assaults, and pursuits, among other applications. Li Gu was exceedingly pleased with the corrupted venom wolves. After all, their template level soared to the elite tier, surpassing the elite level of the Black Soul heavy armored spearmen by a notable margin. Their combat prowess far exceeded that of the Black Soul heavy armored spearmen. With this formidable force at his disposal, the overall strength of Li Ji's army experienced a significant enhancement. The only lamentable aspect was the absence of a mine for the Toxic Kiss Emerald, which hindered the continuous production of this particular unit. Li Gu felt a tinge of regret. War invariably incurs losses. Even if the attrition is minimal, there will inevitably come a day when it concludes. Thus, evaluating the potential of a military faction requires not only an assessment of its combat prowess but also an examination of its sustainability. However, given that the Abyss sect has bestowed such a plethora of toxic emeralds, it is highly probable that they possess a related mine. Should they succeed in vanquishing the Abyss sect, they might just remedy the shortcomings of this venomous wolf-like unit. Li Gu suppressed this thought and proceeded to utilize the remaining 2,000 scattered gemstones entirely for evolution, with a total expenditure of merely over 1 million. Most of these were apprentice units, along with 2 or 3 first-tier general class units. However, lacking a systematic approach, Li Gu merely glanced over them without much concern. Yet, just after Li Gu completed the evolution, deep within the vast Douglas jungle, Archbishop Darrell, stationed at the Abyss sect stronghold, was filled with astonishment. He murmured, "Indeed remarkable. My spells concealed so deeply have still been discovered and quietly dispelled." Darrell yearned to uncover the true nature of the entity occupying the necromancer's gorge. However, he dared not be too overt, fearing dire consequences, so he seized this opportunity to leave a subtle scrying spell within an inconspicuous gemstone. This spell was naturally obliterated by the system during Li Ji's evolution. Unbeknownst to Darrell, who was unaware of Li Ji's system, he presumed it to be Li Ji's own power to effortlessly erase my spell without a sound. The adversary must be at least a third-tier commander or even a monarch-level entity. It appears I must exercise greater caution. Darrell, astonished by Li Ji's strength, felt a growing sense of wariness. On the other side, Li Gu was unaware of Darrell's intentions and did not realize that, owing to his own composure, he had inadvertently dispelled Darrell's spell during the recent evolution, thereby averting a significant crisis. At this moment, the artisan gem had been delivered to Mocha, and Li Gu was preparing to initiate Mocha's evolution. He held considerable anticipation for this transformation, as it was highly likely to result in his first royal class unit. Mocha followed Albert to a desolate expanse where, aside from skeletal soldiers, there was nothing else to be found. This barren landscape instinctively filled Mocha with trepidation. Yet he remained silent, refraining from any other actions. Compared to the potential dangers lurking nearby, Mocha feared his own insignificance even more. The greatest sorrow of sentient beings lies in their desires that remain unfulfilled. Having endured relentless oppression, Mocha understood all too well that weakness is the original sin. In this world, only power can secure all that one yearns for. Now, this opportunity lay before Mocha. By submitting to Li Gu, he could achieve a transformative chance. Thus, Mocha was resolute in his determination to not retreat even a single step. "Brother Albert, where are we headed?" he inquired, his heart unwavering, though his voice trembled slightly. "We have arrived. This is the place." Upon transforming into a necromancer, Albert brimmed with energy, casting a glance at the surroundings and standing still in anticipation. Soon, a squad of Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen arrived, escorting the artisan gem. Mocha was somewhat bewildered by the proceedings. At that moment, Li Ji's consciousness descended and, through the voice of a Black Soul heavy-armored centurion, proclaimed, "Mocha, in light of your performance during this period, I shall bestow upon you power. Do not resist." Upon hearing these words, Mocha, who had been feeling somewhat apprehensive, was instantly filled with elation as if he had won a grand lottery. He hastily knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Master, please proceed. Do not show me pity." Li Ji's lips twitched slightly. There was something peculiar about the way this fellow spoke. It had begun with a prompt. Li Gu summoned the system panel to initiate the evolution of Mocha. The notification soon followed. Mocha's loyalty stood at 80, meeting the conditions for evolution. Utilizing a craftsmanship gem, Tier 3 quality, Mocha would evolve into a skeleton miner, Class A Rank 2, requiring the expenditure of 5 million disaster points. A note appeared. Due to the host's current realm, Mocha cannot evolve to Tier 3. This evolution will result in energy overflow, and calculations are underway. Once completed, the overflowed energy could offset for 8 million disaster points. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Observing this scene, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Li Gu, prompting him to inquire of the system. Could the overflowed energy be entirely allocated to Mocha's evolution itself, rather than merely offsetting the disaster points? After all, Li Gu was not particularly in need of disaster points at this moment. If all the energy could be devoted to Mocha's evolution, it might elevate Mocha's template level to a greater height. The system swiftly provided an explanation. The host's suggestion is invalid. The excess energy is the result of surpassing the limits of what the evolved entity can endure. If it is not used to offset disaster points, it will simply dissipate. Hearing this, Li Gu felt a sense of regret. However, he remained somewhat perplexed as to why there exists an upper limit to energy absorption during the evolutionary process. System. What is this limit? Does evolution have to follow a step-by-step progression, unable to elevate multiple template levels at once, such as advancing directly from a general to a legendary status? Li Gu inquired with curiosity. Not quite, the system clarified. While there is indeed an upper limit to the energy absorption of evolutionary entities, energy also varies in quality. A first-tier epic material can evolve a first-tier common unit into a first-tier esteemed being. Yet, a ninth-tier inferior material may only elevate a first-tier common unit to a first-tier elite, resulting in a substantial overflow of energy. As Li Gu absorbed the system's explanation, clarity began to dawn upon him. If we liken the energy absorption limit of the unit being evolved to a score of 100, then providing it with superior evolutionary energy would yield a higher evolutionary tier. Conversely, inferior evolutionary energy would correspondingly diminish the extent of evolution. The level dictates the quantity of energy, while the quality of the evolutionary energy is determined by the material's caliber. This elucidates why. When Li Gu utilized third-tier materials to evolve a first-tier Mocha, there was a significant overflow of energy. Having grasped this concept, Li Gu attained a deeper understanding of the system's evolutionary mechanics. Nevertheless, even aware of the potential energy overflow, he resolved to proceed with the evolution. The rationale was simple. High-quality third-tier materials could only evolve a third-tier unit to a general template at most. However, due to Li Ji's low standing, his subservient undead were stagnating at the first tier, necessitating the absorption of more evolutionary energy. By exploiting this loophole, he aimed to evolve a unit into a king-level template. Clearly, this was a far more advantageous endeavor. After all, levels could easily be upgraded once Li Ji's standing improved, given sufficient disaster points. Yet, advancing templates was a far more challenging task, requiring suitable high-quality materials. Having calculated the benefits, Li Gu resolutely pressed the confirmation button to continue the evolution. With the consumption of 200,000 disaster points, the system's immense power descended, instantaneously disassembling the artisan gem into a myriad of resplendent light particles that enveloped Mocha. Bathed in this evolutionary energy, Mocha's bones crackled as they ignited into flames. His original skeletal structure turned to ash, yet Mocha felt no pain. Instead, he experienced his soul undergoing a rapid metamorphosis, his psychic energy surging and transforming into a tangible mist. In a fleeting moment, Mocha lost his corporeal form, entirely transforming into a spectral entity, his upper half human-shaped while his lower half swirled like smoke. This appearance resembled that of a ghost, yet his might was exponentially greater. Aubert, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. Good heavens! Is this a Lich of Legend? Before Aubert could fully comprehend, Mocha's evolution continued unabated. An ancient tome materialized in his grasp as torrents of evolutionary energy wove around him, forming a gray robe. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. The confluence of ancient, powerful, and domineering energies rendered Mocha akin to a king among the undead. instilling primal fear even in the skeleton soldiers of the Western Zhou and Aubert himself. At this moment, the system's notification echoed. 5 million disaster points consumed. Artisan Gym, 3rd tier quality, utilized. Evolution of Skeleton Miner Mocha, 1st tier 2nd rank, successful, new unit acquired. Lich Mineralogist. Now, I am terrifyingly powerful, Mocha marveled at his transformation. Overwhelmed with astonishment. He was certain this was a divine miracle. Only a deity could facilitate such a metamorphosis. An uncontrollable admiration for Li Gu surged within Mocha, compelling him to prostrate before Li Gu, fervently declaring, "Boss, I shall be your most loyal servant for life." Li Gu surveyed the evolved Mocha. After becoming a lich, Mocha's form underwent a complete transformation, shifting from a mere skeleton to a unique apparition, his upper body resembling that of a zombie, while his lower half manifested as a ghostly presence floating gracefully in the air. As a scholar, the current Mocha exuded less of the lich's ferocity, instead radiating a brilliance of wisdom reminiscent of ancient sages, mature and composed. However, the sight of him kneeling on the ground, proclaiming his desire to be Li Ge's loyal servant for life, certainly did not convey an air of dignity. "Rise," Li Gu commanded, and Mocha stood up from the ground. Li Gu then began to examine what he deemed important, namely, Mocha's attributes. Lich Mineral Scholar Mocha Realm. 1st stage, 9th rank, limited by host realm. Cannot be upgraded. Template. King Level Protection 1. Undying Life Box. A lich's inherent ability. If the life box remains intact, he can resurrect infinitely. Protection 2. Master of Mineralogy. Significantly enhances efficiency in mineral exploration, excavation, and smelting. Protection 3. Mining Legion can summon corpses as mining units or convert other undead into miners. Protection 4. Metal Synthesis. Knowledge grants Mocha the ability to transmute decay into marvels. Through extensive study, he can merge low-grade metals into high-quality materials. Note: lacks materials, cannot evolve. Skills: Resurrection of the Dead, Master-level Mineral Exploration, Master-level Smelting Tool Construction. Master-level Mineral Smelting, Master-level Materials Science. Attributes: Constitution 411, Strength 413, Agility 412, Spirit 619. Equipment: Mineral Compendium, Necromancer's Robe, Necromancer's Necklace, Necromancer's Ring. Evaluation: The crypto miners shed tears of envy. What a character with high attributes yet low combat power. Li Gu could not help but express his thoughts. Upon becoming a lich, Mocha's mental attributes soared to an astonishing 600 points. Compared to an ordinary individual, such a mental attribute is beyond imagination, effortlessly surpassing the likes of Vivian, the Spectral Serpent, and the battle-hardened Skeleton General. Unfortunately, Mocha possesses no offensive spells or skills. The only attack he can muster is the universally known necromancy of raising the dead, summoning corpses to obey his commands. Yet, his extremely feeble combat power paradoxically renders Mocha exceptionally formidable in the realm of mining. Not only does he possess extensive knowledge in mineralogy, but he is also adept in exploration, mining, and smelting. Additionally, he can summon a vast army of miners to enhance mining efficiency. His profound understanding of materials science enables him to study metal synthesis, merging lower quality metals into superior quality ones. For Li Gu, this ability of metal synthesis holds far greater significance than mere combat prowess. With the presence of the Undead Cataclysm System, as long as he acquires high-quality materials, Li Gu will never lack for elite combat power. Moreover, a research-oriented talent like Mocha, intricately linked to productivity, is a rare find. Thanks to metal synthesis, the units under Li Gu, such as the Black Soul Heavy Armor Spearmen and the Corrupted Wolves, now possess pathways for advancement. Within this framework, they can evolve into more elite units, enhancing their skills and increasing their combat potential in large-scale battles. Thus, while Mocha's combat strength may be lacking, Li Gu is exceedingly pleased with him. Observing Mocha's attributes, Li Gu feels a twinge of envy. High-tier units are indeed powerful, and he wonders when he might acquire such blessings. After all, as a lich, Mocha's first blessing, the Undying Life Box, is a truly life-saving skill. As long as the life box remains intact, Mocha possesses the ability to resurrect infinitely. Indeed, there are numerous powers such as divine arts, curses, and causality-related skills that can slay a lich. However, this formidable life-preserving ability renders the lich race almost indestructible. Many liches have lived for thousands of years, making them the preeminent survivors among the undead, their reputation echoing across the realms. In contrast, Li Gu, stripped of the system, is merely an unremarkable necromancer with no blessings to speak of, undeniably weak. Patience is key. After all, Li Gu has only been in the game for 10 days. And finding suitable class transition items will require time and opportunity. There is no need for haste. Looking at the evolved Mocha, Li Gu commanded, "Next. Continue with mineral exploration and attempt to research black soul iron to see if you can synthesize refined or even higher quality black soul iron." "Boss, I swear not to fail you," Mocha replied with enthusiasm, immediately affirming his commitment. Since Mocha had evolved and become a summoned creature under Li Ji's command, he was utterly loyal, rendering the need for Albert's surveillance unnecessary. Consequently, Li Gu recalled Albert, intending for him to manage the territory. Although Albert is a skeleton, Li Gu can sense his envy towards Mocha through the flames of his soul. Li Gu communicated reassuringly, "Rest assured, once I acquire the appropriate materials, I shall facilitate your transformation to a higher echelon." After all, at the inception of the game, Oberth had saved Li Ji's life. With such monumental contributions to his rescue, Li Gu could not possibly neglect Oberth. It can be asserted that as long as Oberth refrains from self-sabotage and avoids transgressions, he is destined to remain a pivotal member of Li Ji's core leadership for the foreseeable future. After all, Li Gu is not one to forget a debt of gratitude. Upon hearing Li Ji's words, Oberth's spirit soared, and he cracked his knuckles with determination. "My life was spared by you, my lord. How could I harbor any jealousy? From now on, do not hesitate to give your commands." Upon hearing this, Li Gu smiled faintly and withdrew his consciousness. At this moment, the evolution of the corrupted poison wolf and the addition of tens of thousands of black soul heavy-armored spearmen had significantly enhanced their overall strength. It was anticipated that they would swiftly cleanse the mid-region of the Necromancer's Gorge today and venture deeper into the abyss in search of potential entrance points to hidden dungeons. However, there was no need for Li Gu to overly concern himself with these matters. The grim feather serpent, the battle-hardened skeleton general, along with a substantial number of intelligent undead recruited from the Soul Tavern, were more than capable of alleviating the majority of the command pressure from Li Gu. Li Gu merely needs to act as a local sovereign, issuing commands while remaining worry-free. In his leisure, he engages in conversations with Vivian, imparting some common knowledge, all the while awaiting the arrival of good news. One could assert that this unadorned existence is the very dream of other players, a life they can only envy from afar. As time passes, the corrupted wolves, under Li Gu's orders, hasten to cleanse the mid-regions of the Necromancer's Canyon. Entire wild undead tribes are eradicated. Gold coins, prestige, loot, soul essences, and disaster points accumulate like a flowing river, deep within the Necromancer's Canyon. The Ember Vulture trembles at this sight, its eye flames flickering as it swiftly flaps its wings to report to Anthony. Anthony stands at the base of the cliff, from which countless undead surge forth, lost in deep contemplation. Scraps of crumpled drafts litter his surroundings. Grasping at his dwindling hair, his eyes are bloodshot. Reminiscent of a high school student who has toiled over an exam for 3 days and nights, "I cannot solve this question. It is far too difficult." Kneeling on the ground, Anthony lets out a mournful wail towards the heavens, a faint melody of a cud of plum blossoms resonating in the air. Days earlier, upon learning of Li Ji's arrival, Anthony resolved to burn his boats. Yet, such a resolution is not easily enacted. After many years within the Necromancer's Canyon, he has tirelessly studied the methods at the cliff's base, yet has not achieved a decisive breakthrough. To expect him to derive a solution in just a few days is nothing short of folly. At that moment, the Ember Vulture approached Anthony, issuing a low growl. "What? The undead in the mid-regions are nearly exterminated? So soon?" Understanding the implication, Anthony's eyes bulged in shock, unable to conceal his astonishment. Having spent so long in the Necromancer's Canyon, he is acutely aware of the undead's vast numbers. He swallowed hard, feeling the chill seep into his limbs, his pupils trembling slightly. In just a few days, the outer and mid-regions of undead have been cleared. What terrifying existence could have wrought such havoc? A glance at the cliff reveals a struggle. If he were to utilize the teleportation array now, he could escape. However, fleeing would mean losing this opportunity entirely. Can he truly resign himself to that? "My life has been a precarious balance. After finally discovering this opportunity, to flee now would mean stagnating at the second tier." With gritted teeth and a stomp of his foot, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. "If not now, then when shall I strive?" He began preparations. Resolutely deciding to enter the cliff space, Anthony commanded the Ember Vulture. The creature, wide-eyed, took several steps back, casting a fearful glance at the cliff. The undead continued to stream forth from the abyss, spreading throughout the Necromancer's Canyon via the passage at the cliff's summit. Although these undead are weak, The Ember Vulture's fear is not directed at them, but rather at the unknown lurking at the cliff's base, conjuring many unsettling memories. With a growl, the Ember Vulture resembled a frightened dog, tail tucked and ears flattened, its voice trembling. "You are a coward. I fear nothing. Why should you?" Anthony glared at the Ember Vulture, dissatisfaction evident in his expression. The creature felt helpless. Of course, the benefactor would not be afraid. "Damn it, I am but a worker. You expect me to risk my life?" Though Anthony possesses considerable strength, he is not Li Gu, who commands a legion of undead with complete loyalty. It is known that wisdom implies self-awareness. Any sentient being, regardless of how close they may be, can turn adversarial when interests collide. This is an immutable law across all realms. The Ember Vulture, despite its contractual obligation to Anthony, cannot wholly obey his commands. This highlights the might of the Undead Cataclysm System. All of Li Ji's undead are unwaveringly loyal, more fervent than the most devoted of followers, executing any command with absolute obedience. At that moment, faced with death, the Ember Vulture succumbed to fear, turning to flee. "Foolish creature," Anthony scoffed, casting a spell. Instantly, the Ember Vulture let out a pained cry, enshrouded in an intricate web of incantations, rolling on the ground in agony. After a prolonged moment, Anthony coldly observed the Ember Vulture. "Have you come to your senses?" With a resigned low moan, the Ember Vulture lowered its head, seemingly accepting its fate. "Go. Prepare the necessary items." After issuing the command, Anthony proceeded towards the laboratory, while the Ember Vulture moved to gather materials as instructed. For decades, Anthony had amassed a collection of remnants, which the Ember Vulture transported before him. With a serious demeanor, Anthony unveiled a massive iron sphere resembling a space capsule from the laboratory. He cast a spell, causing the remnants on the ground to levitate and adhere to the iron sphere's surface. The flesh and blood of the remnants melted like wax, intertwining and gradually enveloping the iron sphere. Despite its fear, the Ember Vulture, under duress, took to the air and landed amidst the grotesque mass. The flesh entwined with the Ember Vulture, invading its very being. Approximately 2 hours later, the lower half of the Ember Vulture was completely engulfed in the flesh orb, leaving only its head and wings exposed. Within the towering mass of flesh, heads and limbs jutted out in a disconcerting and sinister display. Anthony surveyed the scene, nodding slightly. Although it did not reach his ideal state, it was the culmination of his century-long research, his utmost limit. "Today, I shall enter." As he approached the flesh orb, its surface parted, revealing the iron sphere within. Opening the hatch, he discovered a space just large enough for one person, akin to a coffin. Without hesitation, Anthony lay inside, sealing the hatch as the flesh orb enveloped him once more. With everything in place, Anthony commanded the Ember Vulture, "Now, let us embark." The Ember Vulture, entwined with the flesh, let out a sorrowful cry and flapped its wings, lifting the immense mass as it soared towards the cliff teeming with undead. As the Ember Vulture dove toward the cliff space, it was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, provoking the undead on the cliffside into a frenzy as they lunged towards it. Though these undead were not particularly strong, most being mere first-tier entities, with the strongest barely reaching second tier, their numbers seemed endless, intent on consuming the Ember Vulture. The flesh orb, parasitically attached to the Ember Vulture's lower half, suddenly sprouted numerous tendrils, indiscriminately ensnaring the undead and binding them to its surface. The orb swelled with incredible speed, akin to a snowball, its mass surpassing the Ember Vulture's capacity to bear. What began as a dive transformed into a descent into the abyss. The terrified shrieks of the residual fire ghoul and the endless roars of the restless dead echoed throughout the precipice. As the illumination from the west show rapidly dimmed, darkness enveloped the area, rendering it pitch black, akin to plunging into an abyss. Minutes passed, and suddenly, a beam of light emerged from the base of the cliff. It revealed a colossal formation, over 300 meters in diameter. The complexity of its patterns and the magnitude of its power were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Within the fleshy orb, concealed inside a specially crafted metallic apparatus, Anthony's eyes glimmered with excitement. The outcome hinged on this moment. Victory would lead to his desires. Defeat, however, would lead to the same. The only difference lay in the nature of his pursuits. He urged the residual fire ghoul to draw closer. The creature flapped its wings desperately, but the weight of the orb had long surpassed its limits, crashing towards the formation. As the orb neared the formation, a surge of searing black flames erupted from within. The undead clinging to the orb were obliterated in an instant. The orb, engulfed in black flames, hissed as it rapidly disintegrated into ash. Nevertheless, a portion of the orb had already penetrated the formation, sinking into the abyss beyond. Success was imminent. Anthony was exhilarated. After a century of research, he had confirmed that this formation was a spatial conduit. However, entering it would invoke the peculiar black flames. Strangely, the higher 1S realm. The more intense the black flames became. For instance, the flames triggered by a second-tier individual were exponentially more potent than those affecting a first-tier unit. Anthony had previously faced repeated failures in his attempts. In recent years, he had shifted his approach, employing a multitude of first-tier beings as shields, combined with specialized defensive devices, in hopes of deceiving the formation and mitigating the flame's intensity to facilitate his passage. The result of this research was the creation of the orb. It appeared that his strategy was indeed sound, heralding the most significant breakthrough in nearly a century. I have succeeded. I am poised to become the second Undead, a legend that will make the entire world tremble. Anthony laughed heartily, reminiscent of a triumphant scholar, eagerly envisioning what lay beyond the formation. But as the orb only partially penetrated, the black flames within surged forth, igniting with ferocious velocity. In a mere moment, the formation transformed into a hellish inferno. The undead affixed to the orb, along with its flesh, rapidly turned to ash, disintegrating before his eyes. Anthony's laughter abruptly ceased, and he frantically commanded the residual fire ghoul to ascend. The creature flapped its wings desperately, but the black flames pursued it like a relentless specter, instilling terror within. Faced with impending doom, the residual fire ghoul disregarded all else, emitting a mournful cry as it channeled its magical energy, causing the majority of its fused body with the orb to explode. Half of the residual fire ghoul regained its freedom, propelled by the instinct to survive. It strained towards the heavens. "Damn you, wretched beast." Anthony cursed the ghoul's betrayal, intent on casting a spell to drag it down with him. However, as the ghoul escaped, the orb lost all momentum, consumed by the raging black flames. The metallic chamber, painstakingly constructed over a century, melted away in an instant, erasing Anthony into mere ashes. The residual fire ghoul, in a state of panic, severed its lower half. Despite its frail condition, driven by the will to live, it soared upwards, ultimately crashing heavily onto the cliff's summit. Meanwhile, at the cliff's base, the impact of Anthony's assault seemed to disrupt a precarious balance. The formation shimmered with light as countless undead erupted from within. Skeletons, zombies, phantoms, and abominations surged forth in numbers that were simply staggering. Just as the residual fire ghoul had begun to catch its breath after reaching safety, it found itself choking on its relief, letting out a cry reminiscent of a mortally wounded beast as it fled with its half-body and wings into the distance. Behind it, a torrent of magical energy coalesced at the base of the cliff, manifesting as a shockwave that obliterated the ground beneath. With a thunderous roar akin to a volcanic eruption, the shockwave propelled a multitude of undead skyward, some meeting their demise, while others spread out like a tsunami towards the west and beyond. Such a spectacle did not escape the keen observation of Li Gu, who had dispatched troops to conquer the mid-level regions of the Necromancer's Scourge, monitoring the deeper areas for any signs of disturbance. What has transpired? Li Ji's face displayed a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, through the ranks of his undead units ahead, he could distinctly observe what appeared to be a fountain of the undead, spewing forth an overwhelming multitude of souls, so numerous that counting them seemed impossible. The unusual occurrence suggested something sinister at play. At that moment, Li Gu was on high alert. Should a third-tier monster unexpectedly emerge from the Necromancer's Canyon, it would pose a significant challenge for him. As for the possibility of encountering a west-tier adversary, he did not harbor much concern. After all, the Era world served as a novice village for fledgling players. According to the rules of the reincarnation game, the upper limit here was confined to the third tier, making the appearance of a west tier being improbable. Yet, even a third-tier opponent could be formidable if their template was exceptionally high, necessitating caution in Li Ji's approach. Though the distinctions between first, second, and third tiers may seem slight, the true differences are akin to the vast chasms between foundational, golden core, and nascent soul stages in the realm of cultivation. Each major realm represents an insurmountable divide. In the face of uncertainty, the more one acts, the greater the likelihood of error. Thus, Li Gu resolved to observe the situation for a while longer, simultaneously dispatching a squad of skeleton soldiers to investigate and ascertain the circumstances. Should the situation appear dire, he would still have the option for a strategic retreat. It was during this investigative endeavor that the undead units he sent out encountered the panicked flight of the Ember Wraith Vulture. The vulture turned back repeatedly in its haste, its expression one of terror, and its demeanor filled with trepidation, starkly contrasting with the behavior of other mindless undead. Just as Li Gu was about to inquire for information, the opportunity presented itself on a silver platter. Li Gu observed that the undying fire vulture was merely a second-tier entity and in a severely injured state, which immediately sparked in him the desire to capture it and extract intelligence. Without delay, Li Gu dispatched the Shadewing Serpent, leading over 10,000 Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen to lay an ambush along the escape route of the undying fire vulture. At this moment, the undying fire vulture was nearly at the end of its strength, fixated solely on the instinct to survive. In truth, had the undying fire vulture not been an undead creature, it would have likely perished long ago. Now, it was left with only its head, a somewhat intact forelimb and wings, while its entire lower body was utterly devastated. It was the characteristics of being undead that allowed the undying fire vulture to retain its vitality and escape from the depths of the necromancer's gorge, still capable of movement. Nevertheless, it had suffered grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Quickly, this is terrifying. I must flee from here. This thought echoed in the mind of the undying fire vulture. Just as it had managed to escape the deeper regions of the gorge, a deafening roar reverberated, startling the undying fire vulture into turning back. It beheld a colossal figure soaring into the sky. Measuring several dozen meters in length, its robust, bone-like body bore wings, a manifestation of the ambushing Shadewing Serpent. The sheer terror of its presence made the undying fire vulture tremble, even at its peak. It would not dare confront the Shadewing Serpent directly. Despite the advantage in tier, the Shadewing Serpent possessed a formidable template. The elevated template level bestowed upon the Shadewing Serpent the capacity to challenge foes beyond its rank. Furthermore, the current state of the undying fire vulture was that of a spent force. Before it could even react, the undying fire vulture found itself face to face with the Shadewing Serpent. Instinctively, it attempted to retreat and gain distance. How swift was the response of the Shadewing Serpent! Its massive form struck like a whip, the sound of its tail slicing through the air, crashing down upon the undying fire vulture. The undying fire vulture let out a mournful wail, feeling as though it had been struck by a meteor, unable to withstand the impact. It instantly lost its balance and plummeted from the sky, crashing forcefully into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air. The densely packed Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen advanced, surrounding the undying fire vulture. It felt utterly despondent, lamenting its misfortune. Not only had it been burdened with a malevolent master demanding its life, but now, just as it had narrowly escaped peril, it found itself encircled once more. Yet, even in this dire situation, the undying fire vulture refused to concede defeat. It harbored no other desire than to survive. With the weight of existence pressing down upon it, the undying fire vulture was reduced to a pitiful state, crouching on the ground, voice trembling as it desperately pleaded for mercy. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Gu commanded the Mingyu Serpent, "Do not kill it. Take it to Imoka." Obeying the order, the Mingyu Serpent coiled its tail around the Ember Vulture and soared high into the sky, heading straight towards the mining area where Imoka resided. The Ember Vulture, still unaware of the situation, posed a potential risk. Should it possess any peculiar attributes, it could inadvertently expose Li Ji's territory. Therefore, for the sake of caution, Li Gu deemed it unwise to bring it back to his domain. Moreover, interrogating it for intelligence is akin to extracting information through torture. Although Imoka was a scholar, he was nonetheless a lich, inherently endowed with the ability to communicate with souls, which would facilitate his interaction with the Ember Vulture. This was precisely why Li Gu instructed the Mingyu Serpent to deliver the Ember Vulture to Imoka. With the extraordinary speed of the Mingyu Serpent, they soon arrived at the mining site. Over the past few days, millions of skeletal soldiers had participated in the transformation, and the mining area had begun to take shape. Within the site, a multitude of skeletons diligently transported the excavated raw materials from the depths of the mine, resembling industrious ants at work. Towering above the ground were several magical furnaces, emitting astonishing heat as they melted the Black Soul iron or into ingots. Notably, the fuel for these magical furnaces was not coal, but rather magical energy. The source of this energy, naturally, came from the skeletal soldiers. Despite their seemingly weak power, skeletons were genuine magical beings. Given the staggering number of skeletons under Li Ji's command, they naturally became the finest energy source. After powering the furnaces, the skeletons would retreat to the side to rest, and once their magical energy was restored, they could initiate another round of charging. It was indeed a pure, eco-friendly method of energy production, one that would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Having received Li Ji's orders, Imoka emerged early to greet them. The Ming usurpant landed and unceremoniously dropped the nearly lifeless Ember Vulture onto the ground. The Ember Vulture, mustering its remaining strength, attempted to gauge its surroundings. But upon seeing Imoka, it nearly lost its last breath in sheer terror. A lich. This was truly a lich. If the undead were capable of tears, the Ember Vulture would have been weeping profusely at that moment. As a unit of the king-level template, the lich was a legendary entity. A being capable of contending with dragons. The Ember Vulture, merely a second-tier elite template, was on the verge of fainting from fright. Observing this, Imoka casually released his magical energy to stabilize the Ember Vulture's injuries. Li Ji's command was for him to extract intelligence, and he had no desire for the Ember Vulture to perish before any information could be gleaned. From now on, I will ask, and you will answer. Imoka declared coldly to the Ember Vulture, asserting his authority. The Ember Vulture, trembling in fear, appeared utterly submissive, showing no signs of resistance. In a swift exchange of questions and answers, Imoka managed to clarify the sequence of events. As Anthony's right-hand companion, the Ember Vulture had accompanied him for a century and was privy to most of the inner workings. Through Imoka's perspective, Li Gu also understood why an upheaval had suddenly occurred deep within the Necromancer's Gorge. Was it the inheritance of Undead? Li Gu stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. For a century, Anthony had schemed in the Valley of the Dead, yearning for the legacy of Undead. However, he was petrified by the millions of undead that Li Gu had summoned, prompting him to hastily alter his plans. Ultimately, his strategy faltered, triggering the formation and unleashing an uncountable horde of undead from within. Now, Anthony was no more. A choice lay before Li Gu. Should he venture forth to explore the treasures of Undead? The necessity for deliberation stemmed from the inherent risks involved. Should it transpire that Undead still lived, seeking to leverage this legacy for a nefarious resurrection through the art of soul transference? Li Gu's reckless advance would render him a victim, squandering his promising future. After a moment of reflection, Li Gu opted for a middle ground, first eliminating the undead that had surged forth from the formation to ascertain the true nature of the situation. Anthony had toiled beside the formation left by Undead for over a century, yet nothing had transpired, indicating that the exterior posed no genuine threat. With this assurance, Li Gu could set his mind at ease and proceed to eradicate the substantial horde of calamity. Li Gu swiftly consolidated his forces, comprising 80,000 Black Soul heavy armored spearmen, 8,000 corrupted wolves, and millions of skeleton warriors. Under the command of the seasoned skeleton general and the phantom feather serpent, they surged into the depths of the Necromancer's Canyon. The terrain of the Necromancer's Canyon is characterized by a vast chasm, which allowed Li Gu to effectively encircle the canyon's mid and outer layers. The wild undead, erupting from the depths, were akin to trapped creatures in a jar. The formidable skeleton general stood tall, flanked by the dense ranks of Black Soul heavy armored spearmen, creating an imposing sight reminiscent of dark clouds looming overhead, exuding a tremendous aura. On either side, the corrupted wolves prowled, their ferocity augmented by the swirling toxic mist that enveloped the scene, further enhancing their menacing presence. Behind them lay an inexhaustible horde of skeleton warriors. Faced with such a daunting formation, the wild undead instinctively felt a pang of fear. Yet the sheer number of undead pouring forth from the array left them with no space to retreat. Attack! With a thunderous roar from the skeleton general, the army surged forward, igniting the flames of war. The Black Soul heavy armored spearmen charged with precision, their disciplined ranks delivering a crushing blow to the disorganized wild undead. Countless skeletons and zombies were reduced to mere fragments beneath their relentless advance. The corrupted wolves unleashed a collective torrent of toxic gas, enveloping the battlefield in a suffocating mist that inflicted continuous damage upon the wild undead. Meanwhile, the airborne undead, led by the phantom feather serpent, pursued and cornered their aerial foes, ensuring total annihilation. The million-strong skeleton warriors advanced like an unyielding white wall, reminiscent of a surging tide, sweeping away everything in their path. The cacophony of battle, clashing weapons, tearing flesh, and shattering bones intertwined to compose a symphony known as war. Under the command of Li Gu, the army surged forth like a vengeful legion from the underworld, sweeping through all in their path with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, as the supreme commander of this conflict, Li Gu reclined comfortably upon Vivian's lap, observing the ebb and flow of battle from a divine perspective afforded by a multitude of flying specters. Through his scrutiny, Li Gu discerned that this horde of wild undead was not only feeble in strength but also lacked any semblance of command. engaging in a disorganized struggle akin to scattered grains of sand. This served as a testament to the absence of any commanding unit within the array left behind by Undead, which was undoubtedly favorable news for Ligu. After all, the presence of a commander would imply the potential existence of formidable third-tier intelligent undead within the formation. In the absence of necessity, Ligu was disinclined to confront a third-tier being. Given his current capabilities, the odds of prevailing against such an opponent were slim. It was akin to a primitive man facing a towering mech capable of energy restoration, formidable offense, and impenetrable defense, not to mention the ability to soar through the skies. Strong individuals are not devoid of wit. They understand the need for prudence. After expending countless units to nearly deplete the opponent's energy, the adversary could simply retreat, evading pursuit. Once rejuvenated, they could return to confront Ligu, ultimately locating his command center. Should they succeed in decapitating him, victory in this war would belong to them. This is why Ligu aspired to cultivate top-tier combat power and elite legions. In a world of high martial prowess, miscellaneous troops, devoid of substantial magical enhancements, would scarcely qualify as cannon fodder against genuine powerhouses, crumbling without resistance. Only through the development of a systematic legion could one potentially leverage numerical and equipment advantages to triumph against the strong. Now, with the undead emerging from Undead's treasure, devoid of third-tier entities, Ligu could fully unleash his might. With his current forces, he could dispatch ordinary second-tier opponents with the ease of slaughtering dogs. Furthermore, since this group of wild undead had been initially expelled from the formation and had endured a harrowing descent from the skies, even those who survived were largely grievously wounded, further diminishing their combat efficacy. This made Ligu's extermination efforts all the more effortless. As this batch of undead succumbed rapidly, the ground became littered with luminous drops visible only to Ligu. System notifications sped past the edges of his vision. In a mere span of minutes, he amassed nearly 10 million disaster points. What were these beings but a veritable currency printing machine? Ligu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Ultimately, the points of calamity were of paramount importance to him. With sufficient calamity points, should a third-tier challenge arise, he could afford to gamble recklessly. Initially, he intended to utilize the calamity points to evolve all the venomous wolves to the first tier or to upgrade them into tens of thousands of first-tier Black Soul heavy armor spearmen. At that juncture, with over 100,000 first-tier units and their respective skills, even a third-tier adversary would not be beyond his reach. The battle raged from day into night. By this time, Ligu's reservoir of calamity points had reached an astounding 100 million. It is worth noting that this figure was akin to an unearned windfall. The undead summoned from the formation were not particularly formidable. Most of them severely injured from the encounter, making the entire process remarkably effortless for Ligu. Collecting wealth had already been a source of immense joy, but acquiring over 100 million calamity points was simply exhilarating. Regrettably, the formation left by Undead was not enduring, lasting only about an hour. The latter part of the endeavor involved merely cleaning up the aftermath and utilizing the information provided by the residual fire vultures to seek a path into the formation. In addition to the bounty of calamity points, there were also a plethora of loot items, among which the quantity of soul essence was substantial. Roughly estimated to grant Ligu over 30,000 experience points, sufficient for him to ascend to the second tier. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. However, Ligu chose to halt his advancement at the first tier, 9th grade, without rushing to breakthrough. Beneath the formation left by Undead lay the distinct possibility of a dungeon. The lower the level, the more rewarding the dungeon's completion. With over 100 million calamity points as a safety net, Ligu felt emboldened. He resolved to first examine the formation to ascertain what lay beneath before making a decisive move. He intended to venture inside and take a closer look. Ligu commanded a battalion of skeletal soldiers to swiftly traverse the path indicated by the Ember Vulture, leading them to the side of the formation. During this journey, Ligu perceived the numerous laboratories of Anthony through the eyes of the skeletal soldiers. From the mouth of the Ember Vulture, he learned of Anthony's exploits. It is worth noting that Anthony was indeed a misfortunate soul, a second-tier necromancer. His prowess was undoubtedly formidable. In the grand expanse of the Era world, as long as one remained earnest, he could have relished a fulfilling life. Yet, fate intertwined his path with that of Ligu. Faced with millions of undead, Anthony was rendered speechless, his ranks thrown into disarray. Ultimately, without adequate preparation, he rashly attempted to breach the formation left behind by Undead, leading to his demise within its confines. However, Ligu held a measure of gratitude towards this individual. Had it not been for Anthony, Li Gu would not have been able to eradicate this horde of undead at an almost negligible cost, thereby acquiring billions of disaster points. Truly a benevolent spirit. Were Anthony to hear of Li Ji's reflections, he would likely be infuriated, thinking, I toiled for the better part of my life, only for you to reap the rewards. Is it? Before long, the skeletal soldiers arrived at the precipice. The formation at the bottom began to stabilize, and the outflow of undead reached a state of normalcy. Faintly, one could observe a continuous stream of undead ascending the cliffside. In Li Ji's eyes, there was a palpable anticipation. What legacy would be left behind by a formidable being who once threatened the entire continent and unleashed a cataclysm of undead? According to the findings of the Yuhua Corpse Vulture, Anthony's experiment revealed that any attempt to activate the formation would incite an exceedingly bizarre black flame. This black fire is capable of inflicting immense damage on both the corporeal body and the soul, with the most effective method of extinguishment being the suppression through formidable mental power. Furthermore, the greater one's strength, the more intense the black flame triggered upon contact with the formation. Li Gu surveyed the precipice through the perspective of a skeleton, contemplating the information at his disposal. Yet, seeing is believing, and hearing can often deceive. The counsel of others, no matter how often repeated, pales in comparison to personal experience. After a thorough review of the gathered intelligence, Li Gu commanded a skeletal warrior to leap into the abyss. The skeletal soldier, devoid of intellect, executed Li Ji's command with unwavering loyalty. Upon receiving the order, the skeleton hesitated not a moment, grasped a stone, and plunged headfirst from the cliff's edge, descending into the void. Amidst the acceleration of gravity, the skeletal soldier was engulfed by the howling winds, its world transforming into a pitch-black void, leaving only the whistling of the breeze. Li Gu, keeping a watchful eye on the passage of time, silently awaited his moment. After what felt like a minute, a sudden brilliance erupted from below. A colossal magical circle materialized within the skeletal soldier's line of sight. This intricate formation spanned over 100 meters in diameter, its contours forming a perfect circle adorned with complex and enigmatic magical runes, resembling a masterful piece of art that exuded the utmost beauty of magical civilization. The instant the skeletal soldier beheld this formation, the notification sound of the reincarnation game echoed in Li Ji's ears. Congratulations on discovering the instance. The trial of Undead's legacy. Note, this instance is a special one, with its level linked to the strength of the trialist. Current instance level, first tier. Difficulty level, hell. Indeed. It was truly an instance. Li Gu was overjoyed. Moreover, this instance was not an ordinary one. It was a special instance. From the textual description provided by the reincarnation game, it became evident that the current instance was left behind by Undead for the purpose of selecting a successor. It is no wonder that the formation would adjust the intensity of the black flames according to one's realm. It appears that this formation is the first trial left by Undead. Only those with sufficiently powerful mental fortitude are deemed worthy to venture within and engage in the true content of the trial. However, the difficulty level is indeed somewhat exaggerated. Li Gu stroked his chin, somewhat taken aback. The difficulty levels for novice instances are categorized as ordinary, seasoned, challenging, nightmare, and hell. The trial instance for Undead's legacy, classified as hellish difficulty, stands as the most formidable challenge within the novice world of the reincarnation game. It is a true embodiment of extreme difficulty. Nonetheless, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The higher the difficulty, the more rewarding the rewards. Li Gu eagerly anticipated the rewards for conquering this dungeon. Just as he pondered, the fallen skeleton soldier crashed onto the formation, igniting a fierce black flame that instantaneously reduced the skeletal warrior to ashes, severing Li Ji's connection to consciousness. Li Gu began to contemplate how to navigate through this formation. In truth, it was not particularly challenging. The key to overcoming the black flames lay in one's mental fortitude. Provided that one's mental strength was sufficiently formidable, passing this initial trial would be attainable. Almost instantly, Li Gu thought of an ideal candidate, the Lich Mocha. Although Mocha was primarily a researcher, as a member of the Lich race, his template-level soared to that of a king, and his mental attributes far surpassed those of all the units under Li Ji's command. While Mocha might not be the most powerful in combat, there was no doubt that he reigned supreme in terms of mental prowess. Moreover, Mocha possessed a significant advantage, his life box. As long as the life box remained intact, Mocha could resurrect infinitely, essentially providing a safeguard that would enable Li Gu to delve deeper into the trials concealed within the formation, even if magic could not surmount the challenges. Li Gu would still glean precise insights into the trial's difficulties, allowing for targeted evolution. With this in mind, Li Gu communicated with Mocha through thought. Mocha, proceed to that formation. I require you to enter and retrieve the treasures within. As you command, boss, Mocha replied, without hesitation, even brimming with excitement. In Mocha's eyes, his master was a remarkable figure, one who wielded divine miracles. Thus, it was inconceivable that Li Gu would be incapable of extracting the treasures hidden beneath the formation. Rather, it was merely a test set forth by Li Gu. For an exceptional employee, such a test from their employer could hardly be deemed a trial. It was a hallmark of progress. Boss, I assure you I will accomplish the task and not betray your trust. Eager for advancement, Mocha hastened toward the side of the formation. Throughout the Necromancer's Canyon, Li Gu had largely purged the majority of the undead. Consequently, Mocha's journey proceeded rather smoothly, and he soon arrived at the edge of a precipice. Is this the place? Gazing at the cliff, Mocha instinctively felt a twinge of trepidation. But the thought of Li Gu steeled his resolve. Tell my boss, I am not cowardly. With determination, Mocha leaped into the abyss. As a lich, he possessed an innate ability to fly, and he accelerated downward. The wild undead flanking either side were cowed by Mocha's lich aura, daring not to stir. Li Gu accessed the perspective of Mocha, hearing only the howling winds on either side, as Mocha approached the formation with astonishing speed. Unlike the previous passive demeanor of the skeleton soldiers, Mocha was now in complete control, capable of halting at any moment. Truly, he was a lich. Li Gu nodded slightly. A lich without combat skills was still a lich. That innate, formidable template posed a dimensional strike against other races. In a mere span of seconds, the formation at the base of the cliff came into Mocha's view. He came to an abrupt stop, hovering above the formation, scrutinizing it, yet failing to discern any profound mysteries. After all, Mocha was not well versed in magical arrays. He observed for a moment, then cast aside his distractions and approached the formation directly. At the instant Mocha made contact with the formation, fierce black flames erupted once more, enveloping him entirely. Momentarily flustered, he quickly steadied himself, bolstered by his immense mental fortitude. The seemingly destructive black fire could not exert its influence in that moment. Within the inferno, Mocha felt only a slight sting, devoid of any further discomfort, allowing him to proceed confidently towards the formation. The space rippled like waves on water as Mocha traversed the sea of black flames, fully immersing himself within the formation. He effortlessly accomplished what even Anthony, after a century of effort, could not achieve. Upon stepping into the formation, Mocha felt an overwhelming clarity as he entered an entirely new realm. You have entered a Tier 1 hell-level dungeon, the Trial of Undead. Summons, as extensions of the self, are considered part of the player. Thus, their entry into the dungeon also counts as the player's entry. However, Li Ji's situation was rather unique, possessing the necromantic disaster system, which granted him limitless, infinitely evolving undead summons. Therefore, whether it be monster hunting or dungeon exploration, Li Gu could exploit the system unabashedly. The reincarnation game likely never anticipated the emergence of a being like Li Gu. In a strict sense, Li Gu could be regarded as a virus within the reincarnation game. Upon receiving the notification that Mocha had successfully entered the dungeon, Li Gu eagerly peered through Mocha's perspective to observe the environment within. Contrary to his expectations of a vast secret realm, Mocha found himself in a small, dark room, measuring only a few dozen meters in length, width, and height. The walls were pitch black, illuminated solely by a few magical lanterns that cast a faint glow. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. For someone suffering from claustrophobia, breathing in this confined space would prove challenging. As Li Gu pondered how one might clear the dungeon, the sound of gears turning echoed, reminiscent of ancient machinery at work. The wall Mocha faced slowly opened, revealing a heart model constructed from countless metal wires of varying thicknesses, complete with intricate circuitry. A hoarse and weathered voice suddenly resonated. Within 30 minutes, channel your magical energy to revive this heart, and you shall clear the trial. With that, a progress bar appeared beside the wall, gradually filling. Once it reached completion, it signified the end of the trial. Beyond that, the voice fell silent, leaving Li Gu perplexed. What precisely was this trial testing? How was he to proceed? What would happen in case of failure? This felt rather unprofessional, offering no guidance whatsoever. Though he grumbled internally, Li Gu understood that those of great power often possessed eccentricities. It was not that they were inherently peculiar, but rather that the long passage of time had dulled a part of their humanity. This explained why long-lived beings often appeared rigid and obsessive. Imagine some individuals, nearly in their 20s or 30s, already to test the younger generation. What of those ancient beings who had lived for centuries or even millennia? Li Gu silently observed Mocha, refraining from offering any hints. After all, it was essential to fully harness the initiative of subordinates, and this was by no means indicative of Li Ji's ignorance. At that moment, Mocha was engrossed in studying the heart model. Despite harboring doubts, it did not falter. After all, this was a test bestowed by its master. With a fervent spirit, Mocha approached the task with utmost seriousness. From Mocha's perspective, the heart model stood approximately 1 meter tall, adorned with a labyrinth of intricate metallic veins, exuding an air of complexity and elegance. Should it infuse magical energy? Mocha attempted to channel a trace of magic, only to discover that the metallic veins exhibited exceedingly poor magical conductivity, presenting formidable magical resistance. Furthermore, during the infusion process, any slightest leakage of magical energy would result in the dissipation of all magic within the heart. Realizing this was a challenge of magical control, Mocha couldn't help but feel daunted. Gazing at the intricate network, Mocha reflected that, in its previous state, accomplishing such a feat would have been utterly impossible. The heart model boasted over 100,000 lines, varying in thickness, intricately intertwined. Each detail required a distinct amount of magical energy, and the entire operation demanded flawless precision. Even the slightest error would render all efforts futile. To succeed, one must possess an extraordinary mastery over magical control. Moreover, the task was constrained to a mere 30 minutes, presenting an insurmountable dilemma for the vast majority of first-tier practitioners. After all, mastering magical control necessitates not only formidable mental fortitude but also diligent practice and innate talent. However, the circumstances had changed. Thanks to Li Gu, Mocha had now evolved into a lich. As one of the most renowned spell-casting beings, a lich inherently possessed an exceptional command over magical energy. Mocha meticulously memorized every vein on the model, and after a moment of calculation, its expression turned grave. It placed its hand once more upon the heart model, channeling the deathly magic within. In an instant, it was as though the heart had been infused with lifeblood. The areas traversed by the magic glowed a vivid crimson. Time slipped away, second by second. 20 minutes later, as the final slender thread of the model was filled with magical energy, the connection between the heart model and Mocha's magic abruptly severed. Miraculously, the heart began to pulsate rhythmically as though it had come to life. The timer ceased its count. A raspy voice echoed, "Well done, congratulations on surviving. Now, we shall commence the second trial." As the last words faded, a wall rumbled and ascended, revealing a pitch-black corridor that led into the unknown. Li Ji's lips twitched slightly. What does it mean to congratulate you on surviving? Does failing the trial equate to death? Fortunately, I have a substitute to rely on. In truth, Li Gu felt a sense of relief regarding this outcome. Frankly, had he been the one to face the challenge, he might not have even entered the dungeon. Anthony, a formidable second-tier warrior, had spent a century without success, let alone Li Gu, who was merely a first-tier with an ordinary occupational template. Li Gu was quite aware of his own limitations. However, as the possessor of the Undead Cataclysm System, the strength of the undead under his command constituted his own power. Navigating the world was not a solitary endeavor. If he was unable to fight, how could the nearly 10 million undead units at his disposal fail? Art is essentially a collective assault. At this moment, Mocha served as an exceptional substitute for him. A grand lich, a true embodiment of power. Under Li Ji's watchful gaze, Mocha, having passed the first trial, wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow and stepped toward the second trial. He traversed the corridor and arrived at a pitch-black chamber identical to the previous one. In the center of the chamber lay a jet-black crystal ball. A weathered voice echoed once more. "Congratulations, fortunate one. This is the second trial. Place your hand upon it. If you survive, you shall be deemed successful." Upon hearing this, Mocha felt a twinge of anxiety but steeled himself, resolute in following Li Ji's command, and placed his hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball erupted with dazzling brilliance. Mocha's consciousness wavered as countless vengeful spirits appeared, seeking to consume and tear him apart. An illusion? Li Gu, utilizing his divine perspective, analyzed Mocha's current state. In this phantasm, Mocha struggled desperately, but such resistance was akin to a victim ensnared in quicksand. The more he fought, the deeper he sank. Should Mocha exhaust his mental fortitude, he would face true demise within this illusion. Do not panic. This is merely an illusion. Reflect upon how to break the deadlock. Li Gu advised at a critical moment. Hearing Li Ji's voice, Mocha regained his composure, scrutinizing the situation. With his formidable mental prowess, he discerned that he was indeed in an illusory realm. Truly, the boss was remarkable. Even in his absence, he could effortlessly identify flaws, impressive indeed. A profound admiration welled up within Mocha as he rapidly pondered a solution. Since this was a trial, it could not be an insurmountable predicament. He surveyed the illusion, discovering that it was a vast abyss with only two paths, one above, sparsely populated by undead, and the other below, teeming with relentless malevolence. Which route should he choose? This posed the second challenge of the trial, the decision. Would he confront the adversity or retreat in cowardice? For the boss, he resolved to fight on. The exemplary employee Mocha gritted his teeth, resolutely plunging downward. The surging undead charged furiously at Mocha, rending his body and inflicting immense agony. Yet Mocha did not relent. Bolstered by the Lich's formidable mental strength, he could endure for a while longer. Thus, he had to reach the exit of the illusion within this limited time. Uncertain of how long it had been, Mocha's form was battered and bloodied, much of his body in tatters, but he remained steadfast, diving towards the abyss's depths. What sustained him was his unwavering loyalty to Li Gu. At last, a massive iron door emerged at the bottom of the abyss. Mocha's face lit with joy. Quickening his pace, braving the onslaught of countless undead, and pushed open the iron door. At that moment, the entire illusion shattered. Mocha's consciousness returned to clarity, gasping for breath as he surveyed the tranquil surroundings. The frenzied undead had vanished, and he found himself back in the pitch-black chamber, as if nothing had transpired. Only the crystal ball continued to emit its radiant glow. Mocha hastily withdrew his hand. The crystal ball shattered silently, turning to ash. The weathered voice resounded once more. "Huh. Well done. You are not the coward I expected. This resolve is worthy of my acknowledgement. Proceed. What lies ahead is the final trial." Perhaps due to successfully overcoming two trials consecutively, the voice now bore a gentler tone. Li Gu reflected on the two trials he had just witnessed. The heart model tested magical control, fundamentally assessing talent. The illusion trial examined situational judgment, crisis selection, and willpower, essentially probing one's character. Both trials were designed for only the most exceptional of talents, like Mocha, who possessed a royal template, to pass. What then would the final trial evaluate? Li Gu eagerly anticipated the ultimate reward for enduring the arduous trials set forth by Undead. Without needing any prompting from Li Gu, Mocha resolutely stepped towards the next challenge. Passing through the ajar door, they found themselves in a nearly identical pitch-black chamber. The sole distinction was the imposing bronze door that loomed ahead of Mocha. Intricate carvings adorned the door, depicting a spell and the corresponding casting process. The final trial: master this door-opening spell within 10 minutes, and you shall claim what I have left behind. Undead's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, Mocha's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Learning a spell in merely 10 minutes seemed an insurmountable task. It is worth noting that the body Li Gu inhabited had spent years under the tutelage of Oberth, dedicated to the study of necromancy, yet it had taken over a decade to merely grasp the most fundamental skeleton summoning technique of a necromancer. While the previous challenges tested talent and willpower, this final trial focused on comprehension, adhering to the rigorous standards of apprenticeship. It became evident that Undead's ultimate gift was likely a legacy of his profession. Li Ji's expression revealed a hint of exhilaration. The notion of career inheritance signifies the existence of job transfer items. Thus, Li Gu too would have the opportunity to attain a more formidable profession, transforming his dismal state of being a feeble entity. Li Ji's most significant weakness lies within himself. Despite commanding nearly 10 million undead, he remains merely an ordinary necromancer. A step above the common foot soldier, yet still far from elite status. Should he acquire a high-quality profession, it would undoubtedly compensate for his shortcomings, allowing him to face potential assassination and decapitation with greater composure. However, all of this hinges on Mocha's ability to successfully navigate this final trial. Li Gu refrained from disturbing Mocha, allowing him the freedom to express himself entirely. He would never presume to direct a skilled practitioner in such a trivial manner. Mocha, true to Li Gu's trust, stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the incantation, committing the entire spellcasting process to memory. He raised his hand and began to chant, weaving magical energy that coalesced into a resplendent magic circle, drawing the elemental forces of the world into its embrace. As a lich, the aptitude for spellcasting was inherently inscribed within their DNA. They were born to wield magic. Even though Mocha was not a combat unit, he possessed this innate talent. Thus, compared to the preceding trials, this final test proved to be the simplest for him. As the chanting progressed, the magic circle erupted in brilliance, forming a dazzling golden key that inserted itself into the bronze door. With a resounding click, the mechanisms of the door engaged, and it swung open with a thunderous roar, revealing a pitch-black corridor. The voice of Undead echoed once more. "You have succeeded, O Seeker. Though I know not how much time has passed, congratulations are in order. You have earned the right to inherit my legacy. Alas, I shall not witness what you will become after acquiring my inheritance. Will you be a despised heretic? A demon king that causes the world to tremble? Or a harbinger of destruction? Regardless, congratulations once again, my successor. Train diligently. I eagerly await the day you will topple that radiant temple." Undead's voice was filled with joy, relief, and a hint of madness, a theatrical display. Li Gu felt no connection to Undead's words. No matter what the future held, he would remain himself, and that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Mocha, buoyed by anticipation, floated across the corridor. This time, it was not a dark chamber but a spacious underground cavern. In the center of the cave lay a treasure chest. Mocha's mental energy swept across the area, confirming its safety, before he reached out to open the chest. Subsequently, the notification from the reincarnation game echoed. "Congratulations on completing the first-tier hell difficulty dungeon. Undead's trial. Completion speed, extremely fast. Dungeon completion rate, 100. Overall evaluation, perfect. Congratulations on receiving the dungeon completion rewards. Scepter of the Underworld Emperor class change item, 50,000 experience points, and 1,000 reputation points." At the moment the notification concluded, the 50,000 experience points were credited, and Li Gu immediately advanced to the second tier. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to second tier, first rank. Basic attributes enhanced. And you have gained 30 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through to second tier, second rank. Basic attributes enhanced. And you have gained an additional 30 free attribute points. As the notifications chimed, Li Gu radiated with brilliance, his bones transforming, magic boiling within him. His body evolving and growing stronger at an astonishing pace. This metamorphosis of life itself invigorated him, making every fiber of his being tingle with exhilaration. Simultaneously, 2 consecutive world announcements resonated in the ears of all players. Congratulations to the new player, Underworld King, for solo clearing the first-tier hell level dungeon. Achieving the feat, soloing the Dragon's Den. Reward, reputation 600. First-tier Black Diamond Chest. Congratulations to the new player, Underworld King, for breaking through to the second tier. Achieving the feat, rapid advancement. Reward, reputation 1000. Second-tier Black Diamond Chest. The 2 announcements left all players in shock. Many questioned their own hearing, doubting the veracity of the news. It was known that merely 10 days had passed since this group of players entered the Era world and began their adventures. In just 10 days, one individual had soloed a hell difficulty dungeon and ascended to the second tier. What the hell? This is absurd, they exclaimed, incredulous. In just 10 days. He has reached the second tier? Has anyone ever been this fast in history? This is impossible. A hell difficulty dungeon, 10 days to the second tier. Am I dreaming? Or has the world truly turned upside down? Unbelievable. I'm still selling hooks in a brothel while he's already at the second tier. This is the disparity between people. They lamented. The Underworld King is truly a formidable player. At this rate, he will soon graduate from the novice world. The forum was nearly overwhelmed with excitement as players marveled at the astonishing speed. In the Radiant Empire, at the headquarters of the Temple of Light, Kai Tianlin, who was undressing and preparing for bed, heard the announcement and tore his clothes in shock. A hell difficulty dungeon, second tier in 10 days. His expression shifted rapidly. The arrogance he once exuded was now overshadowed by an uncontrollable fear. If the Underworld King can reach the second tier in just 10 days, what will happen if he is given a few months? He could very well ascend to the third tier. At that level, he would be among the strongest in the Era world. Who could contend with him? No, I must expedite the investigation into the Underworld King, pinpoint his location, identify him, eliminate him, and seize his opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Tianlin rushed out of his room, disheveled, causing several nuns in the corridor to gasp in shock. He paid them no heed, hastening towards the location of the cardinal in red. Meanwhile, Li Gu, who had just broken through to the second tier, glanced at his current attributes. Li Gu reputation, 8960, somewhat renowned. Occupation, necromancer, ordinary. Realm, second rank, second tier, 23,000 out of 30,000. Skills, skeleton summoning. Bone shield technique, dark energy missile, slow curse, poison dart. Attributes, constitution 192, strength 191, Agility 201, Spirit 301 equipment, Dark Staff, Cowhide Light Armor, Spider Silk Belt, Swift Boots, Phosphorescent Hood, Sapphire Pendant, Spirit Bracelet even after a breakthrough. With the additional 60 free attribute points allocated to Spirit, Li Ji's Spirit attribute only reaches 360. This pales in comparison to Mocha's impressive 600 plus. This exemplifies the disparity in template levels. Li Gu could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. The disparity in talent was indeed greater than the differences between species, akin to the chasm that separates an elephant from an ant. Their strengths resided on entirely different planes. However, fortune smiled upon him, for by conquering the trials of Undead, Li Gu not only amassed a wealth of experience and 2 remarkable achievements, but also secured the reward for completing the dungeon, the Scepter of the Nether Emperor. Li Gu distinctly recalls that the notification for clearing the level explicitly stated that it was a class transfer item. The reward was promptly delivered to Li Ji's backpack. Li Gu promptly opened his backpack and discovered the Staff of the Nether Emperor, delving into its detailed attributes. The Staff of the Nether Emperor, legendary, a unique class-changing item. With no level requirement. Upon usage, one may transition into the special profession of the Lord of the Nether. Note: this item is exclusively for undead professions or those without a profession. Gazing at this description, Li Gu nearly forgot to breathe. Legendary. This is a class-changing item of legendary quality. Initially, Li Gu believed it to be merely exceptional. Who could have anticipated it to be legendary? It is essential to note that legendary professions are aligned with beings possessing an imperial-grade template. Its lineage quality surpasses even that of Mocha, the Lich. No wonder the trial is so arduous. Indeed, it would be unreasonable for such a profession to be anything less than challenging. Li Gu could not help but feel a sense of awe. Although Mocha had effortlessly navigated the 3 trials, it must be noted that Mocha is a Lich. Had it been any other royal template race, the challenge would have been insurmountable. After all, these 3 trials were designed to be devoid of any shortcuts. Rigorously testing the candidate's talents, temperament, and comprehension in various aspects, success was a matter of capability, while failure indicated otherwise. Fortunately, Li Gu had the exceptional Mocha as his top-tier substitute. Li Ji's thoughts stirred subtly as he connected with Mocha's consciousness. The Scepter of the Phantom Emperor, which had been placed in the treasure chest, had already found its way into Li Ji's backpack, leaving the chest utterly void of contents. Mocha was left in a state of confusion. Li Gu addressed him. "The task is accomplished. Well done. Return now. As you command, boss." Upon hearing Li Ji's commendation, Mocha's face lit up with excitement. Disregarding everything else as he stepped away. It was not that Li Gu wished to deny Mocha the opportunity to explore this place. However, given the capabilities of Undead, a mere first-tier Mocha could not possibly breach the walls of the secret chamber to investigate further, since Li Gu had already reaped the benefits. There was no need to disturb the resting Undead. Mocha retraced his steps, departing from this instance. The moment he exited, the array ignited with black flames not directed at Mocha, but instead commencing a self-immolation. In an instant, the expansive array was reduced to ashes, vanishing entirely. Henceforth, the remnants of the 3,000-year-old legend. The 3rd-tier sorcerer Undead who brought calamity to the world were obliterated, allowing him to finally rest in peace. Li Gu refocused his attention on the class transfer item nestled within his backpack, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. How powerful could this new vocation possibly be? Having witnessed the formidable strength of Mocha as a Lich, Li Gu harbored great expectations for this legendary profession. Let us commence. Li Gu did not even bother to open the treasure chest. Instead, he immediately activated the Staff of the Underworld Emperor and began his class transition. As Li Gu confirmed his decision, the Staff of the Underworld Emperor abruptly vanished from his inventory. An overwhelming power surged forth, lifting Li Gu into the air. Reminiscent of an emperor poised for coronation, embracing the strength bestowed by the underworld. Vivian, witnessing this spectacle, displayed a hint of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Even Vivian, who possessed an exceptional template, felt an immense pressure at this moment, as if a mortal were gazing upon a deity. At this juncture, Li Gu floated in midair. Surrounded by the rolling laws of the underworld, chilling winds howled, and malevolent spirits wailed, while an infinite and grand palace materialized in the heavens. With countless legions of the deceased bowing in reverence towards him, Li Gu felt as though his destiny had been rewritten, endowed with a fortune that was never rightfully his. His flesh was transforming. His soul was strengthening. An abundance of arcane knowledge surged into his mind. When all of this reached its zenith, a tremendous roar echoed. Reminiscent of the creation of the world, Li Ji's soul erupted amidst the vast ocean of chaos as the primordial essence swirled around, fervently absorbing the laws of the underworld, thereby giving rise to a miniature world of his own. At that moment, the alert of the reincarnation game resonated. Ding. Utilizing the class transfer item, Staff of the Underworld Emperor, congratulations on your transformation into Lord of the Underworld. As the announcement faded, myriad phenomena dissipated, and Liga gently descended to the ground. Vivian, Albert, and numerous wise undead, who gazed upon this spectacle, were utterly astonished, their eyes reflecting an increasing reverence towards Liga. As beings of the undead, they instinctively felt a sense of dread in Li Ji's presence, as if he were inherently their sovereign. Liga paid no heed to them, instead immersing himself in contemplation, meticulously attuning to the profound transformations within. The immense power surging through him, the unprecedented fullness of his soul, and the seemingly boundless magic all heralded a monumental enhancement of Li Ji's fundamental attributes. Concurrently, a wealth of professional knowledge bestowed upon him several new skills. Yet, these were not the most significant changes. The most profound and palpable transformation was the acquisition of a world. With a mere flicker of thought, Li Gu vanished from his original location, reappearing on a vast plain shrouded in a grayish sky and enveloped in an abyssal darkness. The desolation, the solitude, the pervasive gloom were sufficient to serve as a backdrop for a horror film. Yet, this world belonged to Li Gu. To be precise, it was a part of him. The master of the netherworld, such a formidable profession. Li Gu gazed at the scene before him, genuinely awestruck. He once again opened his attribute panel. Li Gu reputation, 8960, somewhat renowned. Occupation, Lord of the Underworld, legendary. Entry 1. Realm of the Underworld possesses a domain that is uniquely their own. Entry 2. I am the cycle can draw wandering souls from their own underworld, transforming them into undead units. Note, these undead are not absolutely loyal. Entry 3. Lifespan equal to heaven, the underworld remains eternal, and the self is immortal. Entry 4. Laws of the Underworld. All underworld-related spells and skills have a reduced learning difficulty and a significant increase in power. Entry 5. Undead Emperor. The strength of all undead units that submit to you and obey your will in battle is enhanced. Realm, second tier. Second grade, 20, 000, 30, 000. Skills, Forbidden Spell, Hell's Gate, Forbidden Spell, Blessing of the Underworld Emperor, Forbidden Spell, Divine Funeral Black Coffin, Skeleton Summoning, Bone Shield Technique, Dark Energy Missile, Slow Curse, Poison Dart. Attributes, Constitution 602, Strength 600, Agility 608, Spirit 1080 Equipment, Dark Staff, Leather Light Armor, Spider Silk Belt, Light Boots, Phosphorescent Hood. Sapphire Pendant, Spirit Bracelet. Truly a profession capable of unleashing a cataclysm of the undead. Li Ji's eyes shimmer with an ethereal glow. The profession of the Lord of the Nether is truly remarkable. With 5 formidable attributes: Realm of the Underworld, I am reincarnation, lifespan equal to heaven, laws of the Nether, and Undead Emperor, each one is astonishingly powerful. The Realm of the Underworld grants Li Gu dominion over his own netherworld. I am reincarnation allows him to ceaselessly produce undead units. Lifespan equal to heaven endows Li Gu with a survival capability surpassing that of a lich's phylactery. As long as his realm endures, he can resurrect infinitely. The laws of the Nether elevate Li Gu to a status beyond that of a lich, making him an unparalleled mage. The Undead Emperor bestows upon Li Gu an expansive aura that enhances all his undead minions. Furthermore, this class change has endowed Li Gu with 3 legendary quality skills: Forbidden Spell, Hell Gate, a colossal summoning spell; Forbidden Spell, Blessing of the Nether Emperor, a massive area-wide buff; and Forbidden Spell, Divine Burial Black Coffin, a single target finisher. With these 3 formidable forbidden spells and his foundational attributes exceeding 1,000 points, he stands undaunted even against third-tier challenges. Li Gu finally comprehended why, 3 millennia ago, and it was able to unleash a cataclysm of undead that engulfed the entire world of Ayla. The reason lies in the sheer, unparalleled strength of this profession. Yet, despite its formidable nature, Li Gu was acutely aware that he had not yet attained invincibility. After all, even the third-tier Undead had fallen to the Light Temple, underscoring the notion that there are greater powers beyond the heavens and individuals beyond mere mortals. Li Gu must continue to strive for growth. As for whether he fears the Temple of Light, he is not particularly intimidated. The upper limit of the world of Ella is merely Tier 3. Such are the rules of the reincarnation game, and even the Temple of Light cannot transcend them. Possessing the Undead Calamity System and being a player, Li Ji's potential far exceeds that of Undead by an immeasurable degree. Given sufficient time, the Temple of Light will ultimately kneel before him and sing his praises. Sooner or later, he will ascend the divine mountain, claiming the head of the Pope of the Radiant Temple to serve as evolution material for Vivian. The sensation of becoming stronger is undeniably exhilarating. Li Ji's current mood is one of sheer delight. Nothing compares to the strength he has cultivated within himself. After all, in this world, true power lies in one's own capabilities. At this moment, Li Ge need not concern himself with the possibility of enemies employing decapitation tactics. Who can truly say who will be the victor? Regaining his composure, Li Ge hums a tune from his hometown, emerging from his shadowy realm and returning to reality. Having successfully transitioned to a new class, it is now time to unlock the 2 treasure chests that await him. Completing the dungeon, the Trials of Undead. Along with his advancement to the 2nd tier, Li Ge has earned 2 achievement rewards, a 1st-tier obsidian chest and a 2nd-tier obsidian chest. Li Ge claimed his rewards. And instantly, 2 resplendent treasure chests materialized out of thin air. The obsidian chest promised exquisite quality items, and he fervently hoped for some valuable materials. Li Ge was quite eager about this prospect. Exceptional materials could potentially evolve into a king-level template unit akin to Mocha, the Lich, should he indeed unveil such treasures. It would be a double or even triple delight. Even if the outcome did not yield materials like the previously obtained Soul Tavern, it would still prove immensely useful. After all, the Soul Tavern provided Li Ge with a substantial number of wise undead, whose evolutionary value surpassed that of ordinary undead. If he amassed sufficient numbers, it would alleviate the burden of commanding his undead army. With anticipation swelling within him, Li Ge stepped forward, employing both hands to initiate a double draw, thereby unlocking the 2 obsidian chests. A chilling radiance erupted forth as the chest opened, revealing 2 items, one large and one small. The notification from the reincarnation game chimed. Ding! You have opened a 1st-tier obsidian chest. Congratulations on acquiring Remains of the Skeletal King. Ding! You have opened a 2nd-tier obsidian chest. Congratulations on acquiring the Book of Death. As the notifications concluded, a colossal skeletal figure, towering over 5 meters in height, materialized before Li Ge. Accompanying it was an ancient tome, its cover a deep black, adorned with skull-shaped gemstones. Li Ji's gaze fell upon the remains of the Bone King, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Without the need to examine its attributes, he instinctively recognized it as an evolution material. This premium-quality evolutionary resource possesses the potential to create units of the kingly template, presenting a significant challenge for Li Ge in his current state. As for the other item, the Book of Deathly Whispers, it likely pertains to magical equipment. Filled with anticipation, Li Ge proceeded to unveil the attributes of both items. Bone King Remains, 1st-tier premium. The remains of the Bone King, imbued with royal power, suitable for equipment forging and the creation of unique items. Note, can be utilized as an evolution material. Book of Deathly Whispers, 2nd-tier premium, grants 360 to spirit upon equipping, increases casting speed by 100, and enhances total magical capacity. Equipment skill, Deathly Plunder passive. Upon slaying any unit, one of their skills can be extracted and stored within the Book of Deathly Whispers. Storage limit, 0-10. Equipment requirement, 2nd tier, with a minimum spirit attribute of 600 points. Indeed, both items are exceedingly practical. Li Ge nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction. There is no need to elaborate on the remains of the Skeletal King. The evolutionary materials could grant Li Ge a unit of royal caliber, maximizing practicality. As for the Book of Death, although it is not an evolutionary material, this piece of equipment significantly enhances Li Ji's combat prowess. Once equipped, it boosts his mental attributes by 360 points. Additionally, it comes with the skill, Death Plunder. This ability allows him to seize one skill from a slain enemy, which can be stored for future use. It effectively provides Li Ge with an additional skill repository. Coupled with his terrifying casting abilities after his recent transformation into the Lord of the Nether, the potential is formidable. Li Ge gradually acquired the output capabilities befitting a master of sorcery. Equipping the Book of Death, he redirected his focus to the remains of the Bone King. Upon whom should he bestow evolution? Presently, within the skeletal race, only 2 possess significant evolutionary potential. One was the battle-hardened skeleton general, and the other, Oberth. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ge resolved to enhance the battle-hardened skeleton general. The rationale was straightforward. The skeletal lineage inclined towards melee combat. Given this, the mage-type skeleton, Oberth, did not align harmoniously with this inclination. With this thought in mind, Li Ge summoned the battle-hardened skeleton general with his will. Upon receiving the command, the general, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly returned to Li Ji's side. After days of combat, the aura of malevolence surrounding the battle-hardened skeleton general surged, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, strikingly fearsome and menacing. Yet, before Li Gu, this harbinger of death immediately knelt, exhibiting utmost loyalty. Li Gu remained silent as he retrieved the remains of the Bone King from his backpack and summoned the system's evolution panel. Utilizing the Bone King remains to evolve the battle-hardened skeleton general required the expenditure of 2 million disaster points. Would he proceed? As anticipated, the cost had indeed decreased significantly. Li Ji's observations confirmed his prior conjecture. With the elevation of his personal realm, the expenditure of disaster points for the evolution of lower-tier units diminished. This was a conclusion he had previously deduced. For instance, when he was still at the first tier and sought to evolve Mocha into a king-level template, the original cost amounted to 5 million disaster points. However, upon breaking through to the second tier, the evolution of the battle-hardened skeleton general into a king-level template now cost 3 million less. It was foreseeable that as Li Ji's realm ascended further, he might even evolve apprentices and other low-tier units without any cost at all. Suppressing these myriad thoughts, Li Gu decisively confirmed his choice. In an instant, 2 million disaster points were consumed. The remains of the Bone King were deconstructed by the system's rules, transforming into resplendent evolutionary energy that surged into the battle-hardened skeleton general's body. Suddenly, the color of the skeleton's bones underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, shifting from a pale hue to a resplendent golden, akin to molten gold. A torrent of fierce and astonishing soul energy erupted forth. The soul fire in the eyes of the battle-hardened skeleton general blazed fiercely, emitting a roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. All skeleton soldiers of the Western Zhou trembled instinctively, their soul flames flickering. Those present, including Vivian, Albert, and Mocha, displayed expressions of astonishment at the formidable presence of the battle-hardened skeleton general. As the aura of the battle-hardened skeleton general reached its zenith, its armor underwent a transformation as well, evolving into a magnificent battle robe adorned with countless engravings of malevolent spirits. The halberd it wielded became inscribed with myriad runes, resembling an invincible divine weapon. In the vastness of the world, a distant sound of war drums resonated, and the battle-hardened skeleton general stood as a king upon the battlefield, exuding the might to confront 1 million soldiers. At that moment, the system's notification rang out, 2 million disaster points consumed. The remains of the Bone King have been utilized. The evolution of the battle-hardened skeleton general has succeeded. Congratulations, the battle-hardened skeleton general has evolved into Golden Bone Overlord. Bowing humbly before Li Gu, the newly evolved Golden Bone Overlord knelt on the ground, addressing him with a resonant voice. Li Gu appeared somewhat taken aback. The ability to speak signified that the legendary skeletal general had awakened to wisdom. Rise, Li Gu commanded. Thank you, my lord, the Golden Bone Overlord replied as he rose, the sound of clashing metal resonating from his armor. Li Gu scrutinized the Golden Skeletal Overlord before him. Compared to the time of the battle-hardened skeletal general, the most striking transformation of the Golden Skeletal Overlord was the change in the hue of its bones to a resplendent gold. Simultaneously, the soul fire within its eyes blazed with a molten, crimson intensity, exuding both heat and peril. Do you possess any memories? Li Gu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, my lord. The Golden Skeletal Overlord replied respectfully, I retain a fragment of memories from the battlefield. Li Ji's curiosity deepened. It is important to note that after Vivian's evolution and the awakening of her intelligence, she possessed no innate memories. However, as Li Gu delved further into inquiries, he discovered that the memories of the Golden Skeleton Overlord predominantly consisted of experiences from warfare and strategies for troop deployment, rather than specifics about individuals or objects. Overall, the distinction was not particularly significant when compared to Vivian. Now that intelligence had been attained, it seemed only fitting to bestow a name upon it. Li Gu did not dwell excessively on memories, but rather began to ponder a name for the Golden Skeletal Overlord. Though a name may seem trivial, it serves as a tether for one's existence in this world and stands as a testament to the sentience of intelligent beings. After a brief contemplation, Li Gu proclaimed to the Golden Skeletal Overlord, from this day forth, you shall be known as Xiang Lu. The reason behind this appellation lies in the weapon of the Golden Skeletal Overlord, which reminded Li Gu of El Bu. The title Overlord conjured thoughts of Xiang Yu. Fortuitously, he took a shortcut by merging the surnames of the two great figures, hoping that Xiang Lu would embody the valor of an overlord and the prowess of El Bu. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing this name upon me, Xiang Lu responded, kneeling once more, his demeanor exhibiting a disciplined elegance reminiscent of ancient scholars. harmonizing unexpectedly well with his new name. With the naming concluded, the next step was to examine his attributes. As the second king-level unit under Li Ji's command, he held considerable anticipation for what attributes Xiang Lu would possess. Li Gu first opened Xiang L's attribute panel. Name: Golden Skeleton Overlord Xiang L Realm. First stage. 9th rank, 0600 million. Template: King-level enhancements. 1. Battlefield Overlord. In times of war, the more allies present, the greater the individual's combat prowess. 2. King of Bones. All skeletal units under my command receive enhancement. 3. Tactical Formation. Innately possesses extensive military knowledge, enhancing formation effectiveness. 4. Golden Physique. Exhibits exceptionally high magical resistance, physical resistance, and recovery capabilities. Note: lacks materials for evolution, skills, formation, Sea of Bones, formation, Bone Wall, formation, Bone Chariot, Monarch's Command, Golden Roar, Earth-shattering / attributes, Constitution, 511 Strength, 509 Agility, 512 Spirit, 519 Equipment, Monarch's Armor, Monarch's Helmet, Monarch's Boots, Monarch's Belt, Golden Halberd Evaluation, 24K Pure Charm. Quite impressive. Li Gu smiled with satisfaction. Xiang LV has perfectly inherited the talent for warfare. After evolving into the Golden Skeletal Overlord, his command over the Legion has been significantly enhanced. Furthermore, Xiang LV possesses astonishing individual combat prowess, especially with the blessings of the Battlefield Sovereign and the Golden Physique. He has nearly become a harbinger of death on the battlefield. Truly, he embodies the essence of a god of slaughter. With Xiang LV by his side, Li Gu has found a formidable pillar to charge into battle. Having completed Xiang LV's evolution, Li Gu did not pause. He first consumed several tens of millions of disaster points to elevate Xiang LV, Vivian, the Netherwing Serpent, Mocha, Oberth, and over a dozen other worthy units to the second tier. With the expenditure of tens of millions of disaster points, the power of the system's rules descended. Almost as if it were a natural progression, radiant light surged around the undead units, and in the blink of an eye, they accomplished their breakthrough from the first to the second tier. This unimaginable force left them profoundly astonished, particularly Oberth, whose innate talent was merely average. Previously, he had spent the better part of his life as an apprentice. Yet, under Li Ji's guidance, he experienced 2 significant breakthroughs in just over 10 days, becoming a second-tier powerhouse. What a miraculous feat this is! Despite his astonishment, Oberth's admiration for Li Gu has reached unparalleled heights. Thank you, my esteemed master. The numerous undead units who had benefited from Li Ji's upgrades knelt in gratitude, expressing their appreciation. Li Gu merely beckoned, prompting the restless spirits to rise. At present, the entirety of the Necropolis Gorge, encompassing its outer, middle, and deeper layers, has witnessed the obliteration of the vast majority of its wild undead. The Necropolis Scourge has unequivocally become Li Ji's dominion. Given the current circumstances, it is imperative for Li Gu to contemplate future developments. Specifically, the question of where to establish a cataclysmic point arises. On this matter, Li Gu has already devised a plan. A few days prior, he forged a collaboration with the Abyssal Sect, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. Li Gu can use this as a pretext to dispatch troops to the periphery and even the mid-level regions of the Dagla jungle to eradicate the forces residing there. As for the primary target, let us select the Pale Wing. Upon arriving at the Dagla jungle, Li Gu had already heard of this individual's notorious reputation. Li Gu eagerly anticipates whether he can evolve his first skeletal dragon using the materials obtained from slaying the Pale Wing beast. However, before embarking on this venture, he must first address the issues plaguing his territory. Li Gu gazed upon the present state of Wanchuan. Given the brief duration of its establishment, Wanchuan retained its rudimentary appearance, with the Lord's modest manor standing alongside the Soul Tavern. The sole distinction lay in the proliferation of disordered structures, a consequence of the increasing number of wise undead, gradually giving rise to a semblance of a village. The hierarchical stratification of power remained remarkably significant. Higher-tiered forces conferred enhancements across various domains such as production, finance, and military. For Li Gu, the most advantageous aspect of fortifying his power was the cycle network. The anchor point for this network was the Lord's Manor. Consequently, the elevation of the manor's level directly correlated with the enhanced capabilities of utilizing the cycle network. As a human who had traversed the realm of the cycle games for millennia, he possessed the unique ability to forge this game feature. The cycle network extended beyond mere trade functions. With the elevation of both territory and citizen levels, it could unlock a plethora of abilities. However, all of this hinged upon the level of the Lord's manor. Therefore, advancing Wanchuan's development became one of Li Guo's aspirations. Relocating the Lord's manor to the Necromancer's Gorge remained perilously unwise. Previously limited by circumstances, Li Guo now possessed his very own netherworld, where he could transfer Wanchuan. Li Ji's thoughts stirred as he began to relocate the Lord's manor and its accompanying structures. The entire process was not particularly intricate, as the Lord of Wanchuan. He merely needed to expend a certain amount of gold coins to effortlessly accomplish the transfer of the manor and buildings. Relocating the Lord's manor required the expenditure of 100 gold coins. Would he proceed? The transfer of a first-tier exceptional building, the Soul Tavern, necessitated a cost of 1,000 gold coins. Would he continue? The extermination efforts in the mid and deep areas of the Necromancer's Canyon had brought Li Ji's wealth close to 300,000 gold coins. A mere 1,000 gold coins might seem exorbitant to other players, but for Li Guo, it was but a trifling sum. He promptly pressed confirm. The rules of the reincarnation game descended upon him. The Lord's Manor and the Soul Tavern instantly became ethereal, materializing in the chosen coordinates within the underworld. Subsequently, he could instruct his skeleton soldiers to commence the construction of walls in the city, rapidly advancing from a village faction to a town faction. Li Guo pondered deeply. The elevation of his power level hinged upon the player's reputation and the development of his territory. With his reputation nearing 9,000 points, he had long surpassed the requisite 3,000 for advancement. All that remained was to construct the city walls, thereby fulfilling the criteria set forth by the reincarnation game for urban assessment, enabling him to upgrade at any moment. This task posed no challenge for Li Guo. Commanding nearly 10 million skeletal soldiers, erecting a wall would be a trivial endeavor. Once all was accomplished, Li Guo emerged from the shadowy realm and gazed towards the West Zhou, taking a deep breath. It is time, he declared, to mobilize the forces into the Dorgra jungle and eliminate the Pale Wings. With Li Ji's command, a formidable army surged forth from the Necromancer's Gorge. Led by Xiang El and supported by the Spectral Serpent, Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen, venomous wolves, and an army of 1,000,000 skeletons, rolling like a massive tide. Wherever they passed, billowing clouds of dust arose, and a terrifying aura swept through the western lands, causing countless beasts and birds to tremble in fear. The objective of this campaign was clear: to slay the Pale Wings and eradicate the dragon. Under Xiang El's leadership, the elite troops advanced without hesitation toward the location of the Pale Wings. During the 3 days of their march through the Undead Calamity System, the number of skeleton soldiers under Li Ji's command had astonishingly surpassed 10 million, reaching a staggering 12 million. Concurrently, thanks to Imoka's exploitation of the Black Soul Iron Mine, the number of Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen under Li Ji's command had exceeded 100,000, totaling nearly 300,000. Li Guo successfully awakened a second unit skill, Black Soul Spear Rain. This throwing-type skill allowed for the tossing of long spears over a designated area, inflicting sustained high damage upon the target. Notably, the Black Soul Spear possessed a mandatory damage effect. If the target's defenses were not breached, a minimum damage of -1 would still be inflicted, and this damage could accumulate. Moreover, the Black Soul Spear existed in an energy state, meaning it did not consume the weapons held by the Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen. Li Guo was greatly pleased with the Black Soul Spear Rain, for it possessed a remarkably extraordinary ability: mandatory damage. This meant that as long as the Black Soul Spear Rain struck an enemy, it could inflict even -1 in damage, regardless of defenses. While -1 might seem insignificant, what if there were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of such -1 damages? The Black Soul Spear Rain was simply a miraculous technique. Combined with another skill of the Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen, the Black Soul Illusion, which controlled the battlefield while the Black Soul Spear Rain dealt damage. This dual approach rendered them nearly invincible. In addition to the growth of the skeleton soldiers and the Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen, during these 3 days, following Li Ji's orders, Xiang El led the Undead Calamity Legion out of the Necromancer's Gorge. Unlike 10 days prior, this time Li Ji's forces were even stronger. Wherever they went, all tribes and wild beasts were swept away. A calamity-like wave surged across the outskirts of the Dorgra jungle, bringing death and destruction, transforming countless lives into sustenance for Li Guo and generating an abundance of catastrophe points and loot. This sweeping disaster instilled terror in the creatures inhabiting the fringes of the Dorgra jungle, as the news of the advancing army reached Lady Hadro, who had been closely monitoring the situation in the Necromancer's Gorge. The sight of Li Ji's deployment filled her with dread. Such a terrifying legion was something she had never witnessed in her centuries-long life. The only comparable event would be the legendary mage Undead, who had instigated the Undead Calamity 3,000 years prior. Lady Hadro marveled at the sight, relieved that she had not acted rashly in confronting Li Gu directly. Observing the direction of the march, she thought, that foolish dragon next door is in for a world of trouble. Seated elegantly with her long, fair legs resting on the table, Lady Hadro wore a playful demeanor, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, the dominant force at the Dorgra jungle's edge, the Pale Wings Hector, harbored numerous grievances against the Hadro family, particularly as Hector had inflicted substantial losses upon them, leveraging his dragon blood lineage. With Li Gu set to eradicate the Pale Wings, Lady Hadro could hardly contain her glee. On the other side, within the dragon's lair where Hector resided, more a grand palace than a cave, Hector, the so-called Pale Wings, reclined atop a mound of treasures crafted over decades by thousands of tribes. Though technically a lesser dragon, Hector had inherited both the might and the vices of true dragons, including a lust for wealth. Unlike other dragons, Hector preferred the aesthetics of human palaces. At this moment, Hector, nearly 60 to 70 meters long, lounged atop a pile of gold, gems, and silver, basking in the glimmer of magical lanterns that reflected off his white scales, casting a dazzling glow. Despite being a lesser dragon, the sheer power of a true dragon could be glimpsed in Hector's presence. However, today, Hector was in a foul mood, his tail flicked irritably, and his azure eyes sparkled ominously. The cause of his distress was the sudden emergence of the undead army, just over a week ago. After the annihilation of the green armored tribe, Hector had learned of the existence of Li Ji's undead forces. However, believing Li Ji's target to be the Necromancer's Gorge, Hector had not taken it seriously. Little did he know that mere days later, the undead army would return in an even more formidable form, larger in scale and stronger in power. As Hector contemplated the trajectory of the advancing army, one thought consumed him: escape. After all, these were millions of undead. Even if Hector were a true dragon, he would not dare expose himself to such a massive force. Yet, a glance at the treasure beneath him filled Hector with reluctance. The sheer volume of wealth made it impossible to relocate in a short time. To abandon this hoard, a lifetime's worth of savings, would be tantamount to sacrificing his very life. In the dragon realm, two great sorrows exist: the death of a dragon, with wealth unspent, and the life of a dragon, with wealth lost. Now, Hector faced this agonizing dilemma. Just as he was lost in thought, a lizard man rushed into the palace. A devoted follower of Hector and an ardent admirer. "Your Majesty," he reported, prostrating himself, "the undead have not changed their course and are expected to pass through our territory in 7 days." Hector masked his troubled expression. He had to maintain his dignity in front of his subordinates. "I understand," he replied nonchalantly. The lizard man, his admiration growing, thought, "Truly, the Pale Wings is magnificent. Facing a million undead with such composure." Unbeknownst to the lizard man, Hector's heart was tumultuous. At that moment, he was torn between two conflicting desires. One urged him to flee, while the other compelled him to stay and safeguard his treasures. "Your Majesty, should we retreat?" The lizard man ventured timidly, sensing Hector's silence. "No need. Mere undead are hardly worth mentioning. I have my means to cope," Hector replied with a dismissive glance. "What nonsense. Even if I were to flee, I wouldn't abandon my treasures for this bunch of burdens." The lizard man, oblivious to Hector's true thoughts, was filled with fervent admiration and was about to extol Hector's bravery and strength when suddenly, boom, as if struck by a meteor, the apex of the palace was violently shattered. A colossal figure descended from the heavens, targeting Hector. Caught unawares, Hector was thrown to the ground by the initial impact, and the hills of treasures collapsed, scattering gold, gems, and silver in all directions to the west. Damn it! Hector's eyes widened in fury. To touch his treasures was to threaten his very life. A blazing rage ignited within Hector as he gazed upon his assailant. Before him was a gigantic serpent, nearly 100 meters in length, constructed entirely of white bones, adorned with massive wings that lent it the semblance of a flying dragon. The feathered serpent. A chill ran through Hector's heart as his azure pupils constricted to the size of a jujube. The feathered serpent was no weakling, by bloodline alone. It was not inferior to Hector, a lesser dragon. The sudden emergence of such a formidable foe instilled fear in Hector, reminding him of the cataclysmic undead disaster that had erupted in the Douglas jungle. "My lord, we bear no grudge." Before Hector could finish, the spectral feathered serpent launched its assault, unleashing a noxious miasma that corroded all treasures in its path. Hector's eyelids twitched with anguish as he flapped his wings, evading the serpent's onslaught while racing toward the sky. Wealth or death? When death loomed perilously close, Hector chose life. The undead calamity was far too terrifying. All he desired now was to flee. The farther, the better. As Hector attempted to escape, the feathered serpent would not relent. With wings unfurled and a howling wind at its back, the feathered serpent soared upwards, filled with lethal intent, pursuing Hector relentlessly, leaving the bewildered lizard men in its wake. Wait, didn't we just say the undead calamity was trivial? Why are you running now that it has attacked? In that moment, the lizardman's faith crumbled. A dragon? A lesser dragon. At that moment, all creatures in Hector's domain were roused, horrified as they beheld the aerial chase above. The feathered serpent and the pale-winged Hector. Two titanic beasts clashing in the sky. The serpent's venomous breath and Hector's icy exhalation collided with a thunderous roar, unleashing an unimaginable shockwave. The sky was awash with intertwining shades of white and green. Clearly, the feathered serpent's might surpassed Hector's, though both were formidable. The feathered serpent was bolstered by the attributes of the Lord of the Nether, Li Gu, and the protective effects of Xiang Lu, elevating its combat prowess beyond that of Hector. To the perspective of all creatures, Hector resembled a wild dog, being ruthlessly beaten by the feathered serpent, emitting pitiful cries as golden dragon blood rained down from above. The creatures watched in disbelief. How could this be? The legendary pale-winged dragon, so easily overwhelmed. Who or what was this opponent, so fearsome in strength? It was the undead feathered serpent. Had the undead disaster from the Douglas jungle spread to their realm? The multitude of creatures trembled in shock and dread. After all, they were Hector's subordinates. In their minds, Hector was the supreme being. Yet now, the appearance of the feathered serpent mercilessly shattered their illusions. You worthless wretches, attack! Hector roared from the heavens, desperate to escape, but unable to shake off the feathered serpent. Seeing the paralyzed creatures below, his fury surged. The subordinates finally responded. If Hector fell, their fates would be no better. For their survival, tens of thousands of lizardmen and hand-picked creatures from various regions began to mobilize. Some lizardmen knocked arrows, while others deployed heavy artillery. Mages commenced incantations for powerful spells, and numerous flying units raced to the sky to support Hector. The balance of war began to shift. Although Hector's strength paled in comparison to the feathered serpent, he commanded an army of nearly 100,000. With this formidable force, he began to turn the tide of battle, even hinting at the possibility of subduing the feathered serpent on the spot. Li Gu, observing the battle through the perspective of the netherwing serpent, could not help but laugh upon witnessing Hector turn the tide of the conflict with sheer numerical superiority. It was indeed rather humorous for Hector to flaunt such advantages in front of Li Gu. This was no longer a matter of showing off before a formidable warrior, but rather akin to summoning minor spirits in the presence of the King of Hell, an audacious invitation to death itself. It was imperative to swiftly vanquish this undead netherwing serpent and make an escape. Hector, with his extended lifespan, was acutely aware of the peril that a being capable of commanding undead calamities posed. Even a single netherwing serpent was a formidable foe. Should the true undead legion arrive, it would spell an unmitigated disaster. Thus, the battle needed to be resolved post-haste, and they must flee as far as possible. At that moment, Hector's heart bled with frustration. That wretched creature, once I escape, I shall seek out my father and ensure you pay dearly. With renewed vigor, Hector intensified his assault against the netherwing serpent. Below, over 100,000 fiends unleashed arrows, cannon fire, and spells, all directed at the serpent. Fearless and undeterred, the netherwing serpent soared and dove, engaging Hector in fierce combat. However, it was evident that the serpent was beginning to falter under the immense pressure exerted by the vast army. With Hector's efforts to stall the confrontation, the relentless barrage from the formidable legion began to leave its mark, inflicting wounds upon the netherwing serpent. Victory was within reach. We are nearing triumph over this beast. Splendid! Long live Lord Hector! Let us slay this monster. The multitude of fiends erupted in jubilant cries. Li Ji's expression remained calm, showing no concern for the Mingyu serpent. This was not due to a lack of empathy. Rather, it was because the clarion call of war had only just begun to resound. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, as if a prehistoric behemoth were taking strides, shaking the very mountains, a terrifying aura surging towards the heavens. In the pale sky, Hector felt a jolt of fear. Swiftly turning his head, nearly losing control of himself in fright. Before him loomed a dark cloud descending, a legion of heavily armored skeletal warriors, brandishing long spears. Marching in perfect unison, imbued with an indomitable fighting spirit, forming an unbroken line of military might, advancing forward. Wherever they passed, the forest was reduced to rubble. The ground quaked, and dust danced wildly in the gale. The astonishing might of this force made Hector, a mere subdragon, tremble. What manner of army is this? The fiends that had once boasted of slaying the Ming usurpant now fell silent, faced with the fully armed Black Soul heavy infantry. They resembled a ragtag band encountering a professional army, utterly incomparable. Xiang El's gaze blazed with intensity, the fire of his soul flickering within his eye sockets. Radiating an indomitable spirit as he commanded, "Raise your spears." 100,000 Black Soul heavy infantry conjured dark long spears into their hands. Raising them above their heads in unison, their arms pulled back like a bowstring poised to unleash its arrow. Fire! At the moment his command echoed, a storm of long spears shot forth like a torrential downpour. One fiend after another was pierced through, meeting their end on the spot. After one barrage of Black Soul spear rain, the enemy sustained heavy casualties. Charge! Holding his golden halberd, Xiang El led the charge, followed closely by the 100,000 Black Soul heavy infantry, resembling an unstoppable torrent, akin to a cataclysm beyond the realm of human capability, ruthlessly obliterating everything in their path. As a warrior of the second tier of royal strength, Xiang El was a deity of slaughter on the battlefield, sweeping all before him, leading the Black Soul heavy infantry to tear through Hector's defenses. The terrifying military might left Hector's forces trembling in fear. What manner of undead is this? How can they be so formidable? Damn it, we cannot win. A calamity. This is a disaster of the undead. Overwhelmed by fear, the fiends began to flee in disarray. In an era of cold weapons, a death rate exceeding 10% could trigger a full-scale rout. The reason was simple. They were all conscripted to fight. When the wind was at their backs, they would engage, but in the face of adversity, who would fight to the death? Only an army with unwavering conviction could withstand high casualty rates and fight to the bitter end. The undead army under Li Go, in terms of numbers, strength, and resolve, utterly crushed Hector's ragtag forces. Damn worthless scum! Return! Return! Hector roared impotently from the sky, yet the more furious he became, the more he revealed his own incompetence. The fiends fled even faster. Without the support of his army, Hector found himself at a disadvantage, trampled by the Ming usurpant. The dread of death loomed ominously in Hector's mind as he roared and hastily retreated. Xiang El coldly regarded Hector and unleashed another skill of the Black Soul heavy infantry, Black Soul Phantasm. 100,000 Black Soul heavy infantry roared in unison. Their wills soared to the heavens, coalescing into a seemingly tangible Dark Reaper. A terrifying pressure descended upon Hector like a mountain, causing his pupils to quiver, his scales to bristle, resembling a cat with its fur standing on end, paralyzed by sheer terror. In that instant, Hector even lost consciousness, slipping into a semi-unconscious state, plummeting from the sky and crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xiang El advanced, his extraordinary attributes combined with his royal template rendering him like a fleeting light, swiftly arriving before Hector. Just as Hector regained a modicum of awareness, he widened his eyes and desperately pleaded for mercy. "My lord, His words were cut short as Xiang El's golden halberd swung down, wielding an unmatched force that instantaneously severed Hector's head. The massive dragon head tumbled to the ground, dragon blood gushing forth. The pale wings of the Douglas jungle sovereign, the once dreaded subdragon Hector, were now silenced. He is dead. Lord Hector has been slain. No, this cannot be true. How could the invincible dragon be killed? The fiends felt a chill run down their spines, their fear reaching a zenith. Simultaneously, a notification resounded in the ears of all new players. Congratulations to the new player, the king of the underworld, for single-handedly slaying a subdragon, achieving the feat, Dragon Slayer, and earning a second-tier diamond treasure chest. This notification invigorated all players. Dragon Slayer, an undeniable feat. After all, the innate power of dragons places this race at the apex of the food chain in any world. To slay a dragon is a testament to strength. Truly, the king of the underworld is remarkable, the strongest supernova in history. On the first day, 1,000 slain. On the third day, a single annihilation of a stronghold. On the fifth day, a breakthrough to the first tier. On the sixth day, the establishment of a faction. On the 10th day, clearing the hellish dungeon, breaking through to the second tier. On the 13th day, the dragon slaying. This king of the underworld is destined to defy the heavens. I am certain that the king of the underworld will shine as the most radiant presence among humanity. Does the king of the underworld need leg ornaments? The entire forum erupted in fervor. Upon hearing this prompt, Liga merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. At this moment, on the front lines, Xiang El and Ming Yuxi joined forces to encircle the remaining demonic creatures. These beasts, initially intent on fleeing, found themselves trapped, with Li Ji's army of the undead surrounding them on all sides to the west. Faced with a terrifying number comparable to a natural disaster, they had nowhere to escape. The slaughter continued unabated. In response to this scene, Li Gu merely observed with indifference. In this assault on Hecto, Li Gu had caught him off guard. Ostensibly, the main forces were tasked with diverting attention, which is why Hecto received intelligence suggesting that Li Ji's undead army would not arrive for at least another 7 or 8 days. In reality, however, Li Gu had already dispatched Xiang El and Ming Yuxi, leading a covert unit on a rapid detour to launch a surprise attack. This tactic of feigning strength while concealing true intentions proved remarkably successful. Hecto was deceived, and while he hesitated on how to safeguard his treasures, Ming Yuxi had already arrived, joining forces with Xiang El and the 100,000 Black Soul heavy-armored spearmen to swiftly vanquish him. Once Hecto was dealt with, Li Gu promptly ordered his undead units to gather the remains and to seek out Hecto's treasures. As one of the overlords of the Douglas Great Jungle, Hecto had amassed a considerable collection of treasures. When Xiang El and his men arrived at the site of Hecto's hoard, the dazzling sight of gold and gems scattered across the ground truly captivated Li Gu. Alas, these coins were not recognized as currency by the cycle game. Li Gu lamented the unfortunate reality. In the realm of the reincarnation game, gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins are not merely metallic currency. They are imbued with the very rules of the game. Thus, possessing a vast amount of gold does not grant one the ability to mint game currency. In simpler terms, one lacks the right to coin money. Li Gu cast his gaze upon the treasures scattered upon the ground. While gold and silver may hold little value, it does not imply that these treasures lack worth. Within the Hector's treasure trove lies an abundance of gemstones, rare metals, and various materials, all of which can be utilized by Li Gu for the evolution of the undead. He instructed Xiang El to gather and categorize the skeletons. Li Gu refocused his attention and retrieved the second-tier diamond treasure chest he had just acquired. Despite having opened numerous treasure chests before, he still felt a sense of anticipation. The diamond chest could yield exquisite second-tier items. Should fortune favor him, he might even procure evolution materials, potentially leading to a formidable unit. With this thought in mind, Li Gu extended his hand and opened the second-tier diamond treasure chest. A brilliant radiance erupted at that moment as the diamond chest vanished, revealing a crystal that floated before him, emanating a soft, earthy yellow glow. The notification from the reincarnation game chimed in. Ding! You have opened a second-tier diamond treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Soul Crystal of the Master Builder. The mention of the Master Builder's Soul Crystal piqued Li Ji's interest. This item sounded quite remarkable. After evolving the production unit Mocha, he found himself particularly intrigued by materials related to production. After all, a powerful army requires not only formidable frontline combat strength, but also robust logistical support. Merely having Mocha, the miner, would not suffice. Li Gu requires more talents of a similar caliber. With curiosity, he opened the attributes of the Architect's Soul Crystal. Architect's Soul Crystal, a rare second-tier item. A special artifact that, when utilized, can be transformed into experience for construction-related skills, thereby enhancing both the level and quality of such skills. Note, it can also serve as an evolution material. Quite intriguing, Li Gu thought, a smirk playing on his lips. It can indeed be used as an evolution material. This simplifies matters considerably. Li Gu promptly summoned an intelligent spirit. Greetings, my lord. This spirit was a wraith, its form hunched and its visage weathered, resembling a little old man, who greeted Li Gu with a broad smile. Its name was Miles, a talent for architectural design that Li Gu had recruited from the Soul Tavern. Consequently, Li Gu entrusted the construction of the city within the Forgotten River territory to Miles. Upon acquiring the Architect's Soul Crystal, Miles immediately came to Li Ji's mind. I shall bestow upon you power, but the price is loyalty. Do you consent? Li Gu stated directly. At these words, Miles's semi-transparent form quivered slightly, and he quickly comprehended, kneeling in excitement, I consent. I am exceedingly willing. My lord, I am prepared to give everything for this. Having witnessed Li Ji's miraculous evolution of spirits, Miles was utterly exhilarated. He yearned to undergo a transformative elevation in life, akin to Mocha, Xianglu, and Vivian. Seeing Miles's eagerness, Li Gu wasted no time and retrieved the Architect's Soul Crystal, calling forth the evolution panel. Using the Architect's Soul Crystal, evolved the Builder Wraith Miles, Elite, Apprentice Level 9, requiring the expenditure of 3 million disaster points. Shall we proceed? Li Ji's initial choice was made with certainty. In an instant, the power of the Undead Cataclysm System descended. The soul crystal of the Master Builder was swiftly disintegrated, transforming into an overwhelming surge of evolutionary energy that surged into Miles. As a specter, Miles, with his translucent form, ignited in a blazing soul fire. As if undergoing a rebirth through flames, his soul essence metamorphosing, and his personal realm soaring at an astonishing rate. In the briefest of moments, Miles transformed from a frail old man into a robust soul entity, towering at a staggering 10 meters, with sinewy muscles rippling across his form. It was evident that the surface of his soul body was etched with a multitude of intricate runes, and his eyes sparkled with golden light. A stark contrast to his former appearance. A notification chime followed. Consumed 3 million Cataclysm points, utilized the Master Builder's Soul Crystal, successfully evolved the Construction Worker Spectre Miles Elite. Apprentice rank 9, and acquired a new unit, the Runic Colossus Architect Miles. Runic Colossus. Liga gazed at Myers with keen interest. The so-called Spellbound Giant is a type of artificially created magical undead. Crafted from the souls of giants, it is inscribed with intricate magical runes, thus bestowing upon it remarkable strength and innate magical abilities. It is a super war machine specifically designed for warfare. Li Gu was taken aback to discover that Miles had evolved into a spell giant, specifically the architect among the spell giants, to annihilate the species that had emerged. He had instead acquired the power of construction. Li Gu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Meanwhile, Miles, feeling the surging power within him, was overwhelmed with excitement. He knelt on the ground, his voice resounding with fervor as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I, Miles, shall dedicate myself to serving you with unwavering loyalty until my last breath." Li Gu waved his hand, urging Miles to rise, and then proceeded to examine Miles's specific attributes. Spell Giant Architect, Miles Realm, 2nd rank, 1st grade, 400 million. Template, Master Level Enhancements. 1. Architect Master, possesses extensive architectural knowledge, capable of enhancing building levels. Note, cannot exceed his own rank. 2. Mountain Moving Aura, when leading a construction team, significantly accelerates construction speed. 3. Civil Magic, has the ability to cast spells that expedite construction. Note, cannot evolve due to lack of materials. Skills, Blueprint Design, Civil Army, Earth-Shaping Technique. City Construction Attributes, Constitution 407, Strength 454, Agility 408, Spirit 564. Equipment, Mountain Breaking Hammer, Western Compass, Engineering Necklace, Engineering Bracelet. Evaluation. If you refuse to reason, I can let you taste the iron fist of our workers. Miles's attribute panel dazzled Li Gu. Overall, it aligned closely with Li Ji's expectations, representing a unit with formidable capabilities in construction. However, what truly delighted Li Gu was Miles's first enhancement, Architect Master. This ability meant Miles could upgrade buildings, transforming apprentices and first-tier structures into second-tier ones. This provided a pathway for the Soul Tavern's enhancement, addressing one of Li Ji's pressing challenges. After all, the Soul Tavern could continuously supply Li Gu with wise undead, yet his system could only evolve and upgrade the undead under his command, not the buildings themselves. As Li Ji's strength grew, the Soul Tavern was destined to become obsolete. The emergence of Miles salvaged this potentially boundless structure. Furthermore, Miles could craft even more extraordinary buildings for Li Gu, fortifying the soon-to-be-constructed Wanchuan City. For such a strategically valuable unit, Li Gu was thoroughly pleased. He decided to continue the construction of Wanchuan City. Upon hearing Li Ji's command, Miles immediately complied, his massive form rising as he passed through the portal to the netherworld that Li Gu had opened for him. With Miles's assistance, the completion of Wanchuan City was merely a matter of time, and Li Ji's territory could advance from a village to a town. While Li Gu was busy evolving Miles, Xiang El led the skeleton soldiers to tally Hector's treasures. The gold and silver amounted to over 1,000 tons, albeit these were of the least value, lacking any extraordinary power. Gold was merely a precious metal among ordinary ones. Beyond these metals, the truly valuable assets were gems, minerals, and materials from magical beasts. According to Xiang El's report, there were over 8,000 gems, thousands of tons of first and second-tier metal products, and an uncountable number of magical beast cores. Truly, the bloodline of a dragon was evident. Li Ji's face broke into a satisfied smile. Although Hector was a subdragon, his master-level template and second-tier strength made his wealth surpass that of many human kingdoms' treasuries. It could be said that slaying Hector had indeed made Li Gu fabulously wealthy. Li Gu couldn't help but recall Anthony, expressing a hint of disdain. Both of you are at the second tier, yet look at him, and then look at you. Anthony, despite being at the second tier, had been so cowardly that he hid in the Valley of the Undead for over a century, accumulating not a single resource. He was, indeed, impoverished to the point of having nothing left but his undergarments. In stark contrast to Hector, a prosperous dragon, they existed on entirely different planes. Moreover, Hector not only brought immense wealth to Li Gu. Li Gu, through his assets, deduced that he must possess a considerable number of mineral veins. These veins are essential resources for him to forge a new breed of warriors. He promptly dispatched Mocha to conduct an exploration. Once this was resolved, Li Gu, viewing the lifeless form of Hector through the eyes of a skeleton soldier, revealed a hint of anticipation. The first skeletal dragon unit was on the verge of evolution. As for Hector's remains, the question lingered, to whom shall the evolution be bestowed? Li Gu had long harbored thoughts on the matter. The shadow-winged serpent was no longer a viable option, as it too belonged to the commander level and could not utilize the materials from the draconic remnants. Therefore, the target Li Gu had selected was a skeletal lizard he had recently recruited from the Soul Tavern. This skeletal lizard, though nameless, possessed a degree of sentience. With a template level classified only as elite, and a power level corresponding to that of an apprentice. While not particularly formidable, the aspect of intelligence was what Li Gu valued most. After all, relying solely on evolution to transform a mindless entity into one endowed with wisdom was a rare occurrence, as evidenced by the fact that among his ranks, only the Golden Bone Overlord Xiang El and the Undying Saint Vivian had achieved such a feat. This clearly indicated that awakening sentience during the evolution process was a low-probability event. Naturally, if ample resources were available, one could certainly evolve the template level to that of a king, an emperor, or even a supreme being, thus ensuring 100% awakening. However, Li Gu lacked such resources. It was not due to his weakness, nor the inadequacy of the system. Rather, it was simply that he had only been engaged in the game for less than half a month. In just over 10 days, he had accomplished what most would achieve in a lifetime, which was quite remarkable. Therefore, in the early stages, it was most prudent and efficient to channel evolution materials towards the intelligent undead. The team responsible for transporting Hector's remains hastened their pace. Concurrently, Li Gu dispatched the skeletal lizard. On that very day, the two converged. Situated in the River of Forgetfulness, Li Gu received the news and connected to the perspective of the skeletal lizard. Hector's corpse had already been disassembled into a collection of parts: dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon heart, dragon blood, and dragon whip. Initially, Li Gu contemplated exploiting a bug to see if he could use a single type of material for the lizard's evolution. If successful, he could potentially evolve 5 or 6 commander-level units from the remains of one dragon. Regrettably, this notion proved futile. The evolution panel of the Undead Cataclysm System only recognized dragon bones as valid materials for evolution. The other components, flesh, blood, and scales, were not acknowledged by the system. I recall that there had previously been instances where scales were used for evolution. Why has that suddenly changed? Li Gu felt a sense of confusion. Clearly, Hector's scales were of commendable quality, consisting of a complete set of second-tier elite materials. However, it was evident that the Undead Cataclysm System employed a unique method of evaluating evolutionary materials. Otherwise, Li Gu would have been able to use a single dragon scale to enhance a batch of elite templates' combat strength. As for the specific reasons behind this, Li Gu could not ascertain at the moment. He chose not to dwell on matters that eluded him due to insufficient information. Instead, he decisively opened the evolution panel for the skeletal lizard and commenced the evolution process. The system's prompt soon followed. Using the frost wyvern skeleton to evolve the skeletal lizard requires the expenditure of 3 million cataclysm points. Do you wish to proceed? Li Gu made his choice with determination. In an instant, 3 million disaster points were consumed. The rules derived from the system overrode those of the cyclical game. Descending upon the skeletal lizard, in that moment, a brilliant light surged forth, causing the bones of the frost wyvern Hector to disintegrate into a torrent of evolutionary energy, which flooded into the skeletal lizard's form. What was once a creature comparable in size to a large dog began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its length reached an astonishing 60 meters, rivaling that of prehistoric behemoths. Simultaneously, its bones grew more formidable, with spikes emerging from its spine, and its skull became increasingly menacing. The sharp teeth resembling blades, while icy blue soul flames flickered within its eye sockets. As colossal bony wings sprouted from its back, a white frost spread swiftly across a radius of 100 meters around it, encasing everything in ice. With a thunderous roar, the skeletal dragon bellowed to the heavens, resembling a true dragon. The consumption of 3 million disaster points and the utilization of the frost wyvern hectors remains culminated in the successful evolution of the skeletal lizard, heralding the emergence of a new unit, the frostbone dragon. As the notification faded, the frostbone dragon took to the skies, soaring with exhilaration, its innate draconic majesty causing countless beasts to tremble in fear. Li Gu surveyed the frostbone dragon with great interest. This magnificent creature was the second elite flying unit under his command, following the Shadow Feather Serpent, and it marked Li Ji's first bone dragon. As a race that stood unrivaled among the formidable beasts, dragons possessed immense strength and a reputation of great renown. To command a bone dragon was a testament to one's power and status. Since you possess wisdom, it is only fitting that you be bestowed with a name. Li Ji's voice gently resonated in the ears of the frostbone dragon. Upon hearing his words, the frostbone dragon glided down and crouched before him, its tail wagging like that of a small dog, exuding an air of reverence and submission. The sight of such a dignified creature adopting such a humble posture brought a smile to Li Ji's lips. After a moment of contemplation, Li Gu addressed the frostbone dragon. You shall be named Tiamat. Tiamat, the legendary goddess of the evil dragons, embodied a legacy of power. Although the frostbone dragon belonged to the undead and theoretically could not match the true might of a dragon, the existence of the system rendered theory moot. Li Gu possesses the capability to elevate the frostbone dragon to a level that transcends any dragon. Upon hearing Li Ji's bestowed name, Tiamat let out a low growl, which was evident that it was making every effort to soften its voice, much like a cat seeking affection from its master. Alas, the bone dragon was devoid of any innate charm. Even when transformed into a diminutive form, its voice retained an unmistakably fierce quality. Li Gu offered a faint smile and commanded Tiamat, seek out Xiang Lu and partake in the extermination campaign against the monsters on the periphery of the Dagula jungle. With a roar, Tiamat immediately took to the skies, soaring towards the heavens, obediently following Li Ji's directive to assist Xiang Lu. Meanwhile, Li Ji's assassination of the pale-winged Hector spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the ears of the various overlords within the vast expanse of the Dagula jungle. These so-called overlords were, in truth, merely second-tier beings, at most embodying a commander-level archetype. However, a high-tier template does not necessarily equate to formidable combat prowess. Take, for instance, the Lich Mocha and the spellbound Giant Miles. Despite their impressive template quality, their combat abilities were relatively mediocre. Thus, when it comes to pure combat strength, Hector undoubtedly ranked among the top few in the periphery of the Dagula jungle. With Hector's demise, all the creatures within his territory had been annihilated. Such an event could not help but send shockwaves through the ranks of the overlords in the Dagula jungle. Where did these accursed undead originate? Was it possible that a third tier, or even more potent, undead entity had descended? What should be done? We are no match for this horde of undead. Is this truly the legendary undead catastrophe? The many overlords, standing atop the ecological hierarchy of the Dagula jungle, trembled in fear, though they yearned to flee. As beings of the malevolent side, the Dagula jungle served as their sanctuary. To escape its confines would mean becoming like a rat out of its hole, inevitably hunted by the Temple of Light. Yet, as overlords, they were not foolish enough to wait passively for their fate. Some sought to venture deeper into the Dagula jungle, hoping to enlist the aid of third-tier powerhouses. Others contemplated forming alliances, banding together to muster a formidable army to withstand this undead calamity. In the face of a stronger adversary, the only chance for the weak lay in unity. The Hadro family, within the unique, shadowy ambience of the Dagula jungle. Ancient castles loomed, reminiscent of noble estates from a horror film, exuding an eerie chill. Numerous vampires of the bloodline traversed these halls, adding a layer of terror to the atmosphere. Lady Hadro stood by the window, clad in an elegant black gown that accentuated her breathtaking figure, while black stockings highlighted her long, alluring legs. She resembled a graceful and noble black rose, swirling the blood in her goblet as she listened to her confidant's report. My lady, today the pale-winged Hector was slain by the undead under the command of the Lord of the Necromancer's Canyon, and all creatures in his territory were thoroughly exterminated. So swift. Upon hearing this news, Lady Hadro raised an eyebrow, her exquisite features revealing a hint of astonishment. Who would have guessed that Hector, a dominant force in the Dagula jungle's periphery, could be dispatched in such a short span? It had only been 3 days since the forces from the Necromancer's Canyon set out until Hector's demise. Truly a terrifying display of strength. Lady Hadro took a sip of blood, suppressing her horror and feeling a surge of relief. She was fortunate to have made the right choice, avoiding the folly of provoking such a formidable being. Otherwise, the fate that befell Hector would have mirrored that of the Hadro family. Yet, within her heart lingered an uneasy disquiet. Even though Li Gu, the lord of the Necromancer's Canyon, had formed an alliance with the Abyssal sect for a powerful being, verbal promises were but empty words. In the face of Li Gu, the Hadro family felt like insignificant ants, easily crushed at any moment. The Abyssal sect had schemed within the Dougla jungle for years, and at this critical juncture, despite Li Gu's formidable strength, he would surely be wary of the Abyssal sect's reputation and refrain from reckless actions. Lady Hadro's beautiful eyes grew heavy with concern. The more she tried to reassure herself, the more restless she felt. After all, their current predicament was akin to having their lives held in the hands of another. As time flowed on, the next day arrived. Li Gu opened his eyes. Ding. Today, 1,000,000 skeleton soldiers have been deposited. Listening to the notification echoing in his ears, Li Gu felt an immense sense of joy as he arose from his bed. Beside him, Vivian assisted in dressing him while reporting on the previous day's achievements. Master, yesterday, Xiang Lu led the troops and successfully eradicated 325 apprentice factions, 21 first-tier forces, and 3 second-tier forces. This yielded an income of 190,000 gold coins, along with various minerals, biological materials, and treasures. Mocha, responsible for mineral extraction, smelted a total of 100,000 apprentice-grade black soul iron ingots and 3,000 first-tier black soul fine iron ingots yesterday. Moreover, Mocha discovered a newly identified mineral near the Pale Wing Hector territory named emerald copper, which boasts a substantial reserve comparable to the black soul iron found in the Necromancer's Gorge. This mineral is highly worthy of extensive mining, and Tiamat has already delivered the related mineral products last night. Myers and Albert, overseeing the construction of Wanchuan City, completed the preliminary work on the city walls last night and are currently crafting defensive facilities and auxiliary structures tailored to the city scale, with expectations of completion in just a few days. As Vivian dressed Li Gu, she continued to relay information. As Li Ji's personal attendant, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge to her over the past few days, including cooking, data recording, and intelligence analysis. Thanks to her inherently high mental attributes, Vivian absorbed this knowledge with remarkable speed. This enabled Li Gu to confidently assume the role of a relaxed overseer, sharing a portion of the notifications visible to players with her, allowing her to compile and report the information. Given the vastness of Li Ji's growing empire, numerous notifications popped up incessantly. If he were to attend to each one personally, it would undoubtedly become a laborious task. Now, Vivian served as both his maid and secretary, alleviating much of his burden. Once dressed, Li Gu washed up briefly, and just as he sat down, Vivian brought forth breakfast. With the increase in the number of tribes eradicated, Li Ji's living conditions had significantly improved. The world is not merely black and white. The Douglas Great Jungle, one of the strongholds for the evil creatures of the Era world, was also a hub for many noble families from human kingdoms who engaged in trade with these malevolent beings. Each party sought their own interests. The evil creatures required industrial goods from human society, while the nobles needed the power of these creatures to carry out their clandestine affairs. Consequently, during the process of eliminating the dominant forces around the Douglas Great Jungle, Li Gu had seized a considerable amount of industrial goods from human society, including daily necessities and various condiments. Now, Li Ji's breakfast followed a simple yet unpretentious style. It consisted of a fried egg made from a second-tier magical beast egg, dragon meat sliced from the Pale Wing Hector, a special magical purple patterned mushroom, second-tier quality, sourced from the Douglas Great Jungle, and a bottle of royal wine specially supplied by the Filan Empire. Overall, this meal could be considered a delicacy that even the imperial royalty of the Era world could not enjoy. As Li Gu dined, he inquired of Vivian beside him about specific details regarding the situation of the frontline troops. Once he had finished his meal, Vivian tidied up the tableware while he stepped out of the Lord's manor. There, his skeletal soldiers presented him with a special metal known as emerald copper. Its attributes were as follows: emerald copper, Tier 1 excellent quality, a unique metal infused with the essence of the forest, suitable for crafting equipment and items. Note, can be used as evolution material. Tier 1 excellent quality. A smile curled at the corners of Li Ji's mouth. Materials of Tier 1 excellent quality could yield units of Tier 1 elite. Moreover, this was not Li Ji's first encounter with emerald copper. Upon his arrival in the Dogra Great Jungle, he had discovered a substantial amount of raw emerald copper while exterminating the Green Armor tribe. Unfortunately, at that time, he lacked the smelting techniques to refine it. It was then that he first heard the name of Hector, the Pale Wing. Yet, no one could have anticipated that within a mere span of days, Hector's bones would be utilized by Li Gu for evolution, resulting in the Frostbone Dragon Tiamat. Its flesh had even become a dish on Li Ji's table. According to Mocha, the reserves of emerald copper were comparable to that of black soul iron, making it a mineral well-suited for the creation of a large-scale army. However, one could only wonder what types of troops could ultimately be evolved from it. Li Gu was filled with anticipation regarding this matter. If the reserves of emerald copper were sufficiently vast, it would signify that Li Gu could forge a legion of elite warriors, numbering in the tens of thousands. A battalion of such astonishing average strength would undoubtedly be unparalleled throughout the entire realm of Ayla. Contemplating this, Li Gu promptly summoned a skeleton soldier, preparing to initiate its evolution and discover what type of troops could be produced from the emerald copper. The evolution of the skeleton soldier using emerald copper would require the expenditure of 6,000 disaster points. Should he proceed? This was indeed a substantial reduction in cost. Li Gu nodded slightly. Previously, during the first tier, evolving a first-tier unit into an elite template demanded tens of thousands of disaster points. Now, it could be accomplished with merely 6,000 disaster points. This was the advantage gained from the elevation of personal rank, as the system significantly reduced the consumption of disaster points for the evolution of lower-tier units. Li Gu estimates that by the time he reaches the third tier, he will be able to evolve to the apprentice level without any cost, requiring only materials and no consumption of disaster points. He begins the process of evolution. Li Ji's initial selection was confirmed. As the system rules manifested, 6,000 disaster points were consumed. The emerald copper was instantly decomposed, transforming into a magnificent surge of evolutionary energy that enveloped the skeletal warrior. A dazzling green light erupted, and at that moment, the skeletal soldier underwent a transformation. Vines began to grow within its body, intertwining with its exterior, evolving into a vibrant vine armor. Simultaneously, the lower half of the skeletal soldier changed. Its original leg bones vanished, replaced by rib bones and a spine that spread out, forming a skeletal structure reminiscent of a horse. Vines grew along this equine framework, covering it entirely. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal soldier evolved into a centaur-like being, half human and half horse, wielding a sword in one hand and carrying a long bow on its back, clad in vine armor. A system notification followed. Consumed 6,000 disaster points, utilized emerald copper. Successfully evolved the skeletal soldier. New unit acquired. Skeletal forest centaur. Li Gu surveyed the newly formed unit before him. Standing over 2 meters tall, armed with a sword and arrows, it exuded an imposing presence, even clad in vine armor. The only lamentable aspect was that the skeletal forest centaur bore a vacant expression, lacking any semblance of intelligence. Li Gu casually opened the attributes. Skeleton Forest Centaur Template, Elite, Protection 1. Forest Power, possessing extraordinary vitality and self-recovery abilities. Skills, Vine Cage. Nature's Arrow, Charge / Forest Guardian, Self-Heal Attributes. Constitution 107, Strength 114, Agility 188, Spirit 104 Equipment. Forest Armor, Forest Helmet, Blade of Flora. Nature Longbow Evaluation, to lead a fulfilling life, one must embrace a touch of greenery. Observing the verdant skeleton forest centaur, Li Gu felt a sense of satisfaction overall. The skeleton forest centaur is primarily a mobile unit, adept in both melee and ranged combat, rendering it remarkably versatile. With the emerald copper reserves identified by Mocha, creating a legion of 10,000 would pose no challenge whatsoever. At the earliest opportunity, Li Gu informed Mocha of the recent shift in mining focus towards the full-scale extraction of emerald copper. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure its success, Mocha replied, immediately setting about organizing the necessary arrangements. Compared to the complexities associated with the black soul iron mine, the extraction of emerald copper proved to be considerably less intricate. Following the slaying of Hector, the Pale Wing, the readily available emerald copper mines and corresponding smelting facilities within his territory could be utilized without delay. Simultaneously, a substantial quantity of emerald copper collected from Hector's treasury was transported back to the Necromancer's Valley. This batch of finished emerald copper was not particularly large, totaling just over 1,000 pieces, as emerald copper is a first-tier material, and the smelting techniques mastered by Hector were rather inefficient. Moreover, The bulk of the emerald copper was ultimately destined for export to the human kingdoms in exchange for the resources required by Hector. Consequently, the reserves of emerald copper at Hector's disposal were not extensive. Nevertheless, this influx allowed Li Gu to augment his ranks by 1,000 centaurs from the skeleton forest. It is noteworthy that this represented 1,000 elite first-tier warriors, an impressive force capable of serving as tribal chiefs at the fringes of the Douglas Great Jungle. 1,000 fearless elite first-tier warriors undoubtedly constituted the most formidable legion within the expanse of the Douglas Great Jungle. Upon reaching this milestone of 1,000 centaurs from the skeleton forest, a notification from the Undead Cataclysm System was received. The number of skeleton forest centaurs has exceeded 1,000. Unlocking the unit skill, Guardian Barrier, a large-scale skill that applies a protective shield to allied units, capable of mitigating both magical and physical damage. Note, the specific effectiveness is positively correlated with the number of skeleton forest centaurs. This marked the 6th unit skill that Li Gu possessed. Unlike the intimidation-type skill, Black Soul Phantasm, the group continuous damage skill, Poisonous Mist, or the one-time large area damage skill, Black Soul Ring. The skeleton forest centaur's unit skill, Guardian Barrier, is categorized as a collective defensive skill. It can bestow a magical shield upon a group, providing protection against both physical and magical damage. This skill is particularly advantageous during cavalry charges. When equipped with the Guardian Barrier, the skeleton forest centaurs, akin to a tank advancing at full speed, can maintain peak performance while executing a rapid charge against the enemy. This renders the skill exceptionally practical. Consequently, Li Ge's anticipation for the skeleton forest centaurs has only intensified. The next objective is to swiftly occupy the periphery of the Douglas Great Jungle and endeavor to advance to the 3rd tier. In Li Ge's eyes, ambition blazed fiercely. Once he ascended to the 3rd tier, his individual combat prowess would reach the pinnacle of the Ayla world. By leveraging his system to expand his army, he could endeavor to conquer the entirety of the Ayla realm, thereby unleashing a true cataclysm of the undead. This would transform the Ayla world into sustenance for Li Ge's growth. However, the journey from the 2nd to the 3rd tier demanded an immense quantity of experience and a greater abundance of soul essences. Fortunately, Li Gu possessed a remarkable advantage in this regard. Other players were required to personally slay foes to have a minuscule chance of obtaining soul essences. Li Gu benefits from the necromantic disaster system, wherein all the undead units under his command are regarded as his summon creations, recognized by the reincarnation game as integral parts of Li Gu himself. The undead he commands can also yield valuable loot upon vanquishing foes. With this exploit, Li Gu effectively possesses the prowess of millions of skilled players. While an ordinary player might toil for decades to reach a mere 1st tier, Li Gu, with his seemingly endless ranks of undead, ascended to the 2nd tier in just 10 days. According to his estimations, if he could conquer the Dagla jungle, he might just elevate himself to the 3rd tier. To achieve this ambition, Li Gu diligently pushed his undead army to exert their utmost efforts. Concurrently, the Golden Skeletal Overlord, Xiang El, faithfully executed Li Ge's commands, leading formidable legions such as the Spectral Serpents, Frostbone Dragon Tiamat, and the Skeleton Centaur Brigade, alongside the Putrid Wolves and the Black Soul Heavy Spearmen, as millions of undead swept through the periphery of the Dagla jungle. Since the necromantic disaster instigated by Andit was quelled 3,000 years ago, the once silent Dagla jungle has once again been haunted by the specter of undead calamity, war, slaughter, and destruction. Li Ge's undead legions ruthlessly obliterate all in their path, akin to a divine scourge descended upon the land. However, the monster tribes residing at the jungle's edge would not simply resign to their fate. Led by 6 dominant factions, over 100 tribes united to form the Thousand Clans Alliance, stationed at Blackwind Mountain to thwart the impending necromantic disaster. The Dagla jungle is home to 8 principal factions. In this narrative, we note that the pale-winged Hector has been eradicated by Li Gu, while the Hadro family secretly aligns with the Abyssal sect, masquerading as Li Ge's allies. The remaining 6 factions consist of werewolves, arcane trolls, spider demons, marsh frogmen, crimson flame-winged beings, and dark elf subspecies. Though these factions typically coexist in a delicate truce, they are now compelled to unite and determine who shall lead the Thousand Clans Alliance. Ultimately, the decisive figure is the dark elf subspecies leader, Nigel. His supremacy is not due to overwhelming strength, but rather the backing of an authentic dark elf lineage. As traitors to the elven court, dark elves are wholly embraced by the forces of evil. It is said that within the core of the Dagla jungle lies a pure-blooded dark elf clan, with its mightiest members having attained the 3rd tier. Nigel's bloodline is drawn from this core region, prompting many monsters present to pledge their allegiance to him, as he has promised that reinforcements from the 3rd tier pure-blooded Dark Elves are on their way. It is crucial to note that although the Dark Elves have betrayed the Elven court and lost the protection of the sacred tree, they venerate the Dark Goddess and, endowed with their innate Elven blood, are formidable spellcasters and rangers. Some even possess the means to slay dragons. Thus, within the Thousand Clans Alliance, even the werewolves, arcane trolls, spider demons, marsh frogmen, and crimson flame winged beings are willing to trust Nigel, accepting him as their leader. Faced with the Undead Calamity, only Nigel's genuine 3rd tier power offers a glimmer of hope for reversal. Esteemed colleagues, the terrain of Blackwind Mountain is defensible yet challenging to assault. We must steadfastly hold our ground until reinforcements arrive, Nigel stated gravely from his position at the head of the meeting, though the other 5 leaders appeared despondent and fearful. Current intelligence indicated that the undead army from the Deathly Gorge had already swept through the outer regions and was mobilizing forces towards the mid-layer of the Dagla jungle. To preserve their combat strength, the Thousand Clans Alliance had consolidated all available troops, totaling over 3 million monsters, retreating to Blackwind Mountain. The choice of this location was strategic. Blackwind Mountain's unique topography resembles an enormous volcano, featuring a terrace structure with a vast forested plateau at the summit and steep, narrow paths leading down. The ascent to Blackwind Mountain is limited and treacherous, evoking a sense of a single defender holding back countless foes. In such a landscape, mass cavalry charges are ill-suited. The Thousand Clans Alliance intends to leverage the mountain's geography to fortify their defenses and prolong their survival while awaiting the intervention of 3rd-tier warriors. While Blackwind Mountain is easily defensible, it is ultimately an isolated peak, devoid of an escape route. The sheer numbers of the undead army are daunting. If they encircle the Alliance, they would find themselves trapped like fish in a barrel. The cautious leader of the marsh frogmen, Nilu, expressed his dissent. Upon hearing this, Nigel furrowed his brow. Unlike these wild monsters, Nigel, as a dark elf subspecies, had received a comprehensive education and was far more astute. He understood that at this critical juncture, it was essential to maintain morale. Otherwise, the Alliance would crumble from within before the undead even arrived. Rest assured, Blackwind Mountain serves as the stronghold of my dark elf kin. Aside from the advantageous terrain, we have meticulously prepared for war. Even if the undead army truly descends upon us, we have contingencies in place, Nigel confidently asserted, exuding a calm reminiscent of the renowned strategist Masu. The meeting's outcome was far from jubilant. The leaders of the werewolves, arcane trolls, spider demons, marsh frogmen, and crimson flame-winged beings bore heavy hearts. The oppressive threat of the undead calamity weighed heavily upon them, prompting numerous tribes from the Dagla jungle's outskirts to flee to Blackwind Mountain. Xiangel's campaign against the outer territories proceeded remarkably well, especially with the Skeleton Centaur Brigade. Adept in the forested terrain of the Dagla jungle, they maneuvered with unparalleled agility. Countless disaster points, vast sums of gold, significant prestige, and innumerable loot items rapidly amassed around Ligu. Li Ji's total gold reserves have now surpassed an astonishing 600,000. This wealth is sufficient to procure 8 or 9 exquisite items and evolve more units capable of attaining elite templates. However, Ligu remains patient, awaiting the upgrade of his domain to a city. Once the territory reaches city status, he will be entitled to elevate his citizen rank and unlock privileges to purchase premium quality items in the trade zone of the reincarnation network. Such exceptional materials can facilitate the evolution of units to a royal tier. Consequently, Ligu has refrained from utilizing this newfound wealth, intending to invest it solely in acquiring premium materials to generate formidable entities like the Lich Mocha and the golden skeletal overlord Xiangel. 3 more days have elapsed. On the 16th day since novice players entered the world of Era, Li Ji's ranks of skeletal warriors, after accounting for losses, now number nearly 13 million. Sprawling across the land like an unstoppable tide, the army led by Xiangel advanced to the foot of the Blackwind Mountain. The aerial units forged ahead, gathering intelligence. The Blackwind Mountain was characterized by its perilous terrain, with steep cliffs dominating the landscape. The paths upward were scarce and mostly narrow trails. This formidable natural setting could indeed be deemed as a strategically advantageous stronghold. As the flying undead units sought to ascend to the summit, they were met with a barrage of arrows. However, in a fleeting glance, one could discern that the mountaintop resembled an expansive plain, densely populated with trees, concealing a myriad of monstrous legions. Given the absence of numerous monster tribes in recent days, It was not difficult for Xiang El to deduce that these creatures had opted for an alliance, retreating into this territory, with natural advantages and a fortified position. The Black Wind Mountain was undoubtedly a formidable barrier in the context of large-scale warfare. Xiang El's eyes flickered with the flames of ambition, devoid of any concern, as he brewed a sense of invincibility. A band of mere rabble cannot impede my lord's grand ambitions. At this moment, Xiang El, wielding a golden halberd and mounted on a towering steed, bore a stern expression, occasionally exuding the aura of a great general as he proclaimed, "Charge with me, and annihilate these monsters." With a single command, he led 10,000 skeletal centaurs, surging forward along the steep mountain paths towards the summit. These 10,000 skeletal centaurs had evolved over the past few days, having been forged from the materials acquired from the emerald copper mines by Imo Kafrligo. Their overwhelming first-tier combat prowess surged forth in a magnificent display. "Have they lost their minds?" Nigel exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In such a defensively advantageous location, the most prudent strategy would have been to encircle the area with a large army, cut off supplies, and seal off water sources, or to employ formations, magic, or aerial forces. However, Nigel had not anticipated that this undead army would initiate an assault. Damn it, what good can a cavalry charge do in this terrain? Prepare for battle and thwart them. Nigel swiftly commanded his forces. At this juncture, the paths ascending the mountain had already been fortified. Numerous monsters stood ready. Their equipment varied, but their sheer numbers instilling a sense of immense pressure. All ranged units began to prepare, and as the enemy approached their firing range, they immediately commenced their assault. As Nigel's orders echoed, heavy artillery was rolled out. Simultaneously, a multitude of magically adept creatures began to chant incantations, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. Leading the charge was Xiang El, the golden skeleton warlord, followed by thousands of skeletal centaurs navigating the narrow, rugged mountain paths at an astonishing pace. Although the skeletal centaurs were cavalry, their namesake forest indicated their natural habitat. Their speed in a charge was not as swift as that of centaurs on the plains, yet they excelled in traversing the dense and complex terrain of woods and mountains. The scattered rocks, steep cliffs, and various trees posed no obstacle to the skeletal centaurs. They moved with ease as if on level ground. It was remarkable that Xiang El's army pressed forward to the first stronghold of Black Wind Mountain. The monsters stationed there gasped in alarm, "Fire the cannons." Boom! Hundreds of magical cannons roared, unleashing their fury upon Xiang El and his forces. Accompanying this barrage were countless arrows and a dazzling array of magical lights. Although the war technologies of the Alera world were not particularly advanced, they were not lacking either. The magical cannons, inscribed with arcane runes within their barrels, fired projectiles crafted from various fiery elemental materials, capable of instantly creating infernos spanning dozens of meters upon impact. Coupled with powerful corrosive magical energy, they could inflict cumulative damage upon their targets. One could say that, given sufficient numbers, these magical cannons posed a significant threat even to second-tier combatants. As the storm of arrows, the torrential downpour of spells, and the might of magical artillery converged upon him, Xiang El's expression remained composed, showing no inclination to evade. The skeletal centaurs activated their innate skill, Guardian Barrier. A surge of natural energy coalesced into a vibrant green shield, enveloping each skeletal centaur. Boom! The cannon fire, magic, and explosive arrows instantaneously transformed into a churning sea of flames, intermingled with a kaleidoscope of magical brilliance, engulfing a vast area. This was truly a display of overwhelming firepower in the magical realm. In the next moment, through a projection mirror observing the battlefield ahead, Nigel's pupils constricted, nearly causing his mind to falter. He beheld a skeletal warrior clad in golden armor charging forth, followed by tens of thousands of heavily armored skeletal centaurs. The terrifying force disregarded the inferno, appearing as if they were ferocious specters emerging from hell, intent on wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. Oh, what in the world am I witnessing? Undead wielding the forces of nature? Has the nature goddess lost her sanity? Roared the dark elf subspecies, Nigel. Elves are the favored children of nature. As a traitor to the elven court, the dark elves had forfeited their right to wield the powers of nature the moment they betrayed. Yet now, as an elf, Nigel witnessed a legion of undead harnessing the most authentic powers of nature charging towards them. For a moment, Nigel questioned his very existence. Could it be that the master of these undead is entangled with the nature goddess? Quickly, increase firepower and shatter their shields of natural energy. Nigel shouted into the magical communicator, his voice laced with fury, having lost all semblance of the elegance expected of an elf. After all, he was acutely aware that if these fully armed and peculiar undead reached the gates unscathed, the first stronghold of Blackwind Mountain would fall without resistance. This would have immeasurable implications for the morale of the entire army and the course of the battle. The commander at the stronghold was a second-tier werewolf, who, upon hearing Nigel's orders, gritted his teeth. Damn those dark elf subspecies. Do I wish to attack? It's just that we can't move. Despite his words, the second-tier werewolf did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly urged his troops. The previous assault had been a result of the monsters stationed there preparing for a prolonged period. Urging them had no effect. Before the second wave of attacks could commence, Xiang-El and the vanguard had already reached the base of the city wall. This wall, though only about 10 meters high, was inscribed with runes that provided fortitude, elemental immunity, damage distribution, and anti-flight capabilities. Within the area of the wall, flying creatures were forced to land, making it an insurmountable barrier for anyone wishing to pass through the stronghold. Of course, the anti-flight runes were not invincible. They would fail against sufficiently powerful opponents. However, Xiang-El had no intention of calling upon the Een Feather Serpent or the Frostbone Dragon Tiamat. His eyes burned with fiery ambition, and his fighting spirit surged as if it were a tangible force. As the second wave of attacks loomed, Xiang-El stepped forward, his astonishing strength allowing him to become a blur, arriving beneath the city gate. At that moment, Xiang-El leapt into the air, the golden halberd swirling with visible golden aura, descending like a meteor upon the city gate. The golden aura erupted forth, forming a dazzling crescent-shaped shockwave spanning several meters. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. The city wall, crafted at great expense by the united clans, crumbled like tofu, cleaved open by Xiang-El's strike, creating a massive breach. The city gate lies shattered, the walls crumbling, as Xiang-El stands amidst the ruins, his golden armor gleaming and cape billowing behind him. He gestures forward, massacre the city. As his command resonates, thousands of skeletal warriors and centaurs surge forth from either side, unleashing their wrath upon the monsters within the fortress. The slaughter commences at this very moment. Observing this scene through a magical projection mirror, Nigel's eyes widen in disbelief. A single blow has obliterated the city walls. Could this truly be human? Well, it is evident that the opposing force is anything but human. Nevertheless, the sheer terror emanating from them is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Could it be that a third-tier powerhouse leads the charge? A bitter realization washes over Nigel. The immense pressure from a third-tier warrior makes him tremble in fear. Time continues to elapse. The carnage persists. The monsters guarding the pass are akin to mere clay figures. Without the protection of walls or the might of heavy artillery, they possess no strength to resist. It is, without a doubt, a one-sided massacre. Li Gu, through the necromantic calamity system, connected to the perspectives of his subservient undead, witnessing the entire process with clarity. He nodded in satisfaction. To be fair, the city walls were not particularly feeble. For an ordinary second-tier entity, shattering them would be akin to chasing a mirage. However, the golden skeletal overlord, Xiang-El, was no ordinary second-tier undead. He possessed a king-level template. In the presence of Xiang-El, conventional second-tier beings were akin to mere minions confronting a formidable boss. Utterly overwhelmed in attributes, equipment, skill traits, and innate advantages. It is no exaggeration to assert that Xiang-El even held the potential to engage with third-tier adversaries. This encounter further deepened Li Ji's appreciation for Xiang-El's capabilities. Alas, the time for development has been rather brief. Currently, I have only 3 types of large-scale troops at my disposal. If I were to successfully establish a comprehensive aerial force, ground troops, support units, and range divisions, thereby enhancing both their superiority and firepower, there would be no need for Xiang-El to personally lead the charge against the mere Blackwind Mountain. Li Gu couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. After all, he had only been immersed in the cycle of the game for a mere fortnight. For other players, even acclimatizing to their surroundings was a challenge in such a short span. The creation of the perfect army that Li Gu envisioned demanded an inconceivable amount of resources. A task far from instantaneous. Fortunately, given the current combat strength, facing the monsters in the Dogra Great Jungle was already sufficient. When Xiang Lu entered the gate, and the subsequent troops arrived, they merely needed a brief respite. Once the troop skill, Guardian Barrier, had cooled down, they would charge towards the next stronghold. The numerous strongholds of the united clans, where they had staked everything, appeared utterly frail before Li Ji's formidable army. Their advance was as relentless as splitting bamboo. With the slaughter of monsters becoming innumerable, This massacre yielded bountiful rewards for Li Gu. Calamity points, loot, soul essence, and more flooded into his coffers at an astonishing rate. If one were to liken the entire Dogra Great Jungle to a dish, the previous state was chaotic and scattered. To savor the meat, Li Gu had to send his undead army to search individually. Now, however, the situation was drastically different. The monsters had begun to congregate willingly. This saved Li Gu the effort of searching and allowed him to devour them whole. The monster that conceived the alliance was truly a genius, a remarkable being indeed. Li Ji's lips curled into a smile as he reveled in the spectacle of a magical battle that surpassed even the most enthralling of films. All through the lens of the undead. Meanwhile, deep within the Douglas jungle, in the expansive cathedral of the Abyssal cult, Archbishop Darrell knelt upon the ground, his hands cradling a tome as he chanted an eerie incantation. Before him stood a peculiar statue, not of the Mother of the Abyss, but rather a grotesque humanoid figure with arms like razor blades, its muscles coiling like serpents, and wings sprouting from its back. With each verse of Darrell's chant, invisible crimson wisps drifted from the western expanse of the Douglas jungle, merging into the statue. Each time it absorbed a strand of the sanguine essence. The statue's eyes glimmered with a faint red light, exuding a brutal, terrifying, and distorted will that seemed on the verge of manifesting. Darrell gazed greedily at the statue, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The fool from the Valley of the Undead keeps his word. Let them kill, let them wreak havoc. As time passed on Blackwind Mountain, the flames of war spread with astonishing rapidity. In merely 2 days, the assault had reached the summit. Nigel was under immense pressure. All 16 passes on Blackwind Mountain had been breached in this short span. It could be said that, apart from the small plateau formed by the cliff at the summit, the alliance of the 1,000 races had nowhere left to retreat. Initially, Nigel had chosen to fortify Blackwind Mountain, convinced that they could hold out for at least another month, until the third-tier dark elf reinforcements from deep within Douglas Jungle could arrive. Yet now, in less than 2 days, the undead army under Li Gu had already reached the gates of the alliance. The monsters under Nigel had no way to escape. "Nigel, where are the reinforcements you promised?" they clamored. "I warned you, Blackwind Mountain may be perilous, but it is a solitary peak. If surrounded, we would surely perish. Just look at the situation now." The leaders of the werewolves, rune giants, spider demons, swamp frogmen, and the fiery-winged beings glared at Nigel in frustration. As the decision-maker, he bore the brunt of this predicament. Trembling with rage, he could not muster a single word. This was akin to a national football team suffering a humiliating defeat, enduring scorn regardless of the circumstances. With the situation spiraling out of control, Nigel slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, drawing the gaze of all the monsters present. "The strength of this undead army surpasses my expectations. Indeed, this is a failure in my judgment. However, lamenting now serves no purpose. We must focus on how to withstand this onslaught and survive." His words plunged the assembly into a profound silence. Indeed, all else was inconsequential. Executing Nigel in a fit of rage would not alter the impending disaster that the undead would soon unleash upon Blackwind Mountain. The atmosphere in the meeting was thick with tension. Observing this, Nigel recognized he had successfully shifted the focus of the conversation. He continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has not yet reached its nadir. The final pass leading to the summit of Blackwind Mountain remains in our control. Furthermore, we have millions of monstrous troops from the alliance of the 1,000 races at the peak. More importantly, our objective is not to vanquish this horde. We merely need to buy time. As long as we can hold out until the arrival of the third-tier Dark Elves, victory will ultimately belong to us." As Nigel's words hung in the air, the other monster leaders exchanged glances. They were not fools. They recognized the truth in Nigel's assertions, albeit a partial truth. The pressing question remained. Did the pureblood Dark Elves truly care for the fate of these half-breeds? Even if they did, when would their third-tier champions and troops arrive? Surely, they would not wait until everyone was dead before coming to collect the remains. What significance would that hold? Yet, the monster leaders found themselves with no alternative. Despite their doubts, they had no choice but to believe. Otherwise, the alliance of the 1,000 races would crumble, fracturing from within and hastening its descent into oblivion. Under Nigel's command, a multitude of troops, weapons, and resources were stationed at the final pass of Blackwind Mountain. The army led by the golden skeletal overlord, Xiong-El, was now at the gates. As Xiong-El advanced with the Netherwing Serpent and the Frostbone Dragon Tiamat against Blackwind Mountain, the alliance braced itself for battle. Li Gu entered the realm of the Netherworld, a world uniquely his own. It is not overly vast, spanning approximately 100 miles, barely a fraction of Tongliao. akin in size to Hong Kong. However, in its nascent stage, it is more than sufficient to accommodate the millions of souls under Li Ji's command. At this moment, at the heart of the netherworld, a city rose majestically from the ground. Millions of skeletons, guided by the spellbinding architect Miles, busily toiled like a harmonious colony of ants, working diligently in various corners of this burgeoning domain. Li Ge gazed down upon the city, characterized by formidable walls nearly 20 meters high, complete with arrow towers, magical spires, and heavy artillery, all essential for its defense. Within the city, orderly streets and various edifices flourished. The most opulent of these was undoubtedly Li Ji's residence. Situated at the heart of the city, adorned with pavilions and gardens, flowing waters, reminiscent of a grand palace. However, it was regrettable that the city was sparsely populated. After all, Wanchuan was not open to outsiders, refraining from accepting refugees or attracting any races other than the undead. Thus, it appeared rather desolate, with its empty spaces and the omnipresence of skeletal soldiers, evoking a distinct ambience of a ghost town. Li Ge remained unconcerned, prioritizing the construction of his territory over any issues regarding inhabitants. A ghost town it may be, yet if it could be transformed into a realm of the underworld, what matter if it were a city of spirits? My lord, all construction has been completed, reported Myers, his immense form kneeling respectfully before Li Ge. We have erected a city wall extending 60 miles, inscribed with first-tier anti-void runes, stability runes, damage equilibrium runes, as well as magic and physical resistance runes. Additionally, there are 120 first-tier arrow towers and 30 first-tier magic towers, equipped with 352 first-tier fire magic heavy cannons. Within the city, there are thousands of residences, and all facilities are well equipped. Please review, my lord. Truth be told, Myers felt a twinge of regret. Not due to a lack of desire to construct second-tier buildings, but rather because Li Ge had emphasized speed over quality. After all, the city was situated in the netherworld, inherently secure. What Li Ge desired was to hasten the establishment of the city and elevate the territory of Wanchuan to the status of a town. Thus, everything was executed with the utmost urgency. Well done, Li Ge remarked, surveying the newly constructed city with a nod of approval. Achieving such progress in a mere 6 or 7 days was a testament to Myers' extraordinary talent in construction. Should Myers be upgraded to third tier and equipped with millions of skeletal soldiers, he could likely realize the true essence of erecting towering edifices from the ground up, building a city within a single day. In the future, as upgrading the town necessitates the expansion of territory, with a super engineer like Myers at his disposal, Li Ge need not worry about the city's defenses. Li Ge surveyed the various parts of the city and subsequently arrived at the Lord's Manor. This rural courtyard-like residence appeared utterly incongruous when compared to the exquisite and opulent abodes of the Western Zhou dynasty. Now that the city had been established, it was time to begin enhancing the territory. Li Ge did not summon his key forces, including Xiang Lu, Ming Yuxi, and the Frostbone Dragon Tiamat. Given Li Ji's current strength, the upgrade of a mere village to a town does not warrant such complexity. Having made his decision, Li Ge promptly accessed the Lord's Mansion interface and opted for the upgrade. The reincarnation game presented a notification before him, detected that your reputation exceeds 3,000 points. You have obliterated over 10 first-tier factions, and you have constructed a city with a total area exceeding 100 square kilometers, fortified with first-tier walls, capable of accommodating at least 10,000 residents, and possessing a mansion of first-tier structural strength. You now meet the prerequisites for upgrading the town. To ascend from a village to a town, a cost of 3,000 gold coins is required. Do you wish to proceed? A mere 3,000 gold coins. To Li Ge at this juncture, was simply a trifling sum slipping through his fingers. Li Ge immediately opted for confirmation. 3,000 gold coins were deducted. In an instant, the once humble Lord's Manor transformed into a dazzling spectacle, enveloping the newly constructed city in radiant brilliance. The rules of the reincarnation game descended, seemingly bestowing upon this freshly built city a law of causality beyond comprehension. At this moment, the entire city became bound to Li Ge, integrating into his identity as a player. With the deduction of 3,000 gold coins, congratulations were in order as Wanchuan upgraded to a town. The trial for the town's territory commenced. One must withstand the impending monster siege. Should the Lord's Manor be destroyed, the upgrade would fail, necessitating the reconstruction of the territory. Following a series of notifications, the firmament erupted in brilliance, and a multitude of green figures materialized in the ethereal space, once again comprising a goblin army, reminiscent of the previous trial. However, this time, their strength was markedly different. The goblins were now akin to a regular army. Above, hundreds of goblin airships soared majestically. On the ground, goblin cavalry, goblin spearmen, and big goblin shield bearers, alongside siege weaponry crafted by greenskin technology such as catapults, goblin bombs, and goblin rocket soldiers, prepared for assault. Was this level of intensity reasonable? Li Gu was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that during his last endeavor, merely constructing a village required the deployment of over 100,000 goblin soldiers. Now, as he ascended to the status of a town, he found himself confronted by such a comprehensive and impeccably balanced regular army. According to logical reasoning, both in terms of quantity and quality, this situation was unequivocally abnormal. Perhaps it was due to my rapid advancement that the difficulty level had escalated correspondingly. Li Gu harbored suspicions in his heart. After all, throughout the annals of human history, no one had ever managed to construct a city in just over half a month. The current fastest record had taken a full 2 years to achieve. The individual in question did not employ conventional methods. Rather, he acquired the identity of a divine child, relying on fortuitous circumstances to pray to the gods and receive their blessings, which swiftly elevated him to the second tier. He then utilized the resources of the temple to forge his city. Even under such circumstances, the endeavor still required 2 years. In the past fortnight, Li Gu has been performing as if under some extraordinary influence. At this moment, an army of goblins has descended upon the netherworld, led by a goblin king whose skin is a vibrant green, adorned with peculiar tattoos and crowned with a regal diadem. His gaze is piercing as he commands, "O great supreme, let us obliterate this city, swiftly gather intelligence, and formulate our battle strategy." Unlike the previous goblins, this army is not only formidable but also astute, opting for a strategy of cautious assessment rather than reckless aggression. Following the king's orders, a multitude of goblin aerial knights detached from their airships, surging toward the direction of Wanchuan City. These goblin aerial knights, skilled scouts endowed with exceptional reconnaissance abilities, rapidly cataloged the topography and defensive posture of Wanchuan City to the west. Li Gu observed the scene with keen interest. Beside him, the immortal Saint Vivian was poised to intervene, but Li Gu restrained her. "Do not rush. Allow me to indulge for a moment." Li Gu stepped forward, embodying a legendary career as the Lord of the Nether. With his second-tier abilities, he could traverse the void, soaring high above like a meteor. As he charged towards the goblin army, upon detecting a high-energy entity, immediate interception was initiated. As Li Gu made his move, a radar-like contraption among the goblin forces emitted a piercing alarm and blazed with red light. The warning reverberated through the ranks of the goblin army without the need for a command from their king. The airship division above promptly activated, launching a barrage of green missiles aimed directly at Li Gu, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed, trailing wisps of white mist. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Gu maintained an expression of composure. The Book of Death's whisper materialized in his hand, radiating a brilliant arcane light that surged forth. A vast magical array materialized out of thin air, centering around him and enveloping an expanse of 100 meters, reaching towards the heavens. The array invoked the unseen laws of the cosmos. The sky shifted in hue, revealing an ancient stone door before Li Gu, adorned with countless skulls, grotesque yet hauntingly mesmerizing, serving as the gateway to the abyss. In this moment, the forbidden spell, Hell's Gate, was unleashed. A thunderous roar erupted as a green projectile collided with the gate, producing a violent cacophony, yet failing to inflict any damage. This was a creation of the laws themselves. How could it be shaken by mere goblins? The Goblin King's pupils constricted, his expression filled with terror. Even he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure in this moment. Li Gu stood tall against the vast sky, his back against the gates of the underworld, resembling an emperor from the netherworld. He chanted a melody that resonated with the laws of the afterlife, the essence of the incantation conveying, "From the depths of hell, I am the sovereign of the netherworld. I now open the gates of the dead and summon you to descend upon the mortal realm." As the final syllable escaped Li Ji's lips, the laws from the underworld manifested. The countless skulls engraved upon the gates of hell sprang to life, emitting eerie cackles that seemed to celebrate the impending calamity. Under the might of this arcane force, the tightly sealed gates of hell creaked open, a narrow gap revealing a swarm of spectral arms thrashing desperately to escape. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of grinding stone resonated through the air as the gates slowly parted, unleashing a torrent of restless souls that surged forth like a natural disaster, sweeping towards the western expanse. The first victims of this chaos were the goblin army on the ground, caught completely off guard as they were enveloped by the wrath of the undead. becoming sustenance for the ravenous spirits that had languished in hell for countless years. The scenes of tearing, slaughter, and consumption evoked a nightmarish vision. Hell had indeed descended upon the world. This was an utter catastrophe, wrought by the very essence of the undead. What sorcery is this? The Goblin King trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by disbelief. The reason forbidden spells are termed as such is that they tread upon the precipice of the taboo, a domain reserved for the divine. As a legendary class, Liji's wielding of forbidden magic was akin to an overwhelming force descending upon the realm. Countless goblins wailed in despair, yet the Goblin King quickly regained his composure, seeking to formulate a counterattack. However, the onslaught of the undead had arrived too suddenly. The entire goblin formation had been thrown into disarray, rendering any attempt at regrouping futile in the immediate moment. At this juncture, Li Gu, who had unleashed the forbidden spell of the gates of hell, felt remarkably well. His mental prowess exceeded 1,000 points, and his magical energy surged beyond the ordinary. The gates of hell had only siphoned off roughly a sixth of his magical power. However, as a persistent skill, the gates of hell would continually drain Li Ji's magic unless he chose to dispel it, potentially leading to his complete depletion. With that in mind, he resolved to test the limits of his capabilities. Li Gu once again commenced his chant. Forbidden incantation, blessing of the underworld emperor, activate. The power of the rules was triggered once more. Within Li Ji's body, the surging magical power rapidly dwindled as a splendid magical array unfolded. Billowing waves of dark, ghostly energy ascended, intertwining with the heavens and the earth, manifesting into a colossal phantom towering 60 meters high. This giant, with an imposing physique obscured from view, donned a crown and was draped in regal imperial attire, resembling a true emperor. As the imperial apparition coalesced, summoned from the gates of hell, Li Ji's undead minions experienced a remarkable enhancement in their offensive, defensive, and resilience capabilities. Simultaneously, the lifeless bodies of fallen goblins on the ground began to stir. Their bones and flesh detached, rising to become part of the undead army. The terror of this undead calamity lay not solely in its sheer numbers, but in its frenzied capacity to resurrect the deceased as part of a relentless expansion. The forbidden spell, Hell's Gate, combined with the forbidden spell, Blessing of the Underworld Emperor, allowed Li Gu to truly bring forth the undead catastrophe upon the mortal realm. The goblin army was rapidly depleting, helplessly witnessing their former comrades transform into hostile specters. This harrowing sight and the psychological burden it imposed pushed the goblins to the brink of collapse. The Goblin King, who commanded the goblin army, possessed considerable skill. With a high-ranking template, he employed several abilities to bolster morale and led his elite troops in a military formation, striving to turn the tide. However, this drew Li Ji's attention to the Goblin King's presence. From the outset, Li Gu had never contemplated annihilating the vast goblin army single-handedly. After all, both forbidden spells required immense magical energy. Should Li Gu ascend to the third tier, his magical reserves would undoubtedly suffice. Yet, with his current second-tier strength, the magical capacity fell short of sustaining an army led by a second-tier Goblin King with both quantity and quality. Thus, Li Ji's plan was to execute a decapitation strike. As the Goblin King emerged, Li Gu grasped the Book of Death and began to chant the third forbidden spell, Coffin of the God of Death. The Goblin King, who had been valiantly leading his troops, suddenly felt a chilling dread. He beheld Li Gu, whose eyes had transformed into a pitch-black void, resembling the gaze of the Grim Reaper, extending his hand toward the Goblin King. Death was an inescapable fate. As the final incantation concluded, the Goblin King's pupils constricted, feeling as if destiny had ensnared him, rendering him utterly immobile. The fabric of space shattered, and black chains surged forth from the rift, ensnaring the Goblin King's body and forcefully dragging him into the void. Through the rift, a massive black crystal coffin could be discerned, within which lay the remains of a humanoid entity stretching thousands of meters long. Though deceased, its presence caused the very laws of existence to tremble. He was a god, a fallen deity. As the Goblin King drew near the black coffin, he was obliterated by the aura of divinity. The rift in space gradually closed, and the black chains dissipated into nothingness. Li Gu peered through the crevice and glimpsed the true burial coffin of the God of Death, whispering, "So." The coffin of the God of Death drags enemies into the realm of entombed deities, utilizing the essence of these divine beings to annihilate them. If I were to grow stronger, would it be possible to retrieve the remnants of the divine within? The corporeal form of a deity would undoubtedly be an unparalleled material beyond imagination. As the Goblin King fell beneath Li Ji's blade, the remaining goblins were utterly demoralized, wailing in despair as they fled to the west. Li Gu persisted for a while, and when his magical energy was nearly depleted, he lifted the forbidden spell. The gates of hell closed, and all the undead were reclaimed by the rules, returned to their infernal realm. Simultaneously, Li Ji's army of venomous wolves, black-armored spearmen, and skeletal centaurs launched an assault on the remaining goblins. Even though Li Gu had already restrained himself, the remaining goblins were still filled with terror as they gazed upon the figure in the sky. The recent manifestations of the gates of hell, the blessings of the underworld emperor, and the ominous black coffin had instilled an overwhelming fear within the surviving goblins. Our king, such a formidable monarch, was instantaneously vanquished. What manner of being is he? Could he be a deity? Damn it, we are doomed. A multitude of goblins wailed in despair, discarding their equipment and fleeing in all directions to the west. In their eyes, Li Gu, soaring above them, was akin to the Grim Reaper, the sovereign of countless undead. The emperor of the underworld. Faced with Li Gu, they possessed no will to resist. Meanwhile, in Wanchuan City, Vivian, Albert, Miles, Mocha, and others struggled to conceal their astonishment. The legendary class of the Lord of the Underworld was emblematic of an NPC of imperial caliber. This sheer superiority in attributes, characteristics, and mechanics profoundly impressed Vivian and her companions with Li Ji's might. As for Li Gu himself, he felt quite elated. In a mere half-month, he had grown to the point of being able to confront and conquer vast armies, which was truly remarkable. Not to mention, witnessing his own gradual mastery of extraordinary abilities and the subsequent overwhelming of all opposition was more exhilarating than any sensation he had ever experienced. However, this battle also revealed to Li Gu his limitations. If he were to rely solely on himself, completely annihilating the goblin horde before him would take at least several months. Currently, he could execute a decapitation amid 1,000 troops, but single-handedly obliterating an army of 100,000 remained a considerable challenge. This was Li Ji's candid self-assessment. With his greatest constraint being his magical energy, Li Gu is not a perpetual motion machine. After casting 3 forbidden spells, his magical energy is nearly depleted. Furthermore, an army is not merely a target waiting to be struck. After sustaining significant losses, it may choose to retreat. If this goblin army maintains its morale and unites, it could indeed require a considerable expenditure of effort from Li Gu in a short period. However, Li Ji's greatest advantage does not stem from his personal combat prowess, but rather from the inexhaustible calamity of the undead. With the undead disaster system at his disposal, Li Gu excels in large-scale warfare against such armies. Countless black-armored phalanx soldiers, the vast skeleton centaur forest, and the ghostly legion surging like a white tide charge forth, launching a devastating assault on the goblins. The carnage unfolds once more. Situated in the realm of the underworld, this location serves as Li Ji's home turf, leaving the goblins with no avenue of escape. Airships are downed, cavalry is annihilated, and artillery crews are slaughtered. In this one-sided onslaught, the ground is left strewn with the corpses of goblins. A notification from the reincarnation game echoes at this moment. Congratulations on passing the territory trial. Wanchuan has been upgraded to a town. Following this, a global announcement resonates in the ears of all new players. Congratulations to the new player, the Lord of the Underworld, for successfully passing the Lord trial, constructing a town, and being promoted to the status of Town Lord, achieving the title, Lord of a City. Reward, Tier 2 Black Obsidian Treasure Chest. The familiar name and achievement announcement still profoundly astonished these new players. The Wodafa Town faction is not merely about constructing cities. How could the Lord of the Underworld accomplish this in just half a month without sufficient resources, manpower, or territory? No questions asked. His prowess is undeniable. The Lord of the Underworld has single-handedly obliterated a Tier 1 faction within days of entering the game. Such ferocity is staggering. If he can build a city in half a month, will he establish a nation in just a few more months? There is an undeniable sense that the Lord of the Underworld might expedite his progress through the novice world this month and surpass Tier 3, completing his graduation. What a jest. That is Tier 3. According to Alliance statistics, transitioning from Tier 2 to Tier 3 typically takes an average of 60 years. Your data may be reasonable. Yet the Lord of the Underworld's strength defies all logic. The entire forum erupts in a frenzy at this moment, with all players rendered speechless. Constructing a city requires more than mere strength. It demands substantial resources and manpower. It can be said that to build a city, one must possess adequate strength, wealth, and authority to qualify. In just half a month, Li Gu has accomplished the construction of a city and passed the Lord trial. This achievement is akin to other players still playing in the mud, while Li Gu has already risen from nothing to join the ranks of the world's top 500. The two endeavors are utterly incomparable. Faced with Li Gu, who is already at Tier 2 and has constructed a city, other players, still apprentices, can only feel envy and resentment. Meanwhile, Kai Tianlin is diligently utilizing every available resource to search for the Lord of the Underworld's whereabouts. Archbishop. I dreamt last night of a world overrun by the undead, a scene of devastation and despair. This matter seems exceedingly grave, perhaps a divine omen. At this moment, Kai Tianlin gazes seriously at Mars, the Archbishop of the Filan Empire. I implore you, Archbishop, to intensify efforts in locating traces of the undead. Rest assured, Son of God, we have deciphered the incomplete formation and confirmed it leads to the Douglas Great Jungle. We will soon uncover the truth behind the undead rebellion in the Laper Duchy. Mars treats Kai Tianlin with courtesy but does not take the matter too seriously. To put it plainly, the Son of God selects individuals with relatively pure divine blood from the mortal realm. These individuals are all exceptional talents, candidates for the papacy. Yet, talent without the realization of strength is worthless. In the world of Ayla, those with divine blood and the greatest power and authority are undoubtedly the true Pope. If there were indeed divine omens, they would be conveyed directly to the Pope, not reported to Kai Tianlin. Thus, Mars perceives these claims as mere fabrications born from Kai Tianlin's eagerness to achieve recognition. Of course, an investigation into the undead rebellion must be conducted. But Mars adheres to his own pace. Witnessing Mars's stance, Kai Tianlin feels a surge of frustration but dares not express his anger. Before him stands a Tier 3 powerhouse. The Archbishop of the Filan Empire, a true figure of authority. Even if the Pope were to arrive in person, he would still treat Mars with utmost respect. Although Kai Tianlin holds a certain level of power as the Son of God, it is not without limits. Damn it! After bidding farewell to Mars, Kai Tianlin returns to his chamber, gritting his teeth, his entire being trembling with rage. At that moment, the world announcement regarding Li Ji's construction of the city reached Kai Tianlin's ears. Kai Tianlin's mind nearly crashed, leaving him rooted to the spot in a stupor. After a prolonged moment, he finally emerged from his state of shock, only to be engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Who exactly is this underworld sovereign? How could he so swiftly transcend realms, obliterate powers, and establish dominions? Confusion, astonishment, and horror intertwined within Kai Tianlin's heart, yet what loomed larger was his fear. To be fair, Kai Tianlin was unaware that the underworld sovereign was Li Gu. Thus, from his perspective, there was no animosity between them. However, he was acutely aware that the underworld sovereign possessed the capability to unleash a cataclysm of the undead. Throughout history, those endowed with such powers have invariably treaded the path of world annihilation. If the underworld sovereign indeed harbored intentions of exterminating the world, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be the radiant temple to which Kai Tianlin belonged, and as a son of the god, his fate would be little better. This is disastrous. I must locate the underworld sovereign without delay. At this moment, Kai Tianlin's thoughts had irrevocably transformed. He shifted from seeking to seize the underworld sovereign's fortune to urgently finding him, intent on slaying him for his own preservation. In the realm of the netherworld, at Wanchuan City, Li Gu returned to the Lord's Manor. After the upgrade to a city, the manor had transformed into a true residence, adorned with opulence in every corner. Li Gu was quite pleased with this development. To grow stronger without enjoying the fruits of such strength is akin to not having grown at all. With sufficient power, who would willingly endure hardship? Li Gu returned to his residence and retrieved the recently acquired second-tier obsidian treasure chest, eager to discover what treasures it might yield. Having opened numerous obsidian treasure chests in the past, he recalled the most fortunate occasion when he procured materials that led to the evolution of the golden skeletal overlord, a unit of royal caliber. Anticipation surged within him as he rubbed his hands together and proceeded to unlock the second-tier obsidian treasure chest. As the dazzling light of the treasure burst forth, the chest vanished, leaving behind a towering 3-meter-high metallic structure that materialized before him. A notification echoed in his mind. You have opened the second-tier obsidian treasure chest. Congratulations on acquiring the core of the Celestial Mothership. The mention of the Celestial Mothership core piqued Li Ji's interest, suggesting that he had indeed unearthed something remarkable. Within the realm of the reincarnation game, countless worlds exist, encompassing myriad realms. Many of these worlds boast advanced achievements in warfare technology. For instance, during his recent trial as a lord, he had faced a formidable group of goblins, whose greenskin technology, when scaled, proved to be quite powerful. If the goblins could attain such prowess, one could only imagine the capabilities of other civilizations. This Celestial Mothership core was likely a creation of some mechanical civilization. Li Gu pondered whether it could serve as a material for further evolution. Li Gu was filled with anticipation as he opened the attributes of the Celestial Carrier Core. Celestial Carrier Core, second-tier exquisite, a mechanical creation, containing all operational systems of the Celestial Carrier, embedded within a mechanical flying apparatus, and capable of functioning as the main brain. Note, can be used as evolution material. It turned out to be the main unit of the spaceship. Li Gu suddenly realized. However, the final note invigorated him. The Celestial Carrier Core could indeed be utilized as evolution material. Li Gu pondered thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, what form will ultimately emerge from the core characteristics of the orbital mothership? Will it evolve into a fully fledged flying warship? Or perhaps a specialized unit endowed with formidable computational power capable of commanding fleet operations? To be frank, this is the most unique evolutionary material Li Gu has encountered. Even he cannot ascertain its final evolutionary direction. Rather than overthinking, it is better to test it out. Li Gu ceased his contemplation and began to search among his numerous fallen souls for a suitable spectral unit. The only entity that could align with the core of the celestial mothership was the ordinary skeleton soldier. After all, skeleton soldiers represented the most fundamental and primitive units, akin to a blank slate capable of assimilating all evolutionary materials. This signified that the ultimate evolution of the celestial mothership's core could very well be the most exceptional unit under Li Ji's command, aside from Vivian. This notion ignited an immense curiosity within Li Gu. He stowed the core of the celestial mothership into his backpack and stepped out of the Lord's mansion, making his way to the outskirts of Wanchuan City. At that moment, Vivian was directing numerous skeleton soldiers in the task of clearing the battlefield, diligently collecting not only the fallen items but also the goblins' airships, heavy artillery, and weaponry. Even the legs of mosquitoes could be considered a resource, at the very least. They could equip a significant number of skeleton soldiers, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Upon seeing Li Gu return, Vivian obediently approached his side and sweetly called out, "Master." Li Gu nodded, retrieving the core of the celestial mothership. Under Vivian's curious gaze, he selected a fortunate skeleton soldier and opened its evolution panel. Utilizing the core of the celestial mothership required an expenditure of 6 million disaster points for the evolution of the skeleton soldier. Would he proceed? The cost was significantly higher than that of the evolution item for Elshur, he noted to himself in amazement. 6 million disaster points equated to double the expense of Elshur's evolution item. However, greater expenditure often resulted in superior outcomes. Moreover, having recently vanquished the goblin army, Li Gu had accrued over 30 million disaster points. A mere 6 million was but a drop in the ocean. Li Gu promptly pressed the confirmation button. In an instant, the rules of the cataclysmic undead system descended upon him. 6 million disaster points were consumed, and the core of the orbital mothership was instantly disassembled, transforming into a vast reservoir of evolutionary energy that enveloped the skeletal soldier. The skeletal figure underwent a visible transformation at an astonishing speed, its human-like bones morphing into a mechanical framework. A dense network of machinery emerged within the skeletal soldier, spreading and connecting to form an intricately complex mechanical structure. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal soldier was transformed completely, evolving from mere bones into a remarkable 6-meter-tall, specialized rhomboidal device. The surface of this apparatus was adorned with skeletal remains, featuring a skull embedded at the front, its eye sockets flickering with soul fire, signifying its undead identity. Beyond this indication, the rest of its structure was entirely mechanical, resembling a colossal chassis. At that moment, a system notification resonated. 6 million disaster points consumed. Utilizing the core of the orbital mothership, the evolution of the skeletal soldier is successful. Congratulations on acquiring the unit, Bone Fleet Mother. The name Bone Fleet Mother piqued Li Ji's immense interest. He gazed at the Bone Fleet Mother, its exterior clad in skeletal armor, complemented by the embedded skull and the faintly visible intricate machinery within, bestowing it with a unique aesthetic that blended science fiction and fantasy. Noticing Li Ji's gaze, the skull on the Bone Fleet Mother respectfully addressed him in a universal language. "Master, your loyal fleet is ready to obey your command." This statement implied that the Bone Fleet Mother possessed self-awareness and intelligence. Intrigued, Li Gu casually opened the attributes of the Bone Fleet Mother. Bone Fleet Mother Realm, 2nd stage. 3rd grade, 05000 million. Template, King level, Enhancement 1. I am the fleet, capable of absorbing materials to transform the undead under my command into the Bone Fleet. Limit, 120 vessels. Enhancement 2. King of the Skies, all fleets under my command experience increased flight speed and maneuverability. Enhancement 3. Fully armed. All fleets under my command can equip an additional 3 weapons. Enhancement 4. Firepower coverage, capable of launching a carpet bombing on a designated area. Note: the actual power depends on the number and quality of the fleet. Note: lacking materials, evolution is not possible. Skills: saturation strike, aerial reconnaissance, data analysis. Orbital weapon array attributes: Constitution 1011, Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 1019 equipment, Magic detection radar, Fleet manufacturing device, Weapon technology repository. Soul energy field shield evaluation. Our journey is among the stars and seas. Goodness, what a command center for interstellar warfare! Li Gu exclaimed in delight upon reviewing the attributes of the orbital mothership core. The attributes of the Bone Fleet Mother brought him significant joy. Initially, based on its appearance, Li Gu speculated it was likely a control center for fleets, with maximum computational capabilities but lacking combat prowess. However, he discovered that the Bone Fleet Mother was far more than that. It possessed astounding computational abilities, capable of grasping battlefield dynamics and commanding the entire fleet. Yet, this computational capability was merely a trivial aspect of the Bone Fleet Mother's powers. Its true strength lay in its ability to forge a genuine fleet. The first enhancement of the Bone Fleet Mother, I Am the Fleet, allowed it to absorb various materials, akin to recruitment structures in real-time strategy games, instantly summoning combat-ready warships. Moreover, the Bone Fleet Mother could command a total of 120 warships. With it, Li Gu effectively possessed a legitimate air force. Truly, it was deserving of its king-level classification. A smile crept onto Li Ji's lips as he felt immense satisfaction with the Bone Fleet Mother. Although it was the most specialized unit he had encountered, with both strength and agility at 0, its constitution and spirit soared to an astonishing level exceeding 1,000. Yet, the mere ability to recruit and construct a fleet rendered the Bone Fleet Mother's role in warfare comparable to that of the Golden Skeletal Overlord, Xiang El. Time to build a fleet and witness the results. Li Ji's thoughts stirred momentarily, prompting him to request materials from Aubert. Presently, the periphery of the vast Dougla jungle had been entirely claimed by Li Gu, although Black Wind Mountain remained unconquered. The formation of the alliance of 10,000 clans allowed Li Gu to assert control over other regions within the Dougla jungle's midsection. Thus, he found himself well supplied with various materials. However, these materials were exceedingly disordered and of rather mediocre quality, rendering them incapable of forming distinct units or evolving into impressive individuals. Consequently, Li Gu merely accumulated these supplies in his warehouse for future construction of fortifications. Soon, Aubert, exuding the demeanor of a chief steward of Wanchuan City, delivered the assortment of materials Li Gu required. "My lord, all the materials you need are here," Aubert proclaimed, stroking his bare, skeletal head with a gleeful chuckle, his eyes shimmering with the flickering fire of hope. After all, Aubert was among the earliest to follow Li Gu, having shared countless life and death experiences since the very first day of Li Ji's journey. He had witnessed firsthand Li Ji's remarkable ascent from nothingness to commanding millions of troops, ruling over cities, and sweeping across the entirety of the Dougla jungle. Aubert held profound admiration for Li Gu, convinced that by steadfastly aligning himself with Li Gu, he could reach heights he had once deemed unimaginable. Li Gu and Aubert exchanged a few pleasantries before directing their attention to the materials before them. According to the skeletal fleet's core, the required resources consisted solely of an abundance of metal and the most fundamental skeletal warriors. "Let us commence." Li Gu commanded the skeletal fleet's core. "As you wish, master," came the distinctive mechanical synthesis voice of the fleet's core. Instantly, an ethereal radiance enveloped the materials on the ground, causing them to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace, merging into the form of a skeletal warrior. The skeletal structure melted and swiftly expanded in size. Li Gu seemed to witness an extraordinarily intricate CG video, observing firsthand the rapid construction of skeletal frameworks, engines, circuits, and jet propulsion systems emerging from nothingness. In a fleeting moment, a 30-meter-long vessel, shaped like a triangle and reminiscent of a bomber, yet adorned with armor forged from white bones and exuding a streamlined elegance, materialized before him. The skeletal fleet's flagship employed the equipment known as the fleet manufacturing device. Activated by the incantation, "I Am the Fleet," successfully transforming basic skeletal soldiers into bombers of bone. It bore a resemblance to the evolutionary function of the Undead Plague System. Li Gu reflected silently as he observed the entire process. However, he sensed that the transformation of units by the skeletal fleet's flagship paled in comparison to the evolution of the Undead Plague System. After all, the evolutionary prowess of the Undead Plague System transcended the confines of cyclical games, embodying a supreme rule, while the skeletal fleet's flagship merely represented a unit type. The two were akin, yet their strengths differed vastly. Li Gu pondered as he approached the skeletal warship, observing it with keen interest. The vessel, measuring a formidable 30 meters in length, resembled a fearsome beast, exuding the majesty of the undead and an aesthetic of science fiction. Simultaneously, Li Gu noticed that on either side of the warship's wings, there were several missiles crafted from bone, suggesting that the cockpit housed an array of additional weaponry. It was undeniably impressive. Li Gu found this quite satisfactory. This mechanically constructed warship embodies the romance of man, although he has yet to pilot a Gundam. Flying an aircraft is also quite commendable. Let us examine its specific capabilities. Li Gu opened the attributes of the skeletal battleship, bombardment-type skeletal battleship, a second-tier treasure. A composite special warfare machine, integrating skeletal technology, endowed with capabilities such as ultra-high-speed flight, aerial reconnaissance, magical invisibility, and high-altitude bombardment. It is equipped with bone-breaking magic shells, ethereal phosphorescent shells, and high-strength skeletal armor. Indeed, it is formidable. Li Gu offered a candid evaluation. This bombardment-type skeletal battleship, boasting a quality of second-tier treasure, is equipped with an array of armaments, rendering it a veritable slaughter machine on the battlefield. It can be said to be born for warfare, if fully manned. With a deployment of 120 skeletal battleships, it could swiftly turn a small city into a desolate inferno. However, the skeletal battleship is not without its weaknesses. Its greatest vulnerability lies in the formidable opposition of individual adversaries. Should a foe such as an ice frostbone dragon emerge on the battlefield, the skeletal battleship would become an easy target. Therefore, to safeguard the fleet, it is imperative to have exceptionally powerful individual units to escort it. Ultimately, the reincarnation game belongs to an extraordinary era. In this extraordinary worldview, powerful individuals possess the ability to sway the outcome of a large-scale war. Just as Li Gu did in the Lord's trial against the Goblin Legion, where he decapitated the Goblin King, causing the remaining goblins to flee in terror, abandoning their armor and completely losing the combat effectiveness expected of a legion. Since you possess wisdom, it would be fitting to bestow a name upon your skeletal fleet's mothership. Li Gu stroked his chin, contemplating a name for the skeletal fleet's mothership. After a brief moment, he declared, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Zero." The designation was duly noted. "Master, Zero is always at your command," it replied. Upon learning its new name, Zero's tone, although still mechanical, seemed to resonate with a hint of warmth. Subsequently, Li Gu instructed Zero to consume all available materials, expanding the skeletal fleet to its full capacity. In no time, a total of 120 skeletal warships lined up before Li Gu, resembling the military hangars of a formidable empire, a truly magnificent sight. Among these 120 vessels, over 90% were bombers, with the remainder comprising reconnaissance aircraft, transport crafts, and support models. This marked the inception of Li Ji's inaugural aerial fleet. Li Gu gazed upon this fleet of warships with immense satisfaction. As a thought began to take shape in his mind, the skeletal fleet's mothership had evolved from the core of a space-based mothership, which was a mechanical creation. This led him to ponder whether other mechanical constructs could also serve as materials to evolve into distinct undead units. Should this concept be realized, Li Gu would forge an entirely new evolutionary path. The potential of the mechanical undead evolution pathway seemed increasingly promising to him. From the skeletal fleet's mothership, designated Zero, it was evident that although the individual strength of the mechanical undead was rather average, their impact in large-scale warfare was immeasurable. If he could actualize the evolution of the mechanical undead pathway, Li Gu would possess a formidable array of elite troops for warfare in the future. It was even conceivable to evolve a towering undead mechanical behemoth. The only lamentable aspect was the absence of individuals with mechanical expertise under Li Ji's command. Nevertheless, with the notion of the undead mechanical stream in mind, he contemplated whether the undead could be integrated with structures. Should this endeavor succeed, Li Gu could evolve sentient undead fortifications, such as city walls, arrow towers, and magical towers, capable of infinite evolution through the system. Indeed, the potential of the system was boundless. The ability to evolve infinitely, if one dared to envision it, offered an astonishingly vast range of applications. Li Gu was filled with astonishment and subsequently summoned Miles, the only architect under his command. The construction of Wangchuan City had been completed, and now it was Miles's responsibility to investigate the possibility of creating a unique artifact known as the Building Core. Li Gu issued the command to him. "Building Core?" Miles expressed his confusion, scratching his head and awkwardly saying, "My lord, Please forgive my ignorance. What exactly is this building core? Upon hearing Li Ji's words, he pondered for a moment and proposed several criteria: the possession of architectural characteristics, the incorporation of material attributes, and their status as essential components of the structure. These standards were rather vague. However, Li Gu was at a loss, as he could only provide guidance without certainty. Miles, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and returned to contemplate how to initiate the development. After issuing commands to Miles, Li Ji's consciousness descended upon the battlefield of Black Wind Mountain. Through the undead units under his command, Li Gu observed that the golden skeletal overlord, Xiang Lu, was leading his army to the final stronghold of Black Wind Mountain. This stronghold was fortified with towering walls, various defensive structures, and an army of millions of monstrous creatures, promising to be a formidable confrontation. Li Gu harbored no doubts about Xiang El's prowess. He was more than capable of breaching this stronghold. However, his gaze shifted towards the skeletal fleet. Since they had evolved, it was the perfect opportunity to assess their strength through this battle. With that thought in mind, Li Gu turned to Zero. Command the fleet to set sail for Black Wind Mountain. As you command, the fleet is departing, came Zero's response. In the next moment, the engines at the rear of the skeletal battleships roared to life, expelling fierce flames as turbulent currents of air whipped into a frenzy, lifting 120 vessels skyward. Once they reached a sufficient altitude, the rear thrusters adjusted, suddenly increasing in power, and the fleet surged forward like arrows loosed from their bows, vanishing from sight as they raced towards Black Wind Mountain. At that moment, at Black Wind Mountain, the two armies faced each other. On the ramparts, Nigel stood alongside the remaining 5 lords of the Great Jungle, along with a host of second-tier demonic creatures. Their expressions grave as they beheld the vast, seemingly endless army of the undead, akin to a cataclysm. The golden skeletal overlord Xiang El, wielding a golden halberd, his cape billowing and soul flames flickering, resembled a deity of death on the battlefield, stationed at the forefront. Such a formidable presence sent shivers down the spines of Nigel and the others atop the walls. In recent days, they had witnessed Xiang El's terrifying might. His unparalleled combat power was akin to a resurrected god of war. Now, as the two armies stood poised for battle, the psychological pressure on Nigel and his companions was at an all-time high. Yet, with the entire Black Wind Mountain surrounded by Li Ji's undead forces, Nigel and his comrades had no option for retreat. They could only fight to the last. Xiang El, known for his ruthless nature and few words, surveyed the ramparts with an imperious gaze and coldly commanded, "Charge with me." As his voice fell, he personally led 100,000 skeletal centaurs, advancing like a dark cloud descending upon the summit of Black Wind Mountain. The astonishing might shook the very earth, causing the ground to tremble and dust to billow into the sky, resembling a black dragon in its fury. Nigel's countenance grew stern, despite his apprehension. He could only muster the courage to shout, "Prepare to cast spells. We must hold the enemy at the walls." The various spells, long charged, rained down in a tempest of crossbows, heavy artillery, and magical fury. Unfazed, Xiang El activated his protective barrier, absorbing the enemy's assault as he charged forward. Simultaneously, thousands of dark elf subtypes, wielding staves, began to chant an enormous collective spell in unison. A multitude of magical formations intertwined, covering the skies above for miles. Veins pulsing at his temples, Nigel led the magical energy of 10,000, and as the incantation reached its zenith, he completed the final chant. "Eternal night shall banish all light. Darkness from beyond shall heed the call of the goddess of darkness, obliterating the heretics before us." The colossal army spell, dark energy meteor shower. Above the clouds, enormous black meteors, imbued with fearsome dark energy, plummeted towards the ground. Upon witnessing this, Xiang El's soul flames blazed fiercely. With a swift motion, he drove his golden halberd into the earth, his voice resonating with chilling authority. Battle formation, bone wall. In an instant, the morale of the 100,000 skeletal centaurs coalesced into a tangible force as countless bones shot skyward, forming an unbroken and magnificent skeletal rampart. This taunting wall drew in all meteors, altering their descent in an extraordinary manner, colliding forcefully with the rampart. The deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. The fierce winds shattered trees within 1,000 meters, and dust swirled like the harbinger of doom. Nigel's heart raced in terror. He had not anticipated Xiang El's formidable capabilities. He wished to orchestrate another wave of magical attacks, but Xiang El would not grant him that luxury. The Black Soul Heavy Infantry S-Skill, Black Soul Illusion. In the rear, hundreds of thousands of Black Soul Heavy Infantry ignited with blazing soul flames, tendrils of dark mist rising from their forms, intertwining in the air to create colossal black soul phantoms towering hundreds of meters high. These phantoms, exuding an aura of dread, opened their cavernous mouths and unleashed piercing roars towards Nigel's direction. The sound waves manifested as physical force, shattering the earth in their wake. The thousands of dark elves poised to cast spells were struck dumb by the terrifying shriek, momentarily paralyzed in place. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiang led the skeletal centaur army down to the base of the walls. The towering ramparts loomed, and Nigel, drenched in sweat, understood Xiang's prowess. That unrestrained, devastating force meant that once he approached the walls, their destruction was imminent. Nigel turned towards the Western Lords, speaking coldly. "What are you waiting for?" His words were directed at the werewolves, the runic ogres, the spider demons, the swamp frogmen, and the fire-winged beings of the great jungle. At this critical juncture, only these warriors possessed the strength to contend against Xiang. Yet, these creatures were not naive. Facing Xiang, they felt their legs weaken, gripped by profound fear. It was evident that advancing now was not a battle, but a surrender. As Xiang drew ever closer, Nigel's urgency grew, and he shouted, "Fear not. Though I am a dark elf subtype, I bear the legacy of pure-blooded dark elves. I have the means to lead you into battle and ensure your survival." The five lords, werewolves, runic ogres, spider demons, swamp frogmen, and fire-winged beings exchanged glances. To engage could mean death, but to remain passive meant certain doom if Black Wind Mountain fell. For the undead army would show no mercy. As beings who had lived for centuries, the five lords acted decisively, leaping from the ramparts. The werewolf leader, towering at 3 meters with a robust frame and flowing golden fur, unleashed a tempest towards Xiang, transforming into a swirling vortex that threatened to consume everything. Xiang, brandishing his golden halberd, shattered the whirlwind in an instant and stepped forward, his speed breaking the sound barrier. How can he be so fast? The werewolf leader's pupils constricted, a green aura surging around him as he erected a barrier of wind to distance himself from Xiang. Yet, Xiang's halberd, relentless in its might, cleaved through the barrier, and with a powerful kick, struck the werewolf leader squarely in the chest. The werewolf leader's body convulsed, hurtling like a shooting star, crashing against the ramparts, shattering the surface layer of the sturdy wall. Had it not been for the werewolf leader's exceptional resilience, that kick would have reduced him to mere pulp. Xiang intended to follow up with another strike, but the leaders of the runic ogres, spider demons, swamp frogmen, and fire-winged beings, witnessing this, were filled with dread and hastily retaliated. The spider demon unleashed a web of white silk, forming a cage that descended upon Xiang. The swamp frogman activated its bloodline, summoning a torrent of water that coiled like a massive serpent, roaring towards Xiang. The runic ogre's runes glowed ominously as its form surged to nearly 8 meters tall, while the fire-winged beings in the air drew bows, unleashing a rain of fiery meteors. In that moment, Xiang found himself besieged by the five lords, surrounded by an array of astonishing magical attacks. Despite the overwhelming spectacle, Xiang remained unfazed, his golden bones radiating steam-like energy. He wielded his halberd, slicing through the spider demon's web, shattering the torrent of water, and braving the storm of fire arrows as he closed in on the runic ogre. "Where are my allies?" The rune giant, filled with a torrent of frustration, found itself with no path of retreat. Raising its massive axes, it summoned an overwhelming force to strike down, standing at an imposing height of 8 meters. Its muscular frame combined with the inherent strength of the rune giant seemed to tear through the air, creating a visible current that bore down upon Xiang's head. Boom! The colossal axe collided with Xiang's golden halberd, unleashing a tempest that swept towards the west as winds howled and dust soared into the sky. The ground beneath Xiang fractured in layers. Given Xiang's mere 3-meter stature, the scene resembled an ant bravely facing a giant, crafting a striking tableau of visual impact. Seeing Xiang unscathed, the rune giant was filled with dread and began to step back. Yet, how could Xiang allow this? Instead, he leaped, using the giant's axe as a springboard, akin to a nimble monkey traversing a mountain stream, soaring over the axe blade, the handle, and the arm, landing right before the rune giant. In that face-off, the rune giant's pupils trembled. It had not yet comprehended the situation before Xiang seized its head with one arm and forcefully hurled it aside. The rune giant's massive cranium crashed into the earth, shattering it as if struck by a meteor. This spectacle stunned the entire battlefield. All creatures of darkness gazed in terror at the figure soaring in the sky. In mere moments, 2 of the 5 overlords had been rendered incapacitated, Could such power be withstood by mere mortals? Nagel's fingers trembled as he suppressed his emotions and retrieved a uniquely shaped gold coin. This coin, palm-sized, bore the image of the dark goddess on one side, while the reverse depicted a menacing serpentine beast. Gripping the coin tightly, Nagel pierced his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto its surface, igniting the magical runes. Kneeling on the ground, he fervently prayed, "O esteemed Lord Mendelsohn, heed the fervent prayers of your dark devotee. Descend upon the mortal realm." In an instant, the coin seemed to awaken, rapidly absorbing Nagel's blood, and even the thousands of dark elves present felt their life forces being siphoned away. Streams of dark energy surged skyward, shaping into a colossal black serpent measuring 30 meters in length. This was the divine beast of the dark goddess, the legendary night serpent Mendelsohn, said to devour the sun. As Mendelsohn's ethereal form materialized, the very light of the world appeared to be stripped away. The entirety of Black Wind Mountain plunged into an abyss of darkness. Mendelsohn, the divine beast of the dark goddess, was rumored to be capable of swallowing the sun, a being comparable to a deity. However, this group of dark elves could not summon the true night serpent Mendelsohn. In his desperate bid, Nagel exhausted all his strength, sacrificing the vitality of thousands of dark elves merely to channel a fragment of Mendelsohn's power. Yet, even this fragment was dreadfully formidable. Mendelsohn's emerald eyes glinted coldly as its immense body surged forth towards Xiang-El. Simultaneously, the armies of various dark creatures burst forth from the city walls. With a shake of his golden halberd, Xiang-El severed the rune giant's head without a hint of fear, charging headlong towards Mendelsohn. A legendary beast, a battlefield god of royal caliber, now faced an exhilarating clash. Meanwhile, the 10,000 skeletal centaurs clashed mightily against the various dark creature legions. The battlefield escalated to a fever pitch. Yet, it was evident to all that Xiang-El held the upper hand against the specter of Mendelsohn. The skeletal centaurs, too, were akin to a crushing force, rendering the armies of the 1,000 tribes as mere trifles, retreating in disarray. Given the current situation, it would not be long before Nagel would exhaust his life force, unable to sustain the phantom of the night serpent Mendelsohn, leading to utter defeat. In a state of acute anxiety, Nagel frantically pondered a way to break the stalemate. Just then, chaos erupted across the battlefield. What was this? Reinforcements? No. It was the enemy. Damn it. How could these undead still have trump cards? Hearing these voices, Nagel looked up in horror. There, on the horizon, turbulent air roared, and colossal warships swept in. Each ship, measuring dozens of meters, was clad in the distinctive bone armor of the undead, their fiery souls flickering violently, resembling a terrifying fleet from the depths of hell. What are these creatures? Nagel was in disbelief, suspecting that this undead army was a calamity sent to obliterate the world of Era. Otherwise, how could they be so formidable? In the face of imminent danger, Nagel shouted urgently, "Quick, halt their advance." Thousands of fiery winged beings took to the skies without hesitation. Yet, as they ascended, they were met with the ear-splitting roars of dragons. The frostbone dragon Tiamat and the netherwing serpent struck simultaneously, creating an overwhelming force. The skeletal fleet surged forward, disregarding the city's aerial defense formations, launching phantom phosphor bombs toward the walls and the dark elves behind them. Each bomb struck the ground, erupting with deafening blasts, shattering the walls. The pallid phosphorus flames raged like a persistent curse, entwining the dark elves and consuming their flesh, inflicting immense suffering. Waves upon waves of dark elves and various dark creatures were reduced to ashes by the phosphor flames. A single barrage created an inferno stretching for miles. Tens of thousands of creatures perished on the spot, and the numbers continued to swell. The night serpent Mendelsohn, already at a disadvantage in its battle with Xiang-El, found its energy source, the dark elves, rapidly dwindling. Consequently, Mendelsohn's power sharply diminished, its form becoming increasingly insubstantial. Despair clouded Nagel's eyes. His plans to unite the various races of the Douglas Forest to buy time for reinforcements from deeper within the woods now seemed utterly ludicrous. The undead army before him was overwhelmingly strong, so powerful that it felt like an unstoppable natural disaster. Nagel's strategy to unite the other races was akin to a swarm of ants attempting to link hands to block a raging torrent. Was this how it would end? In Nagel's fearful gaze, the skeletal fleet bombarded the troops behind the walls, delivering devastating blows. Death loomed everywhere as the number of dark elves plummeted. Mendelsohn, locked in battle with Xiang-El, felt its strength wane rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang-El grasped Mendelsohn's head, slamming it to the ground and firmly stepping upon it. Mendelsohn thrashed wildly, yet Xiang-El held it down, his golden halberd, imbued with brilliant combat energy, pierced through Mendelsohn's skull. The beast, once said to devour the sun, was beheaded in a nearly humiliating manner. With Mendelssohn gone, the alliance of 1,000 tribes lost its final pillar. Follow me into the breach. Xiang El led the relentless undead army through the city gates, mercilessly slaughtering the remaining dark creatures. A barrage of notifications erupted at the edge of Li Ji's vision. When all creatures, including Nagel, were eradicated, this single battle yielded Li Gu an astounding 600 million disaster points. Simultaneously, the downfall of the alliance of 1,000 clans bestowed upon Li Gu a remarkable bounty of 500,000 gold coins, along with nearly 2,000 prestige points. This monumental victory elevated Li Ji's prestige to an astonishing 12,000, placing him firmly in the ranks of the renowned within the Western Seas. Furthermore, a plethora of loot and various materials that could be harvested from the remnants of the alliance of 1,000 clans enriched his spoils. The diversity and abundance of these treasures truly astonished Li Gu. Following this battle, in the central and outer regions of the Dugla Great Jungle, every notable monster tribe, with the exception of the Hadro family, has been vanquished by Li Gu. He now stands as the indisputable supreme ruler of the Dugla Great Jungle. Should he successfully conquer the Dugla Great Jungle, he will undoubtedly ascend to the throne of its lord. The Hadro family remains a thorn in his side, one that must be swiftly extricated. Li Gu and the Abyss cult are merely superficial allies. Now that the mid-level and peripheral areas of the Douglas jungle have been secured, the Hadro family can no longer be allowed to remain. Li Gu intends to eradicate the Hadro family and extract further information regarding the Abyssal sect through their interrogation. However, taking action against the Hadro family would irrevocably sever ties with the Abyssal sect. Before proceeding, Li Gu must first enhance his own capabilities. This batch of soul essences should suffice for me to advance to the 3rd tier. Li Gu unzipped his backpack. The battles of Black Wind Mountain and the Lord's Trial had bestowed upon him tens of thousands of soul essences. Although their quality was somewhat lacking, their sheer quantity was more than sufficient. Li Gu first gathered all the soul essences and used them on himself. A prompt immediately followed. Use 890 soul essences. Gain 180,000 experience. Experience bar full. Congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd tier. Gain 300 free attribute points. Congratulations on surpassing the 3rd tier. You have now left the identity of a novice player and can log off at any time, returning to the real world. A series of prompts echoed in the air. A tremendous surge of magical power suddenly erupted within Li Gu, and at that moment, his soul underwent a transformation. His fundamental attributes, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, skyrocketed. Simultaneously, the nether space bound to Li Gu expanded its boundaries, growing larger as his realm ascended. Knowledge pertaining to the inheritance of the Netherlord profession flooded Li Ji's mind. The transition from the 2nd to the 3rd tier may seem like a mere tier difference, yet the power levels it represents are worlds apart. Now, Li Gu is fully qualified to stand atop the pinnacle of the era world. After all, he is no ordinary 3rd tier player. He is a 3rd tier powerhouse with the legendary profession of the Netherlord. For common 3rd tier players, Li Gu is akin to an ant. Moreover, he possesses the Undead Catastrophe System. However, a surge in strength does not imply that Li Gu would act recklessly. 3,000 years ago, Andite unleashed the Undead Catastrophe, nearly annihilating the Arrow world in its grandeur, yet was ultimately vanquished by the Temple of Light, which called upon divine power to deliver a crushing blow, leading to his bitter demise. With this cautionary tale in mind, Li Gu is even more prudent. At the very moment of Li Ji's breakthrough to the 3rd tier, a global announcement resonated in the ears of all players in the Era world. Ding! Congratulations to player king of the underworld for breaking through to the 3rd tier, shedding the identity of a novice, and achieving the milestone, entering the Hall of Fame. You have received the achievement reward, 3rd tier Starlight Treasure Chest. This announcement struck like thunder, leaving all players dumbfounded. The king of the underworld? A breakthrough to the 3rd tier. For the vast majority of novice players, the 3rd tier is a realm that seems unattainable. The reason is simple. The conditions for gaining experience in the reincarnation game are exceedingly harsh. The drop rate of soul essences is disheartening, and unless one is exceptionally lucky, achieving the 3rd tier through hunting is nearly impossible. Most high-tier players rely on their innate talents, diligently cultivating their powers, building factions, and acquiring resources to gradually rise and break through to higher realms. It is no surprise, then, that Li Ji's ascension to the 3rd tier has sent shockwaves through the community. After all, he accomplished this feat in just over half a month. The entire forum erupted in excitement. What the heck? 3 tiers in half a month? What kind of speed is this? The Alliance's fastest record has just been shattered. The King of the Underworld will undoubtedly become the most formidable figure in the Alliance. Is this witnessing history? Could it be that the King of the Underworld will become the sixth divine player in the Alliance? Incredible! I obtained the title of Prince. And I am still just an apprentice. The King of the Underworld is truly powerful. Goodness, half a month. This is the difference between people, isn't it? Initially, I thought the name King of the Underworld was arrogant, but now it seems quite understated. What King of the Underworld? What nether god? All new players in the Era world marveled in astonishment. In the Grand Cathedral of the Failing Empire, Kai Tianlin was so shocked by the news that he fell from his chair, his pupils trembling as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? A third tier in half a month? I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Kai Tianlin's mindset completely shattered. He stood up, intending to seek out the red-cloaked Archbishop Mars of the Failing Empire. But then he reconsidered. What was the point? Kai Tianlin was well aware that the King of the Underworld had achieved 1,000 kills shortly after entering the game, indicating his formidable combat power. If the King of the Underworld were still only at the second tier, Kai Tianlin would have the confidence to eliminate him with the assistance of Archbishop Mars and the forces of the Temple of Light. But now that the King of the Underworld had broken through to the third tier, Kai Tianlin could only think of one thing: to flee. Damn it. A bunch of fools, I can't handle this. I really can't. Kai Tianlin cursed inwardly. If Archbishop Mars had heeded his advice and devoted all resources to tracking down the King of the Underworld from the very beginning, perhaps this situation could have been avoided. However, Mars, as the Archbishop, was indifferent to Kai Tianlin's thoughts. While he was indeed investigating, he did so methodically, without any reckless abandon. To be fair, Mars's efficiency was not slow. Within half a month, he had reverse-engineered the already destroyed teleportation array and pinpointed the coordinates of the Douglas Great Jungle. Yet, Li Guo's speed of breakthrough was simply too rapid. The only way Kai Tianlin could possibly defeat Li Guo would be to mobilize the full might of the Temple of Light after Li Guo ventured into the Douglas Great Jungle, exhausting every possible resource to locate and eliminate him. But discussing such matters was futile at this point. Li Guo has ascended to the third tier, the Divine Sun. Kai Tianlin can only receive the esteemed hospitality of the Cardinal in crimson robes, being treated as an honored guest. However, to issue commands in the heat of battle is beyond his capabilities. He must hasten back to the headquarters of the Temple of Light, where the power of the God of Light offers protection. Even if the Lord of the Underworld seeks to conquer the world of Ayla, it would not affect them in the immediate future. I must seize this opportunity to graduate from the world of Ayla and escape to other realms to evade the perverse Lord of the Underworld. Upon entering the game, Kai Tianlin was filled with lofty ambitions. Now, he merely wishes to flee. He intends to run as far as possible. As long as he graduates from the world of Ayla and returns to reality, he plans to procure special items from his family and swiftly transition to other worlds. At that point, no matter how formidable the Lord of the Underworld may become, it would bear no consequence for Kai Tianlin. On that very day, Kai Tianlin approached Cardinal Mars, feigning illness in order to return to the headquarters of the Temple of Light. This excuse was flimsy, akin to my phone's battery dwindling to a mere 99%. However, being a descendant of the gods, Kai Tianlin was not hindered by Mars, who readily permitted his departure. After all, it was Kai Tianlin who would face the Pope's inquiries for failing to complete the task, not Mars. Meanwhile, the external players were left astounded by Li Ji's breakthrough to the third tier. Li Guo listened to the prompt, feeling an immense sense of joy. He casually allocated 300 free attribute points to his spirit and then opened his attribute panel. Li Guo reputation, 12. 960, renowned in the West Sea. Occupation, Lord of the Underworld, legendary. Attributes, domain of the Netherworld. I am the cycle of rebirth. Lifespan equal to the heavens. Laws of the Underworld, Emperor of the Undead Realm. Third tier. Second rank, 1, 300. 000. Skills, Forbidden Spell. Gate of Hell, Forbidden Spell. Blessing of the Nether Emperor, Forbidden Spell. God-Burying Black Coffin, Skeleton Summoning. Bone Shield Technique, Dark Energy Missile, Slowing Curse, Venomous Dart Attributes, Constitution, 1. 802, Strength, 1. 800, Agility, 1. 808, Spirit, 3. 380 Equipment, Book of Whispered Death. Thus, these are Li Ji's current attributes. The average attribute in the West Sea surpasses 2,000 points, even without casting spells, merely wielding his staff to strike an adversary. Li Gu can easily overpower the vast majority of second-tier opponents. Simultaneously, his astounding spirit of 3,000 points grants him immense control over magical power and enhances the potency of his spells. It is no exaggeration to assert that should the Pope of the Iroh world extol martial virtue without summoning his divine light deity, Li Gu would be more than capable of overpowering the Pope. Alas, the Pope is not a fool.